Hubby, come quickly and see. The supporting character in this novel has the same name as us. Li Rulin hands her phone to her husband, Deng Mingho, who is lying beside her. Deng Mingho doesn't like reading novels. He glances at it briefly, and then looks away. What a coincidence. Okay, it's late. Just watch for a bit, and then go to sleep. Don't stay up late. Li Rulin nods but doesn't listen. Seeing a good story she can't finish is really frustrating. By midnight, she has read more than half the book and finally closes her eyes to sleep. Then she dreams. In her dream, Li Rulin was born in the late 1950s. She is the third child in her family, with two older sisters and a younger brother. Before she was born, someone said her mother's belly was pointed and she would be a big, healthy boy. Her parents were very happy. But when she was born, it was another girl. Because of her birth, her parents faced shame from those around them. Later, her younger brother Li Baozong was born. As a boy, he was loved by everyone, and Li Rulin and her two sisters became his personal servants. In the dream, Li Rulin was always hungry, cold, and bullied by her sisters and brother. She had no warm clothes even in winter. Fortunately, her mother sent all four children to school. But she wasn't kind-hearted. She sent the girls to school so they could marry well and get more bride price. Her eldest and second sisters, after finishing high school, were promised marriage. The eldest was sold by her parents for bride price. The second sister was capable and found a job, then moved out of the house. Suddenly, the dream stops. Li Rulin wakes up and sees her ceiling. What is this? The Li family's parents are terrible. They only care about their son. Thinking of everything in the dream, Li Rulin feels furious. Real gender bias exists. The daughters are just commodities, and the treasured son is the one they care about. Just thinking about it makes Li Rulin so angry she can't breathe. Just then, Deng Mingho suddenly rubs his head and sits up. He says, I don't know what's going on. I had a dream all night. In the dream, I was someone with the same name as me, with memories from childhood to now. Li Rulin is surprised. Could it be? From before, Deng Mingho widened his eyes as he looked at Li Rulin. After a moment, he said, Yes, I remember. In the dream, Deng Mingho was born in Jing City, and he had a classmate also named Li Rulin. She has two older sisters. Li Rulin rubbed her head in frustration. Honey, I had the same dream as you. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems like we might be traveling into a book. Could it just be a coincidence? Deng Mingho asked after a long pause. They sat silently for a while, neither speaking. Suddenly, Li Rulin said, I think it might just be a coincidence. I only had this dream, or maybe it's because I think about it a lot before sleeping. If we are really going into a book, there will probably be some strange things happening to us, like special powers, space, or other abilities. Li Rulin opened her mouth wide, and once again, she and Deng Mingho looked at each other in silence. Just then, when Li Rulin mentioned the word space, they truly found themselves in a different space. They looked at each other, then quickly thought and returned to their bed. In a blink, they were back in the space. It seems you're right. We are really going into a book, Deng Mingho finally said, breaking the silence. They sat on the bed, thinking about life. Li Rulin said, Since we are going into a book, we need to prepare. Once we do, this world might end. We are both only children and have no kids now, so our main concern is taking care of our parents. Let's sell the house and split the money, then send half to each of our parents. Deng Mingho had no objections. Since they didn't know when they would travel, they didn't want to waste any time. They even skipped classes to handle these matters. Deng Mingho took charge of selling the house, while Li Rulin handled things in the space. Their space wasn't big, only 5 acres of black land, with a well in the middle. The water was milky white and emitted a fragrant smell. Li Rulin knew this was probably the legendary spiritual spring water. To the left of the well was a small wooden house, and to the right was a warehouse. That was everything in their space. Because they wanted to save money for their parents' retirement, Li Rulin didn't plan to stockpile supplies. Instead, she bought many seeds and filled the space with crops. After confirming that they couldn't plant with just their minds and that the spiritual spring water couldn't speed up growth, Li Rulin bought a planting device online. That evening, the couple started planting crops in their space. Wheat, corn, and drought-resistant rice were planted on 1 acre. Additionally, half an acre was used for sweet potatoes, another half for cotton, and the remaining 1 acre was divided into areas for raising chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and pigs. The rest of the space was used for growing vegetables. They bought some small chicks, about 20 of each type, since the space was warm in winter and cool in summer, which helped prevent bacteria and kept the animals healthy. They bought 2 calves, which cost a lot, and 4 sheep and 4 pigs, 1 male and 3 females each. Behind the wooden house in the space, near the chicken and duck pens, Li Rulin also planted some fruit trees, filling the space with plants. For months passed quickly. The house was sold, and the money was transferred to their parents' bank cards, leaving only 30,000 yuan for them. They used this money to buy essential daily items. Because Li Rulin and Deng Mingho sent so much money, both sets of parents called to ask what was happening. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho discussed and decided to visit their parents, telling them about the possible crossing and bringing plenty of spiritual spring water to help improve their health. In 4 months, all the crops in the space were ready to harvest. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho worked for over a week to gather everything. They collected 1,000 jin of wheat, 1,000 jin of drought rice, 1,000 jin of corn, 1,500 jin of sweet potatoes, and 400 jin of cotton. They also harvested many vegetables and potatoes. They used a multifunctional shelling machine to process the wheat and rice after harvesting. The wheat was left to dry in the space, and it dried quickly. The rice was stored directly in the space's warehouse, ready to be eaten whenever needed. Deng Mingho borrowed a flour mill from somewhere and rented a warehouse. They ground all the wheat into flour over several days. After harvesting, they removed the corn stalks and used them as cattle and sheep feed. The corn kernels were shelled with a hand-crank machine and then crushed with a manual grinder to feed chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. The corn roots were left in the ground and disappeared the next day, as they were automatically digested by the space, similar to animal manure. After harvesting, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho rested for a whole day before planting new crops so they could relax properly. This time, the space had 2 acres of corn, 1 acre of wheat, half an acre of sugarcane, half an acre of cotton, and the rest was still used for vegetables. After harvesting over 400 pounds of cotton from the space, Li Rulin took out some, spun it into thick cotton quilts at a small workshop. There were 4 quilts weighing 12 jin, 4 weighing 8 jin, and 4 weighing 6 jin, all made from unstitched cotton batting. The quilt covers could wait until after the crossing to buy. If the situation was different from what she expected, it might cause trouble if someone found out. Everything had to be very careful. After organizing everything in the space, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho checked it again and added many items. They added 2 large cabinets with 6 doors each, a desk with a small cabinet, and replaced the bed with a big 2-meter-wide bed inside the small wooden house. Outside the wooden house, they built 2 stoves for boiling water and cooking. Since they would be working in the countryside, Li Rulin's parents, being quite biased, probably wouldn't give her good things. Although Deng Mingho's family treated him a bit better, they could only afford to feed him well. Deng's family had a son and a younger brother, so they wouldn't give much to him either. To ensure they could eat well in the countryside, they definitely needed a kitchen. They bought many miscellaneous items, and more than a month passed. Do you think we guessed wrong? If we are really going to transcend, why is there still no sign after all this time? Deng Mingho asked Li Rulin. Actually, half a year had passed, and Li Rulin also started to doubt her initial judgment. Maybe she was wrong. Let's wait another month. If we still don't cross over after that, then we probably guessed wrong. With this space chi device, maybe we can open a big estate. After waiting 2 more days without any sign of crossing, Deng Mingho, feeling bored, took Li Rulin to fish by the river. But today, Deng Mingho's luck was not good. He fished all morning but didn't catch a single fish. How long has it been? If we don't catch any fish soon, let's go back. Li Rulin, feeling a bit bored, sat beside her husband Deng Mingho, watching the float in the water. Deng Mingho replied confidently, going back would be boring, right? Anyway, it's boring wherever we are. Might as well fish here. Thinking about it, that made sense. During this time, Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho had been tense, waiting anxiously for the crossing that never seemed to happen. It's better to let Deng Mingho relax. Li Ruolin sighed, holding a small net basket, playing alone by the river. Do you think we should dig a pond in the space to raise some fish, lobsters, or crabs? Deng Mingho said. If it doesn't leak, I could try digging one when I get back. Li Ruolin nodded but said nothing more. Suddenly, she felt something flash in the water. She quickly scooped with her small net, and it caught a round bead. It was a smooth, rounded stone-like bead. Li Ruolin thought it was funny that a pebble could look like this, so she ran back to Deng Mingho. Mingho, look. I found a round pebble. As soon as she reached him, she slipped and fell into the water. Deng Mingho saw this and quickly set aside his fishing rod, reaching out to grab Li Ruolin. Their hands clasped together, with the round bead between them. Splash! Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho fell into the water together. Luckily, Deng Mingho knew how to swim, and the place they chose for fishing wasn't deep. He held Li Ruolin and soon peeked out of the water. Honey, you really scared me. Next time, don't be so reckless, Deng Mingho said as he placed the soaked Li Ruolin on the ground. Li Ruolin took a couple of breaths, coughing painfully, but after hearing Deng Mingho, she nodded repeatedly. She really didn't mean to. Deng Mingho patted her back, hoping she would feel better. It wasn't on purpose. Next time, I'll be more careful.
Hey,
husband, why do you look so young? Li Ruolin apologized to Deng Mingho, but halfway through, she suddenly saw that her husband looked much younger now, probably around 18 or 19. Deng Mingho also widened his eyes because he noticed Li Ruolin had become smaller too. They were high school classmates and got married right after college, so they knew each other very well at that age. So, we've already traveled through? We just fell into the water and came out, and that's how we traveled. After saying this, Li Ruolin looked around carefully. They seemed to be in a park. They were lying by a lake in the park, surrounded by lush trees and shimmering water. It was very different from where they were fishing before. It looks like they really have traveled to another place. Li Ruolin had just finished saying these two sentences when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. Deng Mingho was not much better. Both of them painfully covered their heads. Earlier, they only dreamed of some past memories, like fragments that were not very clear or connected. But now, both Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho had received all the memories of the original owner. Li Ruolin appeared here because she was seeking death. Deng Mingho saw Li Ruolin jump into the lake, so he jumped in to save her. Neither of them made it ashore, and both died in the water. Later, their bodies were taken over by modern-day Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho. Li Ruolin had already looked down on her family situation in her dream, but the reality was 100 times worse than she imagined. The supporting character Li Ruolin had just graduated from high school. Her father, Li Hongjun, had no intention of sending her to the countryside. Instead, he wanted to marry her to the factory director's son to exchange for a job for his own son. The factory director's son was almost 30 years old, had already lost 2 wives, and had 2 sons and a daughter, 3 burdens. Li Hongjun wanted to marry Li Ruolin to such a man, ignoring her feelings, just for a job and a large bride price. Li Ruolin was facing such difficulties now. She really didn't want to marry that man, so she impulsively jumped into the river. Deng Mingho was not much better off. The Deng family did not favor boys over girls, but they had 3 sons, and Deng Mingho was the second. People say the oldest son is the main one, the youngest is the favorite, and the middle is the silly second. Deng Mingho was the one who was often ignored at home. His older brother Deng Minghai used to be a soldier, then became a steel plant security captain after retiring. The family relied on the eldest son, Deng Minghai, so Deng Mingho was even less valued. He was the type of person who could do anything as long as he wasn't killed in front of his family. To go to school, Deng Mingho did odd jobs like unloading goods and sticking labels on boxes, dirty, tiring work. He saved enough money to finish high school. Now that Deng Mingho had graduated from high school, He was still waiting for a job assignment, often facing disdain from his parents, an older brother, and sister-in-law. He came here to relax, but unexpectedly, he met Li Ruolin, who was contemplating suicide. In trying to save her, he risked his life and lost it. The first time the names Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho appeared in the novel was during a train ride to the countryside, when the main characters introduced themselves to each other. So, Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho probably wanted to leave their families, which is why they signed up to go to the countryside. Since that's the case, let's go register for the countryside program now. Actually, if Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho had registered their marriage, they wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Li Ruolin could avoid her fate of being sold, and Deng Mingho could move out of his older brother and sister-in-law's house. But with their family situation, if they didn't stay far away, they would definitely face many problems later. It would be almost impossible to live their own small life. Going to the countryside and escaping far away seems easier. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho didn't delay. They dried their clothes in the space and then went to the street office to sign up for the countryside program. They discussed and decided to go to the Northeast. It's cold there, but they only need to work for 6 months a year, and the other 6 months they can stay at home and relax. This suits them, as they don't really want to do farm work. Deng Mingho gave his older brother a few cigarettes from his belongings. He had earned money since he was young to pay for school, so he knew how to deal with these people. Thanks to a few cigarettes, they were assigned to the same team, and they were set to leave in 10 days. Li Ruolin looked at the place. Sure enough, it was the village called Xianjin, where the main characters were going to work, in Xingli Brigade. After receiving 135 yuan as the settlement fee for the countryside program and a train ticket purchase receipt, Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho parted ways, each returning home. Following her memory, Li Ruolin went back to her family house behind the clothing factory. The house was a 2-room apartment. It was a narrow, small tube building with many residents. As soon as she entered, she smelled all kinds of strange odors, almost making her vomit. Their home was on the top right corner of the 3rd floor. When Li Ruolin returned, she found no one at home. Li Baozong was probably at school, and Li Hongjun and her mother had gone to work and hadn't come back yet. She took out all her savings and tickets accumulated over the years, only 8.5 yuan in total, and the tickets were very few, just a soap ticket and a tissue ticket. Even tiny mosquitoes are food, so she carefully organized everything and stored it in the space. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Usually, Li Ruolin cooked dinner for the family of 4. She didn't want to cause trouble at this moment. There were only 10 days left before going to the countryside. After these 10 days, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. After cooking, Li Ruolin first placed 2 steamed buns into the space. Li's mother never allowed Li Ruolin to eat more than usual. Normally, she was only given half a bun and half a bowl of porridge per meal. Li Ruolin would never let her stomach go hungry. No one could make her go hungry. Although the house is 2 rooms and a living room, since the girl is grown up, Li Hongjun separated one large room in the middle, so Li Ruolin and Li Baozong could live there. Li Ruolin was lying on her bed in her room, then entered the space and used the faded white porcelain teacup, which belonged to the original owner, to scoop a glass of spiritual spring water and drink it. The spiritual spring water doesn't have the legendary effect of cleansing the body like in the Book of Changes. It only gradually improves her health and makes her strength grow over time. Although Li Ruolin's body is young now, she has been starving for a long time, so she is very thin and weak, and her strength is small. In just over 10 days, she needs to drink more spiritual spring water to improve her body, or she will suffer greatly when she goes to the countryside. After finishing a glass of spring water, Deng Mingxian entered the space, looking very unhappy. "What's wrong?" Li Ruolin asked curiously. Deng Mingho scratched his head irritably. "Just got home and was scolded. My sister-in-law is pregnant, and the family will have one more person. They're very unhappy to see me. They called me a freeloader, and my parents even helped my sister-in-law scold me. I got angry and left the house." While speaking angrily, Deng Mingho went to get some fresh corn and sweet potatoes, washed them, and started boiling. He probably hasn't eaten for a long time because he feels his stomach pressing against his back, so hungry he could eat a whole cow. Then he took a few eggs, fried them with chili, and Li Rulin secretly took out 2 hidden buns. The two of them ate together. Tomorrow, I plan to take some flour and eggs to sell. We're not short of money now. The marriage expenses add up to over 200 yuan, but we lack tickets. Without tickets, it's hard to buy things, so I plan to exchange flour and eggs for some. Deng Mingho told Li Rulin. Li Rulin nodded. That's okay, but I think it's better not to go to the black market. During this time, speculation and profiteering are strictly forbidden. For safety, you can go to the steel factory staff compound or nearby hospitals to sell things one by one, but it's better not to go to the black market. When reading novels, it always seems so simple. Just go to the black market to make money. But now that we have traveled here, we should treat this as the normal world. To live longer, we must follow the rules. After all, novels are just stories. Reality is always more cruel than fiction. Anyway, selling to each family can bring in money, even if it's a bit slower. They don't mind waiting. Deng Mingho nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have connections. I won't go to the black market." After speaking, he left the space. Li Rulin also didn't dare stay inside the space for long. Thinking that Li Hongjun and the others would return soon, she quickly exited. As soon as she stepped out, she heard the door open. Li Hongjun, Li's mother, and Li Baozong came back together. Seeing the prepared food on the table, all three went to wash their hands and eat. To avoid revealing anything, Li Rulin sat down quietly, lowering her head and eating in silence. Suddenly, Li Baozong's nose twitched, and he leaned toward Li Rulin. "Did you steal an egg? Why do I smell the spicy scrambled eggs on you?" Hearing this, Li's mother suddenly stood up, hurried to the kitchen, and checked the eggs. "I didn't," Li Rulin replied softly, pretending to be innocent. "I just smelled the eggs cooking on the way back. Maybe I brought the smell with me." Li's mother sat back down and said, "You must have mistaken. We haven't used up our eggs." Li Baozong slammed his chopsticks down and shouted, "Mom, other families eat eggs too. I want to eat eggs. Please cook some for me." Seeing her son's unreasonable demand, Li's mother didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll cook eggs for you right now." After dinner, Li Rulin wanted to do what she usually did, clean the dishes and take them to the kitchen. But just as she stood up, Li Hongjun suddenly spoke. "Rulin, I've already accepted the bride price from Director Zhang's family. It's 100 yuan and a spot for a regular worker. The wedding date is set for the 10th of next month. We're getting married soon. Be obedient, and when you get married, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you." Li Rulin still didn't look up, only calmly said, "I understand." Li Hongjun looked at her a few more times, noticing that she wasn't causing trouble today. He nodded with satisfaction and went back to his room. Watching Li Hongjun's figure, Li Rulin really wanted to throw all the dishes at his head. She took a deep breath, trying to control herself. "Hurry up and clean the plates and bowls." Li Rulin also returned to her room, took out a small lock, and locked the door before entering the space. Inside the space, Deng Mingho had already come back. He somehow got some sacks from this era and some bamboo baskets, and was now pouring flour into the sacks. Li Rulin took a bamboo basket and went to collect the eggs laid by the hens during this time, placing them into the basket. Originally, Li Rulin bought 20 chicks, 18 hens and 2 roosters. Perhaps because they ate well and the temperature was just right inside the space, after 2 months, these chicks started laying eggs. Within a month, 3 hens began to sit on nests. Each of these 3 hens hatched 10 chicks, making a total of 30 new chickens, so the total number grew to 50. Then more hens continued to sit on nests, but Li Rulin kept taking the eggs away each time, controlling the number of chickens, ducks, and geese at around 50. During this time, they stored many eggs, chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, which could sell for a good amount of money. After packing the flour, Deng Mingho went into the chicken coop and caught 10 hens, then slaughtered them, planning to sell these 10 hens. The 2 of them worked in the space all night, then each drank a large cup of spiritual spring water before leaving the space and returning to their own homes to sleep. The next morning, at dawn, Li Rulin opened her eyes. This was something the original owner left behind. She would wake up at this time and go make breakfast. To avoid suspicion, Li Ruolin also got up tiredly and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Li's family went to school and work, leaving only Li Ruolin at home. Thinking for a moment, Li Ruolin went out to a supply and marketing cooperative quite far away. One of her classmates worked there as a clerk, and they got along pretty well. When she arrived, Li Ruolin immediately saw her classmate, Zhao Xiaomei. Zhao Xiaomei? You really work here as a clerk? That's amazing. Is the job tiring? Li Ruolin first praised her. Zhao Xiaomei was very happy to see Li Ruolin and smiled brightly. My parents arranged this job for me. It's not tiring at all, very easy. Li Ruolin envied her and said, That's great. I've been out of school for over 2 months now and still haven't found a job. By the way, can you get me 2 boxes of snow cream? Sure. 2 boxes of snow cream cost 4 cents in total. Zhao Xiaomei told her the price. Li Ruolin immediately handed her 4 cents. After buying some items, Li Ruolin pulled Zhao Xiaomei aside and said a few words. She looked hesitant, as if unsure how to speak. Zhao Xiaomei noticed this and pushed Li Ruolin gently. Is something bothering you? Don't be shy. If I can help, I will. Li Ruolin glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered to Zhao Xiaomei, I heard that the supply and marketing cooperative has some defective goods, the ones without receipts. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaomei understood what was going on immediately. She replied, Oh, I see. That's fine. Our staff are allowed to sell these defective items to family and friends. What do you want? I can get them for you. I want quite a few things. Can I take a look inside? Li Ruolin asked softly, seeming worried that Zhao Xiaomei might refuse. Seeing her like that, Zhao Xiaomei immediately patted her chest. No problem. Come with me to the warehouse and you can pick out what you like. Xiaomei, thank you so much, Li Ruolin said gratefully, then followed Zhao Xiaomei to the warehouse. The warehouse was full of various items, many of which were imperfect but not really problematic. There were shoes dyed in different shades of yellow, similar to work shoes, which weren't very attractive but still usable. Li Ruolin selected 6 pairs that weren't very obvious as defective, 3 for herself and 3 for Deng Mingho. She also bought 2 large and 2 small ceramic cups with some chipped paint, 2 enamel basins, and 2 military-style water bottles with minor dents. There were some very unattractive towels and fabric with printing errors, but the errors were too obvious, so Li Ruolin didn't choose those. She bought a few miscellaneous items, paid for everything, and took them all away. Before leaving, Li Ruolin gave Zhao Xiaomei 2 boxes of snow cream as a thank you gift. She found a hidden spot, placed everything into her space, and then returned to the Li family. The 3 of them didn't come home for lunch. Li Ruolin didn't cook in the kitchen. She locked her door and entered her space. After organizing her purchases, she started cooking. She steamed a pot of rice, stir-fried shredded potatoes with garlic scapes and meat, and made a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Li Ruolin had a good appetite, but Deng Mingho ate a lot more. The 2 dishes and the soup weren't enough for both of them. After cooking, Li Ruolin waited a little longer and finally saw Deng Mingho come in. He was wearing dull gray clothes and had dressed up in disguise, looking several years older. I went to the steel factory's staff housing area today. The people there are really rich. I sold over 100 jean of flour, 2 baskets of eggs, a basket of duck eggs, and a basket of goose eggs. The flour costs 2 mao per jean and requires a ticket, but any ticket works, so it's sold very quickly. I made 25 yuan from the flour, 10 yuan from 2 baskets of eggs, and 10 yuan from the basket of duck and goose eggs. I also sold 3 hens, 5 yuan each. Today, I earned over 60 yuan. I also traded some cloth tickets, cigarette tickets, sugar tickets, and soap tickets. As Deng Mingho spoke, he handed over a stack of money and tickets to Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin looked through them, picked out the cloth tickets separately, and planned to buy some fabric tomorrow to send to the tailor to make a few cotton coats. The winter in the Northeast is very cold, so they need to prepare warm coats. I plan to go again this afternoon. After exchanging some tickets, I will stop. I also heard that cotton is quite expensive now, about 6 or 7 mao per jean. In the black market, tickets can sell for 8 or 9 mao. I plan to sell about 200 jean of cotton, and the remaining dozens of jean will be used to make clothes. There's half an acre planted in the space, so I can decide what to do with the harvest later, Deng Mingho told Li Rulin. That's good. It's best to exchange more tickets. Of course, if you can get general tickets, that would be even better, Li Rulin replied. Deng Mingho nodded while eating. I'll try my best. After finishing their meal, they rested a little longer in the space before going their separate ways. Li Rulin took a bus to a relatively distant tailor shop. Currently, fabric is sold by the foot. 3 feet make a meter. Since Li Rulin didn't know exactly how much fabric was needed for making clothes, she told the tailor to make 4 cotton coats. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin each ordered 2 coats, 1 medium thick and 1 extra thick, and also made 3 pairs of thick cotton shoes for each of them. The tailor understood and quickly gave Li Rulin a price. She first bought fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative, then handed over the cotton and fabric to the tailor. After providing the measurements and paying a deposit, she was told to pick up the coats in 7 days. Once the order was placed, Li Rulin left the tailor shop and went to the neighboring supply and marketing cooperative. She used soap tickets, sugar tickets, and cigarette tickets to buy 2 bars of soap, 2 scented soaps, 1 jean of fruit candies, and 2 boxes of cigarettes. After finding a hidden place and storing everything in her space, Li Rulin got back on the bus and returned to the Li family. Once home, she continued to prepare dinner, waiting for the 3 of them to come back and eat together. Throughout the whole time, Li Rulin kept her head down and didn't speak to her family. Li Hongjun and his wife, as well as Li Baozong, naturally ignored her. After dinner and washing the dishes, just like yesterday, Li Rulin went back to her room and locked the door. Her obedient attitude made Li Hongjun and his wife lower their guard, thinking their daughter was still the same as before, someone they could easily control. When Li Rulin entered her space, she saw no sign of Deng Mingho returning. She thought he was still busy, so she prepared a meal for him. But after the food was ready, she waited and waited but couldn't see Deng Mingho. She went outside to check and found it was already very dark outside. Why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened? Li Rulin's heart started to race as she kept waiting for Deng Mingho inside her space. Meanwhile, Deng Mingho was indeed facing some trouble. That afternoon, he took some flour and cotton to sell but wasn't sure if he had sold too much in the morning or if he had startled someone. In the afternoon, Deng Mingho was approached by a group of people. They were tall and strong, and as soon as they saw his small cart with flour and cotton, their eyes lit up. Deng Mingho looked at them and realized they weren't wearing red armbands, so they might be black market traders. Kid, you have so many good things. Why are you selling them here one by one? Why not trade everything to us? We can pay you more, one of them whispered into Deng Mingho's ear. Deng Mingho glanced at them again. With so many people, he couldn't run, and if he escaped, the items would belong to others. All right, I'll go with you to meet your boss. I still have a lot of things. As long as the price is fair, I can trade with you, Deng Mingho said with a smile. Hearing that Deng Mingho still had good stuff, the group exchanged glances and then grabbed him to lead him to a hidden place. They probably entered the black market. Deng Mingho heard that there were many people in the small alley, but these men didn't take him directly to the black market. Instead, they wandered around the alley. After winding through several turns, they brought Deng Mingho to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. Wait here. I'll have the boss come out to see you. After saying that, the man also pushed away Deng Mingho's belongings. The so-called black market boss quickly appeared. Deng Mingho looked him over carefully. The man was around 40 years old, with dark skin and an average height. His build looked strong and energetic. He had small eyes that fixed on Deng Mingho. Are those things yours? The black market boss asked. Deng Mingho nodded. Of course, they are mine. Pretty good stuff, right? Want some? I still have more if you need. The black market boss's eyes lit up. Deng Mingho's items were all good quality. Flour and eggs are rare in the black market. Once sold, they could fetch a good price. How much do you have left? The boss asked. Deng Mingho thought for a moment. About 500 jean of flour, not much eggs left, but I still have 200 jean of cotton. The black market boss was surprised to hear Deng Mingho still had so much. He smiled warmly. Brother, you have so many goods. This is a big deal. Don't worry, bring everything here, and we can agree on a good price. I will definitely give you a fair deal. Deng Mingho also smiled. Since you say that, I will bring everything here. It's too much trouble to sell to individual buyers alone. So, give me a price, and if it's fair, I'll send the goods over later. When he heard about negotiating the price, the black market boss's smile became less sincere. He led Deng Mingho into a room to sit down. His assistant didn't leave, just stood inside, seeming to try to pressure Deng Mingho. Deng Mingho raised an eyebrow subtly, said nothing, and watched the boss carefully. The boss hesitated for a moment, then said, Honestly, I really want these things. So I'll give you a fair price. White flour at 1.3 yuan per jean, cotton at 0.5 yuan per jean. How about that? Of course, that wasn't good enough. Deng Mingho sold his goods individually. White flour at 0.2 yuan per jean, plus some tickets. Cotton is more expensive now, around 0.6 or 0.7 yuan per jean with tickets, and some people buy at 0.8 or 0.9 yuan without tickets. The boss clearly didn't want to do honest business with Deng Mingho. He just wanted to take his goods. Deng Mingho frowned, showing some displeasure. Boss, this price is too low. Be honest with me. The boss chuckled, patting Deng Mingho's shoulder heavily twice. That's not low. I think this price is fair. In business, it's all about give and take. Rest assured, doing this deal with me will definitely help you make money. Otherwise, you won't be able to sell these items. If you go around selling them openly and someone sees, that could cause trouble. Deng Mingho wasn't easily scared. Boss, are you threatening me? He asked. The black market boss withdrew his hand and slowly sipped his tea. Why would I threaten you? I'm just warning you. After thinking for a moment, Deng Mingho nodded. All right, let's consider us friends. I'll accept this price. Later, my brothers can help me carry the goods. But first, you need to pay me for what you took. I need to take it back so my brothers can see. The black market boss immediately smiled. I like dealing with honest people like you. Wait for me. I'll get the money. Then he stood up and went into the inner room. Soon, he brought out 30 yuan. This time, Deng Mingho brought 200 jean of flour and baskets of eggs, ducks, and geese. These items are worth at least 40 or 50 yuan. Seeing the 3 large bills in the black market boss's hand, Deng Mingho didn't say anything. He took them and put them in his pocket. All right, let's go, Deng Mingho said. My stuff is stored in those broken houses in the south of the city. It's not safe to leave it there. The black market boss nodded, then signaled his trusted men with a few quick glances. Their eyes showed fierce intent. The trusted man nodded subtly, gathered a few brothers, and surrounded Deng Mingho. Then they left the courtyard. Deng Mingho and his men headed south, walking from dawn until night. Everyone was getting impatient. Finally, Deng Mingho pointed to a row of buildings ahead. My things are there. This area is quiet, but not empty. Be careful. Follow me slowly. The black market men immediately followed Deng Mingho, walking carefully forward. After turning a corner, Deng Mingho suddenly sprinted into a small alley. The others were stunned. Only his trusted man reacted fastest. Damn it! Why are you just standing there? Chase him. If he gets away, the boss will skin you alive. They hurried after him, but after a few steps, they all stopped. Deng Mingho had run into a dead end. Although it was a dead end, he was already gone. Looking at the tall wall, the confidant's face grew even more displeased. He's a trained fighter. This person is doing it on purpose. Spread out and search quickly to see if we can find him. Everyone immediately dispersed, starting to look for Deng Mingho in the southern part of the city. As soon as they left, Deng Mingho emerged from the space, avoiding those searching for him. He quietly returned to the courtyard of the black market boss. Seeing no one around, he sneaked inside. When he heard footsteps, he quickly went back into the space to hide. Once the people left, he came out again. Step by step, Deng Mingho moved closer until he finally entered the room where the black market boss had kept the money. Hearing the loud snoring, Deng Mingho sneered. The boss was sleeping soundly, but he wondered if he would be able to sleep later. Deng Mingho stayed in the room, under the dim light, observing the furnishings and thinking about where the black market boss might hide his money. He examined everything carefully, looking for any hidden wall compartments or secret drawers. He didn't know how long he observed before outside noises of busy footsteps and flames appeared. It seemed the group searching for him had returned. Deng Mingho quickly slipped back into the space. Li Rulin finally saw Deng Mingho return and relaxed. "What's going on? How did it get this bad? Did something happen?" Li Rulin asked him. Deng Mingho didn't hide anything and explained what happened earlier that afternoon. "I'm hiding in the black market boss's room right now. This person is dishonest and has harmed many people. So I plan to rob from the rich to help the poor." The rich obviously refers to the black market boss, and the poor are them. They're very poor now. From inside the space, Deng Mingho could see what was happening outside. He watched as the black market boss was awakened and left angrily after dressing. He told Li Rulin and immediately slipped out of the space, listening to the boss's angry shouts outside while beginning to search through clothes and drawers. The boss's room had a Kong bed without a proper bed frame. Several large boxes were placed on the bed, and Deng Mingho directly stored these boxes into the space. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho shared a silent understanding. She immediately started opening the boxes to see what was inside. The man's clothes were set aside. Underneath, there were some brand new thick quilts, bright red, probably just made and unused. 2 thick quilts and 2 thin ones were collected by Li Rulin. On another box, there were more clothes and underneath, 3 sets of military coats. Li Rulin also took these. Later, Li Rulin found several bolts of fabric in the cabinet, all of which seemed useful, so she collected them all. In the end, only some old, worn-out clothes remained, and Deng Mingho put the box back as it was. While Li Rulin was rummaging through the box, Deng Mingho found quite a bit of money and bills inside the cabinet. He didn't count them, but simply stored everything in his space. Then he discovered some small, tightly hidden boxes in the corners, which he also put into his space. Li Rulin opened these small boxes and found they contained small and large goldfish, as well as gold bars. These items aren't worth much now and can't be spent, but they are made of gold, which always keeps its value. Li Rulin's eyes sparkled as she collected everything. Deng Mingho carefully put the empty boxes back in their original places. These were all the items in the room, but Deng Mingho felt there must be more. He started knocking and tapping around and finally found a hollowed-out slate beneath the floor. The sounds of discussion outside continued, so Deng Mingho took a sickle from his space and pried open the slate. Sure enough, beneath it was a rectangular wooden box. He didn't have time to look closely and quickly took the box away. Just as he set the slate back down, Deng Mingho heard footsteps approaching. He quickly hid behind the door and slipped into his space. Inside, Li Rulin was staring wide-mouthed at the contents of the wooden box. Deng Mingho also moved closer to take a look. There was a large amount of money, bundled into several thick stacks tied with string. If each bundle contained 100 bills, there were about 5 or 6,000 yuan. Besides the money, there were various tickets, mostly nationwide ones, including sewing machine tickets, bicycle tickets, radio tickets, watch tickets, and other rare documents. Under the tickets, there were several watches, both men's and women's. Li Rulin asked, "What brand are these watches?" She didn't like wearing watches and didn't recognize the brands. Deng Mingho had bought watches before but only recognized the very famous brands. He looked at one watch from all angles and said uncertainly, "This watch's mark looks familiar. It seems like a Rolex. This is a men's watch and a matching women's watch." Li Rulin looked at them briefly and said, "They're a couple set. One for you, one for me. Besides these, there are some pearls, diamonds, jade, and other precious stones in the wooden box. Now, all of these belong to us. With these things, we can live comfortably in the countryside for 7 or 8 years. When the reform and opening up happen, we can leave the countryside and start a business," Li Rulin said. It is August 1970, about 7 or 8 years before the college entrance exam is restored and the reform begins. Deng Mingho nodded and said, Yes, you keep these safe. I need to go out secretly now and see if there's anything else good. Someone wants to cheat others, so I definitely need to teach him a lesson. After leaving the space, Deng Mingho waited a long time to make sure the black market boss was asleep before slowly walking out. He then checked other rooms and found many valuable antiques, which he put into his space. Besides these, he also found many herbs. Overall, he took whatever he could find. The black market boss had such a rich collection. He must have done many bad things like theft and violence. Under the cover of night, Deng Mingho quietly left the courtyard and wrote a report, including the black market boss's address. He suspected that the black market had been running so long because it was colluding with the Red Sleeve organization. The black market helped many people get enough food, and Deng Mingho didn't want to shut it down completely. He just thought the boss was too greedy. All the items he had in his hands could make him angry enough to hurt someone. Just thinking about it, Deng Mingho knew the boss's hands were definitely stained with blood. Removing the black market boss was also a good deed. He found a safe place outside before returning to his space. Li Rulin was busy inside, organizing the antiques and jade he had brought in. The black market boss had very sharp eyes. The antiques and jewelry Deng Mingho put into the space were very valuable later, especially the jade. There were strands of imperial green beads, a jade pendant, 2 pairs of imperial green bangles, a pair of red jade bangles, and a pair of violet jade bangles, all of which reached imperial level. In 30 or 40 years, these items could be worth billions. With these things, even if we just relax and do nothing, we can live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Li Rulin looked at these things, touched this, touched that, and was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Deng Mingho came up behind Li Rulin, hugged her waist, and said, "From now on, you just lie down and relax. I'll handle the rest." A mischievous smile appeared on Deng Mingho's face. Li Rulin said, "I suspect you're teasing me, and I have proof." The couple played around for a while, then started counting money. There were 6,000 yuan in the wooden box, mostly collected from other places, with about 700 or 800 yuan in bills, quite a few of them. They checked the dates and picked out all the bills from Beijing, planning to use them all because once they leave Beijing, those bills will no longer be valid. There were many bills: food coupons, cloth coupons, meat coupons, and surprisingly, even remittance vouchers. Deng Mingho said, "Once the weather calms down in a few days, we'll go use all these bills. I'll take you to the department store for a good shopping spree." Li Rulin shook her head and said, "The big plans we made before are finally coming true." "It's not easy at all." Then she looked at Deng Mingho with her eyes. "Sorry for the trouble earlier. Now, whatever you want to buy, just tell me. I'll carry the bags for you, and I won't say a word." Deng Mingho immediately smiled in a flattering way. After a few days of calm, suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone walking on the street looked hurried and anxious. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin took a bus to the department store in the city. Seeing this scene, neither of them spoke. "We have enough tickets for 3 turns and 1 sound," Deng Mingho said with a big grin to Li Rulin. "Today, we'll buy all of them. Others have them, and now we do too." Li Rulin said, "We already have a watch. As for the radio and bicycle, we'll buy them after we go to the countryside." Deng Mingho asked confusedly, "Why? Why not buy everything now? It's easier. When the time comes, we can just put them in the space, they won't take up space, and we can carry them easily." Li Rulin explained, "Bicycles in this era also need registration. You have to show proof of purchase, then go to the local vehicle management office to get the bicycle stamped, which is like registering it. Only then can you ride it. Otherwise, it's considered a black market bike, and if it's discovered, it'll be troublesome." This was knowledge Li Rulin learned from reading novels. "Ah, I see. We'll listen to you, wife. Whatever you say, we'll do," Deng Mingho said. The department store in Beijing had a very complete selection of goods. Li Rulin called Deng Mingho along, and they each bought several sets of clothes: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with sweaters, woolen pants, coats, and leather shoes. Then they went shopping properly. When they saw something they didn't have, they bought it. Overall, they had plenty of money and tickets. When they saw someone buying Maotai, Deng Mingho used all his wine tickets to buy 12 bottles of Maotai, each costing 5 yuan. Later, they saw people buying pastries, so they used all their snack and candy tickets to buy green bean cakes, chestnut cakes, peach cookies, and egg cakes. These weighed over 20 jin in total. They also used their sugar tickets to buy 10 jin each of brown sugar and white sugar. They bought some white rabbit milk candies and fruit candies as well. After buying so many things, the two of them took everything to their storage space, then went back inside to buy more items. Today, both of them wore black pants and white shirts, looking like newlyweds. Others saw them buying so much and thought they were shopping for their wedding, but they just glanced at them without paying much attention. They wandered around for most of the day and finally used up almost all their living tickets. Then they went to a state-run restaurant and had a hearty meal. Starting tomorrow, we will visit all the nearby state-run restaurants. We aim to buy 20 meat buns, 20 baked flatbreads, and 20 steamed buns from each one. After buying these, we will store everything in our space. When we leave the countryside, we won't need to cook because we'll have these ready, Li Rulin told Deng Mingho. They still had many meat tickets and grain tickets. They weren't short of food, so they decided to exchange some for steamed buns and buns. Deng Mingho nodded. For lunch, we should also store some braised pork, ribs, and other meat dishes in the space. Both Li Rulin and Deng Mingho loved eating meat. They couldn't do without it. After moving to the countryside, they would definitely eat with the youth. From reading novels, they knew the youth's meals weren't very good, so buying some extra would be like a special treat. In the next few days, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin went to a farther state-run restaurant every day, gradually transferring items into their space. Soon it was the 7th day. Li Rulin went to the tailor to pick up her cotton coat and shoes, then continued to buy buns, pancakes, and steamed buns from the restaurant. Another 2 days passed, and their grain and meat tickets were finally used up. Their storage space was filled with steaming buns, meat-filled pastries, and baked flatbreads. There were also many dishes like braised pork, braised ribs, potato stew with beef, and stir-fried chicken with mushrooms. These dishes are all the chef's specialties and smell very good. Because of this, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho went shopping separately. Each of them bought 5 or 6 portions in a day. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, they will leave here by train. That evening, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho made dumplings and boiled tea eggs in the room, planning to eat them on the train. Li Rulin slept peacefully through the night. After Li Hongjun and the others left, she got up to wash up and left a letter on the table. Then she left the house without any worries. After leaving the apartment building, Li Rulin took out the bags she had packed the night before. The 2 big sacks looked full but were actually light inside. They were just for show, to hide what was really inside. She carried the 2 large bags, slung a shoulder bag and a water bottle. The bag held 10 tea eggs and a lunchbox of dumplings. The water bottle contained spring water. When she reached the bus stop, she saw Deng Mingho, who looked similar to her. They exchanged smiles and both squeezed onto the bus heading to the train station. During this time, both of them had been drinking spring water, which greatly improved their health and strength. Li Rulin was a bit tired, but Deng Mingho was full of energy. When they got on the train and found their seats, he hadn't even broken a sweat. After boarding, they waited half an hour before the train finally started moving. Deng Mingho reached out his hand and held Li Rulin's. They looked at each other and smiled, ready to start a new life. At each station, people kept getting on, and soon their carriage was crowded. Most of the people sitting around Li Rulin and Deng Mingho were roughly their age, clearly young people sent to the countryside. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho sat together. Next to Deng Mingho was a young man named Lu Kunming. Opposite them, there were 3 girls sitting. When the 3 girls sat down, Li Rulin watched them for a while but couldn't tell which one was the main girl. Li Rulin sat by the window. The girl across from her was named Li Yingying. Since sitting down, Li Yingying kept looking at Deng Mingho and Lu Kunming. She blinked at one and smiled at another, busy trying to catch their attention. Today, Deng Mingho was wearing a white shirt and black pants, with a Rolex watch on his wrist. Lu Kunming was dressed similarly, also wearing a watch. Maybe because of this, Li Yingying kept giving them flirtatious looks. Li Yingying sat beside 2 girls named Zhou Shengnian and Zheng Fanghua. Li Rulin had a good impression of these 2 girls. At least they didn't seem as superficial as Li Yingying. Zheng Fanghua and I both went to the Northeast to be educated youth in Xingli Brigade. What about you? Did you go too? Zhou Shengnan asked Li Rulin. Li Rulin smiled and nodded. Yes, I also went to Xingli Brigade. This is my boyfriend, and we came together. Deng Mingho nodded to Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, then unscrewed the kettle and handed it to Li Rulin. Have some water. The other 4 people at this table watched their actions. Zhou Shengnan smiled and said, You two really do get along well. Li Rulin smiled back at her. Li Yingying pursed her lips, stopped looking at Deng Mingho, and instead focused all her attention on Lu Kunming. But Lu Kunming seemed quite reserved and didn't pay her any attention. Just as things quieted down here, Li Rulin heard the 6 people sitting across the aisle start introducing themselves. Then she heard the names Qin Wan and Su Tao. Li Rulin suddenly felt excited. Weren't those the names of the main characters in the story? She looked over and indeed saw the beautiful female protagonist from the book. She was very pretty, with snow-white skin and bright, lively eyes. The male protagonist was equally impressive. Though he didn't yet look like a big business tycoon, his aura was extraordinary, and it was clear he was not an ordinary person. As Li Rulin kept watching, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Su Tao was sitting in the middle, with a girl sitting next to the window. The girl was wearing a blue blouse, had a long braid, and was holding Su Tao's arm tightly. Opposite her, also by the window, was the female protagonist, Qin Wan. What was going on? Had the male Li been unfaithful? While Li Rulin was thinking this, she suddenly heard the girl introduce herself. She was holding Su Tao's arm tightly and looked at Qin Wan with a hostile gaze. I am Gui Xiaoya, also an educated youth in Xingli Brigade. I am Su Tao's fiancé, Gui Xiaoya said, glaring at Qin Wan with a hint of hostility. Qin Wan, who had psychic abilities related to wood, frowned upon sensing this. She looked very innocent and didn't seem to have provoked Gui Xiaoya. Li Rulin, upon hearing the name Gui Xiaoya, felt something was very wrong. Gui Xiaoya was a minor character who appeared later in the story. She was originally Su Tao's fiancé. However, when Su Tao's family was sent away, Gui Xiaoya was afraid of being implicated, so she broke off her engagement with Su Tao. Later, Gui Xiaoya married a bad person who mistreated her. They tangled for many years and finally, they divorced. After the divorce, Gui Xiaoya learned that her former fiancé, Su Tao, had gone to college, started several factories, and became a well-known businessman. The elders of Su's family were also fine after experiencing turmoil and returned to their official positions. At this point, Gui Xiaoya realized what she had missed, so she persistently clung to Su Tao, even hurting Qin Wan and Su Tao's child. In the end, Qin Wan killed her. In the original story, didn't Gui Xiaoya and Su Tao break off their engagement? But why now, instead of breaking up, Gui Xiaoya is not only still engaged but also went to the countryside with Su Tao? Could it be that Gui Xiaoya has been reborn? Li Rulin didn't want to think this way, but since it was her first time meeting Gui Xiaoya, she couldn't help but notice how much hostility Gui Xiaoya showed toward Qin Wan. If this was true, it would be quite interesting. The heroine traveled from the end of the world, and she and Deng Mingho also came through a book. Now, they have encountered Gui Xiaoya, who has been reborn. Time travel, book crossing, and rebirth, it's all happening at once. In the original story, she and Deng Mingho were just minor background characters, mentioned only once or twice. They are outside the main plot, so Li Rulin didn't hide her feelings about the main characters. Wherever they are, it's just life, and being close to the leads means she can enjoy watching the drama unfold. Now, before the main characters have even fallen in love, there's a reborn Gui Xiaoya mixed in. The days ahead will probably be very interesting. Watching the interactions between the male and female leads and the supporting characters up close sounds quite exciting. Qin Wan really couldn't understand where Gui Xiaoya's hostility toward her came from. She didn't want to get involved with Gui Xiaoya and decided to come here to change seats with her. Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fanghua clearly knew each other and didn't want to separate, so they refused Qin Wan. Finally, Qin Wan turned her attention to Li Yingying and asked if she was willing to swap seats. Li Yingying glanced over and immediately saw that there were more male educated youths sitting in that area, all wearing watches. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. Qin Wan let out a sigh of relief, swapped seats with Li Yingying, and sat opposite Li Rulin. Li Rulin smiled at the female lead and said, "You're also going to the victory team, right?" "My name is Li Rulin." "Yes, I'm Qin Wan." "Nice to meet you all," Qin Wan replied confidently with a smile. While reading the novel, Li Rulin really liked the female lead. Qin Wan's values are very correct, and even without a male lead, she remains very strong. Knowing she would transmigrate into a book, Li Rulin thought about becoming good friends with Qin Wan. Of course, if that wasn't possible, she wouldn't force it. Living her own small life was the most important. After that, no one spoke. Li Rulin leaned on the small table, immersed in her space, looking at the chickens, ducks, and geese inside. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. 3 or 4 hours later, some people on the train started taking out food to eat. The smell of various dishes made Li Rulin hungry. She stretched lazily, sat up, and Deng Mingho asked, "Do you want to eat something?" "Later." "I need to go to the bathroom first," Li Rulin said, planning to leave. Deng Mingho nodded, saving her seat so she could go. As Li Rulin took a few steps out, she heard an older woman behind her shouting loudly. Turning around, she saw Deng Mingho grabbing the woman's arm and pulling her away, then sitting in 2 seats himself, looking coldly at the woman. "Hey, young man, are you a rural youth? How can you be so disrespectful to elders and children? There are empty seats. I just want to sit for a moment." "What's wrong with that?" the older woman scolded, crossing her arms and glaring. "Because I have no morals. I tell you, I dare to fight with you, and I dare to throw you out. Try me if you don't believe," Deng Mingho said coldly, staring at the woman who wanted to cause trouble. The woman, seeing Deng Mingho's fists clenched and ready to strike, remembered how forcefully he had pulled her earlier. She immediately stepped aside, looking scared and not daring to move. Seeing Deng Mingho handle the situation, Li Rulin smiled and continued to the bathroom. Besides her, no one else could take advantage of Deng Mingho. Just as Li Rulin walked away, Li Yingying didn't see Deng Mingho anymore. That young man, the older woman, just wanted to sit for a while. "Why are you so harsh to her?" Li Yingying asked. Deng Mingho glanced at Li Yingying but didn't reply. Li Yingying felt that Deng Mingho's temper wasn't so bad after all. She spoke earnestly, "I don't mean to criticize you. We went to the countryside to help build our country, and we should still respect elders and care for children. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, everyone will look bad. Next time, you should not be so reckless," Li Yingying said with a smile, looking at Deng Mingho. Since getting on the bus, she had been observing the male comrades around her. There were 6 men in total. Deng Mingho and Su Tao were dressed the best, wearing brand new white shirts, black pants, and new liberation shoes. More importantly, Deng Mingho was wearing a watch. Watches are rare and valuable, and you need a ticket to buy them. Ordinary families can't afford them. Li Yingying's family is not well off. When she went to the countryside, her parents took her settlement fee and didn't buy her many things. The winter in the Northeast is very cold, so she must find someone to rely on to survive. Su Tao has a watchful Guoxiaoya beside him, and Li Yingying just hit a wall with other male youth nearby. In the end, she focused her attention on Deng Mingho. As for Li Rulin, she was ignored completely. No matter who she was, as long as she wasn't married, she still had hope. Li Yingying's words were meant to make Deng Mingho think she was sensible and polite. She believed that once Deng Mingho saw her good qualities, he would definitely like her. That Li Rulin would then be forgotten and abandoned by Deng Mingho. Thinking of this, Li Yingying's somewhat dark face brightened with a more radiant smile. Her gaze at Deng Mingho almost seemed to pull him out. Seeing her clingy expression, Deng Mingho felt disgusted. "Why don't you get up and give your seat to the older lady? If you want to give up your seat, just tell me," Deng Mingho sneered disdainfully. The older lady, who hadn't gone far, suddenly looked bright-eyed and watched Li Yingying. Li Yingying's expression stiffened, feeling a bit wronged as she looked at Deng Mingho. "You see, I'm useless too. There are only 2 or 3 days left. I bet you can't go out to fetch water or use the toilet. Huh, you have plenty of time. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young, Deng Mingho's words were sharp and hit Li Yingying's heart deeply. Her eyes immediately reddened. In their row, Lu Kunming, Zheng Fanghua, and Zhou Shengnan all curled their lips, not wanting to watch Li Yingying's awkwardness. Qinwen even burst into laughter. When Li Rulin finally relaxed and looked around, she saw Li Yingying leaning on the table, trembling as if crying. Li Rulin glanced twice but didn't know what was wrong. She just asked Deng Mingho, "Do you want to go fetch some water and use the toilet?" Deng Mingho nodded softly. Just as he stood up, he noticed many people around him showing signs of movement. He glanced around and saw that everyone's faces had stiffened. Deng Mingho casually walked away, and no one dared to move his seat. As he left, Li Yingying, who had been crying her eyes out, suddenly straightened up. She stretched her long neck and asked Li Rulin, "Where did you find this guy? Why is he so mean? You don't know, he almost made a lady cry just now." Li Yingying was trying to flatter Deng Mingho. Before anyone else spoke, Guo Xiaoya suddenly chimed in, looking at Li Yingying with a mocking expression. "That's his seat. If he wants to give it up, he will. If he doesn't, he won't. Why are you talking so much?" She continued, "Trying to flirt with him and getting rejected makes you angry? You're too proud to say it directly, so you talk behind his back. Not only are you ugly, but your heart is also not good." Li Yingying was caught off guard by Guo Xiaoya's direct scolding. She froze in surprise. Li Rulin didn't expect Guo Xiaoya to be so openly hostile. She wondered why the story portrayed her so badly in the end. Maybe she was blinded by jealousy back then. Li Rulin opened her portable lunchbox and revealed a bunch of plump, juicy dumplings. She picked one with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and looked at Li Yingying with a blank expression. She simply said, "Oh, it's none of my business. He didn't hit me." She then smiled gratefully at Guo Xiaoya and ignored Li Yingying. Li Yingying's eyes turned green as she stared fixedly at the dumplings in Li Rulin's lunchbox. She had rarely eaten dumplings before, and they looked so delicious. Others also took a quick look and then took out their own snacks to eat. Lu Kunming had meat pies, and Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan ate the best, braised pork packed from a state-run restaurant. When they opened their lunchboxes, the aroma spread for miles, drawing everyone's attention in the carriage. Qinwen also took out her homemade dumplings and started eating quietly. Li Yingying looked at this and that, swallowing saliva repeatedly. Her eyes turned red as she finally took out a steamed bun and chewed on it. Soon, Deng Mingho returned and also took out a box of dumplings to eat. After 2 or 3 more hours, Lu Kunming, Zheng Fanghua, Zhou Xingnan, and Qinwen went to the bathroom. They used white rabbit milk candies as a reward and asked Deng Mingho to watch their seats. These 4 people seemed to be doing well, so Deng Mingho agreed. Li Rulin sat still and was given 4 milk candies, which smelled sweet and tasted very good. Soon, Su Tao and others started going to the bathroom one by one, taking turns to watch the spot. When it was Li Yingying's turn, most people didn't want to help. In the end, a young male worker helped Li Yingying. When she returned, she stuck close to him, but he looked very bored and refused to help again. Li Yingying's spot was taken by an elderly man in his 60s. When she came back, she looked at the young worker with a sad expression, but he ignored her and paid no attention. The train arrived in the northeast at 10 a.m. on the 3rd day. After getting off, they heard someone calling for young workers. Deng Mingho carried 2 people's luggage and led Li Rulin over. There were many young workers heading to Ping'an Town Tianjin Village, about 30 in total. The town brought 2 tractors to help. Tianjin Village was a large village with several big teams, so many young workers were assigned there. Seeing the tractor and the muddy dirt road, Li Rulin looked very reluctant. As a child, she had ridden a tractor before. Back then, she was young and thought it was fun, but everyone who has ridden on such rough roads knows it's uncomfortable, especially the numbness and pain in the hips. Deng Mingho was the first to get on the tractor, placing their luggage at the front. He quickly helped Li Rulin up onto the luggage rack. To keep things discreet, Their luggage was packed tightly with quilts and clothes, making it quite comfortable to sit on. Still, by the time they reached Ping'an Town, Li Rulan's back and waist were sore, feeling like she was about to fall apart from the bumps. From the town to Tianjin village, they still had to walk a bit. This time, they weren't so lucky. There was no vehicle, so they had to walk. Each team leader had a yoke of oxen waiting for them. Li Rulan and others went directly to report to the leader of the victory team and placed their luggage on the ox cart. Li Rulan took the chance before departure to stretch a little. Then she went with Qin Wan and Zhou Xingnan to the bathroom. After drinking some spring water, she felt much better and less sore. Deng Mingho also took a few sips. As for the others, they weren't so lucky. When they heard there was no vehicle, everyone looked very unhappy. Especially Li Yingying, who almost started crying. This time, 11 people were assigned to the victory team. Besides the main male and female leads, the supporting female character and their spouses, there were also Zhou Xingnan, Zheng Fanghua, Lu Kunming, and 2 others who sat in different carriages, Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. Li Rulan looked at these 2 men and noticed they were tall and strong, with straight backs, unlike ordinary people. They seemed more like soldiers. It appeared they noticed Li Rulan's gaze, and both looked at her. Li Rulan smiled at them, and then looked away. "Are they good-looking?" Deng Mingho asked sarcastically. Li Rulan, "What are you doing?" "I was just saying those 2 look like soldiers." "Why are you getting jealous?" Li Rulan teased Deng Mingho, who was feeling jealous all over. "Soldiers can't just look. Only I can look at you," Deng Mingho said bossily, waving his hand. When no one was paying attention, he hugged Li Rulan's waist, then quickly let go. Li Rulan nodded and said, Yes, I'll listen to you." When everyone was ready and their luggage was packed, team leader Wang Dayo drove a ox cart slowly forward, with Li Rulan and the others following. Deng Mingho walked beside Wang Dayo, took out a cigarette and offered it to him, then lit it with a match. He also smoked a cigarette himself, which earned Li Rulan a disapproving look. Li Rulan didn't like the smell of smoke. Although Deng Mingho smoked, he didn't have a nicotine addiction, so Li Rulan didn't mind much. "Team leader, since we're new here, how is the team doing? Can you tell us more?" Deng Mingho asked. The team leader smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. "Don't worry, our team has been recognized as an advanced production team for the past 2 years. Every year, at the end of the year, we get some meat. As long as you work hard, you won't go hungry. Northeast doesn't have many resources, but the land is plentiful, so they produce a lot of grain, more than other places. Here, earning 6 or 7 work points a day is enough to support oneself. If you earn full points, you'll not only get grain at the end of the year, but also some money." Deng Mingho nodded happily and praised a few words. "What about our living arrangements? There are 11 of us. Can each of us have a room?" The team leader shook his head. "There are only 6 rooms at the youth resettlement site. Initially, there were only 4. To welcome you, we quickly built 2 more. One is for men and one is for women." Li Rulan then asked, "Uncle team leader, if we don't want to stay at the youth resettlement site, can we pay to build our own houses?" The squad leader turned around in surprise, carefully looked at Li Rulan, and his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, "Of course, you can build a house near the youth station. However, you will need to pay for the construction yourself, and after you leave, the house will belong to the village." Li Rulan nodded and said, "I see." From their conversation, the other young people behind them looked thoughtful. Li Rulan had already examined everyone carefully. Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Xingnan's families were definitely wealthy. On the train, they ate either braised pork or meat pies, and also had apples and walnut cakes. Lu Kunming's family was probably a bit less wealthy, but he should also have some money. As for the main characters and the female supporting roles, they were naturally not lacking in money. Li Yingying didn't need to be mentioned. She had been eating only small cornbread for the past 3 days and probably couldn't afford to build her own house. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun, both soldiers, were dressed quite well, so they likely weren't short of money. They probably wanted to live alone, and not just her and Deng Mingho. Anyway, no matter what others thought, after they settled down, she and Deng Mingho planned to get their marriage certificate. Once married, they would be a couple and naturally live together. The young people at the youth station wouldn't say much. After that, Li Rulin stopped talking. Deng Mingho was very interested and talked with the squad leader about all sorts of things from all over the country. Deng Mingho was a social butterfly, able to talk to anyone. Over time, the squad leader's eyes grew kinder, and he even told Deng Mingho to call him Uncle Wang. Deng Mingho was not polite and kept calling him Uncle Wang without stopping. The other young people listened quietly as the two talked. Sometimes they would add a few words, but mostly they walked in silence for an hour. Li Rulin thought that Guoxiaoya would be the first to give up from a hardship. After all, Guoxiaoya was a real princess, never used to hardships. Except for the suffering she experienced in her past life, she had never endured such difficulty. But surprisingly, Guoxiaoya didn't complain and kept walking silently. Although her face was pale and she was sweating all over, she followed Su Tao closely and didn't fall behind. Su Tao was helping her all the way. Watching their backs as they supported each other, Li Rulin suddenly felt that maybe, in this life, Su Tao and Qin Wan might never end up together. Among so many people, the one who gave in first was Li Yingying. Her cloth shoes were already torn, and after walking such a long distance, her feet had bled. Finally, Zhou Shengnan couldn't stand it anymore. She said, "I have a pair of worn-out liberation shoes here. Do you want them? I'll sell them to you for 2 yuan. A new pair of liberation shoes would cost at least 5 or 6 yuan, but Zhou Shengnan's shoes were only worn a few times, and she was offering them for just 2 yuan. This price was quite fair. Li Yingying hesitated for a while. She didn't want to buy the shoes, but they were her only pair. If she didn't buy them, she would have to go barefoot to work in the fields tomorrow. Finally, she grit her teeth and bought Zhou Shengnan's shoes. After changing shoes, they walked nearly an hour and a half before reaching the Victory Brigade. Looking at the endless mountains at the end of the village and the rows of houses below, Li Rulin smiled. In the next few years, they would be living here. From now on, this place seemed pretty good. At least the scenery was nice. The youth commune was located in the southwest corner of the village, a bit remote. The nearest house was about 200 or 300 meters away. Li Rulin and the others unloaded their luggage from the car. The brigade leader called out a few times at the entrance, then a person came out from the youth point. The person was about 24 or 25 years old, with dark skin and quite tall. When he smiled, he showed a row of white teeth. He said with a smile, "Hello, and welcome to the Victory Brigade. I am the youth point leader. My name is Li Baogua. Come in quickly, I'll take you to your place to stay." The brigade leader said, "I'll leave them in your hands. I'll go back first." After speaking, he drove away in a bullock cart. After he left, Li Rulin and the others carried their luggage and entered the youth point. It was a square courtyard with 5 main rooms, a kitchen in the middle, and 2 rooms on each side for the youth. The rooms were small and probably couldn't fit many people. It seemed they built extra rooms on the east and west sides of the courtyard to give them a place to stay. These rooms were quite large. The women stayed on the east side, and the men on the west. Right now, there are 11 of us at the youth point, 6 men and 5 women. The main hall is small, and each room can only sleep 3 people. They've gone to work and haven't come back yet. There are exactly 11 of you. 5 men will share 1 room, and the 6 women will have to stay with the old youth. You can discuss and decide who stays where. Li Rulin, who knew the original story, understood that the old youth weren't easy to deal with. She didn't want to stay with them, so she immediately carried her luggage into the east wing. Qin Wan hurriedly followed with her luggage, then Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. Li Rulin entered the room. As she opened the door, she saw a simple stove. Behind the stove was a firewall, and beyond that was a traditional clay bed. Besides these, the room was empty. After getting off the train, she rode a tractor. Then, after a long walk, she felt very tired and just wanted to rest for a while. She didn't hesitate and chose a spot on the bed to start cleaning. Qin Wan, Zheng Fanghua, and Zhou Shengnan were a bit tired, but seeing Li Rulin cleaning, they exchanged glances and, despite their fatigue, cleared their own spots. The last person to enter was Li Yingying. Li Rulin glanced at her and understood that Guxiaoya had gone to sleep at the old youth worker's place. Li Yingying probably didn't want to see Qinhuan, so she avoided her. That was fine. If the woman wanted to stay with the female supporting character, something might happen. Better to be apart. Li Yingying sat on her luggage without moving, her eyes red as she stared at Li Rulin and the others. Once the four of them finished making their beds, folding and placing the quilts neatly, Li Yingying spoke softly and weakly. I'm really so tired. Can you help me clean my spot? My legs can't lift anymore, and my feet hurt so much, she said with a look of helplessness. Qinhuan didn't lift her head. She took off her shoes, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes. She hadn't slept well in a long time and was exhausted. Li Rulin ignored Li Yingying too and lay down to sleep. Who isn't tired? Who doesn't have sore feet? She didn't have the time to help her make the bed. Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan also refused Li Yingying. Li Yingying couldn't hold back and suddenly shouted, crying loudly. Deng Mingho and the others were startled and quickly ran over to ask what happened. Li Rulin said, she said she's tired, her legs can't lift, and she wants us to help her clean her spot. She's walked so far and we've walked a lot too. We're tired. When we said no, she just started crying. Deng Mingho and Lu Kunming knew Li Yingying well. They rolled their eyes and turned to leave. Li Yingying could only cry while looking with swollen eyes at Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. But they acted as if they hadn't seen her and followed Deng Mingho and the others. As for the male lead, Su Tao, he didn't come over at all. No one paid attention to her. Qinhuan, Li Rulin, Zheng Fanghua, and Zhou Shengnan had already laid down and closed their eyes. Li Yingying angrily punched her luggage and resignedly started cleaning her spot. Li Rulin didn't want to get too close to others, so she chose the end of the Kong, heated bed. In winter, the end of the Kong is the coldest spot. Qinhuan sat next to Li Rulin, Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua sat next to Qinhuan, so Li Yingying could only choose to sleep at the head of the Kong. She was angry and cleaning loudly, making a lot of noise. After several tiring days, she just wanted to rest for a while, but then she encountered such a difficult person. Li Rulin couldn't hold back her anger and picked up the broom next to the bed, throwing it at Li Yingying. The broom flew past Li Yingying's face, hit the wall and fell down, hitting her leg, which startled her. If you make any noise again, next time I will throw it at your head, Li Rulin said harshly, then lay back on the Kong. Li Yingying was silent for a moment, then started to cry again. Qinhuan looked at her coldly. Shut up, in the end of the world story, Qinhuan had killed people before. She fought her way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and her presence was very intimidating. Sure enough, Li Yingying was frightened and trembled, not daring to speak. Finally, the room became quiet. Soon, all four of them fell asleep. They were so exhausted that they closed their eyes and fell asleep in 3 seconds. They slept for an hour and a half until the noise outside woke them up. It was probably the old educated youths finishing work. All four got up. Li Yingying was still sleeping, but Zheng Fanghua went over and woke her up, saying the old educated youths had returned. Li Yingying only opened her eyes briefly before falling back asleep. Zheng Fanghua didn't bother her anymore. She had already called her, and it was Li Yingying's own choice not to wake up. When Li Rulin and the others came out of the room, they saw the yard bustling with activity. People were busy fetching water, washing vegetables, and cooking. Seeing the newly arrived educated youths, Li Baoguo came over and explained the meal situation to them. Now everyone eats together, mainly to save time and firewood. The women take turns cooking, while the men fetch water and gather firewood from the mountain. Since you just arrived and haven't earned work points yet, you don't have grain supplies. But the team will give you some food, and you can go to get it tomorrow. You can decide how to eat later. Either join me or form your own group. Either way is fine. Each room already has a stove, so you don't have to cook with us, but you'll need to buy your own pot. In addition, the vegetable plot in front of the house belongs to us educated youths. It has plenty of vegetables, enough for us to eat. We don't have to worry about food, but all the vegetables are grown by us. In the future, you will be responsible for watering, weeding, and fertilizing. If you don't want to do these tasks, you can also trade with the villagers. That's fine too, Li Bagua explained in detail, with no unfairness involved. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho discussed it and decided to eat together with everyone first. Once the house is built, they will move out immediately. Today, it was the turn of the older educated youths, Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bauer, to cook. Since they just arrived and haven't received any grain, the other youths pooled some food to feed them. Seeing that Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bauer looked a bit unwell, Li Rulin understood the situation. In the original story, these two are very stingy, which is normal because the grain belongs to them and they are worried about losing it. Right now, grain is very precious. Thinking for a moment, Li Rulin went inside and took out a small piece of cured meat to add to the meal as her way of sharing the food with the older youths. Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan saw what Li Rulin was doing and also went inside to take out some items. One brought half a piece of cured chicken and the other brought half a jar of meat sauce. Qin Wan also took out a piece of cured sausage. Guo Xiaoya and Su Tao didn't have these items, but brought some pastries to place on the table for everyone to eat. The boys from Deng Mingho's group also brought some things, except for Li Yingying, who was still sleeping. Today we have no grain, so we have to eat what you bring.
Sorry about that.
You can just prepare some stir-fried vegetables with this piece of cured meat. Li Rulin handed the cured meat to Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bauer, who were cooking. Their initially grumpy faces immediately relaxed, and they happily accepted it without hesitation. Later, Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan kept bringing more items, and their expressions improved even more. The two oldest female educated youths, Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong, exchanged glances and rolled their eyes toward Wang Mingzhu and the others. Another youth, Sun Qin, stood quietly to the side without saying anything. Li Rulin washed her face and hands, and Deng Mingho handed her a towel, quietly saying, "After we finish eating, we will go to see the village head to discuss marriage and building a house." I asked on the way. Our files have already been transferred. The team leader said we can rest well tomorrow and not work. Tomorrow we will go to get our marriage certificates. Li Rulin nodded and agreed. All right, the youth settlement was full of mixed people. After the main characters and female supporting characters arrived, it became even livelier. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho didn't want to get involved. Moving out was more comfortable and saved a lot of trouble. The meals were quickly prepared, but there was a small argument during dinner. When the aroma of food wafted in, Li Yingying finally came out of her room. Blushing, she apologized to the old youths and sat down to eat. This action didn't cause much comment, but it annoyed Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bauer. "Because you just arrived today, we had to share our food with you. These meats and vegetables are for thanking us old youths. You didn't bring anything, so don't eat the meat. There's not enough for everyone," Wang Mingzhu said bluntly. Zhang Bauer nodded in agreement. "Yes, you can eat the pancakes, porridge, and greens freely, but don't touch the meat." Although the youths in Shimli Brigade weren't hungry, they could only eat meat once a month. Usually, they pooled money to buy it, as they rarely had access to meat otherwise. Everyone wanted to eat meat, so when Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bauer spoke, everyone listened but pretended not to hear. Li Yingying reached out with her chopsticks toward the meat and vegetables, but stopped halfway. In the end, she had to reluctantly withdraw her chopsticks and sat on a bench, tears in her eyes. Everyone else was happily eating their meat and vegetables, ignoring her. Since getting a bit of meat was already difficult, no one would give her some just because she cried. Looking at the others enjoying their meal, a flash of anger crossed Li Yingying's eyes, but she was very hungry. In the end, she could only eat vegetables while tears streamed down her face. After dinner, it was already dark. Thinking that the brigade leader might have finished eating, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho took flashlights and asked the old youths where the brigade leader's house was. They went to visit him. Because they needed to ask the brigade leader for help, Li Rulin brought 2 taels of red sugar, and Deng Mingho added a box of Harvest cigarettes, costing 27 cents a box. It wasn't expensive, but it was a good gift, especially since cigarettes required a ticket. They knocked on the brigade leader's door. His wife, Su Xiujuan, opened it. "Auntie, is the squad leader at home? We're new youths here and need to see him about something," Li Rulin said with a smile. He's home, he's home. Come in quickly. Su Xiaojuan looked at the two people with some surprise, but said nothing. She simply smiled, opened the door, and let them in. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho entered the room and saw the team leader and others just finishing their meal. The dishes and chopsticks were still on the table. The team leader was sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, and inviting them to sit. Deng Mingho was not polite and sat down next to the team leader. Uncle Wang, we have something to ask for your help with. Please accept these small gifts. The team leader looked at the brown sugar and cigarettes, his face changing immediately. What are you doing? Just tell me if you need something. I'll help if I can. No need to give gifts. Just take them back quickly. Deng Mingho chuckled and said, just consider these as your wedding candies and cigarettes. You have to accept them, right? The team leader and his wife were both surprised and looked at Li Rulin and Deng Mingho in disbelief. Are you two getting married? The team leader's voice was loud and full of disbelief. After finishing middle school, as long as there was a job or marriage in the city, people didn't need to go back to the countryside. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho looked like they were from the countryside before, and since they were a couple, why weren't they married? Why did they have to come back to the countryside to suffer? Su Xiaojuan seemed to notice something and had a look of curiosity. She pulled Li Rulin onto the kong and asked her what was really going on. Our family isn't doing well. We're neither the oldest nor the youngest, and at home, we're often ignored by our parents. They won't spend money to buy us jobs or a house, so we can't get married properly. Since that's the case, we might as well come back to the countryside. We have our own house and can work to support ourselves, Deng Mingho sighed. His words touched the hearts of the team leader and his wife. Because the team leader was also the second child, he was often ignored as a child. His father didn't love him, and his mother didn't care for him either. But he was the most capable and eventually became the team leader step by step. His older brother and younger brothers didn't do as well as him. You two are also having a hard time. It's just a marriage certificate. That's simple. I'll ask Uncle Wang to give you a certificate, so you can get your marriage license tomorrow. Once you settle in the Victory Brigade, you can live here happily. If you have any difficulties, come to me and your aunt. We will definitely help. Su Xiaojuan gently patted Li Rulin's hand, feeling a bit distressed. Having gone through similar hardships, Su Xiaojuan deeply understood what they were going through. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin both smiled and said hello. Besides the matter of getting a certificate, there's another thing we need Uncle Wang's help with. Since we are going to get married, we can't stay in the youth commune anymore. So, we plan to build a house. It doesn't need to be big, just one room, a kitchen, and a yard will do. On their way here, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho discussed how to build the house. In the end, they decided to build just one room, add a toilet, and enclose a yard. It's not that they didn't want to build more rooms, but they couldn't. As a married couple, one room is enough. If they had extra rooms, other young people might come to stay, and they didn't want to deal with refusing or arguing. Instead, they decided to build a simple, modest house to keep a low profile. They wouldn't use bricks or tiles but would build a common earthen house in the village, a bit larger, so it could accommodate future children. They didn't plan to build the house inside the village, but on an open space next to the youth commune. Since they are both young workers, even after marriage, they need to stay close to other young people. The villagers are quite unfriendly, and conflicts with them often result in the young workers losing out. Living inside the village wouldn't be safe. The team leader understood Deng Mingho's idea and said, building just one house will cost about 40 to 50 yuan. Since you want a yard, you'll need more earth bricks. The villagers have plenty of earth bricks, and they're cheap, just give some money as a token. Wooden beams don't cost anything, there are plenty of trees on the mountain, but you'll need to hire someone to cut and carry them, which costs money. The most expensive part is buying tiles and paying workers. The costs are small, but they add up, and this doesn't include carpentry work for doors and windows. For carpentry, you can go to Old Zhao at the north of the village. He does carpentry work, making cabinets and beds. Deng Mingho nodded and took out 5 large union cards, handing them to the team leader. All right, Uncle Wang, we leave the house building to you. We don't know much about this, so we'll give you the money first. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. Also, please set aside a small vegetable plot for us. We won't need much, but we'd like a little space, don't worry. Every young worker has a small plot of land. I'll mark 2 acres for you, the team leader replied. This is not a big deal. The squad leader was happy to help and quickly agreed. After discussing the house building, Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho went with the squad leader to get a certificate. They could get their marriage license tomorrow, once they had the certificate. Should we tell them when we go back? Li Ruolin asked Deng Mingho, while looking at the certificate. Deng Mingho looked ahead and held Li Ruolin's hand, shaking his head. No need now. We can wait until the house is built. Although they had just arrived, Deng Mingho could tell that the people in the youth commune were not simple. Marriage and building a house were their own matters. They could move later when needed. Okay, I'll listen to you. That night, the village was very quiet. There was no electricity, and only a few dog barks could be heard. They didn't speak much, walking hand in hand under the bright moonlight, slowly returning to the youth commune. Li Ruolin went to the east wing. Inside, Qinwen was using a flashlight, talking to Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. Li Yingying was lying on the bed, seemingly asleep. You're back? What did you want to see the squad leader about? Zheng Fanghua asked casually when she saw Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin replied, just asking about some things. The squad leader said there's a carpenter called Lao Zodo in the north of the village. You can buy cabinets and big boxes from him. I plan to buy a large box to store clothes and quilts and also a basket or 2. By the way, the village head also said that tomorrow if we go to the town there's a cart we can ride. But we need to get up early and pay. It costs 2 cents per person. The village kept 2 horses, cared for by dedicated workers who kept track of their work points. Their main job was to transport villagers to the town, earning fares that were sent to the squad. This was also a source of income. Really? If there's a cart, I'll go. I don't want to walk so far to the town anymore, Qinwen immediately said. After walking so long during the day, her feet still hurt. In the past, if she had a 5th-rank wood element supernatural power, minor pains and injuries wouldn't matter. But since crossing over here, her powers were only at the lowest level, not even reaching 1st rank. She needed to find time to go into the mountains and try to upgrade her wood element power to 1st rank soon. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua also wanted to go to the town. We still have many things to buy, so we'll go too. After returning, we will go together to buy some boxes for clothes, quilts, and other items. Leaving things outside is not safe, so it's better to buy large boxes that can be locked, which is safer and doesn't take up much space. The 4 of them agreed to go to the town together tomorrow morning. As for Li Yingying, they talked so much but she didn't move at all, and they didn't ask her anything. Li Ruolin went to the yard to fetch water. After a simple wash, she changed into clean clothes, climbed onto the kong, a traditional bed, and talked with everyone. Gradually, she fell asleep. Early the next morning, just before dawn, everyone woke up. Li Ruolin checked the clock. It was only 6:30. Since they were awake, they didn't stay in bed but got up and went outside to wash up. Just after washing, the door to the west wing opened, and Deng Mingho and the other 4 came out of their room. Li Ruolin and the others went back to their room to tidy up. In front of Li Yingying, Qinwen packed her belongings, tied them securely, and made several knots. Li Ruolin immediately understood Qinwen's meaning. She imitated her, packing her things and tying them up. She didn't have many valuables outside, but she still pretended to do so. Qinwen said, "We're staying in the same room. I want to be clear. I tie my own things. If after I return, my belongings are different or something is missing, don't blame me for making things look bad." While speaking, Qinwen kept tying knots without looking up, but everyone understood she was talking to Li Yingying. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua also realized this quickly and hurriedly packed their things, tying several knots carefully. You guys. Li Yingying blushed with anger. Li Ruolin said, "Don't overthink. We're not accusing you. We just want to be honest up front. Since we're all going to the town, but you're not, we can't help but think. After all, we're strangers from different places, and it's natural to be cautious of outsiders. If our things go missing, it's most likely you." Li Yingying's previous antics made people doubt her reliability. Their actions were also a warning to her. After packing everything, the four of them didn't say much more and left the East Wing. In the yard, the young men and Guxiaoya were already waiting. They all walked together to the village entrance. After a short wait, 2 horse-drawn carriages arrived. The first carriage was already crowded with people, mostly women from the village. At this moment, the women were looking at the new educated youths. However, a few of their eyes made Li Rulin feel uncomfortable. Behind, no one was sitting yet. The youths all moved to the back vehicle, and after paying, they got on the bus. The driver of the carriage was a young man in his 20s, who smiled broadly at the youths boarding the vehicle, showing a row of white teeth. I know your new educated youths haven't settled in yet, so today we added an extra carriage because we'll definitely go to the town. Usually, only my dad drives one, said the young man named Wang Chongqing. Deng Mingho sat next to him and quickly learned a lot through a few words. His uncle Wang, who owned the horses and drove the carriage, went to the town every 3 days. He left at 8 a.m. and returned by 3 p.m. Anyone wanting to go to the town could get up early and take the carriage. The carriage was faster than walking, and after a relaxed hour and a half, they finally arrived at the town. Wang Uncle and Wang Chongqing told everyone they needed to gather before 3 p.m. or the carriage would leave without waiting. Everyone remembered the time and then dispersed to handle their own affairs. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho separated from the others. The first place they went was the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since they arrived early, not many people were there. They went inside, showed their certificates, and soon their marriage licenses were ready. Marriage certificates in this era were not red books but resemble certificates like awards. Li Rulin kept flipping it over in her hand, looking at it for a while. Next, we should go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some sugar. Once the house is built, we can distribute it to everyone, Deng Mingho said, holding a sugar coupon. They just found out that they could get a free sugar coupon with a marriage certificate, which could be used to buy wedding candies. Let's put buying wedding candies aside for now. I see a photo studio on the corner of the opposite street. Let's go take some wedding photos first. In this era, wedding photos seem to always be in military green uniforms. I wonder if the clothes can be rented? Are all the photos black and white? Can we take colored photos? Li Rulin said as she pulled Deng Mingho toward the photo studio. The photo studio was small. Inside, an old master was carefully handling an old-style long camera. Seeing Li Rulin and Deng Mingho walk in hand, he immediately smiled and asked, "Just got married? Here to take wedding photos." Deng Mingho took 2 big, white rabbit candies from his pocket and handed them to the old master. "Yes, we just got our marriage license and came to take some photos." The experienced teacher smiled warmly and took the wedding candies, saying, "Congratulations. What kind of photos would you like to take? Do you want to wear green military uniforms? That's common now. I have the clothes here, but if you want to change, there will be an extra charge." Li Rulin replied, "We want to change. We'll each take a solo photo and a group photo in our current clothes, and then in green military uniforms, we'll also take a solo and a group shot." Since they were coming to get their marriage certificate today, both wore white shirts and black pants. Following the teacher's instructions, they sat on the bench opposite the camera. Their bodies were close together, and they both smiled happily. The teacher was a bit surprised. He had photographed many people, but everyone, whether couples or individuals, felt a little uncomfortable in front of the camera. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho seemed unbothered and looked very good. "Nice, nice. Just stay like that, don't move." The teacher quickly pressed the shutter button, capturing their first photo of this era. After taking photos in their own clothes, they changed into green military uniforms, worn over their clothes. They took 2 more group photos, one saluting and one smiling at each other. In total, they took 3 group photos and 4 individual photos. Each photo cost 1 yuan, totaling 7 yuan. After paying, the teacher handed them a slip of paper, telling them to come back in 5 or 6 days to pick up the photos with the slip. After leaving the photo studio, they went to the supply cooperative to use their sugar coupons, bought half a jean of fruit candies, and also bought 10 pairs of gloves and 2 thermos bottles. They didn't lack anything. Their space was well stocked, so they just bought these items. When it was noon, They went to the state-run restaurant for lunch. Deng Mingho said, "Once the house is built, we should buy a bicycle. It's inconvenient to come to town every time without one. Maybe later," she replied. "I heard there are only 2 bicycles in the village. If we buy one, we might stand out too much. Let's see how the main characters act first. They are all well off. If they also buy bicycles, we'll follow suit. That way, we won't stand out too much. It's often said that poor mountains and evil waters produce cunning people, and it's not just talk." The book once described that at first, there were quite a few female educated youth in the Victory Brigade, some from very wealthy families who flaunted their wealth in the village. Soon after, these girls married local men for various reasons. Some were rescued from drowning, some had their reputations damaged, and there were many other reasons. There are still many young men sent to the countryside who were approached by village girls. Eventually, under pressure, they married the girls from the village. So, it's better to stay low-key when needed. The girls don't have big dreams. They just want to live peacefully in the village for 7 or 8 years. The 2 of them walked into a state-run restaurant and saw the main characters sitting across from each other, apparently waiting for their food. Li Rulin looked around but didn't see Guo Xiaoya's figure. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho entered, and Qin Wan and Su Tao also saw them. They nodded at the 2, and after a moment of hesitation, Li Rulin walked over and sat next to Qin Wan. Deng Mingho ordered a plate of braised pork ribs, shredded potatoes, and stir-fried celery with meat, along with 2 bowls of rice. Li Rulin loves rice very much, and Deng Mingho is not picky. He eats everything. Usually, their meals are based on Li Rulin's taste. "Are you here for dinner too?" Li Rulin asked with a smile. Qin Wan nodded happily. "Yes, we just arrived and ran into Comrade Su at the door. I didn't expect to meet you so soon after sitting down." Su Tao also nodded and smiled at Li Rulin, then sat quietly aside without saying anything. In the original story, Su Tao is a man of few words but does a lot. He is reliable and, after marrying Qin Wan, became a very caring husband, and they are very happy together. But now, Su Tao's marriage with Guo Xiaoya is still ongoing, and it's uncertain whether Su Tao and Qin Wan will end up together. After exchanging a few words, the dishes Su Tao and Qin Wan ordered arrived. They both had dumplings. Su Tao even brought back an extra bowl, probably Guo Xiaoya's. Sure enough, after the dishes Li Rulin and the others ordered were ready, Guo Xiaoya came in carrying a large bag. Seeing Qin Wan sitting in front of Su Tao, Guo Xiaoya's face immediately darkened. Qin Wan frowned and stood up, moving to sit on the other side of Li Rulin, giving up the seat opposite Su Tao. Qin Wan really couldn't understand why Guo Xiaoya was so hostile to her. She didn't even know Guo Xiaoya, yet she seemed to have a big grudge. Guo Xiaoya had sat down first, and Su Tao had come over to share a table with her. Now, it looked like she was having an affair behind Guo Xiaoya's back. It seemed she needed to stay away from Su Tao in the future to avoid misunderstandings with Guo Xiaoya. Guo Xiaoya sat across from Su Tao, looking unhappy, and ate her dumplings with her head down. Su Tao seemed to sense something, glanced at Guo Xiaoya a few times, and after finishing dinner, he took Guo Xiaoya and left together. Once the 2 of them left, Qin Wan finally relaxed. "I don't know how I ended up offending Guo Xiaoya. I barely spoke to Su Tao." Li Rulin said, "Maybe it's because you're pretty," and Guo Xiaoya felt threatened. Qin Wan looked seriously at Li Rulin. "You're very pretty too. Why isn't she targeting you?" Deng Mingho raised his hand, still holding some food in his mouth, and mumbled, "Because my wife is with me." Qin Wan looked at Deng Mingho in surprise. "Wife? You 2 got married?" Deng Mingho quickly swallowed his food and shyly showed his marriage certificate. "Yes, we're married." "Here's the proof," Li Rulin nodded. "We just got the certificate today. We didn't plan to tell anyone. Last night, I went to see the team leader to discuss this and also talked about building a house. Yes, once you have the marriage certificate, you can move out. Having your own room is the most comfortable. By the way, where is your new house?" "I want to see if I should be your neighbor," Qin Wan said, also thinking about moving out for more privacy. "We don't plan to build in the village. Our house is next to the Jiqing site. Living in the village feels unsafe," Li Rulin hinted, and Qin Wan understood her meaning. Indeed, It's better for us to live together. I'll ask the team leader when I go back if I can build a house near you. I also want to live alone. By the way, how much does it cost to build a house? Chinwon had already decided to move out. Only by having her own space could she focus on cultivating her special abilities. To live well here, she must not lose her ability to protect herself. Li Rulin said, "It's not expensive. They're building a mud brick house." The team leader said it costs around 40 or 50 yuan. Chinwon nodded. "I can afford that. When I go back, I'll talk to the team leader. I'll build my house near yours and we can be neighbors. Sounds good." Li Rulin smiled and nodded. Just after finishing their meal, they saw Zhou Xingnan, Zheng Fanghua, Lu Kunming, and a few others come over to eat. After chatting for a while, the two groups parted ways. Apart from the state-run restaurant, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho went to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they needed anything. They wandered around until it was time to gather. Uncle Wang and his son had already been waiting there. Many women from the village had also returned with shopping bags in their hands. Seeing Li Rulin and Deng Mingho, everyone was interested and watching them closely. "Do you two know each other? You look so familiar, walking together. Are you dating?" A woman in her 30s or 40s with a round face teased Li Rulin and Deng Mingho with a smile. Li Rulin smiled confidently and nodded. "Yes, we're from Beijing. We were high school classmates. After graduation, we stayed together, then signed up for rural work, and now we are here." Deng Mingho also played along. He took a handful of candies from his pocket and handed one to each person. "We just arrived and don't know much about farm work. When we start working tomorrow, the older sisters and mothers here will definitely help take good care of my partner." The round-faced woman happily took the candy. All right, I'll eat your candy and make sure to take good care of your partner. You two are really a perfect match. The man is handsome, and the woman is pretty." Li Rulin chuckled and then thanked them. Deng Mingho was naturally sociable. Having spent a lot of time with Li Rulin, he learned how to get along well. Soon, they had become friendly with the village women. When Chinwon, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua returned, they were surprised to see the scene. Earlier, on the carriage, the village women didn't seem hostile toward the new educated youths, but were somewhat cautious. But in just half a day, after returning, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin had already made friends with these women. Chinwon, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua weren't fools. They knew this was a good chance to get closer to the locals, so they quickly approached and started talking. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho introduced everyone to each other, helping the new educated youths and villagers become familiar with one another. On the way back, Deng Mingho sat beside Uncle Wang and handed him several cigarettes. They chatted happily. "Your partner is really impressive. She can talk to anyone." Chinwon praised Li Rulin with a thumbs up, looking admiring. "Maybe that's just a talent," Li Rulin replied casually. When the carriage returned to the Shimli Brigade around 4 p.m., they put away the things they had just bought and found that Li Yingying was not in the room. The four of them didn't mind and, along with the male educated youths and Guoxiaoya, went to Zhao Carpenter's place in the north of the village. Zhao Carpenter knew new educated youths were arriving soon, so he prepared many cabinets and boxes, ready to be taken away immediately. Li Rulin bought a large box, a small box, and saw some woven Kong mats in the yard, so she also wanted a mat. In addition, she bought a woven bamboo basket, a backpack, and a straw hat for shade. Chinwon and the others had the same items as Li Rulin. The young educated youths only took one box, along with a backpack and straw hat. Because they needed many things, the young men helped carry everything back, making 2 trips to finish. They placed the boxes on the Kong near the window, put their belongings inside, and locked them with small locks. Except for Li Yingying, all 4 did the same. After bringing the boxes back, the farm work was done. The older educated youths gradually returned, including Li Yingying. It seemed she didn't go to the town today, but worked in the fields with the older youths. When Li Baoguo returned, he took them to get the grain for the new educated youths, 40 jin each, mostly coarse grains. 40 jin of grain, save some and be frugal. You can probably eat for over 2 months. In about a month it will be busy farming season. After that, you'll get new grain. Of course, if you have a big appetite, you can exchange some grain with villagers. It's best to exchange a little, or you might not get enough work points during busy season if you don't eat well. Li Bagua helped the new youths carry the grain back and told them many things on the way. Once back, they wrote their names on the bags and locked them in the communal kitchen cabinet. The girls had already arranged the cooking schedule yesterday, pairing up as couples. Zhou Shengnan with Zheng Fanghua, Li Rulin with Qin Wan, Li Yingying with Gui Xiaoya. Today, the older youths cooked again, but the food wasn't as good as yesterday. Some thin porridge with coarse grains and rough grain cakes made from unknown ingredients. Biting into the cakes, they had to drink 3 or 5 sips of porridge to swallow it, which was very harsh on the throat. The older youths ate eagerly and quickly finished their portions. As for the new youths, they still struggled with the hard cakes and ate very slowly. After finishing, they washed their bowls and chopsticks, put everything away, and took turns washing their faces and feet before going to bed. At this time, the countryside still had no electricity. Oil lamps used oil, so most people ate before dark. After dinner, when it was dark, they washed up and went to bed. Tomorrow is the first day of work. Li Rulin and the others should rest well to regain their strength. Li Yingying doesn't have much money and hasn't found a man to support her. Luckily, she has been working for many years and still has some strength. Today, Li Rulin and the others went to town to buy things. She followed the old educated youths to the fields. She worked all day and earned 6 work points. 1 centimeter equals 1 dime, so Li Yingying earned 6 cents today. The first day of work was very tiring, and she was the fastest to fall asleep among everyone. In the morning, the first bell rang and Li Rulin and the others gradually got up. They lined up to fetch water, wash their faces, and brush their teeth. Today, the old educated youths cooked again because the new youths were working for the first time. By noon, they would probably be too tired to cook lunch. So for the past 2 days, the old youths took turns cooking. Starting from Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua on the 3rd day, the new youths also began to take turns helping with cooking. Breakfast was very simple. Each person had a pancake and a bowl of porridge made from crushed grains. Li Rulin had a hard time eating a pancake yesterday and still felt her throat hurt. Taking advantage of when no one was watching, Li Rulin put her pancake into her bag, took a plain steamed bun, and ate it quickly. She also put 2 boiled eggs into her pocket. Deng Mingho did the same. He really couldn't get used to eating coarse flour pancakes. After breakfast, it was time to go to work. The new educated youths, including Li Rulin, wore straw hats and gloves, dressed in old clothes from home, carried water bottles, and followed the old youths to the fields. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho's water bottles contained spiritual spring water, which they could drink when tired to refresh themselves. When they arrived at the fields, they saw the villagers had also come. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin greeted the women they met yesterday. "Look, these are the 2 new youths we met yesterday. They are dating each other. Both are good and straightforward, easy to talk to. The man is tall and looks capable. The female youth is a bit thin, but she has a nice smile. In my opinion, the most beautiful among the new youths are those 2 girls. Among the new youths, the most beautiful are Qin Wan and Gui Xiaoya. They are neither fat nor thin, have healthy bodies, tall stature, and most importantly, fair skin, which makes them look even better." Li Rulin has been hungry at home for many years. Although she has spiritual spring water, she has only been drinking it for about 10 days, not even half a month, and she remains thin with signs of weak energy and blood. However, her foundation is somewhat better. The new educated youth feel a bit uncomfortable being watched by the locals, but luckily, the team leader arrived quickly and assigned tasks immediately. Li Rulin was assigned to work with a round-faced woman from yesterday named Zhao Guohua, whom everyone calls Aunt Guohua, and Li Rulin followed the crowd. "Aunt Guohua, I really came to find you. You must teach me well," Li Rulin said with a smile as she approached her. Aunt Guohua teased her with a smile. "Don't worry, if there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I already promised Xiao Deng yesterday that I would take good care of you." There were 6 people in their group. Besides Li Rulin and Aunt Guohua, there were 2 other women similar in age to Aunt Guohua, who had recently married. Their names were Wang Xiaomei and Yang Dan. Li Rulin quickly became familiar with them. Since they called her sister aunt, the atmosphere in their group was very friendly. It is now August, a critical time for corn growth. Not only is the corn growing vigorously, but there are also many weeds. To prevent the weeds from taking nutrients from the corn, they must pull some weeds today. Li Rulin's job today is to go into the cornfield and pull weeds. Pulling weeds is a simple task that doesn't require much skill. Aunt Guohua just told Li Rulin some precautions, and she was able to start right away. At first, farm work was tiring for Li Rulin, but when she got tired, she took a few sips of spiritual spring water to rest and then continued pulling weeds. Her pace was steady, not fast or slow, following behind Aunt Guohua and the others closely. During this time, Li Rulin heard arguing sounds from not far away, but since the corn had already grown tall, she wasn't sure exactly where the noise was coming from. Probably another new educated youth who can't handle this hardship and went to ask the team leader to change jobs, said Suehua aunt, who was neighbors with Aunt Guohua and had a good relationship with her. Another woman, Wang Xijia, who was nearby, heard Suehua aunt's words and quickly explained, every time new educated youths start working, they cause a fuss like this. We're used to it. Li Rulin wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. None of us have ever farmed before. Some people probably can't handle it. Even I am exhausted now. Wang Xiaomei smiled and said, you're much better than the new girl who just arrived. We've all been working in the fields for a long time, so it's not easy for you to keep up. Exactly. Besides you, the new girl who arrived yesterday, Li Zhihui, is different from the other new girls. She looks like someone who usually works at home, Yang Dan added. Most of the new girls had to go through over 10 days of training and acceptance before they could slowly get used to working in the fields. When the new girls first arrived, they often didn't get enough food during the first grain distribution. It was only when they felt hungry that they started working harder in the fields, gradually earning enough to eat. At first, the new female workers earned about 3 or 4 work points a day, while the male workers earned 5 or 6 points. But after some time, their points gradually increased. As long as the women could earn 6 or 7 points a day, they could mostly support themselves. The men needed about 7 or 8 points daily to barely get enough to eat. Li Rulin asked curiously, how many work points do you get now each day? Wang Xiaomei pointed to Yang Dan and herself. We usually get about 7 points a day. Aunt Ho-Hot and the others are quite capable. They can earn 8 or 9 points a day. Sometimes, during busy farming seasons, a few of the women can earn 10 or 12 points. Li Rulin looked at Aunt Ho-Hot and the others with admiration. No wonder the women are so good at working, they're better than us young people. Experience really counts. Hearing Li Rulin's praise, Aunt Ho-Hot and the others were very happy, their faces full of smiles. Knowing how many work points Wang Xiaomei and the others could earn each day, Li Rulin decided that she would try to do the same in the future, neither outstanding nor unnoticed. After all, she and Deng Mingho didn't rely on work points to survive. During the next weeding session, Li Rulin followed behind Wang Xiaomei and Yang Dan. They sped up, and she also quickened her pace. When they felt tired, they slowed down, and Li Rulin did the same. Working like this, taking breaks now and then, she really didn't feel very tired. Most likely, it was because the spiritual spring water subtly improved her physical condition, allowing her to keep up with their speed. When the noon break bell rang, Li Rulin checked the clock. It was already 12 o'clock. In the morning, they start work at 7 a.m. and work until 12 p.m., a total of 5 hours. In the afternoon, they begin again at 1:30 p.m. and work until 6 p.m. Usually, they work until about 6 because after that, it starts getting dark. Before 7 p.m., it can be completely dark. In 1 or 2 months, it will be dark by 6 p.m., so they will finish work even earlier. In the Northeast, work usually stops around late October because it starts snowing and the ground freezes. It takes until March or April for the soil to thaw. Only then do people come back to work. This means there is almost a 5-month break from work each year. This is why Li Rulin and Deng Mingho chose to come to the Northeast to work in the countryside. They work hard for half a year and then stay home for the rest of the year to relax. At lunchtime, Li Rulin found out that the noise earlier was caused by Guo Xiaoya and Qin Wan. The two had bad luck and were assigned to work together. They didn't know why, but they started arguing. The team leader had no choice but to separate them, putting several groups between them. Only then did Guo Xiaoya and Qin Wan calm down and work properly. On the way back, Li Rulin saw Qin Wan and asked, "Are you okay?" Qin Wan sighed and said, "I'm fine. It's just that Guo Xiaoya doesn't understand me and keeps targeting me. I was annoyed, so I argued with her." While pulling weeds, Qin Wan noticed that the grass contained a lot of wood energy. So, she carefully absorbed some of this energy while working. After absorbing some, the grass was easier to pull, making her work much lighter. However, Guo Xiaoya had never done farm work before and only knew how to use all her strength when pulling weeds. As a result, she kept falling. Seeing this, Qin Wan chuckled, but her laugh annoyed Guo Xiaoya. Guo Xiaoya thought Qin Wan was mocking her and got angry immediately. They started arguing. Qin Wan already didn't like Guo Xiaoya because her words were harsh. She couldn't hold back and kicked Guo Xiaoya hard, and they fought loudly. "Forget it, there's nothing more to say. After lunch, I'll go see the village chief and ask him to help me build a house. I definitely want to move out, preferably far away from Guo Xiaoya and Su Tao, the unmarried couple. I don't want Guo Xiaoya to act like a protective mother over Su Tao, watching him so closely that no one else can even look at him. Furthermore, Su Tao is not particularly attractive. No one would waste time interfering in someone else's marriage." Qin Wan irritably scratched her head. Li Rulin felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, because she saw Su Tao. He was walking not far behind them. Qin Wan's words must have been heard by him. Deng Mingho was walking beside Li Rulin. When she looked back, he followed her gaze and saw Su Tao. He then moved closer to Su Tao and told him what had happened between Guo Xiaoya and Qin Wan. This matter isn't really related to Qin Jiqing. It's true that Guo Zhiheng was the first to dislike Qin Zhiheng. You and Guo Zhiheng are engaged, and Guo Zhiheng's behavior is all your fault. You probably didn't give her enough security, so she thought Qin Zhiheng might take you away. As men, we need to take responsibility. If you decide to marry her, you should treat her like a wife. You must give her enough sense of security. Don't let her worry without reason. If she figures things out, she might lose interest in you." Deng Mingho, acting like an older brother, was sharing his experience with Su Tao. Since crossing into this world, he and Li Rulin had never seen it as just a storybook. In their past lives, Guo Xiaoya and Su Tao broke off their engagement, and Su Tao ended up with Qin Wan because they were destined. But now, Guo Xiaoya and Su Tao were still engaged and working together in the countryside. Qin Wan, who had proper values, wouldn't have much involvement with Su Tao. So, both Li Rulin and Deng Mingho believed that these two wouldn't end up together. They didn't interfere in their love and hate, only sometimes speaking out when they found it unreasonable. Since Su Tao and Guo Xiaoya hadn't broken off their engagement, he should fulfill his role as a fiancé. If he truly didn't like Guo Xiaoya, he could simply break the engagement. He shouldn't make Guo Xiaoya embarrass innocent Qin Wan. Ultimately, the issues between the two women were caused by Su Tao. Su Tao listened carefully to Deng Mingho's words, looking thoughtful. Then he glanced at the angry Qin Wan ahead and thanked Deng Mingho. "Thank you. I understand what I should do now." After saying this, Su Tao went to find Guo Xiaoya. Back at the Knowledge Youth Station, the young men were fetching water and chopping firewood, while the young women started cooking. Because everyone was tired, they only stir-fried some greens and ate coarse grain pancakes. During the meal, Su Tao and Guo Xiaoya were not seen for a long time. The others kept their dishes aside, and each person picked up their own bowls to eat. Halfway through, they finally returned. Guo Xiaoya, blushing, followed behind Su Tao. When passing by Qin Wan, she hesitated but said nothing. After everyone finished eating, they each went to rest on their beds for a while. When it was time, they went back to work. That was how the day passed. Deng Mingho, Shen Yi, and Ji Hongjun each earned 9 work points, the same as the old educated youths. Su Tao earned 8 points. Lu Kunming was one of the thinner boys, but even so, he earned 7 points. Li Rulin and Li Yingying both earned 7 points. Qin Wan, The newest female educated youth had the most points among the women with 8. Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fanghua earned 5 points each. Guo Xiaoya had the fewest, with only 4 points. After a tiring day, everyone was sore and tired. Li Rulin and the others were okay, at least they wore gloves. Li Yingying was worse off, with several cuts on her hands. The new educated youths sluggishly returned to the knowledge center, where they saw the squad leader with a few people measuring the land nearby. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho shivered at once. This was probably for their house, so they could finish building it and move out sooner. They really didn't want to see coarse flatbread anymore. Qin Wan also looked over there. She had gone to find the squad leader at noon and handed over the money for building the house. Now, as they measured the land, it was probably for her house too. Su Tao looked thoughtfully at the squad leader and others, slowing down slightly without anyone noticing. Once everyone had gone inside, he went to find the squad leader. What? You're also going to build a house to live in? The squad leader raised an eyebrow at Su Tao. What was going on with these returning educated youths? They all seemed to have money and wanted to build their own houses. Su Tao explained his and Guo Xiaoya's situation to the squad leader. We are engaged, and marriage is just a matter of time. Once the house is built, we will go get our marriage certificate. It's not convenient to live with the other educated youths. Today at noon, Deng Mingho was right. He and Guo Xiaoya had been engaged since childhood. After trouble at her family's place, Guo Xiaoya didn't break off the engagement but followed him to the countryside. He truly needed to take responsibility as a man and give Guo Xiaoya enough security. So Su Tao and Guo Xiaoya discussed and planned to get their marriage certificate soon. They're both at the right age, and it's time to get married. Since they're getting married, they will need to move out. It wouldn't be proper to stay cramped in the small room anymore. The team leader was even more surprised. Among the new educated youths, there are 2 couples planning to get married. This is quite rare. All right, let's measure your house too. Do you have any special requests? The team leader asked. Su Tao replied, You are probably helping Deng and the others measure their houses. Whatever they are building, I will build the same. Just tell me how much money is needed, and I will go get it. Everyone at the youth station knows about Deng Mingho and Li Rulin's relationship. As for their marriage, only Qin Wan knows besides them. After returning that day, Qin Wan saw that Deng Mingho and Li Rulin didn't seem to want to talk about it, so she didn't mention anything. Their relationship is so good that it's clear they will get married eventually. When the team leader came to measure the land again, it was obvious that these two would soon move out to live together. The team leader nodded and said, All right, if it's the same as theirs, take 50 yuan first. If you don't use it all, return the rest. If you need more, just let us know. Next month is the corn harvest time. After harvesting the corn, and before the frost, they will harvest sweet potatoes. After that, they will gather cabbages and similar vegetables. Once that's done, there will be no more work. During the 4 or 5 months of winter, most people won't have any income. The new educated youths plan to hire people to build houses. 3 rooms cost about 150 yuan, and they will ask villagers to help build. Everyone can earn quite a bit. So the team leader hopes more people will come to build more houses. The more houses built, the more money the villagers can earn. Su Tao brought a good amount of money when he went to the countryside, and Guo Xiaoya's family is also doing well. They can still come up with 50 yuan. After collecting the money, the team leader arranged for more land to be measured. At dinner that night, the old educated youths discussed building houses next to the youth station. Many guessed that more new youths might be coming. Deng Mingho, Li Rulin, and Qin Wan ate quietly without talking. Su Tao also stayed silent, listening to the older youths speculate. After dinner, everyone queued up to wash up and go to bed. They were all very tired, so they slept peacefully through the night. For about a week, they worked in the fields pulling weeds. Now Li Rulin and the others are starting to get used to the hard work. The only person still unable to accept the situation was Guo Xiaoya. In the end, Su Tao took her to see the team leader, who assigned her a lighter job, helping the children gather pig feed, earning only 2 work points a day. At first, the team leader disagreed, but later learned that Guo Xiaoya's family was doing fairly well and that she sent money home every month to help out. Knowing Xiaoya wouldn't go hungry, the team leader agreed and let her go to gather pig feed. In late August, a heavy rain fell, so the team leader ordered everyone to rest for 2 days. The first day, it rained non-stop. The next morning, the rain stopped. After the rain stopped, the older workers carried baskets and headed up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Mushrooms after rain were plentiful and free, ready food. Your food supplies are running low, so picking more mushrooms can help feed you. There are also many good things on the mountain that can be eaten as food. Hearing this, the new workers quickly put on their shoes, packed baskets, and prepared to go up the mountain with the older workers to pick mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. As they left the workers' courtyard, they saw the team leader leading a group of people who were busy nearby. They greeted the team leader and then headed up the mountain. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had never picked mushrooms before. They were very curious about everything they saw. After collecting many mushrooms, the older workers checked and confirmed that most of them were not edible. Only then did Li Rulin and Deng Mingho start holding edible mushrooms in one hand and searching for more. Most of the mushrooms on the mountain were grass mushrooms and trumpet fungi, with large patches of wood-ear fungi on dead trees. The workers spread out once they reached the mountain, except for one person, Li Yingying. She followed behind others, rushing to grab any clusters of mushrooms she saw. After a few attempts, both the experienced and new workers looked at her with displeasure. Li Yingying, however, was shameless and acted as if she didn't notice. Whether they were new or old workers, everyone was better off than Li Yingying. She didn't have much money and was about to run out of food. If she didn't pick more mushrooms, her supplies would soon be gone, and she didn't want to go hungry. Li Yingying had also thought about sneaking over to Li Rulin and Deng Mingho, but a quick glance from Deng Mingho made her sheepishly walk away. Qinwen didn't go mushroom picking everywhere, but continued deeper into the mountain. The higher she went, the stronger the wood-type psychic energy she felt. However, she didn't have the ability to protect herself yet and didn't dare go too far up. She only wandered around in visible areas where others could see her. She was quietly absorbing the wood-based energy while sensing that there was something good nearby. Soon, she found a wild chicken, but it was not there. Instead, she discovered 6 or 7 wild chicken eggs. Qinwen was about to put the eggs into her basket. Even though they were small, they were still eggs. She had been with the Victory Squad for a long time and ate only coarse grains every day. Even in the end-of-the-world situation, she had never eaten such unappetizing food. After enduring for so long, she really needed a change. If she didn't get to try something different, she might go crazy. Now that she had the wild eggs, her meals could improve, and Qinwen was very happy. However, before she could feel happy for long, Li Yingying's annoying voice came from behind. "What did you find? What is that?" "Oh my gosh. It's wild chicken eggs." Li Yingying was deliberately loud. She had already seen Qinwen seem to have found something good. When she saw the eggs, she was practically drooling. She absolutely couldn't let Qinwen hide the eggs for herself. If she took them out for everyone to share, she might get some too. Qinwen didn't dare go too far up the mountain. Her position was not far from the others. Plus, Li Yingying's voice was loud enough that everyone heard her. As soon as they heard Qinwen found the eggs, the new young members wanted to eat too, but they stayed where they were and didn't look at Qinwen's side. They still wanted to keep their dignity. But the older members, especially Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear, immediately rushed over. They looked at the 5 or 6 eggs in Qinwen's hand, and their eyes were practically glowing green. Qin, the young worker, is lucky. She found wild chicken eggs. "We just collected mushrooms today, so we can fry them together for lunch," Wang Mingzhu said, staring hard at the eggs. Today was Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear's turn to cook. After speaking, Wang Mingzhu reached out to grab the eggs. Qinwen quickly pulled her hand back. Zhang Bear's face immediately darkened. "What do you mean, Qin the young worker? Are you trying to keep the eggs for yourself?" Li Yingying also came over. The mountain belongs to everyone. If someone finds something good, it should be shared. Qin the young worker, you can't be so selfish. Seeing how they all tried to morally pressure Qinwen, the older members stood still, unwilling to move. They also wanted the eggs. Although in the victory squad, as long as they worked hard in the fields, they wouldn't go hungry, but they only barely had enough. Most of their food was coarse grains. Eggs are valuable, and sometimes the villagers exchange a few with their neighbors. However, they never take them out to share. They only eat them themselves. Now that they can get eggs for free, they are happy to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, Wang Mingzhu, Zhang Bao'er, and Li Yingying cause trouble for Qinwan, but they only watch and enjoy the show. If Qinwan is willing to share, they can eat a little more. If she doesn't want to, it doesn't really matter to them. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho both frown and are about to go over when they see Qinwan smile. Li Rulin immediately pulls Deng Mingho back. After all, Qinwan is not a naive girl who can be bullied easily. She has fought in the end of world, fighting zombies and humans alike. She can handle herself and doesn't need others to worry about her. You misunderstand. I don't mean to keep everything for myself. I am willing to share the wild eggs. But these eggs are mine. I found them myself. There are 6 eggs here. I plan to keep 2 for myself and share 4 with everyone. That should be enough, right? Hearing Qinwan say this, Zhang Bao'er's face improves a little, but Wang Mingzhu pouts her lips. There are so many of us, but only 4 wild eggs? That's not enough. Qinwan coldly glances at her. If you think it's not enough, you can choose not to take any. I haven't had eggs in a long time, so I won't share any of these 6. If you want wild eggs, go find some yourself. After saying that, Qinwan tries to put the eggs into her pocket, but Wang Mingzhu stops her. Wait. I'm not good at talking. Eggs for making soup is enough for each person to have a bowl. Wang Mingzhu, who is very thick-skinned, takes 4 eggs from Qinwan and turns to leave. Zhang Bao'er and Li Yingying quickly follow, afraid Wang Mingzhu will secretly take all 4 eggs for herself. Li Rulin looks at their backs, feeling speechless. Luckily, their house will be finished soon, and they will be far away from these troublemakers. They will soon be able to enjoy eating meat every day. While she is thinking, Deng Mingho gives Li Rulin a subtle signal. The two quietly approach Qinwan. Let's go up the mountain. Being in a crowd is dangerous, but being alone is safer. Li Rulin invites Qinwan. Qinwan wants to go to the mountain anyway, so she doesn't hesitate and follows Li Rulin and Deng Mingho up the mountain. After we come down in the afternoon, we'll find Zhao Carpenter. It's about time to start making the beams, doors, and windows. Once the house is built, it can be furnished immediately, Deng Mingho says on the way up. Qinwan immediately said, I'll go with you. I really don't want to stay at the youth commune anymore. Too many people and trouble. After moving out, she planned to quickly improve her skills so that when the time came, she could make things ripen instantly. Why endure this kind of frustration here? Li Rulin patted Qinwan and said, if things don't go well, just stay farther away. It's not worth getting upset over. At noon, they decided not to go back for lunch. Li Rulin wanted to show Qinwan how capable Deng Mingho was. Qinwan looked at Deng Mingho in surprise and examined him from head to toe. What's so impressive about him? I don't see it. Deng Mingho pulled out something from behind his waist and waved it a few times. It was a slingshot. You two go pick up some stones for me. If you do a good job, there will be meat to eat. Li Rulin had known Deng Mingho since high school. Back then, most students went to internet cafes to meet girls, but Deng Mingho was different. He could stay by the river all day with just a fishing rod. If he had a slingshot, he would ride around on his little electric scooter looking for bird nests. Even after he got married, Deng Mingho loved fishing the most. When he wasn't fishing, he would take his slingshot and wander around. His family's fridge was full of fish and various featherless birds. Once, Li Rulin had a small surgery, and Deng Mingho made pigeon soup for her every day. Later, Li Rulin found out that all those pigeons were caught by Deng Mingho with his slingshot. She wondered whether they were domesticated or wild. When they came out to forage, they often ended up dead in Deng Mingho's hands. Li Rulin smiled and went to look at Qinwan. But when she turned her head, she realized Qinwan was gone. She looked down and saw Qinwan picking up stones. Hurry up and let me get some appetite back. I've been eating coarse rice and vegetables lately. I've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. Qinwan said with a sad face. The story mentioned that Qinwan's body was from someone who was a poor girl, often bullied by her stepmother and unloved by her father. After crossing over, Qinwan reported her biological father and stepmother. They went to a farm together, and Qinwan cut ties with them publicly before signing up to go to the countryside. She probably had some money, but after buying some things and building a house in the countryside, she likely didn't have much left. Li Rulin smiled, crouched down, and picked stones with Qinwan. Deng Mingho packed a bag of stones and wandered around, looking at the sky, the ground, bird nests, and wild chickens. After collecting enough stones, Li Rulin and Qinwan weren't idle. They started picking mushrooms. Because no one had been here before, there were many mushrooms, and the two quickly gathered a small basketful. Meanwhile, Deng Mingho also made a discovery. In the dense grass, a wild chicken tail suddenly appeared. Deng Mingho immediately pulled out his slingshot and aimed. Qinwan looked at the wild chicken tail, saliva almost drooling out. Wild chicken. Meat. She was finally going to eat. After aiming, Deng Mingho released a shot. A small stone hit the wild chicken's backside hard, causing it to let out a sharp, painful cry. He had expected it to fall dead immediately, but the chicken was still lively, jumping and calling out, probably because its backside hurt too much. Deng Mingho was about to shoot a second stone when, suddenly, another stone was shot from somewhere else and hit the chicken's neck. The chicken immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. Who? Deng Mingho was surprised and lowered his slingshot. There was another person in this area. Qinwan suddenly pointed in a direction. Someone's over there. Although her wood element's supernatural power was still weak, in the forest full of grass and trees, she could still sense the presence of some people. As soon as Qinwan finished speaking, a person stepped out from behind a tree. The person was dressed in black, with a shaved head, very tall, and had a scar above one eyebrow. Li Rulin didn't recognize this person, but seeing the scar on his brow, she immediately knew who he was. Lu Yunxiao, the deeply loving second male lead who had secretly liked Qinwan all along. Although Lu Yunxiao was a deeply loving second male lead, many people wanted him to be the main character. He was more suitable for Qinwan than the original main male lead, Su Tao. Li Rulin had secretly shipped them in her novels, but in the end, Qinwan chose Su Tao, and the second male lead quietly disappeared. Actually, Lu Yunxiao had given up on Qinwan himself. If he hadn't chosen to step back, Su Tao might not have been able to win her. The reason was simple. Lu Yunxiao came out from behind the tree, walking with a limp. He carried the already dead wild chicken and slowly approached. Lu Yunxiao was a cripple. He used to be a soldier, but he injured his leg in battle and was discharged. His family situation was complicated, which was why, although he liked Qinwan, he ultimately let her go. He felt he couldn't give her happiness. Finally, Qinwan helped Lu Yunxiao heal his leg, but by then it was too late. Qinwan and Su Tao had already married, and Qinwan was about to become a mother. The last scene in the story shows Lu Yunxiao looking lost and hopeless, disappearing into the snow-covered landscape. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. This wild chicken was found by you first, so you can have it, Lu Yunxiao said before turning to leave. Li Rulin suddenly called out to him. Wait, even though you found the wild chicken first, you're the one who killed it. How about we split the chicken together? I need to borrow your knife. We are all young workers from the victory team, and none of us brought a knife. Actually, Deng Mingho had a dagger, but Li Rulin wanted to set up a romantic scene for her favorite couple, so she asked Lu Yunxiao to stay. Lu Yunxiao was surprised and looked at Deng Mingho. Although Deng Mingho didn't know what Li Rulin was doing, he nodded in cooperation. Lu Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, looked at the three of them, and took out a military knife to start preparing the chicken. Li Rulin held Deng Mingho's hand and said, Let's go gather some firewood. Qinwan, you can use a stick to pick some mushrooms. Later, after we roast the chicken, we can also roast some mushrooms to eat. Qinwan had been watching Lu Yunxiao closely. Only when Li Rulin spoke did she realize and respond with a nod. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho moved a bit farther away. Deng Mingho then asked her, What are you doing? Are you trying to set them up? Yes. If it weren't for Su Tao, they would already be together. I'm just helping to connect them. Whether it works or not depends on them. But I just noticed that Qinwan really seems to like Lu Yunxiao's face. After all, the story once said that Qinwan liked strong, handsome soldiers. Deng Mingho reached out and pinched Li Rulan's face, and she looked at him innocently. What are you doing? And what about you? Do you prefer someone like me or the handsome soldier? I saw your eyes light up when you looked at him earlier, Deng Mingho said with a slightly harsh tone. It's not entirely Li Rulan's fault. Although Lu Yunxiao was missing a leg, he had well-developed muscles, and his exposed skin was covered with bulging veins, radiating a strong masculine aura. Such a person not only attracted women's attention, but sometimes also drew men's gaze. It's understandable that Li Rulan looked at him a few more times. Of course, I like you the most. Li Rulan looked at Deng Mingho with sincere eyes. Deng Mingho just gave a half-hearted smile and hummed softly, but he still released Li Rulan's face and helped her rub it. No matter where you look, we already have the marriage certificate. In this life and the next, you have to stay by my side. Don't think about going out to find other men. I won't look, only you, Li Rulan said firmly, her eyes so determined they seemed ready to join the party. Deng Mingho continued to look at her sideways, with a teasing smile. Li Rulan stepped forward and kicked Deng Mingho. That's enough. Give you a way out. Do I give you face or not? Only then did Deng Mingho return to normal, making Li Rulan feel frustrated. Despite his playful attitude, he was polite to her, and after taking a few hits, he felt more comfortable. The two found some dry wood buried under the leaves. Li Rulan also found many mushrooms. When they carried the firewood back, they encountered a wild chicken. This time, Deng Mingho didn't mess up. He hit the wild chicken's eye with a stone, and the chicken immediately fell to the ground, dead as can be. Add some more food. Deng Mingho chuckled as he picked up the chicken and headed back with Li Rulan. Lu Yunxiao had already prepared the wild chicken and was now peeling a rabbit. Qinwan sat beside him, with a bunch of neatly threaded mushrooms on the clean leaves at her feet, staring at Lu Yunxiao with her face cupped in her hands. Although Lu Yunxiao looked expressionless, his ears were red. Where did the wild rabbit come from? Li Rulan saw the rabbit in Lu Yunxiao's hand and asked happily. She loved spicy rabbit heads the most. Unfortunately, this rabbit could only be roasted and not made spicy, which was a bit disappointing. Qinwan immediately said, Big brother Lu set traps and caught it. He said one wild chicken wouldn't be enough for us, so he brought the rabbit he caught too. Li Rulan raised an eyebrow at Qinwan, smiling flirtatiously. It had only been a short while, and she was already calling him Big Brother Lu. Maybe their favorite couple pairing would really become a real couple someday. Qinwan seemed to notice the teasing on Li Rulan's face. She wasn't shy, but instead smiled confidently. Li Rulan and Deng Mingho sat beside each other. The wild chicken on the fire was already giving off a fragrant smell, and the rabbit was starting to drip oil. Deng Mingho took the wild chicken from his hand and said, This one is also killed and ready to eat. The wild chicken is so small, 4 of us might not have enough. Wild chickens are usually small and can't compare to domesticated ones. After roasting, they're mostly quite tiny. For people share 2 wild chickens, but it's barely enough to fill everyone, and luckily, there's also a wild rabbit. Deng Mingho took on Lu Yunxiao's task and started roasting the wild chickens and rabbit. Lu Yunxiao went to handle the chickens patiently. Deng Mingho watched him roast and thought it looked easy, so he decided to try roasting himself next time. He's killed many chickens, ducks, and geese before, but handling wild chickens in the wild for the first time was a new experience, especially since plucking wild chicken feathers is difficult. Soon, the roasted wild chickens were ready to eat. Qinwan and Li Rulan each took half, with only some salt added for seasoning. Even so, for Qinwan, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, it was like a feast. Li Rulan and Deng Mingho had more space and stored plenty of meat, so they occasionally cooked small meals, unlike Qinwan, who was very eager. However, the taste of wild chicken meat was quite different from domesticated chicken, and it was quite good to eat. Each of them ate half a roasted chicken, 1 rabbit leg, and 2 skewers of roasted mushrooms. By then, Qinwan and Li Rulin were already full. The remaining rabbit, wild chicken, and roasted mushrooms were finished by Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao. I really don't see many people who can eat as much as Deng Mingho, Li Rulin said while watching Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho exchanged glances and smiled. After a meal in the mountains, Li Rulin and the others didn't go down, but continued wandering around. Lu Yunxiao stayed behind and led them to find some wild mountain herbs and chestnut trees. These chestnuts are not ripe yet. In about half a month, they'll be ready. After the busy farming season ends, you can come pick some to eat as food, Lu Yunxiao said. Li Rulin and the others memorized the route they took up the mountain, planning to come back after the farming season to pick chestnuts. They wandered around the mountain for most of the day. As it was getting dark, the three of them finally said goodbye to Lu Yunxiao and headed down the mountain to the Youth Education Center. They returned heavily loaded, each carrying a large basket of mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. When they arrived, Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear were preparing dinner. Li Rulin and the others took their baskets back to their rooms, planning to dry the mushrooms once the weather cleared up in a couple of days. As they stepped out of the room, they sensed something was wrong at the youth center. Many people were secretly watching them. Deng Mingho immediately went back to the house to find Shiniha and Ji Hongjun because they were retired soldiers and Deng Mingho had a good relationship with both of them. What's going on? We went out for a day, and now it feels like everyone at the youth camp is watching us, Deng Mingho asked directly. Shini frowned. During lunch, you three weren't back. Wang Jiqing, Zhang Jiqing, and Li Jiqing were saying some unkind things. Deng Mingho's face darkened. What did they say? Ji Hongjun interrupted. What could they say? They said you, a male youth, took two female youths into the mountains and no one knew what you were doing. They also said some nasty things like messing around with girls or cheating. Deng Mingho didn't say anything. He went to his box, unlocked it, reached inside, and took out something. His face looked grim as he left quickly. Shiniha and Ji Hongjun hurried after him. Lu Kunming and Su Tao exchanged glances, hesitated, and also followed. Deng Mingho was a kind person, careful in how he spoke and acted. He made people feel comfortable, so the 5 people living together got along pretty well with him. When Deng Mingho came out with a serious face, the first person he saw was Li Yining at the kitchen door. Li Rulin saw Deng Mingho's serious face and knew he was angry. She hurried to follow him. Then Deng Mingho reached out and grabbed Li Yining's collar, pulling her over suddenly. Li Yining was startled and screamed, turning to see Deng Mingho's angry face. Ah! What are you doing? Li Yining looked scared and hesitant, her voice getting softer under Deng Mingho's stern gaze. Deng Mingho ignored her, kicked open the kitchen door, and looked coldly at Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear. Come out here, he ordered. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear shivered, but quickly straightened up. Deng Jiqing, what are you trying to do? Are you going to hit us? You're just a male youth, and you want to hit 2 girls? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Li Rulin knew Deng Mingho was probably upset after hearing something unpleasant. She pushed Deng Mingho aside and rushed into the kitchen. She grabbed Wang Mingzhu's hair and Zhang Bear's hair, pulling them out of the kitchen. Ah! Li Rulin! Let go of me. What are you doing? Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear grimaced and reached out to grab Li Rulin. Li Rulin suddenly exerted force, directly knocking the 2 of them to the ground. The commotion finally alarmed the young workers in the youth village. The leader of the youth station, Li Baogua, quickly approached and asked, What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear immediately covered their heads and cried, We don't know either. We were just cooking when Deng Jiqing kicked open the door, and then Li Jiqing came over to pull our hair. Li Baogua immediately looked at Deng Mingho and Li Rulin. During lunch today, Wang Mingzhu, Zhang Bear, and Ying had told him what happened. But since the 3 of them went out and didn't come back, he felt it was a bit strange. He thought they were just talking, so he didn't ask. Now, it seems their gossip was discovered. Deng Mingho said, The 3 of us just went up the mountain to pick mushrooms all day, and now it's being spread that we are having affairs or messing around with others. At this time, spreading such rumors, are they trying to slander us or send us for re-education? After speaking, Deng Mingho opened what he was holding. See this? This is my marriage certificate with my wife. We got our marriage license the day after we arrived at Shinli Brigade. The new house next door was built by us. I went mushroom picking with my wife on the mountain. How does that turn into having affairs or messing around? Everyone at the youth station knew about Deng Mingho and Li Rulin being a couple, but they didn't know when they got their marriage certificate. Li Rulin sneered coldly. I wondered why, as soon as we returned, your eyes looked at us so strangely. Now I understand you're talking about this. Now that you know, Deng Jiqing and I had already gotten our marriage certificate long ago. Qin Jiqing also knows about it, and she's my good friend. We went up the mountain with my husband and good friend to pick mushrooms. How did it turn into something so dirty in your words? Spreading false rumors. Aren't you just trying to smear us? I will go to the brigade leader. If the leader doesn't handle this, I will report it to the police. Everyone in the youth station was stunned when they saw Deng Mingho's marriage certificate. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Beier were even more stunned. They didn't even cry anymore. Initially, this topic was brought up by Ying, who said, "It's mealtime, and the three of them still haven't come back." Usually, Li Rulin and Qin Wen are very close to Deng Jiqing. Since they went into the mountain, they haven't returned, and no one knows what they are doing. Li Yingying was eating spicy scrambled eggs while talking. Deng Zhiqing and Li Zhiqing are a couple. It's normal for them to be together, and Li Zhiqing and Qin Zhiqing usually get along well. Plus, Qin Zhiqing found some wild eggs, so they probably ate on the mountain at noon, which is why they haven't come back. Don't talk nonsense, an older person said first. Wang Mingzhu snorted. Who knows what the three of them are doing? They usually stick close together and act secretive. Now, in this wild mountain area, one man and two women, maybe they're up to something. Zhang Beier nodded in agreement. Exactly. Maybe they're messing around with each other. Li Yingying said, two people messing around is just that, but the three of them are just causing trouble. Guo Xiaoya, although wary of Qin Wen getting close to Su Tao, felt less hostile after Su Tao said he wanted to marry her and get a marriage certificate. She knew she wasn't a good person. She chose the wrong path in her past life. Now, she genuinely wants to change. She may not be perfect, but at least she's honest about her bad side. But these three, nothing serious, just foul words that make people feel sick. Guo Xiaoya suddenly threw down her chopsticks. Did you see it with your own eyes and just talk nonsense? Deng Zhiqing and Li Zhiqing are a couple. Li Zhiqing and Qin Wen are close. The three went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. How did it turn into this in your mouths? They stole someone's wild eggs before, and now they're eating them and cursing. How shameless can they be? When Li Yingying and the others heard this, they got angry. But seeing Su Tao staring coldly at them, they snorted and said nothing, just eating their rice. They thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, it was exposed today. Even more surprising, Minghao and Li Ruolan had already gotten their marriage certificate. Li Baoguo stepped forward to smooth things over. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. When we were eating, it was just a small joke among the three of them. Qin Wen sneered, so messing around with each other and causing trouble is just a joke. Li Zhiqing, you're protecting them. Do you have some improper relationship with them too? Li Baoguo immediately got angry when he heard this. What are you saying? If this gets out, what will others think of me? With the city's return still uncertain, Li Baoguo didn't want to keep digging in the fields. After working all year, that was enough to get by. But besides digging in the fields, working as a teacher or scorekeeper, these easy jobs are not suitable for him as an outsider. Unless he can turn outsiders into insiders. So he took a different approach. Now he is close with the accountant's daughter, and they are about to get married. He can't afford to make mistakes at this critical moment. Everyone at the youth station knows about Li Baoguo's situation. Qin Wen looked at Li Baoguo and asked, so, do you still think they were just joking? If it was just a joke, why aren't you laughing? Why did you get so upset when I joked with you? Li Baoguo choked and took 2 steps back without saying anything. Seeing Li Baoguo silent, Qin Wen turned to look at Li Yingying and the others. Your jokes are not funny to us at all. So now, should we go find the team leader or report directly to the police? Wang Mingzhu immediately said. This was Li Yingying who started the topic. She deliberately led us on, saying you guys don't know what you're doing in the mountains. I never said you were involved in messy relationships or causing trouble. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you were involved in messy relationships. I really know I was wrong. But besides that, I didn't say anything else. The part about causing trouble, she said that. She's a very mean person. Since she arrived, she's been looking down on you all. She just wants to ruin your reputation. Zhang Bauer pointed at Li Yingying and said everything she said was true. Li Yingying secretly spoke badly of Li Ruolin and others. Li Yingying looked at Deng Mingho, who had a gloomy face, and at Li Ruolin, Qin Wan, and the other youth station members with strange eyes. Tears fell down her face. Now that things have gotten serious, you know you were wrong. If we three didn't know and someone spread the story, we might have been taken for criticism and not even know what we did. So you must learn a lesson. If you don't want us to spread the story, you can pay 5 yuan each as compensation for emotional distress. Then this matter will be over. Otherwise, we will go see the team leader. If the team leader doesn't handle it, I will report to the police. I will also say you were involved in messy relationships and causing trouble. Today, Qinwan was already angry with these 3 people. Now that she found a reason to vent, she was determined to make them suffer. Li Ruolin immediately agreed. That's right. You must pay. Otherwise, we will report to the police. If you're willing to spend a few days inside, then we won't need the money. Spreading rumors and causing trouble, the police took them away. I think your reputation in the Victory Brigade is ruined too, since you are so rude with your words. Shen Yi looked at Li Yingying and the others, who were crying. You caused this trouble yourselves. When the police come, we can all be witnesses and prove that you were talking nonsense. That's right, I can also testify, Ji Hongjun said. Su Tao and Lu Kunming stepped forward. Guoxiaya didn't say anything but firmly stood by Su Tao. Li Baoguo was pacing anxiously. If the police really came, the brigade leader would be furious and upset. They would never have good days in the village again. Every year, each production team is evaluated. The best teams get extra grain. The Victory Brigade isn't always the top team, but every year or two, they win. This year, they're doing well, so maybe they will be chosen as the best again. But if the police are called, it will cause a big problem. During the year-end evaluation, other teams will see this as a stain on the Victory Brigade, which will hurt their chances of winning. Since the second half of the year, the brigade leader has been warning them not to affect the evaluation. Li Baoguo, as the team leader, has also been nagged about this. If the youth workers really caused trouble and called the police, the brigade leader would be very angry. He is about to marry Wang accountant's daughter, and if this issue ruins the wedding, he would be very upset. Li Baoguo thought about this and glared fiercely at Li Yingying, Wang Mingzhu, and Zhang Bei'er. You may not know the brigade leader's temper. If you cause the police to come and ruin the evaluation, he will do anything to send you away. If the youth workers get into trouble and are sent back, they probably won't come back to this place. They'll be sent to some remote, poor area. Then they'll be hungry every day, barely eating enough. I advise you to apologize and pay some money to settle this. Otherwise, if things get worse, you won't have a good outcome. Li Yingying didn't know about all this, but Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bei'er had been at the youth work station for 2 years. When they first arrived, they saw other youth workers get into trouble and be sent back. They heard that later, when they went to the countryside, the conditions were very harsh, and they often went hungry. Staying at Victory Squad, although a bit tiring, a female comrade can earn 7 or 8 work points, enough to support herself and ensure she doesn't go hungry. But in other places, with yearly harvests not enough and earning more work points, she would still go hungry. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bei'er knew how tough it was and regretted speaking out earlier. They blamed themselves for being too talkative and also blamed Li Yingying for opening her mouth first. I know I was wrong and am willing to make amends, but I really have no money. Can I use work points to pay? At the end of the year, I can count the work points and give you 50 points, Wang Mingzhu said first. Zhang Bei'er was reluctant to give up 50 work points, but had to do so and agreed to pay with work points. Only Li Yingying kept crying silently, but everyone knew she often cried over small things. No one paid much attention to her anymore. Li Baoguo impatiently said, "Crying again. All you do is cry. It's annoying. Are you going to pay or not? Will you use money or work points? Tomorrow, everyone has to work, so no time to waste here. Seeing no one spoke up for her, Li Yingying decided to pay with work points and then went back to her room to cry on her bed. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Beier continued cooking. Deng Mingho put the marriage certificate back and left with a gloomy face, only returning at mealtime. Li Rulin asked where he had gone. I went to see the squad leader, told him about today's matter, and asked him to speed up building our house. The squad leader said the bricks were already bought and construction would start tomorrow. We need to quickly find Carpenter Zhao to order the beams, doors, and windows. I'll go tomorrow at noon after work to get everything ready. We need to finish the house quickly and move out. I really don't want to stay here anymore. At this time, many young workers were at the site, and Deng Mingho's voice was loud enough for others to hear. Su Tao also came over and said, "Let's go together tomorrow. Our beams, doors, and windows should be ready too." Deng Mingho nodded. Okay, let's go together. Don't forget Qin the young worker. Li Baoguo watched the group talking and felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected the 3 plots of land just beside the young workers' site to be their house. During dinner, some older workers asked about the house. Deng Mingho and the others explained what they could. I and my wife are already married, so we can't live with you anymore. The night we arrived, we went to the squad leader to ask for permission to build a house. There was just one room with a small yard. The team leader said it would cost 40 or 50 yuan. If you wanted to live alone, you could also build your own place. Su Tao's reason was similar to Deng Mingho's. He and Gui Xiaoya were also planning to get their marriage certificate. In the end, everyone's eyes focused on Qin Wan. She said, "It's just that I dislike someone and don't want to live with her, so I want to move out and live alone." Many people looked at Li Yingying, then continued eating thoughtfully. A few young male workers looked at Qin Wan with meaningful expressions. Qin Wan naturally noticed but didn't mind. She had been on the mountain all day. Her special ability was close to breaking through to the first level. Once she did, she would have the power to protect herself. Even if someone tried to harm her, Qin Wan could make sure they wouldn't come back. What happened at the young workers' station today was kept secret. The villagers didn't know. However, the workers there started to isolate Li Yingying. Li Yingying went to work and returned each day with tears in her eyes, hoping someone would come to help her. Unfortunately, there was less work in the fields now, and many strong young men from the team had been taken away by the team leader to build houses for Li Rulin and others. Li Yingying's current pitiful appearance was all for show, but it was wasted on people who didn't appreciate her. Naturally, no one paid her attention. Every morning, Qin Wan finished her 7 work points early and then went to the mountain to pick mushrooms and gather firewood. She was mainly trying to improve her special ability quickly. Li Rulin knew this, so she didn't stay with Qin Wan all day, giving her some space. What Li Rulin didn't know was that every time Qin Wan went up the mountain, she often met Lu Yunxiao. Sometimes, Lu Yunxiao would give her special help, and they got along quite well. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho also finished work early and went to the mountain to explore, digging wild yams and other plants. Deng Mingho was good at aiming, so he always found something each time. Sometimes, they would find dead wood and store it in their space to use as firewood once the house was built. Before long, it was late September. Li Rulin's house was finally finished, but no one could live in it yet. The fire pit needed a few days to dry the whole house before they could move in. Building the house cost 48 yuan. Including the beams, doors, windows, and 2 large wardrobes custom-made by Li Rulin, plus tables, chairs, and cabinets, the total was nearly 30 yuan. The house was just built, and the educated youth held a small meeting. In a few days, we will start harvesting corn. We've been through this a couple of times, but you newcomers don't know how busy farm work can be during harvest time, so you must be mentally prepared. Also, during busy times, everyone gets tired and needs to eat more, especially good food with some meat and vegetables. So, today's meeting is to tell everyone to bring some money and tickets, so we can buy some meat in town. I'm not trying to make money for myself. During busy farm work, eating meat is essential, or we might not make it through, Li Baoguo said seriously. A few older educated youths, worried that the new arrivals might not believe, nodded in agreement. during harvest, I lose several pounds. Usually, we just eat enough to get by, but during harvest, if we don't eat some meat, we definitely won't last. If you don't believe it, you can ask the villagers. Also, during busy times, everyone's meals should be better and more plentiful. The new youths don't have much grain left, so you need to exchange with the locals. That's about all for this meeting. As for the money and tickets, it's up to you to decide. Just to be clear, those who don't contribute money or tickets cannot touch the meat or vegetables. Li Baoguo looked at the new youth seriously, showing he meant what he said. Li Rulin said, "Deng Jiying, and I won't add to the grain supply. After harvest, we'll move out and won't eat with everyone anymore. As for the money and tickets for buying meat, we'll pay whatever everyone contributes." Qin Wan, Su Tao, and Guoxiaya also said the same as Li Rulin. Li Baoguo didn't mind and nodded in agreement. For the meat purchase, each person contributed 1 yuan. Not many had meat tickets. Only 6 people, each with some tickets, and others without tickets paid a bit more. Li Baoguo and Zheng Hongmei went to town the next day and bought 2 chickens, 10 jin of pork belly, and 4 fish. 2 chickens plus tickets cost 9 yuan in total. 10 jin of pork belly at 79 cents per jin costs 7.9 yuan. The 4 fish, weighing about 15 jin, cost 1.1 yuan per jin, totaling 1.5 yuan. I still have about 6 yuan left. Next time I go to town, I'll use this money to buy more meat. It's not that they didn't want to buy meat, but going to the meat factory meant waiting in line. Even if it was your turn, if you wanted a lot of meat, the factory workers wouldn't sell it to you. They always left some for the people behind, so each person could only buy a little. Li Baoguo and Zheng Hongmei lined up separately, so each bought 5 jin of meat. Despite buying so much, there were quite a few people at the youth station, 22 in total, so this amount of food wasn't enough to eat. The next day, Li Baoguo went to town and brought back 5 jin of meat and some liver. Pig liver, pig heart, and pig lungs are all considered meat too. The day after they bought the meat, the busy farming season started. Work hours got earlier. They began working at dawn, and everyone in the team started working in the fields. The women were responsible for shucking corn, while the men transported the corn and cut down the stalks. During busy farming times, the biggest worry was rain, so everyone worked faster to harvest quickly. This is called rushing the harvest. Li Rulin's task was to shuck corn. She wore long sleeves and pants, kept her sleeves tight, and wore gloves. Still, after a whole day, her neck and face had scratches from the corn leaves, and her hands were red and sore. It was very tiring. She kept water from a spring in her bottle, but even drinking this water didn't help much. After lunch, everyone was exhausted, like zombies, stiffly climbing onto their beds and falling asleep right away, too tired to move. It felt like as soon as they closed their eyes, it was morning again. Before they had fully rested, they had to go back to work in the fields. Fortunately, during this time, their meals were decent. Every meal included some meat and vegetables, and the main food was enough to fill them up. This helped them get through. During busy seasons, the team ate better, almost like during the New Year, with meat almost every day. However, some families couldn't afford meat. During the harvest, because of poor diet and not enough food, some people fainted right in the fields. Most of these were women and older men. Every day, someone would faint from exhaustion, but at the same time, they earned very good work points. A young, strong worker could earn about 12 or 13 points a day. Even the women could earn a full day's worth of points. After 7 or 8 days like this, everyone at the youth station had shed a layer of skin. Li Rulin, who had barely gained some weight, lost it all again during these days. The male youths also became much thinner. At night, there was no one to talk to at the station. Everyone was busy eating and then going to sleep. The older youths, having experienced this a few times, gained some experience. Only the new youths felt like they were about to die from exhaustion. However, among them, some were more relaxed, especially Qin Wan. Because she often went up the mountain, her special ability had improved to the first level. This level made her physically stronger and more energetic. So, when she was shelling corn, Qin Wan didn't feel tired. Instead, she could absorb some wood element energy from the cornfield, making her feel very relaxed. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had also lost a lot of weight, but they still had spiritual spring water to support them. Although they weren't as strong as Qinhuan, they were better off than others. Finally, the corn was harvested. On the third day after the harvest, the weather changed. Early in the morning, the team leader started calling people to send all the corn back to the warehouse. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, helped out. Just after they finished putting the corn into the warehouse, heavy rain began to fall. An autumn rain brings cold weather. Along with the rain, cold air arrived, and the temperatures suddenly dropped. Many people started wearing padded clothes. The team leader gave everyone a day off, and everyone finally had a rest. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had been waiting for this day. When the team leader announced they could rest, they immediately packed their belongings and moved into the new house. It was a single main room with a large yard. The main room's door was on the west side, leading into a spacious kitchen with cabinets, tables, and benches. Next to the stove was a warm wall, and the kitchen connected to a bedroom. Inside, by the window, was a kong, a traditional heated bed, and opposite the wall were two large wardrobes. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho looked at each other and started tidying up their new home. There wasn't much to clean. Besides some furniture, they hadn't bought dishes or pots yet. They planned to buy those the next morning. They laid a suitable bed cover on the kong and placed the 3 boxes they had bought earlier at the foot of the bed. After that, everything was nearly ready. Finally moved out, no more squeezing into bed at night, Li Rulin comfortably lay on the kong, a traditional heated bed, not wanting to get up at all. Deng Mingho smiled as he looked at her, then jotted down the things to buy tomorrow: pots, bowls, spoons, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. These items are already in the space, but they still need to buy some openly. Also, they need to buy several large water tanks to store water and pickled vegetables. Their courtyard doesn't have a well, so they have to share the water well with the educated youth, which makes buying water tanks necessary. Additionally, their combined work points probably won't earn them much grain when it's time to distribute, so to keep a low profile, they should buy some grain from the grain station. By the way, tomorrow evening we'll invite people from the educated youth point for a meal. The villagers won't be invited, only the team leader, accountant, and others, Deng Mingho told Li Rulin. In the countryside, having a marriage certificate doesn't mean you're truly married. Only when you hold a banquet and go through the proper wedding process is it considered a real marriage. Li Rulin nodded and said, "Just follow your plan. Of course, you'll cook the food. I'm not as good as you." Li Rulin's cooking is just edible. It's neither particularly tasty nor bad. Deng Mingho is the better cook. Usually, when they're at home, Deng Mingho does most of the cooking. Deng Mingho threw the paper and pen onto the kong table, then came over and pressed down on Li Rulin. "If you want me to cook, that's fine. How will you thank me?" "It's not even dark yet, and you're already shameless," Li Rulin said, knowing what he wanted as soon as he leaned in. She pushed his face away in refusal. "What's shameless about my face? Have I ever been? I don't want that. I want my wife," Deng Mingho said with a mischievous grin, holding on to Li Rulin tightly. Finally, feeling he had taken some advantage, Deng Mingho reluctantly let go of Li Rulin. The two locked the doors and windows and entered the space. The crops inside the space had grown quite tall, but they wouldn't be ripe for another 2 months. Some vegetables like greens were already mature, but they hadn't picked them yet. As long as they didn't pick the mature vegetables, they could stay fresh and won't spoil. The storage had already accumulated enough vegetables for Li Rulin and the others to eat. They took out eggs laid by chickens, ducks, and geese and stored them in the warehouse. Deng Mingho also went into the chicken coop and killed an old hen. 2 jin of meat, 1 chicken. Tomorrow we can make about 2 tables of dishes, fry some eggs, and prepare some vegetarian dishes. That should be enough for the table, Deng Mingho thought to himself. Li Rulin didn't pay attention to her. Instead, she went to the warehouse and took out 2 large cabbages. The vegetables grown in the space are very big, fresh, and don't get pests. She chopped the cabbages into pieces, mixed them with cornmeal, added some spring water, and fed them to the pigs. Now, the 3 pigs each weigh over 180 jin, about 90 kilograms. Since they crossed over, they've been growing in the space for 4 or 5 months, and they are now fully grown pigs. It won't be long before the two sows can give birth to piglets. After feeding the pigs, Li Rulin went to the cornfield, picked off the leaves from the bottom of the corn stalks, and fed them to the cows and sheep. Usually, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho only sneak into the space when they go up the mountain to feed the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Sometimes, they only eat once a day, but today they managed to have a meal at noon. These animals are very energetic and eat eagerly. You've worked hard, guys. Don't worry, soon you'll be fed twice a day, and you won't go hungry. After feeding the animals, Li Rulin washed her hands and picked some strawberries and blueberries to eat. After a few bites, she heard Deng Mingho call her to dinner. The meat, vegetables, buns, and dumplings they bought from the state-run restaurant had already been eaten secretly, so now they had to cook their own meals. Deng Mingho prepared 3 dishes: spicy scrambled eggs, shredded potatoes with meat, and stir-fried broad beans. The 3 dishes on the table were carefully prepared. Spicy scrambled eggs were Deng Mingho's favorite, while Li Rulin loved stir-fried broad beans and ate them every meal without getting tired. As for shredded potatoes with meat, both of them liked it very much. Deng Mingho handed Li Rulin the rice and chopsticks with a flirtatious smile and said, "Eat quickly. After you finish, we have more important things to do." Li Rulin rolled her eyes silently. After finishing their meal, they left the space. Looking at her watch, it was almost 2 o'clock. They went outside and saw that the rain had stopped, but the sky was still dark and cloudy. Deng Mingho couldn't sit still when he had free time. "Wife, I saw that there are quite a few fish in the river north of the village these days. We're having a dinner party tomorrow. I want to go fishing and catch a few fish." Li Rulin was speechless. "If you want to fish, just go. Why do you need so many excuses?" Deng Mingho immediately took out his handmade fishing rod from the space, made from bamboo. However, the hooks and floats were brought from modern times. He also took 4 fish traps, planning to go to the river later, and then pick them up early tomorrow morning to see if he could catch any fish. Li Rulin stayed at home with nothing to do, so she decided to go with Deng Mingho. She even helped him carry half a bowl of leftover rice from lunch, which was meant to be used as fish bait in the trap. Most families were probably eating and taking a nap now, and since no one from the village was outside, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin quickly reached the northern part of the village. There were few houses here. As a fishing enthusiast, Deng Mingho easily found a good fishing spot. He first set up 4 fish traps in the river, then took out a small hoe from his bag and dug around the riverbank, collecting many earthworms. He prepared his fishing rod and hook, and with the earthworms ready, he started fishing. Li Rulin couldn't understand why Deng Mingho loved fishing so much, but she didn't think it was a bad hobby. She glanced at him intently watching the fishing float, then wandered around nearby. She found a lot of shepherd's purse, which seemed edible in autumn. Thinking about it, Li Rulin went back to get a basket and a small hoe, planning to dig some shepherd's purse to take home. If she could gather enough, she planned to dry it and make dumplings and buns with shepherd's purse when it snowed. After returning with the basket and hoe and locking the door, Li Rulin saw Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua coming out of the youth camp, each carrying a basket. "Li Jiqing, where are you headed?" they asked, surprised. "I'm going to dig some shepherd's purse by the river, because there are quite a few here," she replied. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua immediately said, "We're planning to go to the foot of the mountain to dig shepherd's purse." "Are there many by the river? Can we go too?" Although their families were doing fairly well as girls, they still couldn't compare to boys. Their families sent them to the countryside mainly because they didn't want the boys to go. Their families didn't take the relocation allowances, giving them all the money, but with so little, they knew they couldn't spend it all at once. If they didn't save some for winter, they might run out of food. Since they had just moved to the countryside, they didn't have many work points, and when it was time to share grain, they wouldn't get much. They would need to buy more with money, which would make their funds even tighter. Plus, the winter in the Northeast lasts a long time, more than 5 months without work. If they didn't gather some food for winter now, they might go hungry once winter was over. The winter in the Northeast is very cold. Besides storing food for the winter, they also need to store firewood. Without firewood, The heated brick bed can't be used, and they would definitely freeze to death. Li Rulin said, there are quite a lot of wild chives growing by the river. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua immediately came over. Let's go together. Li Rulin hadn't agreed, yet when Qinwan's door next door opened. Are you going to dig wild chives? I want to go with you too. Their houses were built at the same time. Li Rulin's house was next to the youth cadre courtyard, Qinwan's house was in the middle, and Su Tao's family was on the other side. Great, let's go together, Li Rulin said with a smile, then led them to the upper reaches of the northern river. The wild chives there were indeed more than downstream. Deng Mingho was fishing downstream and people saw him, but fishing was not a problem. Li Rulin was worried they might discover the 4 fishing cages, so it was better not to take them to that side. Seeing the large patches of wild chives, the 4 of them put their baskets on the ground and started digging. In the next few days, when we have time, we should come back to dig wild chives. We can also take a walk at the foot of the mountain to see if we can find mushrooms or similar things. If we don't store a little more food, I think we won't survive this winter, Zheng Fanghua said sadly while digging for wild vegetables. The old youths at the youth cadre courtyard said that winters here are very cold and advised them to store more food, which showed how tough life was here. I don't know when we can go back to the city, Zheng Fanghua added softly. Although her voice was quiet, the 3 of them heard her. Li Rulin and Qinwan didn't speak because they knew when they could return to the city. It was 1970 now, and they still had to wait 7 or 8 more years. Only then would these young workers have a chance to go back. 7 or 8 years is a long time. Many might not survive that long and would choose to settle down here. Qinwan said, I've been wandering in the mountains recently and found a lot of wild yam. It can also be eaten as food. When I have free time, I'll take you to dig some. Dig a lot, so we won't be afraid of winter, she added. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua were quite good friends. Qinwan was willing to help them. She had dug quite a few wild yams on the mountain. Every time she found a bunch, she would take the big ones, leaving many smaller yams behind. In just 3 or 4 days, she could make the small yams grow into larger ones. It was easy for her. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua quickly thanked him, and Li Rulin said she would go with them later. The 4 of them picked a lot of wild chives. Since it was getting late, they all went back home. When Li Rulin returned, she saw Deng Mingho had already come back, sitting in the yard killing fish. How many fish did you catch? Li Rulin put down her basket and went to look at Deng Mingho's bucket. There were 5 or 6 fish, about the size of a palm, perfect for making soup. They're almost ready to be killed. I'll make fish soup for you later, Deng Mingho said.
Li Rulin nudda.
Deng Mingho liked fishing and eating fish. Li Rulin liked eating fish, but didn't know how to cook it, so Deng Mingho usually cooked the fish. She just enjoyed eating. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 racks from Zhao Mujiang. We can put them in the yard with some baskets to dry things. I've picked a lot of wild chives. Once they're dried, we can make chive buns in winter. Deng Mingho nodded. Okay, I'll buy them tomorrow. Li Rulin took out the dried wood they had stored in the space and placed it in an open area in the yard. When you have time, chop the firewood too. We can't keep the fire going all the time. If people notice the chimney isn't smoking, it won't be good. In winter, we need firewood to heat the bed. It's better to build a small shelter in the yard to store the firewood. I understand. I'll do it tomorrow, Deng Mingho replied. Then, the 2 of them each handled the fish or picked some chives, preparing to steam the chives to eat later. After everything was ready, they locked the door and entered the space. Deng Mingho started making fish soup and kneading dough. He sat by the fish soup pot, sticking a few pancakes on the side. Li Rulin cut the clean chives into pieces, added some oil and salt, then coated them with flour. She boiled a pot of water, added 2 corn cobs and 2 eggs, and steamed the chives until done. Once the chives were cooked, she mixed them with crushed garlic and chili, then they could eat. They enjoyed a hearty dinner. After eating, they went to feed the pigs, cattle, and sheep, and threw some cabbage and greens into the chicken, duck, and goose pens. They washed up in the space before going outside. It was already dark outside. Deng Mingho turned on his flashlight, set up the bed, and then stared at Li Rulin with glowing green eyes. Since crossing over, He had been abstinent. Now that the timing, environment, and people were all right, and they had official permission, he was very excited. Li Rulin felt her face getting a little hot under his gaze. Although they had been married for many years with their new bodies, this was their first time experiencing such a moment. Take that out. I don't want to have children so early. Li Rulin didn't hesitate and said this to Deng Mingho after lying on the bed. When she learned she would travel to this era, Li Rulin prepared many sanitary pads and bought plenty of human baby blockers. She knew she would have children eventually, but her current body was only 18, so she didn't want to have kids so soon. Deng Mingho nodded casually and said he understood, then pounced on her. He's a young, strong man with lots of energy, and once he started, he couldn't stop. Tomorrow, we need to get up early and go to the town to buy things. If I can't get up, I will seriously hurt you, Li Rulin threatened tearfully. Deng Mingho pretended not to hear and covered her mouth, so she couldn't speak. Deng Mingho was quite mindful and didn't bother Li Rulin excessively. After stopping, he also took her to the space for a quick wash and fed her some spiritual spring water. By the time she woke up the next day, Li Rulin didn't feel much discomfort. Seeing Deng Mingho had prepared breakfast early, she let him go. After breakfast, they went to the village entrance to wait for Uncle Wang's carriage. Today was a holiday for the whole village. So many people were heading to the town. Uncle Wang brought 2 carriages. Aunt Ho-Hot saw Li Rulin and Deng Mingho and smiled. I heard you moved into a new house yesterday? Are you going to the town today to buy some things? Li Rulin nodded with a smile. Yes, everything at home is missing. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, bowls, and chopsticks. We need to cook ourselves, so we have to buy these things. While they were talking, a tall, unfamiliar woman suddenly interrupted. She had high cheekbones, triangular eyes, and looked unfriendly. Li Jiqing and Deng Jiqing must have spent a lot of money building their house. When are they planning to hold a wedding? We're all waiting to drink their wedding wine. Deng Mingho, sitting beside Uncle Wang, immediately turned to look at the woman when he heard this. Li Rulin quickly spoke first. Deng Jiqing and I have been together for a long time. But our families are both poor and can't afford a wedding or a house. Plus, I have a younger brother at home. My parents sent me to the countryside, and Deng Jiqing's family is similar. He has 3 brothers, and he is the second son. We moved to the countryside, and our families didn't give us anything. The money for building the house was provided by the government as part of the resettlement funds. We also want to invite the villagers to join our celebration, but right now there is no grain at home, and we are just waiting to be allocated some. We are truly unable to host a banquet. Today, we went to the town to buy a few things, planning to prepare a simple meal at the youth station tonight. We only invited the youth and the team leader, the secretary, to have a meal together. If Annie doesn't mind, she can come by tonight too. We can't invite so many people, but if you're willing to come, we will definitely treat you to a good meal. After saying this, Li Rulin smiled shyly and looked down a little, feeling a bit embarrassed. The 5 people working in the same group as Li Rulin are all on that vehicle now. Aunt Wang Er is especially quick to get angry at injustice and immediately looked displeased. What? Have you never eaten meat in your life? Why are you so greedy? Li Jiqing and Deng Zhihong built a house, yes, but they're already married. Do they still have to stay cramped in the youth station? They are both serious about their lives. During work, they are very diligent and have earned many work points. After work, they usually go to the mountain to pick mushrooms and firewood. Yesterday, I saw some of the youth digging wild vegetables by the river. If they had money to support themselves, why would they have to suffer so much? Aunt Suehua also agreed, saying, exactly. They just built a house, and now you're here criticizing them. Do you think you can't afford a simple brick house? Hearing Aunt Suehua mention the house, Li Rulin finally understood why this aunt was saying such things. It was because she saw they had built a new house and thought they had money. It seems that recently, the villagers have been talking a lot about houses. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho could feel it in their daily lives. Everyone was gossiping behind their backs. But neither of them paid much attention to it. Looking at the people in the vehicle, besides Aunt Ho-Hot and the others, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho noticed that their eyes weren't very friendly. However, after Li Rulin explained their family situation, the expressions on their faces improved a lot. No one wants to see others living better than themselves. Their little story of hardship helped the villagers put aside their envy and jealousy. But Qin Wan and Su Tao, along with Guxiaoya, weren't so lucky. Qin Wan, a young woman youth, built a house and moved in. This became well known in the village. Not only the male youths at the station were somewhat interested, but the unmarried men in the village also had their own thoughts. Currently, the time is short and it is also busy farming season, so no one is focusing on this matter. When they have free time, Qin Wan will definitely face trouble. As for Su Tao and Guxiaoya, they usually dress quite well. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho also have good clothes, but when working in the fields, they wear old clothes patched many times at home. Most villagers dress like this, so everyone looks similar and no one pays much attention to them. Su Tao and Guxiaoya are very noticeable, especially Guxiaoya, who carries 2 baskets of pig feed and uses the work points of children. It's clear they are not short of money. As young workers from outside, they need to blend in well with the villagers. Otherwise, they will suffer later. If they can blend in smoothly like today, even if they face difficulties, they can get help by showing some weakness. That Andy was teased a few times and then heard Li Rulin talk about their poor family situation. She felt better and stopped talking, just pouting her lips. Li Rulin quickly thanked Aunt Wang and Aunt Suehua, who both smiled at her. They traveled in silence until they reached the town. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho got off the carriage, first went to the supply store to buy seasonings like salt and vinegar, and also bought a large and a small pot, along with a kitchen knife. They bought 4 bowls and plates each, and also bought chopsticks and spoons. Then they went to the meat factory, both queued up. Deng Mingho bought 5 jin of pork belly and shamelessly asked the butcher for 4 pig's trotters and a set of pig offal. Li Rulin bought 4 jin of fatty pork to make oil. She wanted to buy more, but the butcher refused, saying he needed to save some for the people behind. After leaving the meat factory, one person kept watch while the other went into an alley to put the fatty pork, half of the pork belly, for pig's trotters and other meat into a space. They only carried a little over 2 jin of pork and a set of pig offal, plus the chicken they slaughtered yesterday, which they put into a basket and carried on their back. They also bought 20 jin of sweet potatoes flour and 20 jin of cornmeal at the grain station. These are cheap coarse grains, so even if villagers see them, it's not a problem. That's about all for now. The water tank and such will be bought at the neighboring team of Shungli Brigade, where they sell tanks specifically. On the way back, I already told Grandpa Wang to wait, and once we return to the village, we'll hire his cart to buy the tank. Deng Mingho checked the items they bought, which were almost enough, then took Li Rulin to the state-run restaurant for a meal. The two went to a state-run restaurant. Li Rulin wanted to eat dumplings and ordered a plate, while Deng Mingho had chicken noodle soup. After eating, they took the receipt and went to the photo studio to pick up their previous photos. The owner of the photo studio saw them arrive late and didn't say anything, understanding that the busy farming season had just ended. "Master, do you have picture frames?" Li Rulin looked at their group photo, thinking it looked nice. She wanted to put it in a frame to hang on the wall at home. The studio owner brought out some frames, helped Li Rulin put the photo inside, and Deng Mingho paid. Only then did they leave the studio. "Next, let's go to the scrap yard to buy some old newspapers or something. We can use them to cover the walls at home, so they don't get dusty all the time," Li Rulin told Deng Mingho. Actually, Li Rulin didn't really want to cover the walls with old newspapers because she didn't think it looked nice. But in the countryside, everyone used old newspapers to cover their walls, so they couldn't be too different. At the scrap yard, Li Rulin hoped to find some hidden treasures like the characters and stories from other times, maybe some old furniture or boards with good stuff. But after looking around, they found nothing. Probably, anything valuable had already been taken before it was sent here. They bought a lot of old newspapers for just a few cents. After that, they wandered around the scrap yard, buying whatever they needed. When it was time to gather, they returned with big and small bags. Deng Mingho saw everyone and smiled as he took out some candies from his pocket, giving 2 or 3 to each person. "Today, Li Jiqing and I are hosting a small feast. We can't afford to invite all of you, so we're giving out more candies to sweeten your mouths," he said. These candies were stored in their space. Li Rulin also took some and put them in her pocket. When she saw Auntie Ho Hot, Auntie Tsuehua, Wang Xiaomei, and Yang Dan, she grabbed a handful for each of them. Aunties, you help me a lot when you work. I really appreciate you all. Of course, I also want to thank both of you. Please keep these candies. They are a small token of my gratitude. Auntie Ho Hot and the others didn't refuse and accepted the candies, each saying a few words of blessing. The stern-looking auntie from before only received 2 candies. Seeing Li Rulin give a big handful to Auntie Ho Hot and Auntie Tsuehua, she was about to say something. But when she saw the glances from Auntie Ho Hot and Auntie Tsuehua, she immediately dared not say anything and kept quiet. While placing the purchased items into the car, many people were watching, curious to see what was inside the 2 people's baskets. Some noses were sharp and caught the smell of intestines, prompting teasing remarks. Are you guys inviting us to a meal where you serve only intestines? Deng Mingho smiled and said, I'm best at making intestines. When I was young and too poor to afford meat, I only ate intestines to satisfy my craving. Over time, I figured out how to make them taste good. Hearing this, the person pouted and said, in the past, your family couldn't afford meat and only ate intestines every day. It seems your family was really poor. Although ours was also poor, we never ate pig intestines. On the way back, the atmosphere was quiet and no one spoke much. After getting off the cart, Uncle Wang said he needed to go home to feed the horses and would come back later to pick up Deng Mingho to go to the neighboring village. Deng Mingho remembered that he had set 4 traps yesterday and forgot to check them this morning. Now he needed to go collect the catch, so he nodded in agreement. When the 2 of them returned home with their baskets, they saw Qinwan riding a bicycle coming back, loaded with bags and packages. Li Rulin was surprised. Is that bicycle yours? Qinwan shook her head. No, it's Lu Yunxiao's. I just borrowed it. Lu Yunxiao used to be a soldier and received a good allowance, so he could afford a bicycle. After retiring, he was assigned a job. However, his older brother took that job away. Still, Lu Yunxiao was not passive. His brother had to give him 10 yuan each month, or he would report him, since his military job had been taken by family. Lu Yunxiao's parents were somewhat biased. They scolded and beat him daily. But Lu Yunxiao was determined to get that 10 yuan, so they finally agreed. Now he wasn't working, but he still received 10 yuan every month. He also went to the mountains to hunt animals, which he sold on the black market, saving quite a bit of money. Li Rulin relaxed and then said, later, Uncle Wang will come to take Deng Mingho to buy a big water jar and some pickling jars in the next village. Do you want to go? If so, they can bring some back for you. Qinwan immediately nodded. Yes, bring back 2 big jars and 2 pickling jars. She then gave 10 yuan to Deng Mingho. Deng Mingho took the money and went to the river to retrieve the traps. He found many fish and shrimp inside, and in one trap, he caught 2 very large eels. After placing the cage in the space, Deng Mingho returned just in time to see Uncle Wang driving his cart over to find him. Deng Mingho greeted him and got on the cart, and the 2 went to the neighboring village. On Li Rulin's side, after tidying up her things, she went next door to find Qinwan. How have you been getting along with Lu Yunxiao lately? Li Rulin asked with a bit of curiosity. Qinwan thought for a moment and replied, we've been getting along quite well. Lu Yunxiao really suits my taste, and he's quite capable in other ways too. He always manages to catch a lot of game. Li Rulin knew that the 2 were getting along pretty well, so she nodded and said nothing more. Without Su Tao, Qinwan and Lu Yunxiao would definitely be together. Be careful at home, especially when you're alone. If anything happens, shout loudly for help. You're a girl, and you've built your own house. Others see you as a good catch. Not only are the youth from the commune eyeing you, but many unmarried villagers are also interested. If you and Lu Yunxiao are close, it's better to get married soon. Otherwise, once the farming season starts, I worry someone might do something to you. Nowadays, it's quite easy to marry a girl. As long as her innocence is ruined, she can be married. Many rural men can't find wives, so they look for pretty girls, then take them into small woods or cornfields and marry them. Even if they can't afford a bride price, it doesn't matter. Once her innocence is gone, she has no choice but to marry him. Such things happen often and are hard to prevent. Qinwan now has some self-protection skills, but if she doesn't get married, these people will keep following her every day, hoping to harm her. After hearing Li Rulan's words, Qinwan sincerely thanked her. Don't worry, I will be careful. She wasn't naive and could naturally sense that others looked at her with strange eyes. But Qinwan didn't expect Li Rulan to come specifically to remind her of these things, which made her feel warm inside. Alright, as long as you're aware. If you feel something's wrong at night, just shout. After saying this, Li Rulan went back home and started tidying up. She needed to seal the pot with a layer of yellow mud to prevent smoke from escaping. Li Rulan didn't know how to do it herself, so she waited for Deng Mingho to return and handle it. She carried meat, chicken, pig intestines, some white flour, and sweet potato flour, then went to the neighboring youth commune. Today, Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong were cooking. They knew that Li Rulan and her friend would come over tonight to host a banquet. Seeing Li Rulan carrying things, they immediately went to help her handle the preparations. Li Rulan first cleaned the pig intestines by rinsing them twice with water. Then she dug out some ash from the bottom of the pot and used it to scrub the intestines. After washing several times, she added some vinegar and rinsed again. She rinsed with clean water many times until the unpleasant smell mostly disappeared. The remaining smell would depend on the chef's skill. Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong saw Li Rulan had finished cleaning the pig intestines and looked a bit worried. Rulan, how do we cook these intestines? Do you know? Our cooking skills aren't good, and the intestines we make always smell bad and taste bad. Don't worry. You don't need to cook. Just help with preparing the side dishes. The chef will come back soon, and he will handle everything, Li Rulan said with a smile. Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong knew that today's meal was for Li Rulan and Deng Mingho's wedding banquet. They knew their own cooking skills well. Now that Li Rulan had hired a chef, they felt relieved, worried about ruining the celebration. Okay, then we'll go pick some vegetables from the garden. We might add a few more vegetarian dishes later, they said, and went to pick vegetables. Soon, they returned with peppers, oil lettuce, spinach, green onions, garlic sprouts, and green beans. The peppers were cut, and the green onions and garlic sprouts were washed. After working for a while, Deng Mingho finally returned, holding 2 heads of garlic and a bunch of dried chili peppers in one hand. In his other hand, he carried 3 round jars, which looked like they contained alcohol. Have you bought the jars? Li Rulan asked. Deng Mingho nodded while washing his hands. We only bought 2 large jars. I thought they were big, so I didn't buy more. One is for water, and the other for pickles. 2 are enough. We also bought 2 jars of pickled vegetables. The big jars cost 2 yuan each, and the smaller jars cost 80 cents. It cost 6 yuan altogether. I didn't ask for change. I asked the host to bring back a few jars of their homemade grain alcohol.
Got it.
Hurry up and start cooking. The side dishes are already prepared, Li Rulan urged Deng Mingho. It was getting late. Soon, the team leader and accountant would arrive. Deng Mingho washed his hands and went into the kitchen. Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong were steaming buns using flour and sweet potato starch brought over by Li Rulan. When they finished cutting the buns, they saw Deng Mingho enter and were surprised. Deng Mingho smiled and looked at them. What are you guys looking at? Zheng Hongmei glanced at what Deng Mingho was holding and asked, Are you here to deliver something? Where is the chef you hired? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Deng Mingho put down the items, opened a bottle of wine with a knife, and said happily, Why are you guys looking outside? I am the chef. Li Juhong was so surprised she stopped cooking altogether. You're the chef? You can cook too? Deng Mingho quickly chopped ginger and garlic. That's right, it's me. Today, I will show you my cooking skills. Li Rulan came over to cook a small pot. He makes really good food. Just wait and see. Zheng Hongmei placed the steamed buns into a steamer and started steaming them while watching Deng Mingho begin to stir-fry. He heated oil, added green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers first, cooking until fragrant. Then he added washed and chopped pig intestines and used wine to remove the smell. There was cooking wine available, but it was hard to get, so Deng Mingho used wine as a substitute to remove the smell. After a short stir-fry, a strong, tempting aroma filled the kitchen. The young people nearby immediately smelled it and came out. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear were the most impatient. They peeked into the kitchen and were surprised to see Deng Mingho cooking. The pig intestines were quickly served out, and Deng Mingho then made a spicy chicken dish, which smelled incredibly good. He also prepared stir-fried romaine lettuce, green beans with meat, spinach blanched and mixed with minced garlic, and a traditional braised pork dish. After finishing these, Deng Mingho made meatball soup and egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 2 soups, each served in 2 large bowls, enough for about 25 or 6 people. Qinwan came over and added 2 more dishes, mushroom stir-fried with rabbit meat and yam fried into noodle balls. When all the dishes were served, many people couldn't help but swallow hard. They were so fragrant and hearty. Having so much meat at this time was better than New Year's feast. After the meal started, he said a few words of congratulations, and everyone began eating with chopsticks. The sound of eating filled the room, and no one paid attention to talking. In the end, over 20 people finished all the dishes, leaving no oil or leftovers in the bowls. Most of the pots, bowls, and utensils used were from the youth station, along with some new ones bought today by Li Ruolin and others. Qinwan, Su Tao, Gua Xiaoya, and the others also borrowed dishes and plates. At this moment, the people from the youth station were helping Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho wash all the pots, bowls, and utensils. They each took their own bowls and left. Su Tao and Gua Xiaoya followed Deng Mingho and Li Ruolin out of the youth station. On the way, Su Tao said, "Gua and I are planning to get our marriage certificate in a few days. We also need to hold a small celebration. I will buy the meat and vegetables. Would you like to cook for us then?" Deng Mingho nodded and said, "Sure, but remember, I want half a kilogram of meat as payment." Su Tao smiled and patted Deng Mingho on the shoulder. "All right, you're the chef, you decide." They said a few more words at the door before going their separate ways. Deng Mingho and Li Ruolin returned home, lit the kerosene lamp, and started preparing the pots. Li Ruolin took this time to clean the water basin. After washing it twice with clean water, Deng Mingho had already sealed the pots with yellow clay. He lit a fire to check if everything was sealed properly. If there was any smoke or unsealed spot, he would reapply the yellow clay. Once the pots were ready, she went to fetch water from the youth station, filled the water tank, and then rested. The next morning, as the alarm rang, Deng Mingho and Li Ruolin got up. They looked at each other, noticing that Deng Mingho was still full of energy despite staying up late and working hard all night. Li Ruolin felt a bit annoyed. It was clear that Deng Mingho had done most of the work, so she wondered why she felt unwell. They weren't very hungry after waking up, so they boiled a few ears of corn, some sweet potatoes, and each had an egg. After eating, they went to work. They finished harvesting the corn and then started peeling and drying it, followed by shelling the kernels. This work was tough but straightforward. Usually, the men did the heavy labor, while the women and girls mostly shelled the corn by hand. Li Ruolin enjoyed this lively atmosphere, sitting in small groups, working with their hands, chatting casually. "I want to tell you all. How can it be like that? I have something to say too. Listen to me. I'll tell you about." During the 7 or 8 days of shelling corn, Li Ruolin heard many stories and gossip. People talked about whose child was really their father, and some fathers weren't involved. Others mentioned family conflicts, like a mother fighting with her husband, then moving in with her daughter and her daughter's husband, and still living together now. Who else has a husband who gets scolded by his wife every day, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who argue constantly, or a daughter-in-law who can't have a son? Listening to these stories, Li Ruolin felt her worldview beginning to shake. People say rural folks are conservative, but these behaviors are anything but traditional. In the evening, Li Ruolin would tell Deng Mingho the gossip she heard that day. Sometimes, Deng Mingho would share some gossip he heard too. People say life in the countryside is hard and boring, but they didn't feel bored at all. Staying here was as exciting as being in a melon field, very lively. Although everyone liked to gossip, it didn't interfere with their work. After about 2 weeks of everyone working together, young and old, they finished shelling all the corn. Once the corn was bagged, the team leader arranged for the tractor driver to come over. load the corn onto the truck, and send it to the grain station. After finishing the corn, the work slowed down for a few days. As the weather grew colder and frost appeared, the team started preparing to harvest sweet potatoes. Harvesting sweet potatoes was very tiring. Whether bending down to dig them out or transporting them from the ground, it was hard work. But there was a good thing about harvesting sweet potatoes. After collecting the large ones, many small ones remained in the field. Villagers could come and dig them up, and the team members wouldn't mind. So, after finishing a plot of land, the adults would move on to another. As soon as they left, many children would come with hoes and baskets to dig up the small sweet potatoes. Sometimes, when they finished work, the adults would join the children in digging. All these sweet potatoes were food, and they didn't cost anything, so everyone tried to gather as much as they could. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho couldn't act too different from others. Sometimes they would also join in to dig a little just for fun. After harvesting the sweet potatoes, they moved on to collecting cabbage. Winter here lasts a long time. Besides making pickled vegetables, they also stored a lot of cabbage, which was the only vegetable available during winter. There were over 20 young people at the youth station, all paid for, and they stored around 4,000 to 5,000 jin of cabbage. Although that was a lot, 20 people needed to eat for several months, so it wasn't enough. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho also bought quite a bit, about 400 or 500 jin. Since others had bought some too, they didn't want to seem too different. There were many chickens, ducks, and geese in the space, so they just used the extra vegetables to feed them. However, when it was time to make salted vegetables, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho exchanged looks, both unsure how to do it. Neither of them had ever made salted vegetables before. Maybe I should go ask Aunt Ho-Hot. This is the only outside help Li Rulin could think of. Aunt Suehua and Aunt Wang said that Aunt Ho-Hot's pickled cabbage is the best, the tastiest in their village. Li Rulin also wants to try it and see how it tastes. Alright, go ahead. I heard Aunt Ho-Hot just had a baby girl, and she's in her postpartum period now. Take some red sugar to her, Deng Mingho said. Thinking that Aunt Ho-Hot often helped her, Li Rulin decided to bring half a jin of red sugar to ask her to teach her. When Aunt Ho-Hot saw Li Rulin coming with something in her hand, she quickly asked if something was wrong. No, it's just that everyone is starting to pickle salted vegetables. Deng Jiqing and I are from different places and have never pickled vegetables before, so we don't know how to do it. That's why I came to ask you to teach me, as a gift for becoming your apprentice, Li Rulin said, handing over the half a jin of red sugar. Don't say that. If you told me earlier, I could have helped you pickle it. Why are you bringing me things? Aunt Ho-Hot quickly refused. But when she saw that Li Rulin was holding half a jin of red sugar, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. With snow forecast soon and the weather cold and freezing, if she doesn't rest well during her postpartum period, she might develop postpartum health issues later. Aunt Ho-Hot and her husband are worried about their daughter. Recently, they've been saving eggs from their chickens for her and also wanted to get some red sugar to help her recover. However, red sugar was expensive, and they hadn't been able to buy any. They borrowed a little from neighbors, just half a jin, planning to deliver it to her when things calmed down. At this moment, Li Rulin brought over half a jin of red sugar. Aunt Ho-Hot couldn't refuse and hesitated to reject it. Li Rulin smiled and placed the half jin of red sugar into Aunt Ho-Hot's arms. You have to accept this gift of apprenticeship. If you don't, I won't teach you anymore. Aunt Ho-Hot said nothing and took the sugar, then said, From now on, I will pickle your family's sauerkraut every year. I will come every year to help you. That's great. I've heard your pickling skills are excellent. I won't have to do anything and can enjoy delicious pickled cabbage. Li Rulin nodded happily. Aunt Ho-Hot not only went to her home to help her pickle cabbage, but also gave her some of her homemade fermented beans and soybean paste she had dried earlier. Dejiang Li Rulin has never tasted the sauce, so she doesn't know what it tastes like, but she and Deng Mingho both really like eating pickled beans. They stir-fry them with chili peppers and scallions, then serve with steamed buns, which makes the dish very tasty. Li Rulin was generous and took half a basin of pickled beans and half a basin of soy sauce, happily returning home with Aunt Ho-Hot, who was visiting from outside. With Aunt Ho-Hot's help, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho quickly started pickling vegetables. Aunt Ho-Hot also shared many tips. While they were talking, Chin-won heard the noise and came over, helping Aunt Ho-Hot pickle sour vegetables. When she learned that Li Rulin had given Aunt Ho-Hot half a jean of red sugar, she also went to get half a jean for her. Aunt Ho-Hot couldn't find a way to refuse, so she went to help Chin-won pickle sour vegetables. After finishing, she also returned home with pickled beans and soy sauce to give to Chin-won, who happily accepted them. After the sour vegetables were pickled, the weather grew colder, and snow was about to fall. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho started running up the mountain every day. They saw some dead trees and collected them, planning to chop them with an axe later to use for heating and cooking. After 2 days of going up the mountain, Chin-won caught them. "You two are quite hard to catch. You go up the mountain early every day. I've been waiting for you for several days but haven't seen you." Li Rulin smiled and explained, "It's because the snow will soon block the mountain roads, and our firewood isn't enough yet." Chin-won waved her hand. "Forget about the firewood for now. The chestnut forest on the mountain is about to be harvested by the villagers." However, Lu Yunxiao said he found another chestnut forest deep in the mountains, and nearby there are many jujube trees. "I came to find you these days to ask if you want to go." The previous chestnut forest was also on the mountain but not in the deep wilderness. Since everyone from the village was going together, they weren't worried about encountering wild boars or wolves. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho hadn't gone there recently and had forgotten about the chestnut forest. "Of course, we want to go," Deng Mingho immediately said. He had long wanted to explore the deep mountains again but was held back by gathering firewood. Now that Lu Yunxiao was leading the way, he definitely wanted to see the mountain. Chin-won nodded. "Then you need to prepare. Bring your slingshot and a knife for self-defense. Since it's the deep mountains, you might encounter wild boars or wolves. I've also asked Shin Yi and Ji Hongjun to come along. They are both veterans, so if there's any danger, having them there will make things safer." Besides the two of them, Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua also went. Among the new educated youths, except for Su Tao and Gua Xiaoya, everyone else truly came to the countryside with little money. Even if they had some money, it wouldn't be enough to support several years of rural life. Of course, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho are exceptions. They are wealthy, but they keep it very hidden.
So, they also went up the mountain.
Li Rulin and Deng Mingho didn't find this surprising. After all, the mountain is so big and not theirs, so anyone who wants to go can go. After Chin-won finished speaking, she left first. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho quickly started cooking, preparing lunch snacks as well. They cooked shepherd's purse pancakes, mostly made from white flour, mixed with a little sweet potato flour. The taste was decent, at least not harsh on the throat. They prepared the snacks and water bottles. Each took a machete, and Deng Mingho even attached his favorite slingshot to his waist. Then they all left the house. Just then, everyone was already waiting at the door. The group headed up the mountain and met Lu Yunxiao, who had been waiting for them on the halfway point. They introduced themselves to each other, and then continued walking up the mountain. Lu Yunxiao and Chin-won led at the front, Ji Hongjun and Shen Yi followed at the back, and the rest walked in the middle. Chin-won has a wood-type special ability, making her very good at scouting. She also helped everyone avoid many dangers. Sometimes, Chin-won would deliberately lead them toward places where wild pheasants and rabbits were likely to be found. With Lu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho's slingshots, whenever they saw a wild bird or rabbit, they would either shoot and kill or injure it. In the end, all the game ended up in Li Rulin's and others' baskets. The group walked for about 2 hours and finally found the chestnut forest and jujube trees that Lu Yunxiao had mentioned. Many chestnuts had already fallen to the ground, so everyone just picked them up. Li Rulin and the others used stones to crack open the chestnut shells and collected the nuts into their baskets. Deng Mingho, Lu Yunxiao, and the other men went to pick jujubes, climbing the trees and shaking them so that the fruit rained down. When everyone's baskets were full, it was time for lunch. Lu Yunxiao, Shen Yi, and Ji Hongjun, who all had outdoor combat experience, were skilled at handling wild game like pheasants and rabbits. The wild birds and rabbits they caught earlier became their lunch. Everyone finished their meal and started to go down the mountain. Going down is harder than going up, especially since each person was carrying a full load of chestnuts and red dates, making walking even more difficult. By the time they safely reached the youth camp, it was almost dark. They went into the mountains during the day and returned in the evening for 3 days straight. During this time, they mostly encountered small game like wild chickens and rabbits. On the 4th day, while picking chestnuts, Qinwan suddenly looked very serious and shouted loudly, "Come quickly, something's wrong here." Li Rulin immediately watched Qinwan's movements, knowing she sensed danger nearby. It was safest to stay close to her. Qinwan quickly told everyone to run towards the male youth workers, and Li Rulin, leaving her basket behind, hurried after her. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua saw Li Rulin's reaction and, ignoring their baskets on the ground, quickly followed behind. Lu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho reacted the fastest. Hearing Qinwan shout, they ran over, each holding onto Qinwan and Li Rulin. Qinwan pointed in a direction and said, "Over there, it should be wild boars." "I heard footsteps. There are probably 2 large wild boars." Wild boars are omnivores and eat many things. Since there are chestnuts and red dates here, the boars might be coming to eat. They had been lucky before and hadn't encountered any, but now it was the time they usually eat. Deng Mingho quickly moved Li Rulin behind him, took some stones from his pocket, and aimed in the direction Qinwan indicated. Lu Yunxiao did the same. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun each held a machete, blocking Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua behind them. Then, everyone heard grunting sounds. Sure enough, 2 wild boars. One had black fur, the other brown. Both were strong, with short limbs and long heads. Their noses had long, sharp tusks on each side. Li Rulin was seeing wild boars for the first time. Seeing 2 that each weighed at least 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, she felt her scalp go numb. Wild boars look very different from domestic pigs and seem very aggressive. If one hits you, it could break your bones. Zhou Shengnan, Zheng Fanghua, and Lu Kunming were so frightened their faces turned pale. Li Rulin was a bit better, but the others looked very calm. "Aim for their eyes." Lu Yunxiao spoke to Deng Mingho, then both of them raised their slingshots. One aimed at a wild boar. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun clenched their knives, ready to act at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 stones flew through the air, followed by the wild boar's loud, painful squeal. The stones hit the boar's eyes. The boars immediately jumped in pain, spun around, and kept crying out in distress. At this moment, Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun made their move. They quickly approached the 2 boars from opposite sides and swung their knives. They aimed their cuts at the boars' necks. Seeing the stones hit, Lu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho quickly put away their slingshots. One each took a knife and rushed toward the boars. One boar was blind in one eye, but the other eye was still working. It stared at the 4 people around it, with its remaining eye full of blood, and angrily charged at one person. Shen Yi moved fast and ran to the side. As the boar passed by Lu Yunxiao, it was stabbed again. The injured boar turned back to charge at Lu Yunxiao, but Shen Yi came back and slashed its backside. On the other side, things were a bit different. Ji Hongjun was the tallest and strongest among them, and Deng Mingho, after drinking a lot of spiritual spring water, had gained more strength. Plus, he had built up strength from farm work. The 2 of them used their strength to hold down a wild, aggressive boar. After a few cuts, the boar collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and bleeding a lot. After they finished killing that boar, they went to help Lu Yunxiao and Shen Yi. The other boar was quickly taken care of too. Seeing the bodies of the 2 boars, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Li Rulin hurried over to check Deng Mingho. He only had a few bloodstains on him, and his hands' palms were bruised. After fighting a wild boar, Deng Mingho's hands had gotten a little hurt, but he said, "I'm fine. Let's quickly carry this boar away from here. The smell of blood might attract more wild boars, and that would be bad. We need to leave quickly." Deng Mingho smiled at Li Rulin and then spoke to the others. Lu Yunxiao and Shen Yi immediately looked for 2 small trees about the thickness of a leg. They planned to tie the boars to the trees and carry them down the mountain. Qinwan and Li Rulin quickly went to carry their baskets back. They had just gone up the mountain, and although they didn't gather many chestnuts, they had collected quite a few over the past few days, so they didn't mind this small amount. They also put the jujubes that Deng Mingho and the others picked into their baskets together. Over there, the four of them had already tied up the wild boar with vines. They lifted it and headed down the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, they felt they were close enough and found a spot to stop, drink some water, and eat some dry food. How are we supposed to deal with these two big wild boars? Ji Hongjun asked everyone, looking at the two carcasses lying on the ground. Lu Yunxiao said, "If you want to sell them, I can take you to sell. Usually, I hunt and sell the game at a safe place, not the black market." Zhou Shengnan, Zheng Fanghua, and Lu Kunming stepped forward and said, "These wild boars are yours since you killed them. We didn't help much, so you decide." "We won't say anything." Finally, Deng Mingho spoke up. "Qin Wan found the wild boar and the four of us killed it, so the main share goes to us five. We'll keep one part for winter eating, and as for the rest, you can decide what to do." Qin Wan didn't refuse and said, "I'll keep some pork too." Lu Yunxiao also expressed his opinion. "I'll stay and eat as well, but I can't take it home, so I'll leave it with Qin Jiqing first." At this moment, Shini said, "These two wild boars are one male and one female. The male is bigger and probably heavier. We'll give the female to you four to share, and the male will sell. The money from selling it will be split, half between me and Hongjun, and the other half among the three of you. Sharing the money equally is a hunting custom." Although Zhou Shengnan and the others didn't contribute much, since they came together, even for keeping quiet, they should get a share. The three of them repeatedly refused. "No, we can't take it. We didn't help at all, and it makes us uneasy to take the money." Ji Hongjun didn't mind Shini's arrangement and smiled, saying, "If you're giving it to us, just take it. We're all living at the youth station. We know each other's situations pretty well, so just take it." Seeing that Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun were sincere about giving them the share, the three didn't refuse further and agreed. One wild boar weighed about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms. At the regular pork price of 0.7 yuan per jin, it could sell for over 150 yuan. They divided the money, leaving half for Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. The three of them could each get about 25 yuan. Yes, 25 yuan. They planned to spend it carefully. Just buying grain would be enough to last them a year. This money was very precious to them now, and they simply couldn't refuse it. After they finished dividing the money, Lu Yunxiao nodded and said, "All right, let's wait until nightfall to go back. We'll take a small path later. I'll take you to the town to sell the pig." Lu Yunxiao and Shen Yi secretly carried a wild boar down the small path, planning to take it to the town to sell. Meanwhile, Deng Mingho and the others slowly descended the mountain with the pig. When it was very late at night, they carried the pig directly into their house. They walked a bit further down the mountain. Qin Wan led them to find some wild mountain yam. They put the pig aside and started digging for the yam. They kept digging until it was dark and they couldn't see anything. Then, they helped each other, walking carefully under the bright moonlight, descending the mountain, and returning to the youth commune. It was about to snow, and at night, everyone's breath was visible as white mist. Despite the cold, they all sweat heavily. The wild pig was carried into Li Ruolin's house, and then everyone dispersed. Before dawn, Lu Yunxiao and Shun Yi returned, bringing back 165 yuan. "I also borrowed some pig slaughtering tools from the pig sellers. Tonight, I'll sneak over and divide the pig," Lu Yunxiao said. He placed the knives and bone-scraping tools at Deng Mingho's house, told them, and then left to go home. Shun Yi finished breakfast at Deng Mingho's place before returning to the youth commune. As for where he went yesterday, he made up a casual excuse, with Zhou Shengnan and Ji Hongjun agreeing. No one at the youth commune paid attention to where Shin Yi had been last night. They no longer dared to go to the mountain, especially since the weather was getting colder. That morning, a thick layer of frost covered everything, and it looked like snow would fall soon. Li Ruolin looked at the weather outside. Deng Mingho was in the yard, chopping the dried wood they had collected recently into pieces, filling a corner of the kitchen. On the east side of the yard, they built a small wooden shed, and the ground underneath was also piled with wood, enough for both of them to survive the winter. They kept working until nightfall. Around midnight, Lu Yunxiao knocked on Deng Mingho's door, and Qinwan came along to help. The four of them worked until late at night, finally dividing the wild pig into portions, one for each family. As it looked like it was about to snow heavily and the mountains would be blocked by snow, we thought the roads to town might become difficult to travel. So, we planned to go to town tomorrow morning to buy winter supplies. Lu Yunxiao suggested borrowing the village's ox cart, and we could go together. Before leaving, Qinwan asked Li Rulin and Deng Mingho if they wanted to come. They thought for a moment and shook their heads. We won't go. In a couple of days, the village will distribute grain, and our stored supplies are enough for winter. We don't need to buy anything. We already have plenty of rice, flour, and meat in our space. There's no need to spend money on more. Okay, I understand, Qinwan said. Just as she was about to leave with Lu Yunxiao, Deng Mingho suddenly remembered something and stopped them. Tomorrow night, I will cook pig's head stew. It would be good to invite Shen Yi and the others. You two should come too so we can all get together, Deng Mingho said. They all shared a little secret, which would make their bond stronger. In this place, the educated youths needed to stick together. Even if they had good relationships with villagers in serious situations, few would help. The ones who could truly understand and help were the other educated youths. Besides, Shen Yi and his friends were good people, and Deng Mingho and Li Rulin were happy to be friends with them. That's great. We'll get to enjoy your delicious cooking again. We'll definitely come tomorrow, Qinwan said excitedly, thinking about Deng Mingho's cooking. Lu Yunxiao looked at Qinwan and raised an eyebrow. He hadn't tasted Deng Mingho's cooking, but he knew his own skills were pretty good. It seemed he should find time to let Qinwan try his cooking someday. They left under the moonlight. After seeing them off, Deng Mingho closed the door securely. Back home, he put the wild boar meat into the space storage, which was more effective than a fridge. No matter how long the meat stayed there, it wouldn't spoil. After storing the meat, he added some firewood to the kong, a traditional bed, then lay down with his wife to sleep. The next morning it was cloudy, and it looked like snow was about to fall. Sure enough, by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, snowflakes started drifting down gently. The snow was just a thin layer, and Qinwan and Lu Yunxiao brought back a cartload of supplies. They didn't even go home first, they just brought 2 blocks of tofu for Qinwan. Can you make tofu? I really want to eat mapo tofu, she asked. Deng Mingho shook his head. There's no Sichuan peppercorns, only chili peppers and no sauce. The mapo tofu wouldn't taste good without them. However, tofu has many delicious ways to be prepared. When combined with vermicelli, cabbage, and pork, the mixed pot dish is also quite tasty. Qinwan was a bit disappointed that she couldn't make mapo tofu, but after hearing Deng Mingho say it was still quite good, she decided to leave the tofu there and go home to pack her things. She took out 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, of wild boar meat, cut it into pieces, and made a hearty mixed pot dish. She added some chili and pepper, and the aroma was very tempting. Soon, Shen Yi and the others from next door arrived. None of them came empty-handed. They brought some things. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun brought their own cured chickens and rabbits. These two are quite skilled. When they're not working or finish early, they go to the mountains to set traps or catch game. In short, they are never short of wild meat. Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fonghua didn't bring much good stuff, just some white flour each, which they wanted to save for the new year. Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fonghua helped Li Rulin knead the white flour into dough and made flatbreads around the edge of the pot. Lu Yunxiao was the most generous. He carried over half a cured mutton leg. Where did you get that lamb leg? Do you have more? I want to get some too, Deng Mingho said excitedly, eyes shining at the lamb leg. The 3 sheep in the space had indeed grown bigger, but they still needed of lambs, so they couldn't be slaughtered. Deng Mingho loved lamb meat most. Every time he saw the 3 lambs, he would look at them for a while. When he saw Lu Yunxiao finish a whole leg of lamb, he immediately asked. Lu Yunxiao said, I met a herd of wild mountain goats on the other side of the mountain. I caught 2, sold one, and kept the other for myself. I don't have many left now, just 2 legs. I just brought one today. There's only one left at home. Is that place far away? Are there still wild mountain goats after the snow? Deng Mingho asked. Lu Yunxiao looked a bit downcast. It's almost 2 mountains over. The distance is okay, but after it snows and the mountains are closed, my leg can't handle it, so I can't take you there. Lu Yunxiao still walks with a slight limp, but recently, since he and Qinwan have been taking the others up the mountain and into the trees, everyone forgot about his leg injury. Deng Mingho felt a little embarrassed and apologized. Lu Yunxiao shook his head and then smiled, saying, Next year, after the snow melts and the weather gets warmer, I can take you to see that place. All right, don't forget, Deng Mingho said as he scraped the meat off the bones of the lamb, speaking to Lu Yunxiao. One person has a bowl of cabbage and tofu wild boar noodle soup, along with 2 plain wheat pancakes. The mutton is made into hot pot, and they also washed a lot of cabbage and spinach, along with some dried mushrooms. Seeing such good food, Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fenghua's eyes turned red. Since going to the countryside, besides the wedding of Li Rulin and Deng Mingho, and this time, they haven't eaten such delicious meals. A group of people gathered together, listening to the crackling sounds from the pot and the falling snow outside. They ate until after 9 o'clock, then reluctantly parted ways. But everyone knew that because of this meal, their relationships had become closer. After eating and drinking well, lying on the warm Kong bed, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin chatted casually. Today, I added a lot of spiritual spring water to the hot pot. I wonder if this water will help Lu Yunxiao's leg. He's really a good person. If he hadn't hurt his leg, he might already be a company commander or battalion leader by now. Li Rulin nodded. The book says he was a battalion commander when he retired. But it's okay, with Qinwan here, as long as she improves her abilities by 1 level, she can help treat Lu Yunxiao's leg. Hope his leg gets better soon. Once he's better, he can go with you to hunt goats, right? Can't I just care about him? Hee hee. Shut up and sleep. You're angry and embarrassed now. Are you sleeping or not? If not, none of us sleep tonight. After another 2 days, heavy snow occasionally fell from the sky. Now, the entire Victory Brigade was covered in white. It was also time to distribute grain. At dawn, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin, along with the young workers from the Knowledge Youth Station, went to collect their grain. The new young workers had only been in Victory Brigade for 4 months. Deng Mingho usually received 9 work points, and during busy farming times, he earned 12 or even full points. Li Rulin received 7 work points, and during busy times, she also earned up to 10. The distribution of grain by the team was based on a certain ratio, usually 70-30 or 80-20, with 70% based on population and 30% on work points. Healthy male workers were allocated 600 jin, about 300 kilograms, annually, female workers 500 jin, and children were divided into 3, 4, or 5 grades, generally around 420 jin or 300 jin. Children under 2 years old received about 180 jin per year. After working for a full year and reaching a certain point total, they receive a set amount of grain. If their points are not enough, they must follow other rules. New young workers who just arrived only stayed in the Victory team for 4 months, so their situation is different. Therefore, they can only exchange points for grain. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho's combined points allow them to get about 300 jin of grain. 300 jin of grain is not enough for both of them to get through the winter, but they can buy more with money from the production team. The price is much cheaper than at the grain station, and they don't need tickets. After discussing, they decide to buy another 500 jin of corn, which will last them a year. 800 jin is not enough, and they can only buy that much since the production team won't sell more. They bought corn at 1.5 cents per jin, spending 75 yuan for 500 jin. Their space has everything they need, so they don't have to eat corn every day. The corn is mainly for feeding pigs. The 2 sows in their space are pregnant, and soon they will have piglets. The grain in their storage is running low but can last a while. When they sold wild boar meat earlier, Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun shared some money, so they are relatively well off. Each of them bought about 50 yuan worth of grain. They bought 350 jin, and with the 150 jin they already had, they have a total of 500 jin. If they eat carefully, it should last about a year. Zhou Xingnan, Zheng Fenghua, and Lu Kunming only received about 100 jin of grain each. They also bought 50 yuan worth of grain, and each took home 450 jin. Along with the chestnuts, red dates, and yams they stored, they can probably eat for a while even if they don't feel full. If necessary, they can gather wild vegetables and fruits in spring to last about a year. After distributing the grain, the whole team became very quiet and entered winter hibernation. Snow started falling again, one snowstorm after another, until mid-December, when the weather cleared up. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho spent most of the winter at home, mostly in their space. The crops in the space mature about 4 times a year. They were busy harvesting various things: 2,000 jin of corn, 1,200 jin of wheat, 1,500 jin of sugarcane, and 400 jin of cotton. Strawberries, blueberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, and cherry tomatoes, these fruits have been harvested quite a bit. However, the orange and apple saplings are still too small. After 8 months, they have grown some, but there are no results yet. After harvesting the crops from the field, the two of them rested for 2 days, then replanted 2 acres of corn, 1 acre of wheat, and 1 acre of dry rice. In the space, they plan to raise pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese, which will need to eat corn at every meal. So, they need to plant more corn to feed them. Once the land was replanted, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin started crushing the corn with a manual crusher. They also ground the wheat into flour. As for the sugarcane, they plan to turn it into brown sugar. Although they mostly stay inside the space, they go outside to cook at mealtime so that the smoke from the chimney won't attract attention. As the new year approaches, Li Rulin originally planned to go to town to buy some holiday supplies. But after the 17th, it started snowing again. Every day, Deng Mingho has to go up on the roof to sweep away the snow, or it might collapse the house. One early morning, while Deng Mingho was shoveling snow from the roof in heavy snow, he suddenly heard urgent knocking at the door. Li Rulin opened the door, and it was Qin Wan standing there. "What's wrong? How did you end up like this?" "Come inside and warm up," Li Rulin said, surprised, then took her hand and tried to lead her inside. Qin Wan looked a bit disheveled, her nose and cheeks red from the cold, her eyes red, and she was covered in blood, probably from falling. She stood there without moving. "Lu Yunxiao is in trouble. I came to ask you to come help him." At that moment, Deng Mingho came down from the ladder, frowning. "What happened? What's wrong with Lu Yunxiao?" "Since winter started, Lu Yunxiao has been coming over to bring me things every now and then. But this time, I haven't seen him for 5 or 6 days. I thought he was sick, so I went to see him, but he wasn't home." The family looked strange, and they said they were going to report to the police. That's when they told the truth. After winter began, Lu Yunxiao's older sister-in-law got pregnant again. The family doesn't have much food, and she craves wild game, so she asked Lu Yunxiao's older brother to go to the mountains to hunt. "Brother Lu Yunxiao, I ask that you come with us." The two of them went into the snowy mountain together. In the end, Lu Yunxiao's older brother returned from the mountain, but Lu Yunxiao was left behind in the snow. I asked if they went to find Lu Yunxiao, and they said the heavy snow blocked the mountain, so they didn't go. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin were both very surprised. Because of the heavy snow blocking the mountain, they just left Lu Yunxiao behind in the snow? Is Lu Yunxiao really their biological child? They are too cruel. Earlier, when reading the novel, Li Rulin sensed that Lu Yunxiao was not treated well at home, but he was just a secondary character, so there wasn't much description of him. As for other things about Lu Yunxiao, like whether he is truly a member of the Lu family, Li Rulin didn't know. But seeing how cold-hearted the Lu family was, Li Rulin thought Lu Yunxiao probably wasn't their biological son. Deng Mingho immediately went back to change clothes. "I'll go change, you go see if Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun are willing to go with us. After we change, we'll find the team leader. It would be even better if a few militia members could come with us. The militia members all have guns. If we encounter wild animals in the mountains, having guns can ensure our safety." Qinwan nodded and immediately went to knock on the door of the youth training center. When Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun heard about Lu Yunxiao's situation, they quickly put on their military coats and came out. Deng Mingho was also wearing a military coat. The group faced the wind and snow, first going to find the team leader. When the team leader saw so many young people coming to see him, he felt a bit surprised. After inviting them in, he learned that something had happened to Lu Yunxiao. Are you guys talking nonsense? If Yunxiao really is in trouble, why are you the ones coming to see me instead of his family? The team leader didn't doubt what the young people said, but he found it very strange. Shouldn't the family be the first to notice something wrong? Deng Mingho and the others didn't speak. Li Rulin turned to look at Qinwan. At this moment, if they admitted that Qinwan knew about Lu Yunxiao, the team leader would probably believe them immediately. But if something bad had really happened to Lu Yunxiao, or if he had already died in the mountains, then spreading the news about Qinwan and him would ruin her reputation. So they kept silent. Deng Mingho was about to say that he was the one who discovered Lu Yunxiao's disappearance when Qinwan spoke first. I am talking with Lu Yunxiao about a relationship. Since winter began, he often comes to help me with chores. He told me that when he was in the Lu family before because he was in the army, he received allowances and could earn money. His family treated him well. But now his leg is useless, and he can't work outside. His older brother has taken over his job, and his family looks down on him as a useless person. His sister-in-law even wishes Lu Yunxiao would die outside. When I went to their house to find him, the Lu family was all there, but no one went to look for Lu Yunxiao. I threatened them, saying I would report to the police. Only then did they tell me that Lu Yunxiao and his older brother went into the mountains. His brother returned, but Lu Yunxiao was left behind in the mountains. The team leader was quite surprised, not sure whether he was surprised that Lu Yunxiao was talking with Qinwan about a relationship, or surprised by how Lu Yunxiao was treated at home. But regardless, Lu Yunxiao is still a person, a hero who served in the military and fought on the battlefield. Naturally, they wouldn't ignore him. Okay, I understand. I will go find the militia and ask them to go into the mountains with you to search for Yunxiao. The group followed the team leader, walking carefully. Deng Mingho walked in front of Li Rulin, clearing the way for her. Later, I will go into the mountains with them. Be careful at home and make sure all doors and windows are locked. If you're really scared, call Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. The three of you can keep each other company for a few days.
Li Rulin nudda.
I understand. You must be careful too when you go into the mountains. They want to find the militia team. The militia captain immediately took 4 soldiers, along with Deng Mingho, Shun Yi, and Ji Hongjun, to search the mountains for Lu Yunxiao. Qinwan also insisted on going with them. The team leader frowned and scolded, "You're just a woman, and your strength isn't enough. What can you do following along? Since they're going into the mountains, they should be able to bring Yunxiao back. Don't cause trouble." Qinwan shook her head. She was determined to go. Her special ability could sense everything around her over a large area. With her help, finding someone would be much easier. My hearing and smell are very sensitive. I can hear faint sounds from far away and detect subtle smells. Take me with you, and I can keep you safe, Qinwan told the militia captain. The captain frowned, about to speak, but Deng Mingho nodded in agreement. That's true. We often go into the mountains together. Every time Qin Jiqing leads the way, we never encounter danger. There were even 2 times when she heard the footsteps of wild boars from far away and smelled their scent. She helped us avoid 2 large wild boars. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun also saw Qinwan's skills and immediately agreed. That's right. In this weather, having someone like her can help us find Lu Yunxiao quickly and also help us avoid danger. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun had already revealed their identities. They were both retired soldiers. Since both soldiers said this, it seems Qinwan really has this kind of talent. The militia captain immediately agreed to take Qinwan with them up the mountain. If Qinwan truly has this ability, it could add extra safety for them. After all, they're going into the mountains to find someone, not to risk their lives. They had an hour to prepare. Li Rulin and a few others first returned to the youth commune. As soon as they opened the door, they heard the door of the neighboring youth commune open. It's Zhou Xingnan, Zheng Fanghua, and Lu Kunming. How is it? Did the team leader take you to find the militia? Zheng Fanghua asked. Li Rulin opened her door and welcomed everyone inside. Qinwan nodded. Yes, they gave us an hour to prepare. Soon we will go into the mountains. Deng Mingho rummaged for a while and pulled out 2 jars of wine from the back of the cabinet, telling Qin Wan, Shen Yi, and Ji Hongjun to go back and get water bottles. Going into the mountains will be cold, so bringing some wine is good. It can help clean wounds and keep the body warm when needed. Li Rulin filled her water bottle with spiritual spring water and handed it to Deng Mingho, then started making dough for steamed pancakes. Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fanghua also washed their hands to help. Lu Kunming boiled water for the pots. They steamed red sweet potato pancakes in large and small pots. After 10 pancakes were cooked, they steamed a second batch, making 20 in total. Everyone carried a few. They packed the pancakes and water bottles. Each person also took a knife for self-defense. Deng Mingho brought his slingshot. With that, the 4 of them set out into the snowstorm, quickly disappearing into the vast snow. Hope Lu Yunxiao is safe, Zhou Xingnan said. Li Rulin didn't say anything, only feeling worried inside. She could no longer see the people around her as characters from a book. Moreover, the story in the book had long gone off track. She didn't see any disaster involving Lu Yunxiao before. She just hoped Lu Yunxiao would return safely. It will be fine. The weather is very cold, so you should go back too. I will definitely inform you as soon as I get any news, Li Rulin said, wearing a heavy military coat but still feeling very cold. She then spoke to the 3 people beside her. Although they were also dressed warmly, they still shivered from the cold. Zheng Fanghua hesitated a bit and asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay alone at home? Why don't you come stay with us at the youth station tonight?" Li Rulin shook her head. "It's so close, there shouldn't be any problem. If I shout, you can definitely hear me. It's okay, you all go back now. It's freezing outside, don't catch a cold." Seeing that Li Rulin didn't want to go, Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan didn't press her further. They just went back to the youth station with Lu Kunming. Meanwhile, Deng Mingho and the militia first went to Lu's family to ask carefully about where brother Lu Yunxiao had disappeared. Seeing the guns carried by the militia behind them, the Lu family members trembled with fear. Brother Lu Yunxiao was even more afraid to lie, so he quickly told them the approximate location where Lu Yunxiao had gone missing. Knowing the general area, everyone braved the snowstorm and headed into the mountains. Once they entered the deep mountains, Qin Wan released her special abilities to observe the surroundings as much as possible, trying to find any clues about Lu Yunxiao's whereabouts. However, this kind of effort was very exhausting for her mental energy. After walking for over an hour, Qin Wan's face had turned very pale. Seeing her condition, Deng Mingho realized she was searching for Lu Yunxiao's figure. He thought for a moment and went over to support her. But not long after, Qin Wan grew weaker and weaker. Finally, Shen Yi came over to help her with her other arm. Eventually, Deng Mingho and Shen Yi had to support Qin Wan as they moved forward. Walking in the heavy snow was very tiring. The group found a large rock that could block some of the wind and snow, and decided to rest behind it before continuing their search. The bread they carried was already cold, so they only took out some alcohol and each took a sip. Qin Wan also took out her water bottle and drank a large mouthful of alcohol. They hurriedly rested to recover and prepared to continue searching for Lu Yunxiao later. For the rest of the day, they wandered on the mountain. When Qin Wan could no longer walk, they would find a place to rest. "The snow has lessened a bit, but we can't keep wandering like this. We need to find a place to rest and warm up. At least boil some hot water and eat hot food. Relying only on alcohol isn't enough. We'll still get cold," said the militia captain. Deng Mingho and the others had no objections and agreed to the militia captain's plan. When Qin Wan couldn't walk anymore, Deng Mingho, Shen Yi, and Ji Hongjun took turns helping her. Currently, Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun were supporting Qin Wan. After walking a few steps forward, Qin Wan suddenly pointed in a direction. "There's a wild rabbit under that tree." The militia captain looked in that direction and only saw snow falling heavily, covering everything in white. He saw nothing else. "Is there really a rabbit? Why didn't I see it?" Qin Wan, with a pale face, nodded. "Yes, there is. I heard it." Deng Mingho, who had been drinking spring water for a long time, had become more sensitive to his senses than usual. When Qin Wan mentioned the rabbit, He also heard faint sounds and could tell where the rabbit was. Thinking of this, Deng Mingho took out his slingshot and, trembling, pulled out some small stones from his pocket. After loading one, he began to aim. The weather was very cold. Although they kept moving, their exposed hands still felt stiff from the cold. Nevertheless, Deng Mingho quickly aimed and shot a stone. It flew far, and the others didn't hear any sound. Did I hit it? Shen Yi asked Deng Mingho. Probably. I'll go check, Deng Mingho replied, uncertain but trusting his aim. He believed he had hit it. Qinhuan nodded. Yes, you hit it. It should be dead. Deng Mingho went over and soon returned with a gray wild rabbit. His stone had hit the rabbit's neck, killing it instantly. The militia captain took the rabbit, and his eyes lit up. Your aim is really good. Deng Mingho glanced at the gun behind the militia captain. As a man, he naturally had a strange fondness for guns, and he was no exception. I've been playing with a slingshot since I was young, he said. Because of this, the militia captain trusted Qinhuan's skills very much. Basically, she pointed and they shot. Soon, they caught several more rabbits and a roe deer. They found a cave, gathered some firewood, and started a fire to roast the game. Qinhuan took the opportunity to rest quickly, hoping to recover faster. After the rabbits and roe deer were cooked, it was already dark outside. Everyone took turns keeping watch, but Qinhuan closed her eyes and rested all night. Early the next morning, before dawn fully broke, everyone continued searching for Lu Yunxiao. The group had been walking for nearly 2 hours when Qinhuan suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at her curiously. Today, Qinhuan's condition was much better than yesterday. She didn't need help and managed to walk on her own for such a long distance. She now only released her special ability for a moment after walking a while, unlike yesterday, when she kept it active constantly, which was too exhausting. I hear something about a mile ahead. That area seems to have many wild animals. It sounds like a pig nest, Qinhuan said with a frown. A mile is about 500 meters, which is the maximum range her ability could observe. Wild boars are social animals, and if it really is a pig nest, there could be 10 or 20 adult wild boars, making that area very dangerous to approach. Hearing this, the militia leader immediately decided to change direction and head elsewhere. However, just as they were about to leave, one person in the team hesitated and looked around. Xiaofeng? Why are you standing there? Let's go, the militia leader called out sharply when he saw Xiaofeng still standing in place. Xiaofeng hesitated and said, I feel something's wrong. Over the past few years, I've hunted with the villagers, and I remember that the pig nest isn't on this mountain. Plus, there's a river in that mountain range. If the pig group was here, they wouldn't have moved their nest over there. Hearing this, Deng Mingho immediately said, So, the pig group might have been led here by something else, and it's very likely Lu Yunxiao. Hearing Lu Yunxiao's name, Qinhuan was the first to turn and run toward that direction. The others quickly followed her. She ran about 100 meters ahead before stopping again. She looked back with a pale face. It's Lu Yunxiao. He should still be alive, but he's surrounded by a dozen wild boars. Qinhuan clearly saw that Lu Yunxiao was now crouching in a large tree, with a circle of torches burning around the base. However, the torches were almost out. The wild boars circled around the torches, afraid of the fire. They dared not advance but refused to leave, standing guard around the torches and glaring at Lu Yunxiao. More than 10 wild boars. The militia leader's face looked very grim. The team had 5 members, each with a rifle, but only 25 bullets per rifle. With so many bullets, it should be enough to deal with a few wild boars. However, besides the militia captain, the other 4 people, although they handle guns daily, haven't shot much. Seeing the militia captain's worried look, Shen Yi understood what he was concerned about and said, Red Army and I have been on the battlefield before, so we are very familiar with guns. If you give us the rifles, we can help a lot. Deng Mingho quickly raised his hand. These are guns, and he has only had access to them in recent years. If he misses this chance, there probably won't be another one. You saw that I am a good shot, too. I can help. We have 5 guns. If everyone is accurate, Dealing with 10 or so wild boars will be very easy. The militia captain hesitated a bit, but Qinwan said, the wild boars haven't started attacking Lu Yunxiao yet, but that might change soon. There's no time to hesitate now. Let's go quickly. Hearing this, the militia captain clenched his teeth and ordered 3 militia members to put down their rifles and hand them over to Deng Mingho and the others. Shunyi came over and walked beside Deng Mingho, constantly telling him how to aim and shoot. Deng Mingho listened very carefully. This type of rifle has an effective range of 400 meters, but to maximize damage to the wild boars, we need to get closer. Within about 150 meters, Qinwan stayed behind Deng Mingho and the others, using her supernatural power to hide them from the wild boar sight. The 3 of them, along with the militia captain and Xiao Feng, a total of 5 people, found good vantage points and began aiming. Deng Mingho was handling a gun for the first time, but whether it was because of his bloodline awakening or something else, he felt as if he was one with the gun now. He aimed at one wild boar, and the 5 of them exchanged glances before firing immediately. The gunfire was loud and echoed through the sky. 4 wild boars were hit in the forehead and fell to the ground. One shot, unknown who fired, hit the same wild boar as another shot, so only 4 boars died. The wild boars, having experienced hunting at their den, were very familiar with gunfire. As soon as they heard the shots, they scattered and ran away. 3 of the wild boars charged toward Deng Mingho and the others. The group quickly reloaded and fired again, bringing down 3 more wild boars. The wild boars had all run away. Qinwan was the first to rush out, followed by Deng Mingho and the others. They saw 7 or 8 torches still burning under a big tree. Everyone looked up and saw a person lying on the tree. It was Lu Yunxiao. They didn't know if he was injured. At this moment, he was tightly clutching the branches, lying there unconscious. Ji Hongjun took off his coat, tied a rope around his waist, and quickly climbed the tree. He saw that although Lu Yunxiao was wearing a military coat, he was only in a sweater vest with nothing else on. He probably wrapped his coat and some cloth around the branches to make a torch, which is why he could stay on the tree for so long. Ji Hongjun tightly tied Lu Yunxiao himself and carefully brought him down the tree. He's still alive, but he's fainted. We need to get down the mountain quickly, Ji Hongjun said. Everyone gathered around. Deng Mingho checked Lu Yunxiao's forehead and found he had a high fever. He took out some alcohol and applied it to Lu Yunxiao's chest and armpits. He also used spring water to give Lu Yunxiao a drink. Lu Yunxiao was still somewhat aware, knowing someone was feeding him water, and drank eagerly. Qinwan held his hand tightly while he was being lowered, and her elemental ability kept helping him recover. The militia leader looked at the dead wild boars and immediately told the soldiers to cut some small trees. 2 logs were placed side by side and tied tightly with rope at the front. They placed the boar carcasses on the logs, creating a makeshift sled to pull them down the mountain. Fortunately, it was winter with snow and ice, so this method worked to carry the boars down. Otherwise, with so many boars, it would have been impossible to move them all. Deng Mingho, Shunyi, and the others took turns carrying Lu Yunxiao on their backs, moving faster than the soldiers. When they saw the village, they, along with Qinwan, separated from the soldiers and headed toward the town. Lu Yunxiao remained unconscious the whole way. Although they kept feeding him spring water and Qinwan used her abilities to help heal him, he still didn't wake up. They knew he needed to go to the hospital in the town, so the militia leader immediately ordered them to leave first. After descending the mountain, the 3 headed straight to Uncle Wang's house to ask him to prepare a cart to take Lu Yunxiao to the hospital. Deng Mingho helped lift Lu Yunxiao onto the carriage, then gave Qinwan 10 yuan. I won't be going with you anymore. Roland has been alone at home for so long, and I'm a bit worried. Take this money. If it's not enough, just tell me. Right now, saving Lu Yunxiao is the most important thing. Qinwan accepted the money without hesitation. Thank you. Shunyi and Ji Hongjun didn't have much money, so they decided to help out and went to the town with Qinwan. After Deng Mingho and the others left, he finally felt his legs go weak. He limped back home. When Li Roland saw him return, she quickly asked about Lu Yunxiao. He's been found. He was just taken to the hospital in town. You wouldn't believe how dangerous it was. He was surrounded by 20 or 30 wild boars. Li Rulan tightly closed the door, and then they both went back into the space. The temperature inside was balanced. Only then did Deng Mingho feel alive again. He drank some hot water, ate a little, and was so tired that he lay on the bed and didn't want to move. You just said Lu Yunxiao was surrounded by 20 or 30 wild boars. That doesn't sound right. Wild boars are usually peaceful. How could they come to another mountain and surround someone? Hearing this, Deng Mingho also felt something was off. Then what do you think could cause so many wild boars to come here and surround Lu Yunxiao? Maybe when Lu Yunxiao and his brother went up the mountain, they encountered some young wild boars. The brothers caught a small wild boar, and then Lu Yunxiao's brother took it, leaving Lu Yunxiao behind in the mountain. The big boars might have come here looking for the lost piglet. When they smelled Lu Yunxiao, they thought he was the piglet and surrounded him. Deng Mingho frowned and sat up from the bed, suddenly seeming to remember something. That's right, it must be like that. When we went up the mountain earlier, we first went to Lu Yunxiao's house to ask where his brother was. I smelled something at his house. An animal scent. It wasn't quite like a pig smell. Now I realize it was probably wild boar meat. Li Rulan and Deng Mingho exchanged glances. Li Rulan said, "If that's true, then the Lu family is really cruel. Also, I'm starting to doubt, was Lu Yunxiao really born from the Lu family?" Deng Mingho shrugged and lay back on the bed. Who knows? Anyway, the parents of these two bodies aren't good people. What if his real parents would treat him like that? Never mind. I am so tired right now, I need to rest quickly. As soon as I finished speaking, Deng Mingho fell asleep instantly. Sometimes, Li Rulan is very jealous of how fast Deng Mingho falls asleep. Unlike her, she needs a while with her eyes closed before she can sleep. Let Deng Mingho sleep peacefully in the space, and Li Rulan leaves the space. Deng Mingho slept for about 5 hours and then woke up full of energy. What should we eat tonight? These past 2 days, we've been busy looking for Lu Yunxiao in the mountains and I haven't eaten enough, Deng Mingho said as soon as he woke up, looking for food. Li Rulan gave Deng Mingho a bowl of noodles, and he ate a big bowl happily. Oh, when we rescued Lu Yunxiao, we also brought down 8 wild boars. I think tomorrow morning, the team will start sharing the wild boar meat. We all helped a little, so maybe we can get a bit more meat. When they start dividing the meat tomorrow, we should also bring back Qinwan and Lu Yunxiao's share. Lu Yunxiao has been through a lot this time, so I hope he can eat more to recover. Thinking about how Lu Yunxiao was frozen before, Deng Mingho sighed silently. As night fell, Li Rulan heard sounds from the neighboring youth station. Seems like Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun have returned. Deng Mingho put on his clothes and went to check. Li Rulan followed him. How is Lu Yunxiao? Is he okay? What did the doctor say? Deng Mingho asked when he saw the two. Shawnee said, "It's nothing serious. He wasn't injured, just froze." The doctor said he can come back after a couple of days in the hospital. But his injured leg was hurt again, and he also got frozen. It looks like his leg might be permanently crippled. Ji Hongjun cursed under his breath. That big brother of his is really no good. That wild boar kid. Lu Yunxiao said he couldn't keep him, but his big brother just wouldn't listen. In the end, he even gave Lu Yunxiao his military coat and ran away with the wild boar. The wild boars smelled the coat and gathered around Lu Yunxiao. Luckily, Lu Yunxiao was clever. He used cloves and pine branches to make a torch. Thanks to those torches lasting so long, he was able to escape. Otherwise, he might have been left there. Li Rulan asked, after Lu Yunxiao woke up, did he say what he plans to do about this? Shunyi chuckled, "Don't worry. Lu Yunxiao isn't someone you can bully. He asked us to find his former comrades and report everything to the police. I think the police will come tomorrow to arrest his big brother." Deng Mingho said, "There was no real harm caused, so the police probably can't do much to Lu Yunxiao's older brother." What does Lu Yunxiao mean? His plan is to get his job back and then publicly cut ties with the Lu family. If the Lu family refuses to return his work and sever relations, he won't let his older brother come home. He'll just wait it out like that. That's a good idea. Cutting ties directly might save a lot of trouble in the future. Li Rulin thought this was a good plan. Lu Yanxiao is the second male lead. After his leg healed, he rejoined the army. In this life, with Qin Wen around, his leg will definitely get better, and he's now with a female lead. Their combined luck makes it unlikely they won't succeed in the future. It's better to cut ties early with these blood-sucking relatives. It will definitely reduce many problems later. Thinking of this, Li Rulin also remembered her original family. She thought it would be better to find a time to publicly cut ties with them, unilaterally. In Beijing, Li Rulin's family was in chaos at this moment. "I won't marry." The third sister ran away, and you all caught her. "Why should I marry for her?" "I won't marry," Li Ju shouted, picked up a bowl, and threw it on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared angrily at her father and mother, almost like she wanted to kill them. Her father was furious and scolded. "Did I give you too much face? I tell you, you have to marry whether you like it or not." "I won't marry." "If you want me to marry, then go marry. You already sold my eldest sister, and now you want to sell me too?" Fortunately, the third sister was smart and signed up to go to the countryside early, and just left. "If you push me too hard, I'll leave too. Is it because you don't want to give out that few hundred yuan bride price? I see no one is willing to marry into your family, so why are you holding on to that few hundred yuan?" Li Ju was the smartest and most capable among the four siblings. When she'd just finished school, her father wanted to marry her off to get some bride price money. But unexpectedly, Li Ju found a job herself. Because of this job, and because she sent 10 yuan home every month, her parents stopped forcing her to marry. So after Li Rulin finished school, her parents quickly arranged a marriage for her and accepted the bride price. But Li Rulin was silent and calm, yet she was brave enough to secretly sign up for going to the countryside and ran away. By the time her parents realized something was wrong, Li Rulin had already gone to the northeast. They didn't forget about going to bring Li Rulin back, but the factory director was in a hurry to push them. Plus, they only knew that Li Rulin had gone to the northeast, but they didn't know which team she was in. Naturally, they didn't dare to directly write a letter of introduction and find her. So, after some time, the matter was put aside. Li's father and mother hesitated for several months. Finally, the factory director grew impatient and said that if they didn't get married soon, he would send the bride price back to them. They couldn't possibly take the money they already had, especially since Li Rulin was not there anymore. After thinking for a while, they decided to send Li Ju to handle it. But who knew? This girl was very temperamental. She didn't show it usually, but when she got angry, she was terrifying. "I won't tell you all this, but whether you like it or not, you have to marry," Li's father said angrily, pointing at Li Ju with a scary face that made people feel sick. At this moment, Li's mother started crying and acting like she was upset, trying to complain about how hard it was to raise their four siblings. Li Ju didn't let Li's mother get close. She avoided her like avoiding a plague. All these years, it's the same routine, one acting nice, the other acting mean. "Both of you are so annoying. I can't stand it anymore. Anyway, I won't marry this person. Mom, you should fix your hair and dress up a bit."
"See if someone else wants you," she said.
"You really have gone against heaven. Look at what you're saying," Li's father exclaimed. He grabbed a stool from the ground and was about to hit her. Li Ju quickly snatched the stool and hit her father. "Come on. Trying to hit me again? Let me tell you, I was afraid of you before because I had no strength to fight back. But now I've grown up. If you dare to hit me, I will hit you back. I might even kill you if I have to. I can't live a good life, and you won't either." Since they were young, the three sisters, Li Rome, Li Ju, and Li Rulin, never dared to speak loudly at home. They also never had enough to eat. They were either used as punching bags or made to serve Li's parents and Li Baozong like servants. The eldest sister, Li Ruame, had the worst luck. She was sold at 16. Luckily, her brother-in-law was older but treated her well, at least making sure she didn't go hungry. Li Ruju and Li Rulin both graduated from high school, but this was only to make more money for Li's parents. They sent their daughters to school so they could earn more. When they were young, Li's father would hit them whenever he was upset. As children, he would kick them. As they grew older, he would hit them with a bench. They used to endure the pain without fighting back. But now, Li Rulan dares to run away. If she can do that, what else is she afraid of? At worst, she might die. Li's mother was very shocked and quickly grabbed Li Ruju's clothes. What are you doing? He's your father. How can you hit your own dad? Li Ruju's eyes were red with anger. She turned to look at her mother. Besides Li's father, her mother was the person she hated most. They brought her into this world but looked down on her because she was a girl. Her mother often took out her anger on them in secret. Li Ruju pushed her mother's hand away and raised the bench high. I not only want to hit him, I want to hit you too. I wish I could hit you all to death. Her mother stared in shock at the wild look on Li Ruju's face. She stepped back several times, terrified, and screamed loudly. Li's father had just been hit several times. Though he was wearing thick winter clothes, it still hurt. Now, he shrank into the corner, glaring fiercely and fearfully at Li Ruju. Li Ruju was shaken by her mother's screams. She was out of breath and threw the bench onto the ground. Then she turned and left the house. She was only 21 years old and had a long life ahead. Her first half of life was already ruined in this family. She couldn't let her future be destroyed again. Soon after rushing out, she already knew what to do next. She understood how shameless her parents were. As their daughter, she knew they would do anything to keep her. Even if they tied her up, they would probably send her to her boss's house. She didn't want to be a stepmother or marry a man who might beat his wife to death. Unless she got married immediately, her parents wouldn't let her go. But she didn't want to marry someone randomly. So, she planned to sell her job and go to the countryside, preferably to the northeast, to find Li Rulan. Even if they couldn't help each other, at least they would be safer together. Deciding quickly, Li Ruju went straight to the textile factory where she worked. Recently, a senior sister said she didn't want her son to go to the countryside and wanted to buy him a job. Li Ruju just listened to this at the time, but now she was going to find that senior sister and sell her job. The older sister genuinely wanted this job, and Li Ruajie sincerely wanted to sell. After a few exchanges, they agreed on a price of 800 yuan. Li Ruajie's job is a formal position, and she has been working there for a long time. Her monthly salary is 35 yuan. Selling a job usually means buying it with 2 years' worth of salary. At 35 yuan a month, 1 year is 420 yuan, and 2 years is 840 yuan. Li Ruajie only asked for 40 yuan less, almost giving away a month's salary for free. The older sister hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. After receiving the money, Li Ruajie first bought a box of malted milk, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2 jars of snow cream, then went to Li Ruamei's house. Li Ruajie suddenly visited, and Li Ruamei and her husband were quite surprised, but they quickly welcomed her inside. Why are you here? Are you not working today? Li Ruamei asked. Seeing the small injuries on Li Ruajie's face and hands, she immediately understood what was going on, and her eyes showed a hint of sadness. The older brother-in-law is 37 years old. He's tall and strong but has very dark skin and a fierce look. He also lost 1 ear. Because of this, he hadn't married by age 30. He used money to marry Li Ruamei, who was only 16 at the time. Now they have been married for 7 years and have 2 children, a son and a daughter. Li Ruajie placed her things on the bed, covered her face, and started crying. She cried as she told about recent family events. Brother-in-law, I know you have friends and connections. You must be able to find out where Rulan went to the countryside. Please help me. I can't stay in this house anymore. The factory director's son has already killed 2 wives. If I marry him, I will definitely be beaten to death too. Sister, brother-in-law, I don't want to die. Please help me. I just want to know where Rulan is working in the countryside. I don't ask for anything else. Li Lumei listened and also felt sad, wiping her tears. She looked at her husband, Chen Chuan. He treats this young wife like a daughter and hates to see her cry. Leave this to me. You stay here with us. Once I find out, I will help you register, Chen Chuan said, patting his wife's shoulder before leaving. Li Lumei patted Li Ruajie's shoulder. Don't cry anymore. Going to the countryside is a good idea. Rulin quietly did such a big thing. I was surprised when I found out, but I also felt relieved. If you stay here, they definitely won't let you go. Going to the countryside is good. At least you can escape far away and won't have to worry about being sold again. Li Ruoju felt even sadder and threw herself into Li Ruame's arms, crying loudly. Sister, why did we end up with such parents? We are their own daughters. Why won't they love us more? Li Ruame looked expressionless. Because they are not fit to be people, let alone parents. If they can't be good people, how can they be good parents? I've come to accept it now. Since they don't love us, we must love ourselves more. After everything, we should live well, support each other, and maybe one day you can come back. When that day comes, please visit me. Li Ruoju didn't know about these changes in the Li family. She never thought that her second sister, in this body, was currently trying to find her through someone. Soon, Li Ruoju would appear in front of Li Ruoju. The next morning, the team leader indeed sent someone to inform them that in the afternoon, they would divide the meat at the wheat field. There were 8 wild boars, but the militia wanted to keep one, so only 7 were shared among everyone. Of these 7, Deng Mingho, Shin Yi, Ji Hongjun, and Qin Wen wanted more. The remaining meat was not much, so each family got only 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. The people at the youth point had more, dividing 8 jin. In the afternoon, Li Ruoju and Deng Mingho, both wearing military coats wrapped tightly like dumplings, went to the wheat field to divide the meat. As they arrived, they heard arguing. One voice was loud and confident, sounding like the team leaders. Deng Mingho pulled Li Ruoju forward a few steps, and the voice became clearer. It was the team leader scolding the Lu family. Anyway, the meat isn't yours. Yun Xiao is still in the hospital. None of you went to see him. Now it's time to divide the meat, and you all arrived faster than anyone. Is Yun Xiao really your son? If he is, why don't you care about him at all? All the meat from your family will be used to help Yun Xiao recover. I won't give you any. Hurry and leave. Yun Xiao's mother had a pale face. Why? The whole team is sharing meat, but not my family? I don't agree. If you don't agree, keep it to yourself. I told you I wouldn't give you any. Do you know what Yun Xiao looked like when the militia and the young militia found him? He was surrounded by more than 20 wild boars. If they had arrived a little later, Yun Xiao would have died right there. These wild boars were killed to save Yun Xiao. Your Lu family tricked Yun Xiao into the mountains and then secretly returned home, refusing to let anyone rescue him. You clearly wanted him to die in the mountains. He is a veteran who fought in battles. He was discharged due to injuries. How can your Lu family do such a thing? The captain looked at the Lu family members with disgust. Many people around were surprised and whispered among themselves, occasionally pointing at the Lu family. Boss, he was just scared. He was sick for several days after returning. He just woke up. Otherwise, we would have already gone to rescue Yun Xiao. Old Lady Lu quickly explained to defend her eldest son as the crowd started talking. At this moment, Shan Yi and Ji Hongjun stepped out of the crowd. Ji Hongjun grinned and said, "We're not sure if he was scared, but only Yun Xiao knows exactly what happened. He woke up yesterday and asked us to contact the police. It's about time they arrive. Take your son to the police station for questioning, and you'll find out what really happened." The captain immediately asked, "Is that true? Did Yun Xiao really report this to the police?" Shani nodded. "Yes. Yesterday, Yun Xiao said his family forced him to go into the snow to hunt wild game for his pregnant sister-in-law. Especially old Lady Lu, who said if Yun Xiao didn't go, she would kick him out. He has no job, can't earn work points, and is a disabled veteran with one leg. He returned home to find himself unwelcome, and his family wanted to kick him out into the freezing snow. To avoid the cold, Yun Xiao agreed. In the mountains, he encountered 2 piglets. His older brother wanted to bring the piglets home, but Yun Xiao didn't agree. His brother secretly ran off with the piglets. He even threw Yun Xiao his military coat, which reeked of pig smell. Because of this, Yun Xiao was surrounded by wild boars. Hearing that Yun Xiao had reported to the police, old Lady Lu's face turned pale immediately. The eldest son of the Lu family sat on the ground trembling, crying, "Mom, The second brother will report to the police and arrest me.
Please save me.
My wife is pregnant. I can't go in. Mom, go find the second brother and ask him not to report to the police. Is this how your Liu family usually treats Yun Xiao? Yun Xiao went to join the army at age 16 and sent home a lot of money every year. The Liu family now lives in brick houses, all earned by Yun Xiao. But now, the Liu family is treating him so badly. His older brother clearly wants Yun Xiao to die in the mountains. No wonder Yun Xiao reported to the police. If this continues, he will eventually die at the hands of the Liu family. After hearing their words, the squad leader pointed at old lady Liu, his hands trembling. You dare to treat Yun Xiao like this? No wonder Yun Xiao had to report to the police to arrest you. You created this trouble yourself.
You handle it.
I won't interfere, but since your family now has 2 little wild pigs, don't come here to share the pork anymore. Old lady Liu's lips trembled, then she turned to leave. Suddenly, from the crowd, Deng Mingho's voice rang out. Police officers, they are here. Earlier, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho were watching the scene in the crowd. Just as they were about to rush out, Deng Mingho saw 3 or 5 police officers in uniform. He immediately went to bring them over. It's really the police. The police are here. Look at this. Why is old lady Liu so biased towards the eldest son? Don't arrest me. It's not my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't take me. Hearing the word police, the eldest son of the Liu family was terrified. He tried to run away. Ji Hongjun stepped forward and tripped him. Just then, the police rushed over and pushed him to the ground. Let my son go. Don't arrest my son. This isn't my fault. It's Yun Xiao's fault for falsely reporting the police. This has nothing to do with the eldest son. He was just running around in the mountains and got lost. It's his own problem. It has nothing to do with my son. Old lady Liu rushed forward, fighting and grabbing her eldest son's police officers, crying loudly. Then, 2 police officers pulled her away. We will investigate the truth carefully. We won't wrong good people, and we won't spare bad ones. The leader, a captain from the city police bureau and Yun Xiao's former comrade, had served under Yun Xiao for several years. Yun Xiao was discharged due to injury, but was a hero. Now, seeing such a hero being bullied by his family, the police captain felt a surge of anger. Take him away, he said coldly, and the officers pulled the trembling eldest son of the Liu family away. Old lady Liu wanted to make a scene, but the police captain immediately turned back and warned, if you interfere with our work again, we have the right to take you away too. Several police officers looked at her with blank expressions. Old lady Liu didn't dare to speak and stood still, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as they took away Big Brother Liu. My son. Old lady Liu suddenly slapped her thigh and hurried back to the Liu family. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin went over to Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. Deng Mingho said, this old lady will probably go to the town hospital later to cause trouble for Liu Yun Xiao. Shun Yi replied, since it's cold and snowy now and there's nothing urgent, after we divide the meat, we'll go to the town to see Liu Yun Xiao. If he's recovering well, he might come back today. We can pick him up then. Deng Mingho nodded. Okay, I'll go with you to help carry him back. Shun Yi, Ji Hongjun and Deng Mingho each took 4 jin of meat. Qin Wan and Liu Yunxiao's share was 8 jin, and Li Rulin helped them carry it. Seeing how much meat they received, the older women immediately started complaining. They knew the wild boar was killed by them and the militia. Reluctantly, they said a few words. The team leader didn't tolerate their complaints. If you don't want it, then don't take it. The militia captain said these wild boars were caught with the help of 4 young educated youths. We were going to give them more, but since our victory brigade has many people, we gave them 2 jin extra. Deng Zihong and Li Zhihong are married. They are a family. They only received 4 jin. If anyone dares to complain again, I'll tell them to leave, and they won't get any meat. Eating others' meat and speaking disrespectfully, how shameless can you be? The older woman who had interrupted earlier immediately started shouting again. We didn't know either. Now that we know, we have no objections.
Please don't be angry, ma'am.
I won't say anything more. Seeing her apologize, the team leader stopped arguing. Li Ruolin and the others carried their meat away.
Ah.
In the end, the team leader still protects the members of the team. The militia directly took away a wild boar. Normally, we should also get a share, Ji Hongjun said, looking at his 4 gene of wild boar meat. Shun-yi looked expressionless. Since we're outsiders, just having a decent face is enough. But the team leader, although a bit biased, has been pretty fair to us young educated youths. That was true. The team leader was fair. If they were in another production team, life for the young educated youths would be even harder. For people just returned to the youth commune carrying pork when they saw a cart parked at Qinwan's door. Qinwan was standing there talking to the person driving the cart. Lu Yunxiao was lying on the cart. We said we would go to town to pick you two up, but why did you come back on your own? 3 men helped carry Lu Yunxiao into Qinwan's house. Li Ruolin, holding the meat, also followed inside, helping Qinwan light a fire, heat water, and prepare the bed. Lu Yunxiao's face was still a bit pale, but he looked okay. He could sit up on the bed. We came back with the police. When they took Lu Yunfei away, his family will definitely come to the town hospital to find me. I didn't want to meet them, so I timed our return and came back quickly with Qinwan. Deng Mingho looked at Lu Yunxiao's leg. How are you now? Lu Yunxiao looked down with no expression. My legs are completely numb. The doctor said I need to go to the provincial hospital or the military hospital in Beijing to recover. I don't have enough money and can't go, so I just came back. By the way, I need to ask for your help. I have some secret savings hidden at the Lu family. They don't know about it. When they come looking for me in the town after they leave, you can carry me over so I can get my money back. Lu Yunxiao knew his family favored his older brother. When he was in the army, he was careful. After returning, although he handed over his work to Lu Yunfei, he still received 10 yuan each month. So he had some secret savings. Even if he couldn't stand on his legs later in life, he could live comfortably with those savings if he was careful. Deng Mingho nodded without hesitation. That's simple. What are you planning to do in the future? He asked both of them, and Li Ruolin also looked at Qinwan. Qinwan didn't show much reaction. She stepped forward and said, when we have time, we'll go get the marriage certificate, and then he can live with me. No, I don't need that. I want to stay out, and there's no need to talk about marriage certificates. With my current condition, I can't. Lu Yunxiao pressed his lips, speaking softly. Under Qinwan's watchful eyes, his voice grew quieter. I told you I can treat your legs. My grandpa is a barefoot doctor. I grew up with him and learned a little. If you're really worried, you can stay here with me. We can say we're married, and with you here, I won't be bothered by others in the village again. If I can cure you and you are willing, then we can go get our marriage certificate. If I don't heal your leg, we can say we are divorced later. Is that okay? Everyone else stayed silent, all watching them. This is a private matter between Qinwan and Lu Yunxiao, so no one else should interfere. Lu Yunxiao opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, only nodded with red eyes. Qinwan smiled and took the 8 gene of meat from Li Ruolin, saying, I'll go cook. You all will eat here today. Let me show you my cooking skills. It's my way of thanking you for helping to rescue Lu Yunxiao from the mountain. They didn't refuse. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho went back to hang the wild boar meat in the kitchen, then took out a dozen eggs from their space and brought them to Qinwan's house. When Shun-yi and the others returned, they also brought something, a wild ginseng about 10 years old, as thick as a finger, perfect for nourishing Lu Yunxiao. Qinwan's cooking was good, though a bit light in flavor. It couldn't compare to Deng Mingho's heavy salt and spice, but it was still tasty. After eating, Deng Mingho and the others carried Lu Yunxiao to the Lu family and took back his private savings. Li Ruolin helped Qinwan wash the dishes, saying, You brought Lu Yunxiao back and said you are married. If this gets out, the Lu family will definitely come to cause trouble. Be more careful in the future. If you really can't handle something, just shout for help. We'll come right away. Qinwan smiled and shook her head. No need. Don't look at me like this. I'm quite capable myself. If they dare to come, I'll make them suffer a bit. Li Ruolin trusted Qinwan's ability. After all, in the end times, she had killed many people. She wasn't a delicate wife. That's good to hear. Anyway, if you can't handle it, just call us, okay? About an hour later, Deng Mingho and the others carried Lu Yunxiao back again, bringing some of his change of clothes. Lu Yunxiao held a metal box, which was probably his savings from these years. How did it go? Did you meet anyone from the Lu family? Li Ruolin asked. Deng Mingho patted the snow off himself and said, not a single one. They probably went to the town police station to see Lu Yufei or to the hospital to find Lu Yunxiao. Anyway, there was no one at home, which made things easier. Fortunately, I managed to take back all of Lu Yunxiao's belongings. When we first arrived, the small house where Lu Yunxiao lived was a mess, with all his clothes and things searched through. It seems that before Lu Yunxiao returned, his room had already been ransacked. Luckily, Lu Yunxiao was cautious about the Lu family, so he left some money openly in the house, probably a few dozen yuan. The family likely found the money and gave up searching further. After sending Lu Yunxiao back, Li Ruolin and the others went home, back to the countryside. Once they left, Lu Yunxiao pushed the metal box to Qin Wan. Keep this for me. Qin Wan took the box and opened it. Aren't you worried I might trick you out of your money and then abandon you? Lu Yunxiao smiled and said, if you really didn't want to take care of me, you wouldn't have come into the mountains in the cold weather to find me, taken me to the hospital for treatment, brought me back to your home, and even told others that we had registered our marriage. The box contained a lot of money, some banknotes, and a passbook. Qin Wan took everything out and checked it carefully. She shot Lu Yunxiao a look. Now you realize I have a good heart. Just now, you were the one unwilling. Maybe I'm just fishing for a big catch. Lu Yunxiao wasn't angry at being stared at and said, I'm happy to fall for your trap. Now you're good at talking, Qin Wan said, counting the change, more than 320 yuan and some banknotes. The passbook had about 1,800 yuan saved, probably from when he was in the army. That's quite a lot of money. Weren't some of your money sent back home? How come you still have so much saved? Qin Wan put the money and passbook back into the box and asked Lu Yunxiao. Adding everything up, he had over 2,000 yuan. In this era, that's a lot of money. Lu Yunxiao replied, I've always known my parents favor my siblings, so I wasn't foolish enough to keep all my money at home. Sometimes I get bonuses from missions, and I save those in the passbook. Some of this change is from my older brother giving me 10 yuan each month, and some I earned from hunting in the mountains and selling what I caught privately. Qin Wan nodded and then patted the box. I'll keep this for now. When your leg heals, we can discuss what to do next. When you took him to the hospital, Deng Jiqing gave me 10 yuan for emergencies. I need to return that money tomorrow. Lu Yunxiao pinched his now numb leg, feeling confused and unsure if his leg could still heal. But seeing Qin Wan look so confident, Lu Yunxiao started to hope again. Maybe his leg could be saved. Okay, thank him for me, Lu Yunxiao said. Qin Wan found a very hidden spot to hide the metal box with the money, then got off the bed. She brought warm water in a basin and asked Lu Yunxiao to clean himself. He had been in the mountains for so long and stayed in the hospital for 2 days. He hadn't washed properly, and he was starting to smell. Qin Wan went to the kitchen and boiled more hot water. She also cleaned herself briefly. When she returned, Lu Yunxiao had changed into new clothes. Qin Wan helped him expose his leg and massaged it. She used her wood element ability during the massage, but unfortunately, her level was only first grade. She planned to go to the back mountain in spring to improve her ability to second grade. By then, her healing power with wood element magic would be much better. With some herbal help, Qin Wan believed she could fully heal Lu Yunxiao's leg within a month. After about 20 minutes of massage, Qin Wan stopped and said, massage for 20 minutes in the morning, noon, and evening. Tomorrow, I'll go to town to get some herbs. If it works, your leg should be fully healed in about 4 or 5 months. Lu Yunxiao watched Qin Wan massage his leg. At first, he felt shy, but after seeing that her leg didn't feel anything after so long, he felt a bit down. But when he heard that his leg could be healed in 4 or 5 months, he immediately became excited. Are you serious? Qin Wan nodded. Of course, I never lie. Before the apocalypse, Qin Wan was a sophomore studying traditional Chinese medicine. But after the apocalypse, she stopped studying. When she traveled to this time, her grandfather was indeed an old Chinese doctor. Qinwen had grown up with him and learned a lot, but she couldn't tell others. In both her past and present lives, Qinwen's skills were only enough to be a barefoot doctor. However, her wood element ability sometimes helped when treating difficult illnesses. Lu Yunxiao looked down at his leg and then glanced at Qinwen's bright and beautiful face in the dim light. His desire to recover had never been so strong before. Only by getting better could he be worthy of standing beside such a wonderful Qinwen. Only then could he be a good husband, instead of a useless burden with a broken leg. Late at night, around some unknown hour, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho were suddenly awakened by urgent knocking on the door. Although it was cold outside, the heated Kong bed was still comfortable. To keep their space secret, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho usually didn't stay overnight inside the space. So, they heard the knocking clearly. From the sound, it seemed the door wasn't theirs, but their neighbor Qinwen's door. The knocking grew more frantic, followed by two women loudly arguing. It sounded like Grandma Lu and the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family. They must have gone to the town hospital to find Lu Yunxiao, but they didn't expect Lu Yunxiao to have already returned. They were so angry that they came back in the snow. They knew Lu Yunxiao was not only back, but also staying at Qin Jiqing's house. They didn't even go home first, and immediately came to open the door, hoping to make Lu Yunxiao withdraw the case and let Lu Yunfei come back. Listening to the shouting outside, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin put their clothes into the quilt to warm up for a while before tremblingly getting dressed. Then each put on a military coat, carried a kerosene lamp, and went to the door. They didn't open it, but listened carefully from outside, discussing as they listened. Do you think the heroine will use what kind of method to chase these people away? Deng Mingho asked Li Rulin. As someone who had read the original story from start to finish, Li Rulin had strong opinions on this. I think it depends on whether she's angry or not. If she's angry, she might just hit them with a stick until their mouths are swollen. If she's not angry, she might just scold them until they cry or kick them out, Li Rulin analyzed, stroking her chin. Qinwen was a very friendly person, but she also had a dark side. In the original story, Qinwen didn't marry Su Tao immediately. Their relationship was complicated, with about 20,000 words of back and forth over feelings. Later, they tangled over other matters for more than 10,000 words. After nearly 30,000 words, they finally got together and married, which was already 3 or 4 years later. Over the past 3 or 4 years, both the female and male leads faced harassment from the villagers. The worst incident involved Heir Matzi calling a man named Dama face. The two followed the female lead up the mountain, trying to take advantage of her. When the female lead found out, she killed both of them in the mountains and then pushed their bodies off a cliff, making it look like they had accidentally fallen. Qinwen is the kind of person who, once angry, becomes fierce and speaks little. While they were talking, they suddenly heard knocking on the door, which then stopped abruptly. They also heard the cries of Grandma Lu and the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family. Late at night, why are you crying loudly at my door? Are you trying to die? If you want to cry, go home and cry. Your eldest son just went to the police station. He's not dead yet. Why are you crying? Crying at someone else's door is bad luck. If you don't like it, I do. Now get out of here. Qinwen seemed angry. She held a thick, long wooden stick and immediately started scolding Grandma Lu, the eldest sister-in-law, and Grandpa Lu, who was pretending to be deaf and mute, squatting nearby. She swung the stick at anyone she saw, but when it came to Grandma Lu, she held back a little and didn't really hit her. After all, she was pregnant, and if anything serious happened, she might come back to blame her. Ah! You little brat, how dare you hit me? Someone like you wants to enter my house. I tell you, that's impossible. Grandma Lu was hit several times and yelled loudly, sounding like a monkey, pointing at Qinwen's nose and cursing. She seemed to be in good health. Qinwen placed the stick on her side, looking at Grandma Lu with disdain. Are you drunk? Why are you talking nonsense? Who wants to enter your Lu family's house? Do you think your Lu family is a big noble family? I tell you, this is my Qinwen's home. Who would want to bother with your house? At this moment, the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family, who was over 4 months pregnant, slightly revealed her belly. She glared with her triangular eyes. "This is your home, we know. We're not here to find you. Hurry up and move aside, so we can take Lu Yunxiao away. We're here to pick up our family member. That should be okay, right? So move aside quickly." Grandma Lu also shouted. "That's right. Return my son to me. We're here to bring him home." Qinwan stood firm at the door, not backing down at all. "My family doesn't have your son. We only have a son-in-law who married into our family. I spent over 200 yuan at the hospital to save him. He couldn't pay it back, so he decided to give himself to me, agreeing to become a son-in-law in my Qin family. If you want to take him away, you can bring 200 yuan. Once the money is handed over, you can take him immediately." 200 yuan? Are you robbing us? What kind of illness needs 200 yuan? Grandma Lu's eyes widened, as if she had just witnessed a robbery. Qinwan sneered softly. "If you don't believe me, go ask the hospital." Lu Yunxiao's leg was about to be lost. The doctor said it needed to be amputated. I paid 200 yuan to buy good medicine, which helped save his leg. He might not be able to stand again, but at least his leg is still there.
I really spent that 200 yuan.
Lu Yunxiao said he had no money and was willing to give himself to me as a son-in-law. If you want to take him away, just bring the money. Once you have it, you can take him anytime. He's just a cripple who can't stand. If his face weren't quite good-looking, I wouldn't have wasted that money on him. Hurry up and give me the money so you can take him away." Deng Mingho and Li Rulin opened the door and came out. Li Rulin looked at Qinwan with anger and said, "I told you not to spend so much money to save him, but you didn't listen. Now, they're here to take him. So hurry and get the money back. Send him away quickly. We can't let him look good and then keep him at home. People like him will just lie in bed, unable to shoulder anything or lift a hand." "Why do you care so much?" Qinwan sighed. "I know now. It's my fault for being so foolish. Really, Aunt Lu, please give me back the 200 yuan. You can take your son now. I regret it now. Why did I bring back a cripple? He already looks bad, and now he can't move. I'll be the one supporting the family. I don't even know if he'll keep helping you guys. I don't want someone like him. Please take him away quickly." Deng Mingho nodded. "My sister Qin is right. You can take him, but the money must be returned. Not a penny less." Just then, the door of the neighboring youth station opened. Sheniji, Red Army Lu Kunming, shivering Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua also came out. "It's not me who asked you to spend that 200 yuan. Our family doesn't have it. Anyway, hurry up and hand over my son." Mrs. Lu was unsure whether Qinwan's words were true or false, so she simply dared to refuse the 200 yuan and tried to avoid paying. Qinwan forcefully tapped her wooden stick, making a dull sound. "One sentence, you can take the person away, but not a penny less. If you can't do it, just report to the police." "Oh, your eldest son just went in, right? I think you should go in too, to keep him company," Deng Mingho said with a smile. When hearing the name Lu Yunfei, the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family let out a loud, heartbreaking scream, clutching her belly, and tried to rush at Qinwan. "Let Lu Yunxiao go. Otherwise, I'll die right here at your door." Qinwan quickly held the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family, who felt like she hit a wall. Her arm hurt badly, but Qinwan remained steady. "You're pregnant too. If something happens to me here, I can't explain it. Someone go get the team leader. This must be settled today. Either pay the money or get out. Don't let me lose both my money and my person. We'll wait here for the team leader. If they don't handle it well, I'll report to the police." Qinwan released the sister-in-law and let her stand aside clearly for everyone to see. At this moment, she appeared completely innocent. "What's this about a team leader? I want to bring my son home. No one can interfere with that. And you still dare to call the police? If you want to report, I'll do it myself. I'll sue you. Sue you for kidnapping my son." Mrs. Lu seemed to think of a way to fight back, crossing her arms and pointing at Qinwan. Qinwan simply poked her ear with her little finger. "Fine, then go ahead. Save me from having to make another trip. Hurry up and call the team leader." At this time, old Lu, who had been pretending to be honest and letting his wife take the lead, finally couldn't sit still. He walked a few steps to Qin Wan, frowning. Qin Jiqing, you're not a young girl anymore. How can you be so shameless? You and my son aren't even married yet, and you're so eager to bring my son home. Do you know what this is called? In the old days, this kind of thing would have gotten you dunked in a pig cage. Old Lu, with his hands behind his back and a frown, looked at Qin Wan with disgust, as if she were trash. Hearing what he said, Li Ruolin's eyes lit up immediately. This was a perfect opportunity to catch him, and the heroine must seize it. Sure enough, the heroine is the heroine. Qin Wan suddenly turned pale and looked at Old Man Lu in horror. Do you know what you're saying? Imprisoning someone in a pig cage is a futile idea. The leaders have said we need to break the old customs. If the Red Guards find out about this, you'll be taken for criticism and struggle sessions. Old Man Lu's previously proud face suddenly turned very pale, much whiter than Qin Wan's, and he started trembling. Qin Wan looked at him with strange eyes, then glanced at Old Lady Lu and big sister-in-law Lu, who also looked unhappy. You wouldn't think that too, would you? How can you think like that? If I report you, you're promoting superstitions. You'll be sent for struggle sessions. No, I was wrong. I didn't mean it that way. You can't report me. Qin Jiqing, you're my husband's younger brother's wife. I'm your father-in-law. You can't do this to me. If you harm me, your older brother won't forgive you. When Old Man Lu heard Qin Wan was going to report him to the Red Guards, he was so scared he almost fainted. He shouted without thinking. Qin Wan pushed away Old Man Lu's hand. Father-in-law? Who's my father-in-law? I already said that Lu Yunxiao sold himself to me to become my son-in-law. Since he married into my Qin family, he's part of my family. Don't act like he's your father-in-law in front of me. All right, whatever you say. We'll give him to you. We don't want him anymore. Just don't talk nonsense. Old Man Lu had been through many struggle sessions. Back then, he was the one criticizing others. If roles were reversed, he would be the one being criticized. Just thinking about that scene made him feel dizzy. Old Lady Lu and big sister-in-law Lu also dared not speak. Their family couldn't afford to have someone criticized. Otherwise, they'd lose their reputation as honest farmers. Their pure, humble background would be gone. Qin Wan looked confident and relentless. What do you mean? Give him to me? I clearly paid 200 yuan to marry Lu Yunxiao. How can you say you gave him to me? Do you treat him like a cabbage? Just give him away? If you dare to give him, you should also dare to want him back. That's illegal. Later, I'll call the team leader. I won't tell him what happened just now, but today we must settle Lu Yunxiao's situation. Are you asking for money or people? Give me a clear answer. Either pay up or send the person over. We need to discuss this properly. Don't come knocking again for no reason. I find it annoying. Li Ruolin walked over, frowning in disagreement, speaking softly but loud enough for everyone present to hear. Are you stupid? He's already like that and you still wanted to do something? You have a home here and you can still work. Do you think a cripple can hold you back, earning only 8 or 9 points a day? Listen to me. When the team leader arrives later, tell him we want money. Lu Yunxiao won't be able to stand for the rest of his life. Why do you need him to do anything? Wouldn't that just make him a burden for you? Trust me, don't let greed blind you. Do you understand? Qin Wan looked at Li Ruolin with some hesitation, as if still thinking. Li Ruolin, angry, gave her a light slap. Could it be that you've truly been blinded by greed? Fine. No matter how I try to advise you, you won't listen. Just wait and see you suffer later. I won't care about you anymore. After saying this, Li Ruolin turned to leave. Qin Wan quickly grabbed her. Don't be angry. I'll listen to you. I want money, not people anymore. Li Ruolin finally turned back. That's good if you've made up your mind. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't ruin your future because of one person. Old Lady Lu and Lu's eldest sister-in-law, overhearing their whispers, kept looking around nervously, their faces turning unpleasant. Old Man Lu was now too afraid to act boldly in front of Qin Wan, trembling and hiding behind the two women. The team leader arrived quickly, but he looked grim, glaring at Old Lady Lu and the others with a murderous gaze. After calling in Shunyi, The team leader thought for a moment and said, "It's cold outside. Why don't we go to the youth camp? Let's talk things over properly. Once everything's clear, there's no need to cause trouble." The team leader remained stern but silent, leading them into the west wing of the youth camp, which was Shun Yi's residence. Originally, 5 people lived there, but later Deng Mingho and Su Tao moved out. Now only Shun Yi, Ji Hongjun, and Lu Kunming stayed in that room. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua also squeezed in to watch. Opposite, in the east wing, Li Yingying got up hesitantly and joined them. The team leader sat on the kong, a traditional bed, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on old lady Lu. He spoke calmly. "Everyone is here now. Let's hear it. What exactly happened just now?" Old lady Lu glanced at Qin Wan and hesitated before looking at the old man in the family, whispering without speaking. Qin Wan spoke first. "Captain, you know that I was seeing someone before. When Comrade Lu was trapped on the mountain, I took the militia to rescue him. After we brought him down, we took him straight to the hospital. The doctor said his condition was very serious, and if we had delayed even a little, he might not have made it. I spent 200 yuan over 2 days to get him treatment, shots, medicine, and 4 fluids. When he woke up, the doctor said his injured leg was completely ruined and he probably wouldn't be able to stand again. We had been planning to get married after 2 months of dating, but now this happened. I'm still young, and I don't want my whole life to be ruined because of this. So I told Lu that maybe we should just end things, but he refused. He kept holding my hand, begging me not to give up on him. He said he's not respected at home, and if he's sent back to the Lu family, he might not survive. He even said he wanted to be my family's son-in-law. My grandfather died early, and my father and stepmother left due to some issues. Now, I am the only one left in the Qin family. Lu Yunxiao said that as long as I was willing to support him, he would become my son-in-law. He promised that if we had children, they would take my family name, Qin. I was impulsive and agreed at the time. The captain listened carefully and understood. From Qin Wan's expression, he guessed she was probably speaking this way on purpose, but he also felt that some of what she said might be true. If Lu Yunxiao truly couldn't get up again, Qin Wan might have just married a burden. At this moment, Li Rulin added fuel to the fire. Isn't that just impulsiveness? You once said Lu was good-looking, so you didn't mind that he was a cripple. Now his leg is broken, and he can't even move. What are you going to do with him? Finding a son-in-law is easy. Just pick someone suitable for your looks. Qin Wan looked embarrassed and downcast. She sighed deeply and looked at the captain. Li Jiqing is right. I was impulsive and didn't think carefully. Plus, today we just came back from a hospital, and the Lu family came knocking on my door, demanding I return Lu Yunxiao to them. At first, I thought they wanted to take him away by force, so I was rude to them. That was my mistake. Now I understand. If you want to take the person back, go ahead. But I spent 200 yuan to pay for Lu Yunxiao's treatment. I don't want the person, but I must get my money back.
Give me the money.
Hurry up and take the person away, Qin Wan said sincerely and urgently to the Lu family. The team leader sighed, feeling that the Lu family really hated Lu Yunxiao and was determined to see him die. They didn't go to save him, but someone else did. Lu Yunxiao was taken to the hospital and saved. Although he lost a leg, he was still alive. He also found a backup. Even if becoming a son-in-law wasn't ideal, at least he wouldn't go hungry. But unexpectedly, their last hope was destroyed by their own family. The team leader suddenly wondered if the Lu family truly hated Lu Yunxiao. Qin Jiqing is right. If you want to take your son away, no one can stop you. But you must return the 200 yuan for the medical expenses. Otherwise, if this gets out and reaches the police, 200 yuan is enough to keep someone in jail for years. Think carefully. The team leader disliked the Lu family from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Qin Wan's request was reasonable, so he had nothing to say. Old lady Lu immediately refused. We don't have 200 yuan. We really don't. If you don't have money, why are you asking for someone? Are you trying to take advantage for free? Lu Kunming, who had been listening nearby, suddenly interrupted. If you don't have money, you still have to pay. This is for your son's treatment. Hurry up and give me the money. then take your disabled son back. I was mistaken before, but now I understand. Hurry up and return the money. Otherwise, I will really report to the police. Qin Wan's face darkened when she heard there was no money. At this moment, Lu Laodi, who had been hiding behind the woman, came out with a serious expression. Qin Jiqing, our family really doesn't have 200 yuan. We can't come up with that much. So, I and old second's wife agreed. After agreeing, he will become a son-in-law to your Qin family. From now on, he will have nothing to do with our family. Lu Desa was anxious when she heard this. Her husband was still in the police station. They came to find old second to ask him to speak up and help Lu Yunfei. How did things turn so wrong? Now, they were talking about making Lu Yunxiao a son-in-law for Qin Wan's family? No, I disagree. I already said if you give me 200 yuan, I will return your disabled son. Right now, I only want the money, not the person. Hurry up and take him away, and give me back my money. This stubbornness suddenly turned into Qin Wan. After arguing all night at the youth station, we still couldn't find a solution. I didn't sleep well, and now the team leader's head is pounding. Everyone shut up. The team leader suddenly slammed the table. Qin Wan and the Lu family immediately stopped arguing. Listen, I have one question. Qin Wan, tell me, can you accept Lu Yunxiao as your son-in-law? If you can accept it, then accept it. Lu Yunxiao is a hero who fought on the battlefield. Giving him a meal is also a good deed. Hearing this, Qin Wan's face softened a little, but she still hesitated. Actually, I was willing to date Comrade Lu at first because I knew he was a hero. His foot injury was also to protect our people. But that 200 yuan was all my savings. Now I only have 10 yuan left. I really can't support myself anymore. Zheng Fanghua suddenly whispered, Comrade Lu is now considered to be married to Qin Jiqing, right? Isn't it customary to give some bride price? Li Yingying added, and you need to give a dowry when you marry. That 200 yuan for medical treatment isn't even a bride price? How much is enough then?
200 yuan is a lot.
If I received 200 yuan as a bride price, my parents would be overjoyed. Zhou Shengnen rolled her eyes at Li Yingying. Li Yingying was speechless after being challenged. The team leader also sensed something from these few words. He turned to look at Grandma Lu. They're right. Yunxiao is like this because she sold all her belongings to treat his injuries. Now you want to make Yunxiao her son-in-law? In this cold weather, we can't just watch them starve, right? Marrying off a daughter usually involves a dowry. How about giving a few dozen yuan? Once you give it, this matter is settled. No one should mention it again. Grandma Lu immediately refused, shouting, What? Giving away my son for free, and now I have to give a dowry? I didn't even give a dowry when my daughter got married. Li Wan replied, You don't need to bring any dowry. Just take back the few dozen yuan you got from Lu Yunxiao. Captain, you don't know. In the afternoon, Deng Jiqing and the others went back home secretly to pack their clothes and found that Lu's room had been searched thoroughly. He kept over 50 yuan in his box, but now not a single cent is left. If you're willing to let Lu Yunxiao become my son-in-law, then return his 50 yuan to me. What 50 yuan of his? That's my family's money. And I'll return it to you? How dare you ask for that? Old Lady Lu was immediately distressed when she heard 50 yuan. Lu Yunxiao, that reckless son, his older brother gives him 10 yuan every month. After so long, he only saved 50 yuan. Most of the other money was probably spent by him. But luckily, she saw a little money saved up, so she absolutely would not give up that 50 yuan. Hearing Old Lady Lu's words, Qin Wan stopped speaking and just looked back at the captain. The captain's chest heaved again, feeling that he had truly seen it all. To think he could meet such a mother, she wouldn't stop pushing her son toward ruin. Fine. The captain squeezed out a word through his teeth and continued, If you won't give back the 50 yuan, then the money will come from the brigade. Tomorrow, I'll have someone spread the word about Yunxiao's situation, saying that his biological parents don't care for him. But we, the uncles and aunts who raised him, can't just ignore him. Moreover, he's a hero. We'll donate money for him. The Victory Brigade has so many people. If each gives a dime or two, that's quite a lot. After speaking, the captain stood up to leave. Old Lu immediately reacted, grabbing the captain's arm in a few quick steps. "Captain, no. What are you doing? It's just us women here. We'll definitely give back that 50 yuan. They had already spread the story about leaving their second son in the snowy mountain and not rescuing him. People are naturally biased. Even the 5 fingers aren't the same length, not to mention others. It's not unusual for them to dislike their eldest son and refuse to raise him. People might talk, but it's just a few careless words. But if they refuse to give money and push their son to death, that's a different matter altogether. And their Liu family is still alive. If the captain organized a fundraiser, what face would the Liu family have to stay in the Victory Brigade? The squad leader never planned to leave. When old Liu came over to stop him, he sat back down and said with a forced smile, "I thought your Liu family was really so heartless. After all, Yunxiao served in the army for 8 years, sending money home every year. Your brick house was built because of Yunxiao. I thought you would abandon Yunxiao and stop caring about him, but don't worry, there are plenty of others who will take care of him." Old Lady Liu was glaring fiercely at old Liu and finally shut her mouth, no longer speaking. Sister-in-law Liu was worried about her husband and felt anxious inside. "No way. Squad leader, don't worry. I'll send him home to get the 50 yuan and then give it to Yunxiao," old Liu said with a smile, glancing at Qinwan. Qinwan didn't say anything now, quietly waiting for the money. Although old Lady Liu was reluctant, she still went home to get the money. When she handed it to Qinwan, she clutched it tightly, not wanting to let go. Finally, Qinwan forcefully took the 5 large notes and put them into her pocket with a smile, patting them gently. "Money's here. Rest assured, I will treat Comrade Liu well in the future. With what I have, I won't let him go hungry," Qinwan said loudly. The squad leader nodded with relief. The Liu family members stopped showing any expression, standing there emotionless. "All right, since everything's settled, everyone can go now. It's cold outside, so let's go home and not disturb the young people's sleep." The squad leader stood up to leave, but Qinwan seemed to remember something and stopped him. "Uncle Squad Leader, I have one more thing to say. From now on, Comrade Liu is my Qin family son-in-law. After the snow melts next year, we'll go to the town to get our marriage certificate. But there's one thing I need to clarify here. Liu Yunxiao is now part of my Qin family, and I will support him. The Liu family can't come to freeload anymore. It's already hard enough for me to support Liu Yunxiao alone. If they insist on acting like elders, saying I'm my mother-in-law or father-in-law, and throwing tantrums for money, what should I do?" The squad leader thought about it and agreed. Old Lady Liu and sister-in-law Liu had thick skin, and Qinwan worried that what she feared might really happen. Old Liu's face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said through gritted teeth, "Don't worry. I will discipline them. I won't let them come here to freeload." The last words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Qinwan shook her head. "I don't trust empty promises. We need to make a formal agreement, or you might as well cut ties with Liu Yunxiao directly. That way, I'm not afraid you'll come to ask for favors now and then, and you don't have to worry that I'll abandon Liu Yunxiao and that he might come back to find you. How does that sound?" Liu Yunxiao's leg was now completely useless. They didn't want to support such a disabled son. Since that's the case, it would be better to cut ties altogether. Old Liu's eyes lit up, and he quickly decided, yes, cut the ties. The squad leader had already noticed something but said nothing. He immediately asked a few young workers to help Qinwan and the Liu family sign the agreement. Liu Kunming had a pen, took a piece of paper, and began writing the separation agreement. He wrote 2 copies, one for each family, so no one could deny it later. After finishing, the squad leader asked someone to bring over ink pads. Qinwan, old Liu, and old Liu's father all pressed their fingerprints on the documents. With everyone's witness, Liu Yunxiao officially severed ties with the Liu family. This separation agreement was written by me personally, and I watched as you all pressed your fingerprints. From now on, Liu Yunxiao will have nothing to do with your family. You 2 families should no longer visit each other or try to take advantage. Qinwan held 1 copy of the agreement, looked it over, folded it neatly, and put it into her pocket. Old Liu and old Liu's mother looked very unhappy. They frowned and were about to leave, but Lu Desa refused to go. Qinwan, the second child's issue is settled. What about Yunfei? Qinwan yawned. It's getting late. I've been busy at the hospital these days and haven't rested well. You came to visit late at night, and now I can't sleep well either. I'm very tired and want to rest soon. As for Yunfei, you can ask Lu Xiaoxia yourself tomorrow afternoon. That's his matter, and I can't decide for him. Hearing this, Lu Desa hesitated, looked around at the people inside, then turned and left with old Lu and old Lu's mother. The squad leader also left, leaving only a few young workers in the room. No one spoke, but they heard Li Yingying's sharp laugh. You want to invite us to eat? You married a cripple. Will you have money to invite us again in the future? Li Yingying was truly happy. Qinwan didn't seem like an ordinary girl, and she had money. She could build her own house and move out alone.
But now?
What is the result? She married a cripple who will never stand again. It's truly fortunate that heaven didn't let Qinwan's life go smoothly. Li Yingying finally felt more balanced and even looked down on Qinwan. She genuinely thought in her heart that Qinwan was a fool. Li Yingying chuckled like a hen about to lay eggs, laughing for a long time. Then she noticed everyone in the room staring at her with no smiles on their faces. Her smile froze. She snorted coldly, turned around, and ran out the door. This bunch of people is really sick, Li Yingying cursed inwardly as she ran. Once she left, the atmosphere in the room improved a lot. After a few more words, Qinwan, Li Ruolin, and Deng Mingho went back to their own homes. Unexpectedly, Qinwan is so capable. Not only did she get back 50 yuan, but she also made the Lu family sign a formal separation agreement. That way, when Lu Yunxiao's leg heals, the Lu family won't have any reason to come knocking. Li Ruolin thought about how the Lu family would react when they saw Lu Yunxiao's leg healed. She couldn't help but feel like laughing. Deng Mingho hugged his wife, covering her mouth. Stop talking. Aren't you tired late at night? Sleep quickly. When you're well rested, there will be more good shows tomorrow. Li Ruolin agreed and obediently went to sleep. They both went to bed around 2 o'clock. When they woke up, it was past 9. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho dressed quickly and prepared breakfast. Then they entered the space to do some chores. They needed to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Li Ruolin threw a few big cabbages into a pen and grabbed some cornmeal. Deng Mingho was using a manual crusher to grind the corn they collected, making it easier to feed the chickens and pigs. Li Ruolin fed all the animals in the space, then started peeling sugarcane and chopping it into small pieces. They waited for Deng Mingho to come and extract the juice from the sugarcane, which they planned to use to boil red sugar. In this era, red sugar was very precious. Whether given as a gift or sold, it was valuable. 1,500 jin of sugarcane could produce about 200 jin of red sugar. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho had already planned that during the cold winter days, they would make red sugar in the space. The two of them spent the afternoon together in the space, eating dinner before finally leaving. During the winter, there wasn't much to do, so Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho took a nap during class. However, while dozing, they heard sounds from the next room. Li Ruolin suddenly sat up with a start, feeling a jolt. Deng Mingho, wrapped in a warm blanket, suddenly felt a cold breeze and shivered. He opened his eyes to see his wife putting on her clothes. Hurry up, here comes the excitement, Li Ruolin said excitedly, not knowing what Lu Yunxiao would do. Seeing his wife's bright eyes and her eagerness to see what's happening, Deng Mingho felt a headache. But since she was his wife, his own family, what could he do? He could only go along. When they left the house, they saw at Qinwan's home that many people had already gathered. Most of the local youth had come, including Su Tao and Gua Xiaoya, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Gua Xiaoya was surprised to learn that Qinwan was with a man who used a crutch. She couldn't believe it. She remembered how dazzling and charming Qinwan used to be, and now she couldn't imagine her living in this mountain village with a man who used a crutch. Despite her feelings, Gua Xiaoya had already let go of her suspicion of Qinwan. After all, she was now married to Su Tao, and Qinwan had married the man with the crutch. When Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho arrived, they saw Lu Yunxiao sitting on a bench outside, with Qin standing beside him. They had sealed the door tightly and were watching Aunt Lu causing a fuss in the yard. Second brother. How can you do this? Your older brother has been good to you, giving you 10 yuan every month. How could you call the police and have him taken away? Lu Yunxiao remained very calm in the face of Aunt Lu's hysterics and moral accusations. He gives me 10 yuan a month because he took my job quota. I reported him to the police because he deliberately kept me behind to help him fend off wild boars. Although we are brothers, it was the older brother who first wanted to harm me. If he had come back and asked someone to rescue me, I wouldn't have reported him. But he did nothing and just waited for me to die. Is he really my older brother? I feel like we have a grudge. He seems to wish I would die. I heard that the brick and tile house at the Lu family was built because Lu Yunxiao sent money home every month. Lu Yunfei is able to drive for the local transportation team because he took over Lu Yunxiao's job. It can be said that the Lu family is now enjoying such benefits mainly because of Lu Yunxiao. However, how could Lu Yunfei be so cruel, wanting his own younger brother to die? Among the crowd, Zhou Shengnan whispered to the person next to her. She was standing with a few old educated youths, Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong. Hearing Zhou Shengnan's words, Li Juhong said, "Who knows? Maybe he thinks Lu Yunxiao's leg is lame and a burden, or perhaps he feels uncomfortable because the second brother is overshadowing him." Lu Desa turned around and glared at them fiercely, then continued crying and begging Lu Yunxiao. Qinwen saw that her face looked wrong and quickly said, "You're pregnant, and in this cold weather, if you keep causing trouble like this, the baby inside you might be in danger. You should go back quickly." As for Lu Yunfei, once he admits his mistake at the police station, he will probably be sent to the Northwest Farm for a few years and then come back. This is not a serious crime, so you should hurry home and stop causing trouble here. It's really annoying. When Lu Desa heard that Lu Yunfei might be sent to the Northwest Farm for a few years, her vision blurred. Outside the crowd, old lady Lu, who was secretly listening, suddenly became anxious and pushed through the crowd to rush in.
What did you say?
My son is going to be sent to the Northwest Farm? No way, he can't go. Second brother, are you so heartless that you want your eldest brother to be reformed at the Northwest Farm? Lu Yunxiao looked coldly at his mother. Even though he knew she was biased, he still felt very upset inside. Do you really want Lu Yunfei to be well and not sent to the Northwest Farm for re-education? Old lady Lu nodded repeatedly. Of course. Our family still needs your eldest brother. Now that we've signed the divorce papers, we won't seek you out for support in the future. If your eldest brother goes to the Northwest Farm, what'll happen to the whole family?
So he can't go.
You should quickly have someone release him. Lu Yunxiao nodded. If you want me to withdraw the case and return his job, I can do that. Just give me back my position, and I will go to the police station myself to tell them I won't hold Lu Yunfei responsible. Hearing this, Lu Desa immediately understood what was going on. She scrambled up from the ground, pointed at Lu Yunxiao's nose, and scolded loudly. So you're a heartless traitor, trying to take your eldest brother's job. I tell you, that's impossible. The work belongs to us, and I won't give it to you. Lu Yunxiao nodded. Then there's nothing more to discuss.
You can leave now.
But Aunt Lu stood still, repeatedly reaching out to grab old lady Lu. Old lady Lu stepped forward and said, "Second sister, that's your older brother's job.
He needs to support his family.
If you take his work away, what are you going to do with your leg? You can't drive now, so why do you need it? Because my leg is like this now, I want to get my job back. Even if I sell it, I can get some money. Otherwise, I can't work, and I need someone to take care of me for eating and daily needs. If I have no money, why should Qin Jiqing take care of me?" Lu Yunxiao asked sarcastically. "If you don't want to return the job, fine. Just give me 1,000 yuan, as if you're buying the job from me. If you don't pay, I have nothing. I can't work in my current state. Either give me the job or pay up, or else let Lu Yunfei go to the Northwest Farm." Old lady Lu and Aunt Lu clenched their teeth and refused to speak or leave, unwilling to return the job position. After arguing for a long time, Qinwen finally got annoyed. "Since you don't want to return the job, just leave quickly. It's cold outside, and sitting here in my house isn't a good idea. As soon as Qin spoke, Old Lady Lu and Aunt Lu shivered and started throwing tantrums. They were in the snow, and it was getting quite cold. Aunt Lu also felt some pain in her stomach. She immediately grabbed Old Lady Lu's hand, her face pale, and said she was in pain. Hearing her say she was in pain, the people watching in the yard quickly dispersed. They didn't want any real trouble to happen, or they'd be blamed later. Old Lady Lu also cared about the child in Aunt Lu's belly. She stopped arguing and helped her daughter-in-law, walking slowly back home. Shun Yi and the others helped carry Lu Yunxiao back to the bed before leaving. Li Ruolin said, "Let's wait and see. There are still a few days of chaos. Today is the 23rd, and in 7 days it will be the new year. I hope this matter can be resolved before then." Deng Mingho was not worried at all. Lu Yunxiao's comrades are not easy to deal with. This won't take more than 5 days. There will definitely be results. Li Ruolin looked up at the gloomy sky and said, "Hopefully so. It's good to understand the situation, so everyone can have a good new year." Old Lady Lu argued with Qin and them. Maybe because her health wasn't good, she hadn't come these days. The only person coming was Old Lady Lu. She came and stood at the door, looking like she was mourning because Qin wouldn't open the door. Not only Qin was annoyed, but Li Ruolin and the youth group also found it very tiring every day. Li Ruolin, who loved going out to see what's happening, now had no interest in going out. Just when Li Ruolin thought the year might pass with Old Lady Lu's shouting and scolding, the Lu family suddenly arrived again. This time, the whole family came, not to complain, but to say they were willing to give up their work. Li Ruolin heard directly from Old Man Lu that he wanted to return the work, but tomorrow they would see Lu Yunfei come home. Lu Yunxiao agreed, and the Lu family didn't argue much. They left directly. "What's going on? Why are they suddenly willing to give back the work?" Li Ruolin asked Qin. Qin saw that the Lu family had already left and smiled as she explained. Yesterday evening, a few of Lu Yunxiao's brothers came over. They went to find the Lu family and said they wanted to send Lu Yunfei to the northwest before the new year, so they hurriedly prepared some money and clothes for him. Of course, they were just trying to scare them. After saying this, they left. The Lu family probably didn't want Lu Yunfei to suffer. From start to finish, whether it was the 200 yuan Qin asked for earlier or threatening the Lu family, Qin and Lu Yunxiao wanted to cut ties with the Lu family and get their work back. Now they had achieved both, and they could have a peaceful new year. By the way, tomorrow we might need to trouble Deng Zhijing and Xin Zhijing. Lu Yunxiao has to go to the town. He's not feeling well now, so he needs your help. Since it was the off-season, everyone was free. Deng Mingho and the others agreed. Early the next morning, they hired Uncle Wang's carriage, and a few people went to the town. At the Public Security Bureau, they helped lift Lu Yunxiao down and carried him into the house. Lu Yunfei looked exhausted, with a beard, sitting in a corner of the room. When he heard someone come in, he looked up and immediately rushed over. "Second brother. It's all Big Brother's fault. Please forgive him. He really knows he's wrong. Please let them free me. I don't want to go to the Northwest Farm." After Lu Yunxiao sat down, he looked at Lu Yunfei. Many years ago, the person in front of him was also very kind to him. However, since he joined the army, Lu Yunfei's attitude toward him has worsened each year. He was jealous that Lu Yunxiao was more successful than him. In the beginning, the two brothers could have gone to join the army together, but Lu Yunfei was afraid, so only Lu Yunxiao went. Lu Yunxiao had to leave the army due to serious injuries. When Lu Yunfei saw his brother return, he did show some concern, so Lu Yunxiao willingly handed over his work to Lu Yunfei. But after the work was taken over by Lu Yunfei, Lu Yunxiao seemed to become a thorn in everyone's side, including Lu Yunfei himself. Now Lu Yunxiao no longer hopes for anything. He has returned the work, and he has no more conflicts with the Lu family. Lu Yunxiao said, "During these days you've been here, I've already written a letter to cut ties with my family. From now on, I am no longer part of the Lu family. I came here today to ask you to sign your name, return the work to me, and then you can leave." When Lu Yunfei heard the word work, he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, second brother. I have a big family to support. How can you take my job away? Before, when there was no work, you all had to farm in the fields, but you didn't starve. If it was fine before, why isn't it now? I'm not here to talk about all this. If you're willing to sign, you can leave now. If not, pack your things and go to the Northwest farm. Lu Yunxiao felt very tired and didn't want to say anything more. Seeing that Lu Yunfei refused to sign, he immediately signaled Qin want to help him up. Don't go. I'll give you back your work.
I'll return it to you.
Lu Yunfei truly didn't want to go to the Northwest farm, so he had to compromise. After Lu Yunfei signed, Lu Yunxiao handed the work over to his comrade, who took it and smiled. My sister's husband has always wanted to join the transport team. We're willing to pay 1,000 yuan to buy this job. The transport team salary is high. Drivers are divided into 5 levels and 10 grades. Even the lowest, level 5, earns about 40 yuan a month. This is much higher than ordinary workers, who earn only 28 yuan at the lowest level. If they drive every day with wages and allowances, they can earn around 60 or 70 yuan a month. 1,000 yuan is roughly equivalent to 2 years' basic salary. This price is very reasonable, so Lu Yunxiao agreed. Regarding job selling, Lu Yunxiao had already discussed it with his comrade. This time, they came directly to make a deal. 800 yuan was deposited into the bank book and 200 yuan was taken out. Qinwan went to the pharmacy to buy some traditional herbs, planning to make medicinal ointment to apply to Lu Yunxiao's leg. Adding her wood element special ability would make the ointment work even better. Since they were already in Tan, and the new year was coming soon, Deng Mingho also went shopping for some things to take home, including couplets and other decorations. On the way back to the team, Deng Mingho and his friends saw the team leader. He was driving another village cart, pulling someone with 2 large packages on the cart. Uncle Team Leader, what are you doing? Deng Mingho asked. The team leader turned around, saw Deng Mingho, and immediately smiled. Deng Jiqing, I was just about to find you. Your second sister has also arrived. Deng Mingho was surprised. What second sister? In his body, he had brothers but no sisters. The person on the cart heard the noise and pulled down her scarf, revealing a face that looked somewhat like his wife's. Deng Mingho immediately recognized her as Li Ruolin's second sister. Why would the Li family come looking for her? Deng Mingho's expression darkened. The team leader didn't notice and continued. A few days ago, I received a call saying someone from our village had come back as a Jiqing. I went to pick her up and found out she's Li Jiqing's second sister. It's good for the sisters to go to the countryside together. They can look out for each other. Deng Mingho looked at Li Rujia with some surprise. Jiqing? What's going on? While Deng Mingho was still surprised, Li Rujia was also observing him. When she met the team leader earlier and revealed her identity, he had been very friendly. He told her that after Li Ruolin went to the countryside, she got married and moved out of the Jiqing settlement, building a house with her husband in the village. Judging by the team leader's attitude, it seemed he got along well with Li Ruolin and her husband. Li Rujia immediately knew she hadn't come here for nothing. She stared at Deng Mingho, feeling he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Have I seen you somewhere? I feel like I know you. Deng Mingho replied, I was a high school classmate of Ruolin. After saying this, Deng Mingho stopped talking to Li Rujia. Qin Wan, Lu Yunxiao, Shun Yi exchanged glances, sensing something, but they didn't speak. We returned silently to the youth settlement. Uncle Wang and the team leader had already left. Before leaving, the team leader handed Li Ruoju over to Deng Mingho. Come in first, Deng Mingho said as he opened the door and went inside alone. Li Ruoju struggled with her 2 large bundles and slowly followed behind. Li Ruolin heard the noise and came out just in time to see Li Ruoju in the yard. She was stunned for a moment before reacting. What's going on? How did you come here? Li Ruolin asked, frowning instinctively. Li Ruoju looked at Li Ruolin and noticed that her once thin and frail sister now looked different. She seemed taller and had gained some weight on her face and body. Her cheeks were red, probably just getting off the bed, and she looked much better than before. I signed up to come here as a youth worker, so I came, Li Ruoju said, glancing at Deng Mingho. Li Ruolin looked at her for a while, then moved aside to let her in. Come in first, then we'll talk. After they sat on the bed, Li Ruoju briefly explained what had happened at home. You ran away, so this marriage was handed over to me. I didn't want to marry either. The only way to escape that home was to come here as a youth worker, so I asked my brother-in-law to find out where you went, and signed up to come here too. Li Rulin nodded expressionlessly, poured her a cup of hot water, and then said, There are empty beds at the youth settlement. Each youth worker gets 40 jin of grain first. If that's not enough, you can go to the grain station or buy some from local families. When spring comes next year, work hard to earn work points. As long as you work well, you won't go hungry. Li Ruoju nodded after listening. I'll go to the youth settlement later to set up my bed. But the team leader said it will still be over 3 months before spring. 40 jin of grain won't last me that long. Instead of spending money outside, I'd rather give it to you. How about we share everything? She took out 20 yuan and pushed it onto the small table toward Li Rulin. Li Rulin looked at the money, but shook her head to refuse. I don't know if you remember, but I still can't forget what you and Big Sister did. I don't want to see you, and I don't want to share a meal with you. The people at the youth settlement are pretty good, and since you have money, you can live well even without us. Although we are sisters, we don't usually get along very well. Here, it's like home. If there's nothing urgent, let's not contact each other anymore. Li Rulin's memories, like those of ordinary people, include clear recollections and some that are very blurry. However, many of her vivid childhood memories involve being bullied by Li Ruame and Li Ruoju. When they didn't want to wash their clothes and socks in the cold snow, they would push all the chores onto young Li Rulin. They would fight over food and drinks, and sometimes, if they made mistakes, they would blame Li Rulin, causing her to get scolded. After her father hit her, Li Ruame and Li Ruoju would sometimes vent their anger by pinching Li Rulin under the blankets. Li Rulin felt like the lowest in the family chain, always taking the blame and being the target of others' frustrations. Although these events happened when she was young, and her older sister got married and Li Ruoju went to work later, the shadows they left behind still linger in Li Rulin's mind. When she talks about the past, Li Ruoju's face turns slightly red. She didn't expect that Li Rulin would remember everything so clearly, even after all these years. Rulin, those things are in the past. I know I was wrong. Second sister knows she was sorry for how she treated you before. Can you forgive me? Li Ruoju stammered as she looked at Li Rulin. Li Rulin looked at Li Ruoju without nodding or shaking her head. She was no longer the original Li Rulin. She couldn't make decisions for her past self. So, she didn't have the right to accept this apology on her behalf. To her, Li Ruoju was just a stranger she had just met, and she didn't want to take on this trouble. I can't do it. The hurt was real. Actually, I realized that the three of us sisters really inherited all of our parents' temperaments. We look like a family, but we're all selfish. Our parents are selfish. They sold our eldest sister, and even wanted to sell you, and later, they wanted to sell me too. You and our eldest sister are also selfish. You don't dare to oppose our parents. When you're angry or tired of chores, you push everything onto me just to make life a little easier at home. I'm selfish too. Since I escaped from that home, I really don't want anything to do with you anymore. Now, we're not in that home anymore. We just need to work hard and eat well, and we can get by. Most of the young people at the countryside work points are good people. We work and rest with them, and no one will bully you. You don't have to keep clinging to us, Rulin you. Li Ruoju looked at Li Rulin, who appeared emotionless, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. In the past, Li Rulin was very timid and hesitant, but now she is completely different. She feels as if the person in front of her is a stranger. I think I'm right. Deng Mingho and I are already married. Our house was built with the settlement money. Unlike you, you've been working outside for so long. Although you've sent some money home, you probably have savings. But we can only work in the fields every day, digging and eating, exhausted all the time. The grain we harvest each year is just enough to eat. So, we really can't help you much. You can live well on your own. We don't rely on you, and you shouldn't rely on us either. Li Ruoju's face looked very unhappy. She stared directly at Li Rulin, then glanced at Deng Mingho, who remained silent. I understand. Li Ruju said nothing more. After getting off the bed, she packed her luggage and went to the neighboring youth commune. I don't know if what she said is true. What if she brings the Li family here? Li Rulan always felt uneasy watching Li Ruju's back. But Deng Mingho didn't mind. If they come, let them come. We're just youth workers and married. Can they really kick us out? Things will work out in the end. If they come, I won't let them take advantage of us. I just find it annoying. It's better to stay away from Li Ruju in the future. I don't want to deal with the Li family at all, Li Rulan said, locking the door after she closed it, then went back inside. A few peaceful days passed until New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Deng Mingho started making porridge and putting up couplets. The youth commune suggested that everyone eat together on New Year's Eve, but Li Rulan and Deng Mingho didn't want to get too involved with Li Ruju, so they refused. Qinwan said she needed to take care of Lu Yunxiao and didn't go either. Su Tao and Gua Xiaoya, both wealthy, ate better than them and naturally weren't interested in joining. Seeing that Li Rulan and Deng Mingho didn't come, and that Li Ruju had been there all these days without visiting them once, many people started to notice something was wrong. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, although living with Li Ruju, usually kept a distance. Li Yingying, however, was quite interested in Li Ruju. After a few days, their relationship improved a lot. They often huddled together, whispering and giggling, though no one knew what they were talking about. Although they didn't have dinner with the people at the youth commune on New Year's Eve, Deng Mingho and Li Rulan went to visit the youth commune early on the first day of the new year. They said they were paying New Year's respects, but in fact, they were just taking a walk and chatting. Then, the people from the youth commune also went to the team leader's house, mainly to make an appearance. After leaving the team leader's house, Li Rulan and Deng Mingho didn't go back to the youth commune with the others. Instead, they went to the village. Aunt Guohua, Aunt Suehua, and Aunt Wang Er, who usually take good care of Li Rulan and Deng Mingho, were there. So, they visited these three families, and Qinwan also came along. What's going on with your second sister? I see you don't seem very close to her, Qinwan asked Li Rulan as they walked. There was no need to hide anything, so Li Rulan told her roughly about her family situation. We don't really have any big fights, but we also don't have much feelings for each other. We just get along like this. She moved to the countryside partly to avoid her parents' interference and maybe to stick together with us. She's got good intentions, but I don't want to get involved with her much. Qinwan nodded, but didn't say much. She couldn't fully understand, but she knew what kind of people Li Rulan and Deng Mingho were. Their choice to stay away from Li Ju was definitely based on their own thoughts, and there's no need for others to say anything. The three of them visited Aunt Guohua's family first. When the three women saw Li Rulan and the others coming, they were very happy and gave them plenty of peanuts and sunflower seeds. Aunt Guohua also gave them roasted sweet potatoes to take home. After giving these to the three, she thought for a moment and then gave one more to Qinwan. Take one for Yunxiao too. He's a good kid. I didn't expect you two to end up together. Aunt Guohua was pleased, but then she sighed. It would be great if Lu Yunxiao could stand up again. Even if he had a limp when walking, at least he could get out of bed and do some work. Now that he's paralyzed in bed, it's a bit sad. Qinwan is such a good girl, and it's a shame to have such a burden. Qinwan happily accepted it. Then I'll thank Aunt Guohua on behalf of Lu Yunxiao. When his leg gets better, he can come and thank you himself. Aunt Guohua thought Qinwan was just saying that and didn't take it seriously. She smiled and agreed. The new year passed peacefully. During these days, they still visited the youth commune often. Most of the time, Deng Mingho went, playing poker with Shun Yi and the others. Of course, they didn't play for long, just a few rounds before they all went their separate ways. Everything is now balanced between work and rest. Most of the tasks in this space have been completed. The corn was all ground using a manual grinder and stored in the warehouse. The brown sugar has been prepared, forming some sugar blocks, while the rest became sugar grains, totaling over 150 gene of brown sugar. Currently, brown sugar costs 0.64 yuan per gene. If sold on the black market without receipts, it could fetch about 0.89 yuan per gene. Deng Mingho and Li Rulan have already made plans. They don't intend to sell too much grain on the black market, even though most protagonists in stories with space do so. Large amounts of grain entering the black market would surely attract attention. Besides, they are not short of money now and only buy small, inconspicuous items occasionally, such as eggs and brown sugar. They plan to stay here for another 6 or 7 years, saving money each year. Once the place opens up, they can start a business directly. People say that after the reform and opening up, it's the best time, and even pigs can fly. She and Deng Mingho don't aim to become the richest or make big money. Their only goal is to become landlords of rental properties. After returning to Beijing, they plan to buy a few more courtyard houses, open small shops, and when the children grow up, wait 20 years or so. Then they can relax and count money. In their past life, they worked hard after graduation but didn't travel much despite the advanced transportation. In this life, they have no big ambitions, just enough money to spend. They plan to travel all over the country, which is Li Rulan's idea. Deng Mingho, on the other hand, dreams of holding a fishing rod and fishing by the river forever. After 2 more days, Deng Mingho and the others stopped playing cards out of boredom. Someone suggested they go fishing, and everyone agreed. At noon, Deng Mingho returned home and immediately started fiddling with his fishing rod. Li Rulan looked at the weather outside. Although it hadn't snowed in the past 2 days, the wind was howling fiercely. Just looking at it made her hair hurt from the cold. She thought it was brave of Deng Mingho to go fishing in such weather. She warned him cautiously, "Be careful when fishing on the river. Don't fall in." Now, with ice and snow everywhere, fishing requires breaking the ice first. They need to cut a hole in the ice and lower the fishing line through it. Although the ice in northeast China is very thick in winter, accidents can still happen. Deng Mingho didn't lift his head and was fiddling with his precious fishing rods. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After dinner, Deng Mingho couldn't wait to take Sheniji, Hongjun, Lu Kunming, and the others to the frozen river. They spent over half an hour breaking the ice back and forth until they finally made 4 holes, about the size of basketballs, and all 4 were exhausted and sweating. In the icy snow, they couldn't find earthworms for bait, so Deng Mingho brought 2 cooked corns and used them as bait. Can corn really be used as fish bait? Seeing Deng Mingho's actions, Sheniji and the others were stunned. They didn't expect corn to work as bait. Deng Mingho smiled mysteriously. "Of course, many fish like to eat corn. Just try it and see." Sheniji and the others looked at each other with some doubt, but they followed Deng Mingho's lead and started putting corn kernels on the hooks. Maybe the fish under the ice were very hungry, or maybe the corn was really effective. Soon, Lu Kunming's float started moving. He tried to pull it up, but it felt very heavy, indicating a big catch. Deng Mingho came over to help and finally pulled the fish out. It was a large carp, weighing about 3 or 4 jin. They placed it on the ice, then threaded a reed through its gills and tied its mouth. It froze into ice quickly. "How about that? Do you believe it now?" Deng Mingho asked with a smile, looking at the big carp on the ice. Ji Hongjun gave Deng Mingho a thumbs up. Sheniji didn't respond because his float also moved. He had a fish on the line. At home, Li Rulan was feeling bored. After a while, she went next door to talk to Qinwan, who was making medicine for Lu Yunxiao. "Does this medicine work?" Li Rulan asked with concern, looking at the dark, bitter-smelling medicine. Lu Yunxiao moved his injured leg under the blanket. "When I first came back, I didn't feel anything. Now, after a few days of taking the medicine and applying ointments daily, I can move." Seeing his leg getting better day by day, Lu Yunxiao was so happy, he almost cried. No one wanted to be a cripple. "Unexpectedly, your medical skills are so good. It won't be long before his leg heals." Li Rulan praised Qinwan. Qinwan smiled. "Why did you come alone? Isn't Deng Mingho here?" Li Rulan told Qinwan about Deng Mingho and the others going fishing. "Is it really possible to fish in such cold weather? Let's go see." Qinwan immediately became interested. Winter in the Northeast is really boring. Staying at home every day, going out almost freezes you to death. Now, finally, there's something fun to do. Qinwan wants to go check it out, so she tells Lu Yunxiao to stay home and watch the house. She then pulls Li Rulan along. When they arrive, each of the four people has 2 or 3 big fish at their feet, mostly carp, grass carp, and some crucian carp, which are only palm-sized. Did you catch so many? Not only Qinwan but Li Rulin also feels quite surprised. Deng Mingho sees Qinwan coming and immediately kicks over the 3 fish at his feet. Just in time to give these to you. Take the fish home and give them to Lu Yinxiao to make soup to help him recover. His leg might heal faster. This is the main trait of fishing enthusiasts. They love fishing and are quite generous about sharing the fish depending on the situation. They often give away their catches to friends. Ever since Li Rulin married Deng Mingho, she has never lacked fish to eat. Even if Deng Mingho doesn't have time to go fishing, as long as Li Rulin wants to eat fish, he can go for a quick trip and bring back plenty, all from friends who are fellow fishing enthusiasts. Qinwan doesn't hold back either. After watching for a while in the cold snow, she picks up 4 fish and leaves. Feeling they've caught enough, Deng Mingho packs up his fishing rod and heads home. Lu Kunming, who is freezing badly, immediately wants to go with Deng Mingho. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun decide to stay a bit longer and fish some more. Back home, Deng Mingho starts preparing the fish, but Li Rulin feels a bit strange. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun also caught quite a few fish today, so why aren't they back yet? Aren't they cold? It seems like they're more obsessed than you, Li Rulin mutters. Deng Mingho glances at his wife and smiles. They have something to do, so they separated from us. Li Rulin's eyes light up, and she leans closer to Deng Mingho. What's really going on? Did you discover something? Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun are acting strange. Lu Kunming told me that sometimes they go out in the middle of the night. I think they might be connected to those people in the cattle shed, either relatives or they're protecting someone on a mission. Deng Mingho doesn't need to explain further. Li Rulin immediately understands. Are you saying that maybe they haven't actually been discharged? Deng Mingho shook his head. I'm not sure, but right now there are mainly 2 reasons. First, they have indeed been discharged from the army, probably because their families caused trouble for them. So, the people in the cattle shed are likely their relatives. They went to the countryside to take care of these people up close. The second reason is that the higher-ups sent these 2 to protect someone. It's a secret mission. In any case, whether it's one reason or the other, Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun are both good people. So, we should help them if we can. Lu Kunming said that these days, they seem a bit impatient. I went around the village and heard from the team leader that many of the people in the cattle shed are sick. I think Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun are probably worried about this, so I took them fishing, hoping that the people there could drink some hot fish soup and eat some meat to get better faster. The people in the cattle shed got sick mainly because they were cold or lacked nutrition for a long time. I hope these fish can help them. For a while after that, Deng Mingho and his friends went fishing every few days. Each time, he and Lu Kunming would give Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun some time alone together. Both of them are very smart. They knew Deng Mingho and Lu Kunming might have noticed something, but everyone kept the topic quiet, showing good understanding. Thanks to Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun's support, the people in the cattle shed gradually started to recover. One day, the weather was finally clear and sunny. The sun was strong, but it was still very cold. Li Rulin, Qinwan, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fenghua, 4 of them, came out to fish with Deng Mingho and his friends. Other young people from the youth camp also came along, including Li Yingying and Li Ruoju. The food supplies at the youth camp were just enough to eat. Fish, after all, is a type of meat dish. Knowing they could catch fish now, they naturally wouldn't miss the chance. Li Ruoju and Li Yingying are now so close they could wear the same pants. Aren't you worried they might team up against you? Qinwan sat beside Li Rulin, looking at her simple fishing float, and asked. Li Rulin didn't even lift her head and smiled. Not worried at all, because I'm not afraid of them. Plus, their friendship is just on the surface. I don't know what Li Yingying is thinking, but Li Ruoju is very clever and resourceful. She's smart and brave. No matter what Li Yingying is planning, she probably can't outsmart Li Ruoju. There are so many people in the Li family, and Li Rulin thinks that her second sister is truly remarkable. Qinwan didn't say much and kept watching her fishing float. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and looked behind her. She only saw a dense circle of reeds. What's wrong? Li Rulin also looked back along her line of sight, but saw nothing. She asked directly. Qin Wan frowned. It seems like there are a few people hiding in the reed marsh. They are sneaking around and watching us. I don't know what they are up to. Li Rulin listened and also frowned. After thinking for a moment, she handed her fishing rod to Qin Wan and went to find Deng Mingho. Are you cold? Should we go home? Deng Mingho turned around and saw Li Rulin. He automatically smiled widely, with a look of trying to please. Deng Mingho was afraid Li Rulin would stop him from fishing. At this moment, he was very easy to talk to, willing to buy whatever she asked. Li Rulin wasn't in the mood to argue with him. She crouched beside him and whispered, Later, send the fish you catch to the captain, and tell him there are fish in the river. Qin Wan just now sensed that a few people might be hiding in the reeds, spying on us. In short, let's make the fishing thing clear up front, so we don't get caught and cause trouble. If this gets out of hand, it will be hard to handle. I always feel those people acting sneaky are suspicious, so we have to be careful. Deng Mingho immediately understood what Li Rulin was worried about. He nodded. Got it. You go back first. I'll deliver the fish to the captain's house later. Li Rulin subtly left without leaving traces. She looked back at Deng Mingho and saw him whispering with Shani. I don't know if they're from the village. Be careful, and after we finish, follow me to deliver the fish to the captain, Deng Mingho told Shani. Because they couldn't be sure why Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun came to blend in with the youth team, Deng Mingho still warned them. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun nodded at Deng Mingho. The three of them carried the fish they caught today and then went to the captain's house, also stopping by the secretary's accountant's house, each bringing 2 fish. Where did these fish come from? They're quite big, the captain said, surprised when he saw the 3 carrying fish. Deng Mingho cheerfully placed the fish on the ground. Of course, we caught them ourselves. The river has been frozen lately, so the fish are easier to catch because they can't find food. I used cooked corn kernels as bait and surprisingly caught many fish. These past few days, we went fishing every day. The people at the youth point found out and came along with us. Now that we have caught a lot, we can't eat it all, so we brought some to Uncle Wang. In the future, Uncle Wang, you should remember our kindness. We always bring you the best things to show our respect. The team leader smiled so much that his wrinkles showed, and he asked Aunt Xiujuan to collect the fish, then pointed at Deng Mingho and wagged his finger several times. I knew you, kid, had bad intentions. You brought me fish, but you wanted something in return. When Deng Mingho was about to leave, he casually said, fishing is actually pretty easy. It's just that in winter, bait is hard to find. Now that we can use corn as bait, Uncle Wang, maybe the villagers could try it too. In this cold weather, it would be nice if every family could enjoy a bowl of hot fish soup. After they left, the team leader started thinking about this matter. Deng Mingho and the others went back to their spots to fish again. After lunch, they continued fishing. Recently, maybe the fish had eaten enough or they had caught too many, so they only caught 3 or 4 fish all day. But that was still okay. In the afternoon, just as they sat down, more than 10 villagers arrived, both men and women. You see, I told you these youths like to keep things to themselves. They knew there were fish here, but didn't tell us. We must tell the team leader about this, so he can punish these selfish youths. The youths looked back and saw the person leading the group was Wang Baogang, the youngest son of Wang Dafu from the village. Everyone immediately looked at Li Baogua, understanding what was going on. Li Baogua was about to get married to the accountant's daughter, Zhou Xiuyu, in a month. Wang Baogang was her suitor. Originally, Zhou Xiuyu was about to agree to marry Wang Baogang. But then Li Baogua intervened, and because he was a youth, he quickly became close to Zhou Xiuyu. This made Wang Baogang hate Li Baogua. The Victory Brigade was very united, so Wang Baogang often used the brigade's support to bully these youths. The team leader just turned a blind eye. As long as it didn't happen in front of him, he pretended not to see. The issue of keeping things to oneself was quite serious. If it were to be seriously investigated, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. Since everything is now owned collectively, if things get out of hand and the red armbands show up, it would be a serious matter. Many young workers' faces turned pale, and they didn't know how to react at first. While the young workers were unsure what to do, Deng Mingho and two others came out smiling and said everyone had misunderstood. Misunderstood? You call this a misunderstanding? We saw clearly that you were just fishing here, and you're not sharing the catch? Ji Hongjun, tall and strong, had a simple smile when he was happy but looked intimidating when serious. He stood in front of Wang Baozhen, who was startled and took 2 steps back. Ji Hongjun suddenly smiled kindly and said, "You really misunderstood. We are fishing here, but the team leader, secretary, and accountants all know about it. We even told the team leader today that fish can be caught in this river during winter, and we found bait, so everyone in the team can come and fish." The team leader said to think about it. "We don't know what the team leader decided, but if you don't believe us, you can ask him." Deng Mingho and Sheni nodded. This is all true. If the team leader makes a decision, he might call everyone over soon to fish with us. Right now, we're just fishing and gaining experience. Later, when everyone comes, we young workers can teach everyone how to fish. Qinwan moved closer to Li Ruolin and asked, "So, they want to tell the team leader this morning. Was it your idea?" Li Ruolin raised an eyebrow and looked back. "Am I good or not? You're amazing. Absolutely incredible." Qinwan praised generously. Wang Baozhen just wanted to teach Li Baoguo a lesson, but he didn't expect they had already told the team leader secretly. Telling the team leader directly was a different matter altogether. Later, some team members Wang Baozhen called over looked at each other and went to inform the team leader. The young workers looked at Deng Mingho and the others, then gathered around them, standing on one side, with villagers on the other. The team leader arrived quickly. He was clever and knew what was happening, but he was also easily swayed by bribes, which he had already accepted unknowingly. He couldn't easily back out now, so he scolded Wang Baozhen and explained that corn could be used as bait for fishing. The villagers immediately became eager to try, going back to get their fishing rods and corn boiling pots. Deng Mingho approached with a mischievous smile but was sharply glared at by the team leader, who then shook his head helplessly. "I wonder why you're so kind-hearted," he said. "Uncle Wang, please forgive me this time. I still have 2 boxes of harvest cigarettes at home. I know you like them, so I brought some to you. Don't be angry." Now, they were eating and taking things, and the team leader, soft-hearted but short-tempered, could only shake his head and sigh, walking away with his hands behind his back. Like a clever ghost, he felt it was fair to be caught in this kid's tricks. The river was quite large, and at its end was an even bigger river. Since the fish in this part were hard to catch, the people from the team started fishing in the larger river. The educated youths didn't interfere with this matter. If the team leader was willing to overlook their involvement, they knew to be sensible. If they pushed things too far and annoyed the team leader, they would definitely face trouble, so they decided to go back home and wait out the winter. They spent the entire February inside their houses. By early March, the weather gradually warmed, and the snow outside started melting. For the next half-month, they could hear the drip of melting snow from the eaves every day, and the river began thawing. In early April, the Victory Brigade resumed work, and at this time, their only task was to dig manure. The manure pits in summer were very large, piled high like small hills, hardened after a winter of storage. They used rakes to break apart the clumped manure and soil, and had to hammer the lumps to break them down. Most of this heavy work was done by the laborers, while women like Li Ruolin were responsible for loading the manure into baskets or carts to transport to the fields, or for applying fertilizer. No matter which task, it was all very tiring, but luckily, these educated youths had become stronger through the work. Except for the first few days when they felt tired, they gradually managed to keep going. Li Ruojia, however, couldn't handle it. She had never done heavy work before, and being asked to do such strenuous tasks right after going to the countryside was too much for her. Several times, she wanted to talk to Li Ruolin, but Qin Wan, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua subtly kept them apart. Li Ruolin pretended not to notice and chatted happily with Aunt Ho-Hot, finishing the day's work. After the fields were fertilized, it was time to plant crops. The main crops grown by the Victory team were wheat, corn, sorghum, and sweet potatoes. They worked busy until the end of May, finally having some free time. Rarely, they took a day off. Li Rulin and the others went with Annie Ho Hot to pick wild vegetables, while Deng Mingho went to the town to buy missing household items like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and also to sell some other things. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the space could eat and lay eggs, so Deng Mingho often sold eggs in town. This time, he planned to go to the city by bus to sell some brown sugar and several hundred pounds of cotton. They had harvested enough food in the space for several years, so they didn't need to grow more. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin decided to plant 2 acres of sugarcane and 2 acres of cotton. They could make a good profit by selling brown sugar, cotton, eggs, and duck eggs. Cotton was especially easy to sell because as soon as they offered it, someone wanted to buy, and the price was very high. They didn't go to the same places each time, so no one had discovered them yet. With spring returning, wild vegetables grew well, and all the trees in the mountains started to bloom again. Qinwen had been running into the mountains very often recently. Every time Li Rulin walked with her, she could keenly feel that Qinwen's strength seemed to be growing stronger. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho both became very perceptive, just like Qinwen, with sharp hearing and keen eyesight. Qinwen's supernatural ability had advanced to the 2nd level. As her power grew, Lu Yunxiao's leg also healed faster. Li Rulin already knew that Lu Yunxiao could walk again, but his leg was still slightly lame. Now, it was almost impossible to tell he had ever been a cripple. Lu Yunxiao's leg is almost fully healed. When do you plan to let him show himself? Li Rulin asked Qinwen curiously while picking wild vegetables. Qinwen smiled and said, "Just wait a couple more days. We didn't let him come out earlier because there was a lot of heavy work in the fields. Now it's mostly lighter tasks so he can come out and work too." Li Rulin nodded, remembering how busy spring planting was. Although Lu Yunxiao's leg was healed, he definitely shouldn't overexert himself. Their voices were very soft as they talked, so the surrounding women didn't hear them. However, Andy Ho-Hot and the others' voices were loud enough to be heard from quite a distance. "I heard that Zhao's son, who is in the army, will be coming back in a few days." Aunt Wang said this. In the Victory Brigade, there are several families. Most are surnamed Wang. The team leader and his group all have the surname Wang. There are also families with the surnames Liu and Zhou, and finally, Zhao. The person Aunt Wang mentioned is named Zhao Yujun. He has been in the army for 5 or 6 years. I heard he's not young anymore, and he's probably coming back to meet someone for marriage. Li Rulin and Qinwen listened eagerly, picking wild vegetables while they heard the ants talk. Suddenly, Li Rulin turned her head and saw Ying Li looking thoughtfully at the ants, holding the same pose, forgetting to pick vegetables. "I think she has something on her mind," Qinwen said, following Li Rulin's gaze. "Whatever, it's none of our business." Li Ying, despite her many flaws, is at least honest and hardworking. Of course, she works hard because she needs to support herself. There are plenty of wild vegetables in spring here: shepherd's purse, fiddlehead ferns, willow shoots, large-leafed parsley. Qinwen took Li Rulin into the mountains to pick a lot of prickly old sprouts. This prickly old sprout is especially good. Eating it can boost energy, calm the mind, strengthen muscles, and nourish the kidneys. It also helps dispel wind and promote blood flow. Are you pregnant? If so, you shouldn't eat this dish. Qinwen suddenly thought of something and looked back at Li Rulin. Li Rulin shook her head. "There's no time to have children now. I'll wait and see after a while." Qinwen thought that Li Rulin and the others probably didn't want children now because they were worried about money. "After some time, I'll take you back to the mountains." When we went deep into the mountains to find Lu Yunxiao, I found quite a few wild ginseng. But we were in a hurry then, so we didn't dig it up. Once Lu Yunxiao's leg is fully healed, and with your family's help, we can go back and dig out the wild ginseng. Really? That's great. I heard wild ginseng can be worth a lot, Li Rulin said. Qinwen patted her chest confidently. "Follow me, and I promise you'll become rich and powerful," Li Rulin immediately responded without hesitation, clasping her fists. "Sister, from now on I'll follow you." That was truly what Li Rulin wanted. Qinwen is planning to build a top 100 company in the world. Li Rulin has already thought about it. When Qinwen is ready to start her company, she will buy shares. Then, she'll get dividends every year. Li Rulin feels like she could wake up laughing from her dreams. This thigh must be held tightly. Her future life as a simple person depends on Sister Qinwan. The two of them jokingly said they would go back, but Deng Mingho had already returned. Li Rulin put the wild vegetables on the ground and went inside to see what he had bought. Their autumn and spring clothes were all plain colors, mostly black and gray, simple and not eye-catching when worn outside. Deng Mingho said, "Today I went to the city and sold 5 watches from the space. There are 8 watches in total in the space." Besides the Rolex pair, Deng Mingho also took a regular plum blossom watch, which they usually use to check the time. 5 watches were sold, 2 Shanghai watches, each sold for 120 yuan, 1 plum blossom watch, sold for 100 yuan, and an Omega, sold for 300 yuan. Originally, I was supposed to get 620 yuan, but the buyer couldn't pay that much, so he only paid 500 yuan. Then he traded some tickets and items for the rest. We don't really need the tickets, so I picked a few rare ones, like 4 milk powder tickets and some wine tickets. He continued, I also chose many jade bangles, calligraphy paintings, and antique vases. As he spoke, he pulled Li Rulin into the space to look around. Li Rulin only glanced casually at the other items. She was quite interested in the 4 milk powder tickets because most of her money was saved for her parents. Besides storing some essentials, she and Deng Mingho didn't buy much. She didn't buy milk powder either because she had spiritual spring water. When she had a baby, her body wouldn't be too harmed. Since she was healthy, she would have enough milk for the baby, so she didn't see the need to buy those items. Another reason was that Li Rulin knew that in this era, milk powder and bottles were hard to find and needed tickets, which had to be waited for. Now she had 4 tickets. Next time they went to the city, she planned to exchange them for milk powder. It wouldn't spoil in the space storage, and when she had a baby and lacked milk, she could take it out. They packed everything away and left the space. Today, Qinwan asked when she would have a baby. Li Rulin thought that by the second half of the year, they could have a child. By then, the child would be 6 or 7 years old and could go to kindergarten or start first grade directly. Sending the child to school would save them a lot of trouble. Deng Mingho was happily cooking and nodded, saying, You're the one who will have the baby. You can choose when to give birth. Don't worry, I will take good care of you and the baby. Li Rulin wasn't worried about this because she saw Deng Mingho as a jack of all trades. He can do everything. Whether he's good at it or not, at least he tries. He notices when she's lazy and helps out more, like doing laundry and cleaning the house. Usually, Deng Mingho is the one doing these chores.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm just afraid of the pain. There's no painless option and giving birth is tough. Maybe not having children is better. We didn't have kids in our past life, and we lived happily on our own. Next door, a young family just had a baby. They are always busy and can't even go fishing anymore. Li Rulin suspects that Deng Mingho doesn't want children because he knows that having kids would mean less time for fishing. I've decided. I'll have 8 children, and you'll take care of all of them. Let's see if you still have time to go fishing, Li Rulin said, crossing her arms and glaring. Deng Mingho put the vegetables onto a plate and turned to kiss Li Rulin. Just joking. But if you want to have children, that's fine too. After the spring planting, life got easier. Everyone would smile and finish their work early, even leaving work ahead of schedule. That day, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho went out wearing straw hats. They saw Lu Yunxiao and Qinwan, who were also wearing straw hats. The two looked very happy and close, and anyone who had experience knew they were now a couple. When will you hold the wedding feast? Li Rulin teased Qinwan, winking at her.
Quin van playfully patali Rulans but.
We already went to the team leader yesterday to get the proof. This afternoon, we'll go to the town to get our marriage certificate. In a few days, when we have some free time, we'll hold the wedding at the Jiqing site. We'll also invite Deng Jiqing to be the chef. Deng Mingho nodded thoughtfully. Sounds good, but hiring a chef isn't cheap. Lu Yunxiao came over and put his hand on Deng Mingho's shoulder. Both of them were about the same height. Deng Mingho used to be only about 1.78 meters tall. Recently, after coming down to the countryside to work and drinking spring water, he's been eating more and taking good care of himself. Now in his 20s, he's grown taller again. Now, he is about 1.83 meters tall. Lu Yunxiao is slightly taller than Deng Mingho, probably around 1.85 meters. How about a whole sheep? Now is a good time to catch mountain goats. I'll take you to catch some in a few days, Lu Yunxiao said. Deng Mingho has no resistance to lamb meat. Deal. Their group went to work in the fields, quickly attracting the attention of all the members of the Victory Brigade. Everyone looked at Lu Yunxiao in surprise. They watched him walk normally, with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Yunxiao, is your leg better? Didn't you say you couldn't stand up? An old man looked at Lu Yunxiao's leg, feeling quite excited. Lu Yunxiao is very popular in the village because he is a retired soldier. However, after injuring his leg, he hasn't worked since. Usually he stays at home or goes up the mountain. So, no one knows what hardships Lu Yunxiao has suffered at home. Lu Yunxiao smiled and nodded. My wife healed it for me. She makes medicine every day and also gave me some ointments. I've used them for over 6 months, and now I can stand up. This afternoon, we'll go to the town hospital for another checkup. Their voices were quiet, but everyone was watching them. Hearing that Lu Yunxiao's leg was healed by Qin Wan, they were even more surprised. The old man looked back at Qin Wan and asked, Girl, did you really heal Yunxiao's leg? Are you a doctor? Qin Wan smiled and nodded. My grandfather was an old Chinese doctor, but he passed away when I was about 10. I grew up with him and learned a little. I happen to know how to treat bone injuries. I was just trying, but I didn't expect it to really work. Good. Good. Yunxiao is lucky to have a wife like you. When are you planning to hold the wedding? You must invite me to celebrate. Lu Yunxiao happily agreed. The news that Lu Yunxiao's leg was healed by Qin Wan spread quickly throughout the brigade. Li Yingying looked at Lu Yunxiao's tall figure, almost grinding her teeth. She and Qin Wan Li Rulin all came from the same group of educated youth. Among these girls, only she had the worst family situation. Li Yingying had been bullied at home, which made her feel very unbalanced inside. When she heard that Qin Wan was going to marry a cripple, she felt she had finally gained an advantage. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunxiao's leg had recovered well. Li Yingying looked at Qin Wan's smiling face and felt a surge of anger in her chest. Li Ruoju had been staying close to Li Yingying and noticed her strange mood but said nothing, only flashing a hint of mockery in her eyes. The Lu family soon received the news. Old Lady Lu even personally came to check if Lu Yunxiao's leg was really better, then hurried back home. Qin Wan glanced at Old Lady Lu's back. Now that Lu Yunxiao had cut ties with the Lu family, if they dared to come knocking again, Qin Wan would definitely not let them get away with it. In the afternoon, Lu Yunxiao and Qin Wan went to the town to get their marriage certificate. On the way back, they rode a bicycle, which caught the attention of the Victory team members. Although the bicycle wasn't brand new and had some scratches and signs of wear, it was still a bicycle. Only the team leader's family and the accountant's family owned such bikes in the entire Victory team. How does he still have money to buy a bicycle? Didn't they say that Lu's eldest son was supposed to get his job back? Now that his leg is better, he probably can work at the transportation team. Maybe he sold his job. I heard that a job can sell for several hundred yuan. At first, many thought Qin Jiqing was foolish. She chose a crippled man. But now they realized that Lu Yunxiao, despite his limp, had money. Everyone was whispering, but they all understood one thing. Lu Yunxiao and Qin Wan had money. Deng Mingho circled the bicycle twice and asked Lu Yunxiao, Where did you get this bike? Lu Yunxiao replied, A comrade bought it. They're moving to another place, and their family has 2 bikes for sale. I bought one. There's another one at home waiting to be sold. Do you want it? If yes, I can ask for it for you. Deng Mingho looked back at Li Rulin, who also leaned in to look. How much does your comrade want for it? Lu Yunxiao said. 70 yuan. We bought this one for 60. A new 28-inch bicycle usually costs around 120 yuan. This one was second-hand but looked in good condition, so 60 yuan was a fair price. Li Rulin hesitated. If they really bought it, it would reveal that they had money, which Li Ruoju was still eyeing greedily. If she found out, she might cause trouble again. She really didn't want to get involved with Li Ruoju, so she hesitated for a moment. At this time, Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun came over.
Buy it, they said.
We'll pay half, and we can buy it together. Usually, the bicycle will stay at your place, and whoever needs it can ride it. Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun really wanted to buy a bicycle. Some of the bikes were usable, but most of their money had been exchanged for grain, cotton-padded clothes, and blankets, which they had sent to the cattle shed. They didn't have enough money to buy a new bicycle, but pooling together to buy a second-hand one with Deng Mingho and others was possible. When Deng Mingho heard this, he agreed immediately. Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun went back to get the money, and Liu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho went to the town. Two people rode bicycles back late at night. After working for a few more days, there wasn't much work left in the fields. The team leader started calling people to dig the river channel, but this work was tiring and earned few work points. Liu Yunxiao didn't go because his leg was still not healed. The young workers like Deng Mingho and others didn't have to go if they didn't want to. They wouldn't earn points anyway. Since it was the off-season for earning points, if the young workers didn't come, the victory team members could earn more points. So the team leader and the scorekeeper never forced the young workers to do such dirty and tiring work. Deng Mingho and Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun didn't go. Zhou Xingnan, Zheng Fanghua, Lu Kunming, and others went once with the older workers but didn't go the next day because it was very tiring. They didn't rely on these points anyway, so they chose not to go. Instead, they planned to go mushroom and wood ear picking in the mountains, which could also be sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Although the prices weren't high, it was still money and a legal way to earn it, avoiding accusations of illegal trading. Besides these, eggs from chickens and ducks could also be sold to the cooperative, though at low prices. Li Yingying went with the older workers to dig the river channel. Li Ruojia couldn't do such heavy work, so when she saw Zhou Shengnan and the others planning to go up the mountain with Li Rulin and Qin Wan, she decided to go too. If she wasn't taken, she worried Li Ruojia might gossip about the villagers. The mountains were big, and she wanted to go along. Li Rulin and the others were really going to pick mushrooms. Li Ruoji thought they had other things to do, so after following them for 2 days, she stopped coming. Once she left, Qin Wan took Li Rulin and the others to find good things, digging for earth tuckahoe and picking herbs, which could also be sold to the pharmacy. Li Rulin saw a large mountain goat in the kitchen, which looked bigger than a wild boar and probably weighed around 100 to 200 pounds. However, besides the goat, she didn't see Deng Mingho. When she went outside, she saw Deng Mingho pushing his bicycle away. "Where are you going?" she asked. Deng Mingho whispered, "We forcaught 8 goats this time. Each of us keeps 2, and Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun are selling theirs for money. I and Liu Yunxiao will keep 1 each. The goats are at the foot of the mountain now. I need to move them somewhere else. Liu Yunxiao has asked someone in town to come and take 6 goats. Lock the door at home. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Deng Mingho rode his bike away. He returned late at night with a lot of money. The goats we caught are all adult mountain goats, about 200 pounds each. The person buying the goats is paying us based on 200 pounds. The market price for goat meat is 0.69 yuan per gene, but he's paying 0.81 yuan per gene. 1 goat earned us 160 yuan. Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun each got 320 yuan. "Tomorrow, I will go and give the money to them," Deng Mingho told Li Rulin about the situation. Li Rulin nodded and gave Deng Mingho and his friends a big thumbs up. She was impressed that they made so much money just from 1 trip into the mountains. If we go into the mountains a few more times, would it still be so hard to work in the fields? Relying only on selling wild game, we could live very well. Deng Mingho poured a basin of water and washed his face and hair. "Don't think it's so safe. When we go into the mountains, we've encountered several venomous snakes, wild boars, and just now, when we were bringing the sheep back, we saw 2 wolves. If we weren't many people and all good shots, we definitely wouldn't have made it back from the mountain. Going into the mountains now is very dangerous. Goats and wild boars can be sold for money. This isn't something only we know. So, why do you think the villagers don't dare to go up the mountain?" Li Rulin just saw Deng Mingho looking well and thought everything was as safe as before, with no danger. She didn't expect Deng Mingho and the others to have encountered so much. Then it's better not to go anymore. We don't need that extra money. If you want to eat lamb, just buy some, Li Rulin quickly said. The next day, Deng Mingho went to give money to Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. After accepting the money, they sincerely thanked him. After that, Deng Mingho and the others didn't go deep into the mountains anymore. Usually, they stayed on the outskirts, picking mushrooms, digging wild vegetables, or catching mountain chickens and wild rabbits. As the corn and wheat in the fields grew, grass became more abundant. Everyone started weeding the fields again and worked with Auntie Guohua. Li Rulin could hear many more gossip stories. During this time, the biggest gossip centered around Zhao Yujun, the soldier who came back to visit his family. He arrived yesterday. Li Rulin took a quick look at him among the crowd. He had slightly dark skin, was quite tall, and looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Li Rulin also asked Lu Yunxiao if he knew him. Of course, he's from the same village, but we haven't seen each other in the army. Our military districts are far apart, one south, one north, Lu Yunxiao said. Auntie Wang Er said, these days, Zhao Dezhao is very busy, trying to find suitable girls for her son everywhere. I heard someone even introduced him to a few old educated youths from the Jiqing station, Zheng Hongmei, Zheng Jiqing, and Li Juhong, Li Jiqing. Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhong are both very nice, cheerful, hardworking, and quick. They seem to be a good match for Zhao Yujun. Li Rulin asked, so, which one did Zhao Dajiao like? Our two girls from the Jiqing station are really good. Aunt Suehua pursed her lips and said, Sister Zhou is very proud. Naturally, she didn't like any of them. She was interested in the Red Flag Brigade, the daughter of the brigade leader. I heard she also graduated from high school, looks good, and is cheerful. She's tall, has a round face, and most importantly, she has a big bottom that can have children. Aunt Hohat nodded and said, I've met that girl. She's really nice, but unfortunately, we can't match her. Otherwise, I would really want to marry her to my son. Old-fashioned beauty standards were different back then. The older generation liked women who were slightly chubby and white, looking very festive. Such girls were most popular, while very thin ones were often looked down upon. Aunt Hohat's son is 22 years old. His name is Wang Yuqing. He's dark-skinned but has good features. He's quite handsome and very hardworking, usually earning full work points. With such a kind mother-in-law like you, how could I not find a daughter-in-law? Li Rulin said with a smile to Aunt Hohat. Aunt Hohat smiled happily from the compliment. While they were weeding, suddenly Zheng Fanghua ran over here, seeming to come to see Li Rulin. She looked a bit anxious and asked, What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Zheng Fanghua was panting a little and said, Your second sister had an accident. Li Rulin immediately frowned, and Aunt Hohat and the others said, What happened? You should go see her quickly. We'll help you ask for leave later. Seeing that the aunts all said this, Li Rulin followed Zheng Fanghua toward the field, asking as she walked, What exactly happened? What's wrong with her? Zheng Fanghua leaned close and whispered in Li Rulin's ear, I've been feeling unwell these past 2 days, so I took leave and stayed at the youth station. Today, Li Ju and Li Yingying also suddenly took leave for some reason. I stayed in bed the whole time, not getting up. But they went out at dawn. At first, I thought they went to town. But just now, your second sister was carried back by Zhao Yujun, dressed in her clothes, and she was soaking wet. Anyway, your second sister is now crying and wailing inside the house. Zhao Yujun knows she's your sister. So, he asked me to come get you to discuss what to do about this. Li Rulin's brow furrowed even tighter. She had long suspected that Li Ju wouldn't want to stay willingly in this rural place forever, but she didn't expect her to be so quick to find a way out. Being able to marry a soldier and go with him when he is assigned to a new place is indeed a good option for Li Ruojia. But what exactly happened in between? You said Li Ruojia left with Li Yingying. Did you see Li Yingying? Li Rulin asked Zheng Fanghua. Zheng Fanghua shook her head. No, I didn't see her. I also asked Li Ruojia why Li Yingying didn't come back. When I mentioned it, your second sister cried even harder. Hearing this, Li Rulin raised an eyebrow. This matter was becoming more interesting. The two walked across the field, quickly attracting Deng Mingho's attention. Without hesitation, he put down his hoe and followed them. What's wrong? Did something happen? Li Ruolin briefly explained about Li Ruojia and Zhao Yujun. Deng Mingho was surprised but quickly understood. His eyes showed a bit of admiration. Li Ruolin had told him before that her second sister had always been a strong personality. At that time, Deng Mingho only listened and didn't pay much attention.
But now he was truly impressed.
Li Ruolin was right. She was decisive and daring. Even if such a person might not always be good, they often achieve success. When the three returned to the youth camp, they found it was already in chaos. The loudest voices, cursing loudly, seemed to be Zhao Yojun's mother, Aunt Zhao. Little brat. Fox spirit. My son just went out for a while and you two ended up together? You must have seduced my son. As the shouting continued, Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho entered the camp and saw Aunt Zhao sitting on the ground, looking exhausted. Zhao Yojun's face was not looking good either. But he still stood in front of Aunt Zhao, blocking Li Ruojia, who had some bruises on her cheek.
Mom.
I've explained. It was an accident. Don't yell anymore. What accident? It was all planned. I've been through more than you can imagine. I can tell what he's thinking, can't I? I've already found a wife for you. She's the daughter of the next-door team leader, pretty and strong. She'll probably have 2 children in 3 years. Look at her. With her weak appearance, what can she do? Aunt Zhao was almost furious. She hadn't liked any of the other young people at the camp. These young people were all delicate and thin. If they couldn't work, that was one thing. But with such narrow hips, giving birth would be difficult. Poor her, after much careful selection, she finally found someone she liked from a good family. But before they even met, everything was ruined. Li Ruojia stepped out from behind Lu Yujun, her face full of anger and sadness.
How can you say that about me?
I am grateful that Comrade Zhao saved me, but you can't slander me like this. I didn't want to fall into the water. If I could, I would rather your son not save me, so I wouldn't be scolded so harshly. After speaking, tears fell down her face. The 3 sisters had good lives, but Li Ruoju's situation made her seem quite pitiful. Zhao Yujun looked at Li Ruoju's profile, his eyes flickering. Although Li Ruolan and Deng Mingho came in, they just stood to the side without saying anything. They still didn't understand what had happened. Old Lady Zhao heard Li Ruoju's words and was about to scold her again, but the team leader arrived. He looked grim, hands behind his back, taking a deep breath. What exactly happened? Old Lady Zhao, stop crying. Get up and stop throwing a tantrum. Zhao Yujun, you tell us. Zhao Yujun helped his mother to her feet and clearly explained, I haven't been back for a long time, so I just went for a walk. When I reached the river, I saw Li Jiqing and a girl arguing by the water. They seemed to be talking about borrowing money. I wanted to go around and leave, but the girl suddenly pushed Li Jiqing, who fell into the river. I saw she couldn't swim, so I went into the water to rescue her. Although this era promotes free love between men and women on the surface, in the countryside, Li Ruoju, soaked from head to toe and rescued by Zhao Yujun, was unmarried. This marriage was almost impossible to refuse. This is a classic scene in many historical novels. The hero rescues the drowning heroine, and then he must marry her, starting a love story after marriage. Li Ruolan silently watched, feeling quite calm, just standing by and observing. Long before Zhao Yujun was coming back, Li Yingying had secretly decided to marry Zhao Yujun at any cost. He was a soldier, earning a good salary every month, and could take her along with him when he moved with the troops. She wouldn't have to stay here suffering alone. Li Yingying didn't tell anyone about this, but Li Ruoju, who was very observant, sensed something was wrong. Combining the rumors she had heard in recent days, she could probably guess what Li Yingying was planning. After some thought, Li Ruoju also thought that Zhao Yujun was pretty good. Although she hadn't met him in person, just being a soldier already added points. She was not young anymore and would marry sooner or later, but there weren't many options here. Since she had met a good person, Li Ruoju didn't want to miss the chance. When Zhao Yujun returned the day before yesterday, Both Li Yingying and Li Ruoju went to see what Zhao Yujun looked like. Seeing that Zhao Yujun was quite handsome, they became even more determined to marry him. That night, Li Ruoju accidentally dropped several big notes, which Li Yingying saw. When Li Ruoju came to the youth camp, Li Yingying had befriended her just to get some benefits, like borrowing a little money. But Li Ruoju, being steady, refused to give in. This time, however, she deliberately let Li Yingying bring up the matter. She wanted Zhao Yujun to notice her, and since Li Yingying's looks weren't very good, she tried to dress up more. Li Yingying wanted to borrow some money to buy a nice dress at the supply store and some face cream to look better. She thought that would help her stand out. The money my older sister just sent me fell out, Li Ruoju said nervously as she quickly picked up the money and put it back in her pocket. Li Yingying looked at the money with wide eyes and immediately said, "Ruoju, can I ask you for a favor? I've been working in the countryside for almost a year, and I'm running out of clothes. Can you lend me some money to buy a new dress? My clothes are all patched up and can't be worn anymore." Li Ruoju pretended to be hesitant. "But my sister only sent me this money once. If I lend it to you, what will I do?" Li Yingying reached out and grabbed Li Ruoju's arm. "Please, just 10 yuan. As soon as I have money, I'll pay you back. I really have no clothes to wear, and if I go out without clothes, I'll be laughed at. Ruoju, please, just 10 yuan." Seeing how pitiful Li Yingying looked, Li Ruoju finally hesitated and nodded. "All right, but I can't lend you that much. Tomorrow, we'll go to town together. You can buy a dress, and I'll pay for it. I can only lend you enough for one dress. More than that I can't give." Li Yingying immediately nodded.
Thank you so much, Ruoju.
"Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as I have money." Li Ruoju smiled and responded, but Li Yingying, who was filled with happiness, did not notice the sparkle in Li Ruoju's eyes. The two of them agreed to go to town together the next day, then asked the team leader for leave. Early the next morning, Li Ruoju got up quickly and avoided Li Yingying. By coincidence, as she stepped outside, she saw Zhao Yujun heading toward the riverbank. Li Ruoju waited for a while, and when Li Yingying woke up and came out, she said they would go to town in the afternoon because she needed to go to the river to pick wild vegetables. After saying this, Li Ruoju carried her basket and headed to the river. Li Yingying was alarmed when she heard this and hurried to follow. The two argued as they arrived at the riverbank. "Ruoju, what do you really mean? Yesterday, you agreed to lend me money to buy clothes. Why aren't you going today? Are you thinking of backing out? Don't want to lend me money anymore?" "Ruoju, I'm telling the truth. I really have no clothes to wear. Can you lend me some money?" Li Ruoju caught a glimpse of Zhao Yujun's figure behind some trees, seeming to be about to leave, and immediately let go of Li Yingying's hand. "I do regret it. My older sister only gave me a little money. If I really lend you money, I'll go hungry. We're both working in the countryside. I don't earn much, and if I don't have enough money to support myself, I might really starve," Li Ruoju said, and turned to leave. But Li Yingying held on tightly, saying, "How can you do this? You're willing to lend me money, but now you're breaking your promise?" They pulled and tugged at each other. Li Ruoju deliberately pretended to stumble, falling into the river with a splash, then shouted for help. Li Yingying was startled and, seeing Li Ruoju fall into the water, turned pale and didn't dare stay any longer. She ran away immediately. Li Ruoju couldn't swim, but luckily Zhao Yujun hadn't gone far. When he saw her fall into the water, he jumped in and rescued her. Zhao Yujun's timely rescue prevented her from swallowing much water. When they reached the shore, a few workers nearby had already noticed. Seeing Zhao Yujun holding Li Ruoju, they saw her trembling with fear and tears streaming down her face. Zhao Yujun glanced at her unintentionally and saw how pitiful she looked. That one look immediately drew him in. Since he was already holding her, and others had seen it, if he didn't marry Li Ruoju, things would be difficult to explain. Additionally, Li Ruoju looks quite decent. Since that's the case, why not marry her? Zhao Yujun immediately took off his clothes and draped them over Li Ruoju, then carried her back to the youth commune. "Don't cry. Since things have turned out like this, I will take responsibility and marry you," Zhao Yujun whispered to Li Ruoju. Li Ruju didn't speak. She only sobbed and buried her face in Zhao Youjuan's shoulder, revealing a pair of bright red ears and a white neck. Zhao Yujun only glanced briefly, then looked away, but he held Li Ruju a little tighter. Li Ruju was overjoyed inside. She had only gently hinted to Li Yingying, and unexpectedly, everything had gone smoothly. It seemed as if heaven was helping him. Since that's the case, this man was destined to be hers. Thus, Li Ruju was carried back to the youth commune by Zhao Yujun, wet and all. On the way, they naturally encountered many team members working in the fields. Someone recognized Zhao Yujun, and seeing his appearance, immediately understood what had happened. Someone familiar with the Zhao family quickly went to tell Zhao Damao. By now, things were pretty clear. The team leader looked at Zhao Damao and said, "You've heard it too. Li Jiqing was pushed into the water by someone, and Yujun just happened to rescue her. You're speaking quite harshly. She's just a young girl who isn't married yet. How can you insult her like that? Now, how should we solve this? Yujun, what do you think?" Zhao Yujun turned to look at the still somewhat angry Li Ruju and said, "When I saved Li Jiqing, someone saw it. We are both young, unmarried men and women. If we don't do anything, Li Jiqing probably won't be able to stay in the village." Before he finished, Li Ruju firmly refused, "I won't marry." "Zhao Damao, how can you insult me like this? I won't marry into your family. I already graduated from high school in Beijing and had a job. I've been working for over 2 or 3 years. If my parents hadn't insisted on giving my job to my brother and making me marry an old widower, I wouldn't have come to the countryside. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing after coming here. I don't care about my reputation. If I don't marry, I won't. I'll just say I'm a widow and refuse to marry." Li Rulin listened nearby and really wanted to give her a thumbs up, loudly saying, "Wow." This arranged marriage, which was carefully planned, surprisingly turned into a situation where stepping back was actually a way to move forward. Li Ruoju was indeed bold and had a good sense of how to read people. Li Ruoju briefly explained her past, saying she used to have a job for 2 or 3 years. Zhao Yujun already liked her, and, hearing her explain why she came to the countryside, he felt a bit emotional. However, when these words reached Aunt Zhao's ears, they meant something else. Having a job for a few years suggested that Li Ruoju might have some money. Aunt Zhao was interested in the daughter of the nearby team leader mainly because she thought the team leader's family was wealthy. Not only were they rich, but they also had a tradition of choosing a bride with a special ceremony called 3 turns and 1 loud bang, which was very rare in the villages. Having such a tradition meant the family was powerful. Since Li Ruoju was from Beijing and had worked for several years, she probably had some money. If she was wealthy, it didn't matter which daughter-in-law she married. Once Aunt Zhao understood this, she stopped causing trouble and quickly went to hold Li Ruoju's hand warmly. "Girl, don't blame me for speaking harshly just now. It's because there have been cases like this before at the youth station, women forcing themselves onto men to marry them. I didn't understand the situation earlier and thought you were the same. Now that I know the truth, don't worry. My son will definitely marry you." Aunt Zhao apologized sincerely. Seeing her genuine kindness, Li Ruoju's expression improved a bit, but she still didn't agree to marry. Just then, the team leader came over and kindly said, "Li Jiqing, you don't know how cruel rumors can be. For your sake, you should marry him. Look, Aunt Zhao has already apologized, and Zhao Yujun is a good boy, even a soldier. Marrying him will be a good choice for you." Li Ruoju glanced at Zhao Yujun, blushing immediately, then looked at Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao quickly smiled at her. Shy and hesitant, Li Ruoju nodded slightly. The marriage was now settled. The team leader left, and Aunt Zhao and her son hesitated as they walked away. Soon, only Li Rulin, Deng Mingho, Zheng Fanghua, and Li Ruoju remained at the youth station. Li Ruju looked at Li Rulin with an expressionless face, her eyes no longer filled with the usual pleading. Finally, Li Rulin felt that everything was normal, because now Li Ruju was truly herself. "Zhao Yujun is indeed quite good. You should prepare for your marriage properly. There's nothing more to say between us." Don't come to us about your wedding. Let's just pretend we're strangers. Li Ruju was about to marry a soldier, so she no longer needed to pretend in front of Li Rulin. She nodded and said, "Okay." Li Rulin and Deng Mingho immediately turned around and left, going back to the fields to work. Your sister is really quite snobbish. Once she gains power, she immediately changes her attitude. Luckily, we didn't get involved with her before, Deng Mingho said. Li Rulin felt quite relaxed. Once she gets married, she can go with Zhao Yujun to follow the army. We probably won't see her again. Being far away is just fine. Deng Mingho nodded. Thinking about it this way, it was good news. Seeing Li Rulin return to work, Aunt Ho-Hot came over to ask what was going on. Since everything had already been decided, there was no need to hide it anymore. Li Rulin shared the story with her gossip friends. Aunt Ho-Hot frowned and asked, "Who pushed your second sister into the river?" "Who is so mean?" Li Rulin replied. "It was Li Yingying Li Jiqing. She was so scared herself and doesn't know where she ran off to now." Yang Dan said, "She just ran off like that without telling anyone. If your second sister had drowned, she would have been considered a murderer." Exactly. But your second sister was quite lucky. She was saved by Yu Jun. Now you and the Zhao family are related, Aunt Wang said. Li Rulin smiled a little and simplified the family story. That's it. Although we are sisters, our relationship isn't very close. Anyway, we both got married. Once she follows the army far away, we probably won't contact each other anymore. Every family has its own difficulties. After Li Rulin explained, Aunt Ho-Hot and the others finally understood why they had never seen Li Rulin and Li Ruju talking together. They didn't say much more, nor did they try to persuade Li Rulin to reconcile with her sister. As the saying goes, every family has its own hardships. It's common for siblings not to get along. These aunts, who had conflicts with their own sisters-in-law, could empathize with her feelings. At noon, after finishing work, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho went home to cook and eat. They rested for a while, then returned to work in the afternoon. When they arrived at the field, they saw many people gathered at the entrance. Usually, everyone would be busy with their own work at this time. But now, what are these people doing together? The couple exchanged a quick look and decided to join in to see what was happening. Suddenly, they heard some shocking news. Li Yingying and Wang Baozhen had gotten involved with each other, and they were seen together on the back mountain. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho looked at each other in surprise, then asked Aunt Ho-Hot what was going on. Aunt Ho-Hot looked down on the situation and quietly said to them, "What do you think?" Wang Baozhen has taken a liking to Li Yingying and dragged her to the back mountain. Li Yingying didn't want to go, and when she shouted loudly, someone heard her.
But, sigh.
It seems they've already become involved. She has to marry him, whether she wants to or not. After pushing Li Ruoju into the river, Li Yingying was terrified and quickly ran away. Who knew that Wang Baozhen, hiding nearby, saw everything? Wang Baozhen immediately chased after Li Yingying and caught up with her. Li Yingying was shocked to see Wang Baozhen suddenly appear in front of her, as she didn't know him before. They only met once when she was fishing in the river, and Wang Baozhen's people came to catch them. That's how she got to know him. "What are you trying to do?" "Move aside." Li Yingying realized something was wrong and turned to run, but Wang Baozhen grabbed her hand. "I saw everything just now. If you don't want me to tell others, don't make a sound," Wang Baozhen threatened as he pulled her toward the back mountain. Li Yingying struggled, but her strength was limited, and she was half dragged and half held to a hidden spot. "Let me go. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll call the police." "That's a crime and you'll go to jail," she kept struggling. Wang Baozhen, tall and strong from years of hard work, easily held her. "Go ahead and tell everyone if you want. I'm a troublemaker, and you'd be a criminal. At worst, we'll both go to jail together. Stop struggling and come with me. I won't treat you badly," Wang Baozhen said confidently. Wang Baozhen is getting older. His previous marriage plans were taken away, and his mother introduced him to a few women, but none compared to the daughter of the accountant. Wang Baozhen didn't want to marry her. Girls in the village are not as good-looking as those in the youth camp, and they have all gone to school, mostly high school graduates. Only such women are suitable for him. He then focused on a few young women from the youth camp. At first, he liked Qin Wan, but after Qin Wan's incident with Lu Yunxiao, he shifted his attention. After considering, he thought Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua were pretty good, so he kept hanging around near the youth camp, hoping for a chance. But Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua never separated, and Lu Kunming was always with them. He watched for over a month, but never saw them alone. Wang Baozhen became anxious. At this time, Zheng Fanghua took a day off, and Wang Baozhen also took a day off, planning to go straight into the youth camp. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, he saw Li Ruojia and Li Yingying leave one after the other. Previously, Wang Baozhen was busy watching Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, so he didn't realize there was also a Li Ruojia in the camp. Seeing Li Ruojia's face, he suddenly had other thoughts. He secretly followed them but ended up witnessing Li Yingying push Li Ruojia into the river. Wang Baozhen originally wanted to go into the river to save her. If he did, Li Ruojia would surely become his wife. But he didn't expect Zhao Yujun to beat him to it. He didn't go into the water but turned to see Li Yingying running away. He noticed that besides her darker skin, she was quite pretty. Wang Baozhen then changed his target again, chasing after Li Yingying. He also saw the whole scene of her pushing Li Ruojia into the river, using this to threaten her into submission. Li Yingying had suffered a lot since she was young. At home, she was often bullied. If she didn't act cute and obedient and rely on neighbors in the courtyard for help, she would have starved or frozen to death long ago. She learned early on that by acting cute and saying nice things, she could avoid hunger. So she relied on her older brothers and younger brothers in the courtyard. She didn't have to go hungry. At school, she acted cute and obedient to teachers and classmates, who took extra care of her. That's how she managed to finish school despite many setbacks. If it weren't for her brothers and classmates' families being poor, Li Yingying would have married a suitable person long ago. After coming to the countryside, Li Yingying's behavior was just as she had expected. She relied on acting cute and being obedient, hoping to find someone to support her long term. Unfortunately, Deng Mingho and Lu Kunming weren't interested in girls like Li Yingying. The others were too busy with their own lives, so no one paid her attention. Although Li Yingying knew that acting cute could bring her some benefits, she also understood that relying on others wasn't as good as relying on herself. When she realized no one was dependable, she decided to stand on her own and be willing to endure hardships to support herself. This time, when she met Zhao Yujun, Li Yingying truly wanted to marry him and escape the life of working in the fields. But unexpectedly, things turned out differently. She hadn't even met Zhao Yujun's face, and now she was about to be harmed by Wang Baozhen. "I don't want to be with you. Let go of me." Li Yingying struggled fiercely, refusing to cooperate. Angered, Wang Baozhen slapped her twice. She was hit so hard that she saw stars and her clothes were torn. "You scoundrel! I will report you to the police. Get lost." After being hit, Li Yingying fought even harder. A man who hits women should never marry. Absolutely not. Li Yingying's voice was loud, just as the workers finished their shift. Some went to cook, and others went to gather firewood, because they had run out. Someone overheard her shouting and sensed something was wrong, so they called others over. When they arrived, they saw Wang Baozhen and Li Yingying. Wang Baozhen had originally planned to ruin Li Yingying's reputation and marry her. When he saw people coming, he stopped and quickly covered her with his coat. The team leader had already been called once in the morning, and now he was called again in the afternoon. He was very annoyed but had no choice but to come. As soon as he arrived, he heard Li Yingying shouting that she wanted to report to the police and have Wang Baozhen arrested. The team leader and Wang Defu, Wang Baogan's grandfather, were related. Wang Baozhen was also the nephew of the team leader. Hearing Li Yingying's words, the team leader naturally used threats and persuasion. Moreover, if she really reported to the police, their team might lose its good reputation and be unable to be recognized as an excellent production team. By the end of the year, they wouldn't be able to get extra grain. For both public and private reasons, the team leader couldn't allow Li Yingying to report the incident, so he had to keep it quiet. "Don't forget, you pushed Li Ruoju and Li Jiqing into the river before. If you report this to the police, you won't escape either. The team leader threatened. Li Yingying knew she had to accept this unfair situation and was so angry she nearly fainted. Wang Baozhen stood up with a smile and said, "Uncle, she's just upset with me. She definitely won't report this. By the way, Uncle, please give us a certificate. Tomorrow, we'll go to the town to get our marriage license." The team leader glared at Wang Baozhen, nodded, and then left with his people. After everyone had gone, Li Yingying couldn't hold back her tears. Wang Baozhen helped her put on her clothes. "Don't cry anymore. Whether you marry me or not, you will have to in the end. My family isn't as rich as the team leaders, but we're not poor either. If you stay with me, I won't treat you badly. My parents may have a bad reputation in the team, but they love me very much. If you marry me, they will also care for you. Stop crying. Pack your things. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the town to buy some decent clothes, then we'll get the marriage license. We'll also hold a proper small celebration. Everything others have, you will too." Wang Baozhen pulled Li Yingying up from the ground. Li Yingying's mind was in chaos, but what could she do? Things had come to this point, and she had no choice but to follow Wang Baozhen. Back at the youth commune, Li Yingying and Li Ruju started arguing again. Zheng Fanghua, who was already feeling unwell with a stomach ache and had taken leave from work, fainted again when she heard the noise. "I can't believe you dared to push me into this. Is it just because I wouldn't lend you money?" Li Ruoju's eyes were red, whether from pretending or genuine anger. It was hard to tell. Li Yingying was furious too. If it weren't for Li Ruoju, she wouldn't have been pulled to the back mountain by Wang Baozhen. The two argued and made a fuss, and when they found out Zhao Yujun was the one who rescued Li Ruoju, Li Yingying was even more furious. But at this point, there was no point in arguing further. Neither of them paid attention to each other anymore. Zheng Fanghua finally let out a sigh of relief, glad to have a moment of rest. Unexpectedly, within a day, two young women at the youth commune had quickly decided on their marriages.
It was really fast.
But this had nothing to do with Li Rolan and Deng Mingho. After hearing enough gossip, they continued working in the fields. "How is it at Wang Baogan's house? I heard they're quite wealthy." While working, Li Rulan's ears were always pointed up, and she heard Wang Xiaomei ask Aunt Wang Er. Aunt Hohot and Aunt Suehua are neighbors, but Aunt Wang Er lives not far from Wang Baogan's house, so she is the one asked about Wang Baogan's family. Aunt Wang Er pursed her lips and said, "Of course they are rich. Wang Baozhen has 4 older sisters, and each daughter married well. 3 of his daughters married in town, have proper jobs, and during festivals they come back bringing meat and malted milk." With the support of his 4 daughters, Wang Baogan's family is naturally wealthy, and since he is the only son, all the family's money belongs to him. Based on what Aunt Wang Er said, Li Jiqing marrying into Wang Baogan's family is like falling into a honey jar, Yang Dan said. But as soon as she said this, the 3 aunts all chuckled. No one really knows if it's like falling into a honey jar. Anyway, Wang Bao and his mother are not very kind people. Li Jiqing's days might not turn out so well. Wang Baogan's mother was the kind of person who would argue even with passing dogs, with a bad temper and a love of drinking. Wang Baogan's father was often beaten by her. Marrying into such a family, it's hard to tell if it's good or bad. The next day, Wang Baozhen took Li Yingying to town, bought her 2 or 3 new outfits, and also bought her snow cream and soap. "My mother has a hot temper, but she's a good person. However, because of our situation, she's a bit reluctant. But don't worry, I will marry you. I will treat you well. These are some savings I've kept over the years. Consider it your bride price. Keep it safe." Wang Baozhen truly wanted to live a good life with Li Yingying. Even when Aunt Wangda refused to give bride money, he had already prepared some himself. He handed her 100 yuan as a gift. In fact, Wang Baogan's savings were more than just this. During festivals, when his sisters visited, they gave him money. Li Yingying initially thought she wouldn't need to worry about bride price, but unexpectedly, Wang Baozhen had really prepared it for her. She was quite surprised. Later, Li Yingying saw another side of Wang Baozhen. He bought her food, drinks, and even a red hair ribbon for her hair. Aside from what was mentioned before, Wang Baozhen was pretty good to Li Yingying. At least he really spent money on her. Seeing all these nice things, Li Yingying's feelings of resentment gradually faded. The two went to get their marriage certificate, and Wang Baozhen also took Li Yingying to take wedding photos. That afternoon, Li Yingying packed her belongings and moved into Wang Baozhen's house. His house was made of bricks and tiles, and his room was quite large. Previously, in order to marry the daughter of an accountant, Wang Baozhen had all the furniture in his room newly made, so now it was quite affordable for Li Yingying. Seeing all this, Li Yingying let go of other worries. Since they were already married, she decided to focus on living happily. Then, Li Yingying met her mother-in-law, the strong-willed Wang Dajie. When they met, Wang Dajie immediately asked Li Yingying to cook for their family. As the new daughter-in-law, Li Yingying naturally didn't refuse. She obediently went, pulling Wang Baozhen along. The young couple took turns adding firewood and cooking, which created a warm feeling. Li Yingying used to cook often at home, so her skills were decent. Seeing her, the stern Wang Dajie finally looked a bit more satisfied. The next morning, Wang Dajie caused trouble again. Just after dawn, she wanted Li Yingying to get up and prepare breakfast. Li Yingying realized that her mother-in-law was deliberately testing her. Right now, her only support was Wang Baozhen. So, Li Yingying used all her tricks, including acting cute and obedient, on Wang Baozhen. Wang Baozhen had already liked Li Yingying the night before, and men generally liked delicate, gentle women. Wang Baozhen was completely won over by Li Yingying. When her mother-in-law knocked on the door, Li Yingying hadn't said anything yet. Wang Baozhen, looking unhappy, went out to stand up for his wife. This made Wang Dajie very angry. In the end, the breakfast that morning was cooked by Wang Baozhen's father. The members of the Forward Brigade knew what kind of person Wang Dajie was, so they were all waiting to see Li Yingying get scolded. But surprisingly, Li Yingying's life got better and better. She ate well, occasionally had meat, looked healthier, and became quite pretty. Wang Baozhen now cherished Li Yingying even more, protecting her at home and not letting Wang Dajie lay a finger on her. Wang Dajie, known for being straightforward and fierce, surprisingly lost to her gentle, soft new daughter-in-law just after she entered the house. Li Ruolin hadn't planned to find out about this, but since it had become a common topic among people, it was hard not to hear about it. Li Yingying's situation can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Wang Baozhen's family is quite wealthy, and she knows how to handle him, which shows she has some skill. Qin Wan sighed with admiration. It's another day off. Deng Mingho, Lu Yunxiao, Shen Yiji, Hong Jun, and Lu Kunming all went up the mountain together. Li Ruolin and the others didn't go. Now, along with Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, for people are chatting at Li Ruolin's house. Li Ruolin also looked respectful and said, "That's true. But everyone has their own luck. Li Yingying's situation isn't bad." Zheng Fanghua smiled mysteriously and said, "Li Yingying is lucky because of a misfortune, but your second sister isn't so lucky." Zheng Fanghua was working with her fellow villagers. One of them lives next door to Zhao Youjuan's family. Hearing Zheng Fanghua, it seems she has some inside information. "Oh? What did you hear?" Li Ruolin asked eagerly. Qin Wan and Zhou Shengnan also came closer, their eyes shining with curiosity. Zheng Fanghua cleared her throat. Zhou Shengnan immediately poured her a glass of water. After taking a sip, Zheng Fanghua began to speak. "Everyone says Zhao Yujun is good, but actually, he's both good and bad. He's a soldier, no doubt, but he's very obedient to his parents. In his mind, his parents are the most important. Siblings are family, but his wife, being an outsider, is last." 2 days ago, Zhao Yujun had a banquet with Li Ruojie. The next morning, there was a big fuss at Zhao Youjuan's house. His family forced Li Ruojie to get up and cook breakfast. Zhao Yujun didn't protect her and told her to listen to her mother-in-law and be more filial to her in-laws. Qin Wan clapped happily. "Well, this is truly a mix of blessings and misfortunes. Only at the end will we know whether it's good or bad. Li Yingying's situation was a misfortune, but she gained blessings from it. Wang Baozhen is quite a decent person. If he wasn't, his daughter wouldn't be marrying him." Li Ruojia is lucky because she was saved from drowning by Zhao Yujun. But Zhao Yujun is very obedient to his parents, and with the heavy burden of his in-laws, Li Ruojia's life might be tough. Li Rulin had a different opinion from Qin Wan. She said, "You don't know that Li Ruojia has been very ambitious since she was young and dares to think and act. At that time, he had just graduated from high school and many people were waiting for job assignments, but only she stood out. She was the only one who managed to break through the crowd and secure a job, and from then on, she escaped from that home. Later, she faced forced marriage and selling her labor to go to the countryside, but Li Ruoju was a strong person who never bowed her head. The days right after her marriage were surely tough, but she had the ability to make her life good and to control her in-laws." Zhou Shengnan listened in shock. "Is your second sister really that capable? Whether she is or not, we'll see as we keep reading. I just don't know if Zhao Yujun will bring Li Ruoju along this time," Li Rulin replied. Zheng Fanghua shook her head. "I heard he won't take her. It seems they submitted the marriage report and also applied for a house. They probably won't be able to go together until next year." The four of them kept discussing this matter until evening, when Deng Mingho and the others returned, each carrying a wild rabbit or a wild chicken. "Did you only catch this much after a whole day in the mountains?" "That doesn't seem right," Li Rulin said, feeling something was off, and asked Deng Mingho. Deng Mingho just winked at Li Rulin, who immediately understood. Probably more items had been hidden in the mountains. Since they never went into the mountains empty-handed, they had arranged with the wild game collectors to trade on specific days, on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of each month. Deng Mingho and the others would hide the hunted animals in a secret spot, and when the collectors arrived, they would take the game themselves, leaving the money at the hiding place. This way, Deng Mingho and his friends avoided risking their safety by going into town to deliver the game. "Since we're all together and we've caught these animals, let's have a gathering tonight. I bought 2 jars of homemade wine from Andy Hohot. Let's have a drink," Qin Wan suggested. Everyone agreed, and Li Rulin's family started preparing. They cooked dishes, steamed buns, and everyone worked quickly, filling the table with food in no time. Since spring began, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had planted some common vegetables in the yard. Sometimes they added a bit of spiritual spring water when watering, so the vegetables grew quite well. They had enough to eat. The vegetables Qin Wan grew were even more impressive, vivid and lively, with big, sweet fruits. Only a few people who had seen Qin Wan's vegetables knew about them. If the villagers saw them, they would definitely be amazed. Qin Wan carried over 2 jars of wine, not ordinary grain wine, but plum wine with a sweet and sour taste. The flavor was mild, not too strong, but the aftertaste was quite intense. Zhou Shengnan, Zheng Fanghua, and Lu Kunming didn't like drinking much, so they only took a small sip. Li Rulin and Qin Wan drank about a glass and a half. At first, they were fine, but soon they started to feel a bit dizzy. Neither of them remembered how the gathering ended. Li Rulin was carried to bed by Deng Mingho, feeling both thirsty and sleepy, fussing a lot. Deng Mingho took care of Li Rulin, washed her face and feet, and helped her onto the bed. Li Rulin kept asking for water, and Deng Mingho, like a caring servant, hurried to serve her. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "If I ever let you drink again, I won't be surnamed Deng." Li Rulin heard this and chuckled softly, saying, "Then you can take my surname. From now on, your name is Li Mingho." Deng Mingho looked helpless, tucked her into the quilt, and went to wash his face and feet. When he returned, he saw Li Rulin lying boldly on the bed, covering herself with all the blankets. Looking tired, Deng Mingho could only accept his fate and tuck her back into the bed. But before he could settle down, in less than 3 seconds, the blankets flew off again. He held Li Rulin tightly, covered her with a blanket, but she was very restless, feeling hot and moving around, accidentally kicking him. Fortunately, Deng Mingho reacted quickly and dodged, or he might have been seriously hurt. Finally, overwhelmed with anger, Deng Mingho threw off the blanket, pinched Li Rulin's face, and kissed her. They argued into the late night, then both fell into a dazed sleep. When they woke up the next morning, Li Rulin still felt a bit dizzy. Deng Mingho told her to keep sleeping and went to work, also helping Li Rulin take a day off. As he left, he met Lu Yunxiao, who was also heading to work alone. They exchanged glances and decided to go together. Life in the Victory Brigade gradually settled down peacefully. The post-wedding life of Li Yingying and Li Ruju was still a topic of conversation among many during their free time. Li Yingying truly felt like she had fallen into a jar of honey. Wang Baozhen was very kind to her, and she thought her current life was good. She genuinely wanted to stay with Wang Baozhen. So, she still showed some respect to her mother-in-law. At least, she took on some household chores and cooked meals herself. Originally, Granny Wang still had some complaints about Li Yingying, but now she is truly enjoying her daughter-in-law's kindness. Her temper has also become calmer than before, and their relationship has improved. As for Li Ruju, after Zhao Yujun married her, she stayed at home for 10 days before leaving for the army. She planned to wait until the army assigned a house, then come back to join the military with Li Ruju. Currently, Li Ruju lives alone at Zhao's house. Although she does a lot of work daily, it's not too much, and she's not someone who can be bullied. Usually, she shares household chores with her two sisters-in-law. Whatever chores they do, Li Ruju joins in. If her sisters-in-law don't do something, don't expect Li Ruju to help out. Soon it was the 15th of August, a festival day. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho and others celebrated at the youth commune. Since they were all young workers, they usually gathered for small get-togethers, but on a big festival day, everyone needed to be together because they are part of a group. Because it was a holiday, everyone chipped in to buy some meat. Li Rulin paid for it, while Deng Mingho didn't, since he was the chef. Qinwen also contributed money, so Lu Yunxiao could come and celebrate with them. From early morning, the youth commune was lively and bustling. Guo Xiaoya, who rarely appeared, finally showed up, and her appearance shocked everyone. Li Rulin looked at Guo Xiaoya's slightly bulging belly and asked, "Are you pregnant? How long have you been?" Guo Xiaoya touched her belly and said, "Almost 5 months. I didn't come out earlier because I wasn't feeling well." Qinwen guessed this because their two families lived next door, so she could hear Guo Xiaoya vomiting every day. Li Rulin happily congratulated her, but didn't let Guo Xiaoya help with anything. Instead, she brought a small stool for her to sit on. Because Deng Mingho's cooked pig intestines were very popular last time, and since they were cheap, the youth commune bought 2 portions for the gathering. Li Juhong and Zheng Hongmei carried pig intestines over, asking Li Rulin how to prepare them. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear also wanted to see, but the smell of pig intestines was really unpleasant. They could only pinch their noses and stand a little away, watching. Li Rulin went over directly to teach them how to wash the intestines. But as she squatted down, she felt that today's pig intestines smelled too bad, and a wave of nausea rose up, making her feel sick and unable to suppress it. Seeing Li Rulin suddenly turn pale, she covered her mouth and went to vomit aside. Li Juhong and Zheng Hongmei were startled. "Rulin, what's wrong?" Qinwen was about to go over and pat Li Rulin's back, but her face also changed, and she covered her mouth with a dry heave. As they vomited, they suddenly looked at each other, both a bit stunned. Qinwen reacted quickly, reaching out to check her pulse and using her mental power to scan her body. Sure enough, she saw a faint life force in her lower abdomen. She was pregnant. While Qinwen was still in shock, Li Rulin also reached out her hand. Qinwen hurriedly checked Li Rulin's body. This inspection revealed something surprising. Li Rulin had 2 life forces inside her, meaning she was carrying twins. Pregnant and with 2 babies, Qinwen said. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao, who were in the kitchen, heard the noise and hurried out. They saw Li Rulin and Qinwen facing each other and looking at each other. "What's going on? Did you get a stomach upset?" Deng Mingho quickly pulled Li Rulin aside, showing concern. Li Rulin was still a bit stunned. She was pregnant. Although she had already prepared to become a mother, now she was actually pregnant, and with twins. Lu Yunxiao also came over to look at Qinwen with concern. Qinwen was quite happy. In her previous life, after the apocalypse came, her parents and brothers had died, and she was all alone. Now, having traveled here and married someone, She was even carrying children related to her by blood. Qinwan was very happy. "I'm pregnant," Qinwan said with a smile to Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao was first surprised. "What are you pregnant with?" After asking, he suddenly realized and looked down at Qinwan's belly. Deng Mingho also sensed something and looked at Li Rulan. "Wife? Is that true?" Li Rulan nodded. "Yes, I am pregnant. And with 2 twins." It was obvious that this was from that drunken night, because apart from that time, they had taken proper precautions. That one time, Deng Mingho had been so aroused that he forgot everything else. At this moment, Deng Mingho's only thought was, "Wow, I'm so amazing." Li Rulan rolled her eyes and slapped Deng Mingho. He didn't get angry. Instead, he was so happy he jumped around. "I'm going to be a dad." "Wife, I'm going to be a dad." Many young people in the yard watched silently, seeing Deng Mingho act crazy and Lu Yunxiao look both excited and foolish with a big smile. The two main people involved are Li Rulan, who covers her face and seems to pretend she doesn't recognize Deng Mingho, and Qinwan, who looks quite happy and is laughing foolishly with Lu Yunxiao. "Wow, I didn't expect both of you to be pregnant." "Congratulations." Guoxiaoya was the first to react, smiling. After saying that, she looked at Qinwan's belly again. In her previous life, Qinwan and Su Tao's child was born 3 years later. Deng Mingho chuckled foolishly. "Congratulations. Sit here and don't move. I'll teach them how to wash the pig intestines. You just stay here, I'll handle everything else." Then, 2 more people sat on small stools, Li Rulan and Guoxiaoya, along with Qinwan, all sitting together and exchanging glances. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, so Guoxiaoya said, "It's pretty tough in the first 3 months of pregnancy. Just smelling something bad makes me want to vomit. Sometimes I also get stomach aches. It's best to rest in bed." Li Rulan and Qinwan looked at each other. They didn't expect Guoxiaoya to say these things to them. They nodded and continued asking about the topic. They had really gotten pregnant, and it was twins. Li Rulan touched her belly and suddenly missed her parents and in-laws. Actually, both sets of elders had been urging them to have children, but Li Rulan and Deng Mingho thought they were still too young and didn't want children so early. When they found out they would travel through time, they felt even more grateful they hadn't had kids yet, or they would have had to leave the children with their parents. It was a good day to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th. Plus, Li Rulan and Qinwan were both pregnant, so the others at the youth commune were very happy for them. However, the meal didn't turn out well because Li Rulan and Qinwan didn't understand what was happening. They hadn't been throwing up before, but after smelling the pig intestines, it was like their energy channels were suddenly opened, and even a faint, irritating smell made them want to vomit. In the end, Li Rulan and Qinwan went home to lie down. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao only returned after finishing their meal at the youth commune. Having paid the bill, they were definitely planning to stay and eat the leftovers. "These past 2 days, I felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't wake up easily. I thought it was just the hot weather causing heat stroke. But it turns out I'm pregnant. Oh my god. I'm pregnant, and it's twins." Li Rulan lay on the Kong bed, holding her belly with both hands. Deng Mingho was lying beside her, constantly watching Li Rulan's flat belly. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and gently lowered her hand. "Maybe don't put your hand on your stomach. What if you press on the baby?" Li Rulan looked annoyed and kicked Deng Mingho. "Our 2 babies are not even the size of sesame seeds yet. How could I press on them? Now we're expecting 2 children. I can barely take care of 1. How am I supposed to handle 2? She remembered something else. "Oh, and about the milk powder. Before the babies are born, it's best to stock up on some. I don't know if my milk will be enough for both of them." She paused. "And the baby's skin is very delicate. Should we quickly buy all their tiny clothes and bedding?" Thinking about it, she felt overwhelmed. Taking care of children seems so complicated. If we had help from my parents, it would be easier. Now it's just us 2. I feel like I can't manage both kids alone. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Li Rulan felt more and more upset, not just about their current situation but also missing her parents. Deng Mingho hugged her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. If the milk isn't enough, We'll use milk powder. I'll make sure we have plenty. As for the clothes and bedding, don't worry. In a few days, I'll go to the city and buy some. Then I'll send them to Annie Ho Hot to help make. And if you're worried about caring for both kids alone, we can ask for help. Wang Er's daughter, Wang Xiaoni, is 13 years old. Her family is poor, so she can't go to school. She's small and I can't do heavy work, but she goes up the mountain every day to gather pig grass. We can talk to Annie Wang and ask her to let Xiaoni come help us take care of the children, like washing diapers. We can secretly give her some money and say it's just Auntie Wang asking her to help. I'll work during the day, and if I don't, I'll come back quickly to help you with the children. I won't leave you alone with everything. If you have any other worries, just tell me. I'll do my best to solve them so you won't be scared anymore. While gently patting Li Rulan's back, Deng Mingho quickly arranged all the issues she had just mentioned. After hearing his long explanation, Li Rulan's anxious feelings gradually eased. Deng Mingho is still Deng Mingho, still her very reliable husband. As long as he is here, there is nothing they cannot solve. Li Rulan sighed quietly. There's just one last thing. That giving birth now is very painful. In our time, we could have painless delivery, but now we just have to endure the pain. Originally, Deng Mingho thought that no matter what Li Rulan said, he could handle it, but he didn't expect to encounter a real challenge. Honey, I really don't know what to do about this. You can't make things difficult for me. Deng Mingho looked helpless. Li Rulan smiled and kissed Deng Mingho. As long as you can make everything you say come true, just giving birth is something I can endure. Thank you, my dear wife. Because of the childbirth, he really couldn't help much. She vomited several times and, feeling anxious and scared, they talked for a long time. Eventually, Li Rulan drifted into a sleepy state. In her dream, Li Rulan saw her parents and her in-laws. The four of them were living together now. Two mothers were busy cooking in the kitchen. Two fathers were preparing fruit. One was cutting fruit, and the other was making snacks. Just as Li Rulan was curious and wanted to ask what they were doing, she realized that her parents seemed to ignore her. What was happening? Was she a spirit returning to the modern world? While she was thinking, she suddenly heard the door open behind her. Turning around, she was surprised to see herself and Deng Mingho coming out of the room. It was really them, or rather, their bodies. Xiaohao, Xiaolon, let me teach you how to use a smartphone. Have you learned yet? Only after you learn can you go out and explore. Otherwise, if you get lost, we won't be able to find you. Li Rulan's father saw them come out and immediately asked with a smile, placing a plate of fruit in front of them. In her spirit form, Li Rulan quickly understood what was happening. Then she felt her eyes turn red and her nose sting. Turns out, they had traveled back in time to the 1970s, just like her and Deng Mingho. They had entered a story, and these two children, who had a tough family life, had traveled into their bodies. This was great. At least now, she wouldn't have to worry about her parents being left alone. Li Rulan was really happy. She didn't want to cry at all, but she couldn't hold back. In the end, she woke up crying. Deng Mingho was cooking in the outdoor kitchen when he heard crying and quickly ran over. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? Don't cry anymore. Husband is here to hug you. Li Rulan just shook her head. I just had a dream. In the dream, I returned to the modern world and saw Deng Mingho and Li Rulan here, occupying our bodies and being with our parents. Deng Mingho was also stunned. After a moment, he rubbed Li Rulan's head. Isn't that a good thing? We didn't die, we just swapped bodies. That way, our parents probably won't be too sad. Do you think if we work hard, one day we might meet our parents and our younger selves? Li Rulan suddenly asked. But since they were in a storybook world, perhaps they were in a parallel universe. Deng Mingho thought for a moment. Who knows? Maybe we really will meet. Anyway, get up quickly. I'm cooking outside. You didn't eat much for lunch today. I made your favorite dishes. Eat more later. He patted Li Rulan's head again, then got up and went outside. Deng Mingho cooked a dish of broad beans and shredded potatoes, both of which Li Rulan liked the most. Li Rulan sat at the table, and Deng Mingho brought over a very tender egg custard topped with scallions and sesame oil. All made with spiritual spring water. It should taste pretty good. Try it quickly. Deng Mingho pushed the bowl toward Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin sniffed twice, smelling a rich aroma without any eggy smell, then took a spoonful and put it in her mouth. She then gave Deng Mingho a big thumbs up. I didn't expect that after so long. My skills haven't gotten rusty. Although it was quite tasty, Li Ruolin still wasn't very hungry. She finished one bowl of egg custard, then took 2 more bites of vegetables, but she started to feel full. The remaining dishes were all eaten by Deng Mingho, making him feel a bit uncomfortable from being too full. Stay at home for a while. I'm going to visit Aunt Ho-Hot and the others. Because they had been tired from working, they hadn't raised chickens or ducks at home. Now that Li Ruolin was pregnant and a baby was on the way, they would need more eggs. So Deng Mingho planned to buy 2 chickens to raise, so they could have as many eggs as they wanted. Raising chickens is limited. Each household can only keep 2, mainly for eggs to eat. Aunt Ho-Hot's 2 old hens were slaughtered and sent to her daughter during her confinement. After spring, she bought some chicks to raise. Deng Mingho came to ask her where she bought the chicks. Ruolin is pregnant? That's really good news. Now, when will the chicks be big enough to lay eggs? These 2 hens at my place, you can take them home to feed. They can already lay eggs. Take good care of Ruolin. She's too thin, Aunt Ho-Hot said, rushing into the chicken coop to catch a hen. Deng Mingho thought for a moment and didn't stop her. She put the 2 hens into a big cage and handed them to him. All right, I'll take these chickens home. When I come back, I'll send the money, Deng Mingho said. Aunt Ho-Hot immediately frowned and said, What money? I don't need your money. Deng Mingho smiled happily. Of course, I don't mind paying, but I also want to ask Aunt Ho-Hot to help take care of my wife. We don't know much about these things. We don't have elders at home, and we can't do manual work, so she needs your help with small things like baby clothes and bedding. I've hired a worker, so I should pay for some help. I also plan to ask you to help take care of Ruolin when she's postpartum, he added. Knowing that Deng Mingho and Li Ruolin were having a hard time, Aunt Ho-Hot naturally felt she deserved it. Don't worry, if there's anything you don't know, just ask me. When Ruolin is postpartum, even if I'm not asked, I'll come to help, she said with a smile. After saying goodbye to Aunt Ho-Hot, Deng Mingho carried the 2 chickens home. The next day, only Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao went to work. Li Ruolin and Qin Wan took leave. The team leader knew they took leave because of pregnancy but hesitated and said nothing. Village women usually only take leave when they are about to give birth. Since they just got pregnant, it was clear they were city folk and a bit delicate. Li Ruolin slept until late morning and woke up feeling not hungry. She looked around and saw that the porridge in the kitchen was still warm, but the buns and vegetables had cooled. Although she wasn't hungry, she thought she should eat something, so she drank half a bowl of porridge. Just as she put down the bowl, Qin Wan came over.
How are you?
Are you vomiting? Qin Wan looked pale and sat on the kong, asking Li Ruolin. I'm fine, just not very hungry and can't eat much. Are you okay? Qin Wan shook her head painfully. Not at all. I started vomiting last night after I went back. The smell makes me feel sick. After sharing their troubles, they looked at each other and both smiled. This is truly sweet torment, Qin Wan said as she rubbed her belly. Li Ruolin nodded in agreement and also touched her stomach. The 2 lay on the kong, a traditional bed, for most of the day, feeling extremely bored. Can I just stay like this for 10 months? Is there anything to pass the time? Lying at home is so dull. I'd rather go to work. At least, working with Aunt Ho-Hot and others would be less boring, and she could eat some melons. Qin Wan thought for a moment and asked, By the way, do you know how to knit sweaters? I found some yarn tickets when I was tidying up yesterday. Do you want to buy some yarn to knit sweaters? Li Ruolin shook her head. I don't know how to. I only know how to knit scarves. That's about it. I can teach you. Not only can I knit scarves, but I also make clothes. It's a pity I don't have a sewing machine ticket. If I did, I could buy a sewing machine and make many clothes, Qin Wan said regretfully. The heroine is very talented, and Li Ruolin had read about her in the book. Qin Wan not only makes clothes, but is also good at painting. After the reform and opening up, she opened a clothing factory to produce her own designs. You didn't tell me earlier. I have sewing machine tickets. Do you want some? Li Ruolin immediately asked. Qin Wan's eyes widened in surprise. You have? Where did you get sewing machine tickets? Li Rulin explained. That's a long story. After Deng Mingho was about 14 or 15, his older brother got married, and their parents stopped caring for him. He earned his own money for school, sometimes by reselling things, and made quite a bit. These tickets are very valuable. When Deng Mingho found out, he kept some for himself. I also have tickets for bicycles and radios. Qin Wan's eyes lit up instantly. I want the sewing machine tickets and the radio tickets. I'm so bored at home now that I'm pregnant. How about we start a small business? You help me, and we make clothes to sell privately. You buy the tickets, I pay, and we buy a sewing machine first. Then we use some money to buy fabric, make clothes, and sell them. If we make money, we can buy a radio too. We'll split the earnings equally, but you can't slack off. You have to help. Li Rulin nodded eagerly. Of course. The days of following the heroine to pick up money were getting closer. Such a good opportunity. How could Li Rulin refuse? The two of them had already agreed that the next day, Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao would buy a sewing machine. They went straight to the city, bought a sewing machine, and also visited the black market, where they bought a lot of fabric to bring back. They deliberately returned late at night, so that no one would notice the sewing machine. It was then brought to Qin Wan and Lu Yunxiao's home. The two pregnant women began their new money-making venture. During the day, Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao went to work. Li Rulin and Qin Wan slept until they woke naturally. After eating, they came over to Qin Wan's place. To avoid being discovered with large amounts of fabric and the sewing machine, Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao spent a few days digging a small cellar to hide these items. Since Li Rulin didn't know how to operate the sewing machine, Qin Wan taught her how to cut fabric. She marked the fabric and cut along the lines, or used a template to cut out the pieces. Now, what kind of clothes should we make? Li Rulin asked Qin Wan. Qin Wan thought for a moment. Most of the fabric bought by Lu Yunxiao and Deng Mingho was black, gray, and dark blue. They also bought a piece of fabric called Dingliang, which was pure white. There was bright blue fabric and a deep yellow piece with many small colorful dots, which were perfect for making skirts. Let's start by making a few baji skirts and see how they sell, Qin Wan said. They decided to begin working. Qin Wan cut out the patterns first and then guided Li Rulin in cutting the fabric. On the first day, because neither of them was very skilled, their progress was slow. By evening, they had managed to make one decent baji skirt. When the work bell rang, they packed up everything and put it away. Li Rulin went home to cook. She made rice porridge and steamed buns. Deng Mingho came back just in time to wash his hands and start cooking. Once the food was ready, they could eat. How did you two do at home today? Did you make a piece of clothing? Deng Mingho asked Li Rulin during dinner. We made a baji skirt with a white doll collar at the neckline. It looks pretty modern and I think it will sell well, Li Rulin said excitedly. Deng Mingho nodded. That's good. Once you make a few more pieces, I'll take them to the city to sell. When I bought the fabric, I found out that the seller was from a textile factory. The fabric was either slightly flawed or stored in the warehouse. He knew I bought fabric to make clothes. I told him I would show him the finished clothes and if they looked good, he might help sell them, but he would take a small fee. Later, I planned to find him to see how much I could sell the skirt for and give him a commission. Li Rulin also thought this was a good idea. In that case, I can ask him to buy some better fabric. Soon it will get cold again. Qin Wan said if she could get corduroy fabric, she could make a coat to sell, which could bring in 30 or 40 yuan. Corduroy is very warm, and if made into a nice coat with cotton inside, it would definitely sell well. Deng Mingho responded, next time, you two should make a list. Yunxiao and I will see if we can get everything. Li Rulin didn't know much about these things, and the final decision was still Qin Wan's. She nodded and didn't say anything more. She still didn't feel like eating much. After eating a few bites casually, she put down her chopsticks. Deng Mingho was quite worried because she ate so little. But since Li Rulin looked okay, Deng Mingho didn't insist and just boiled a pot of spring water, poured it into a thermos, and told Li Rulin to drink more water. By the way, today at work I heard quite a few things. Li Yingying is pregnant too. She's been pregnant longer than you and Qin Wan more than 2 months now. It probably happened around the time they just got married. After turning off the lights, Dang Mingho remembered what happened today and quickly shared the gossip with his wife. Sure enough, when Li Rulin heard this, she immediately stopped feeling sleepy. That long ago? Didn't she notice herself? Dang Mingho nodded. It seems so. Although Li Yingying's relationship with Granny Wang has improved, as a mother-in-law, she would still make things difficult for her daughter-in-law. So, often, Granny Wang still acts like a boss. Li Yingying probably hasn't been feeling well these days, so she hasn't been working much. Today, at the field, Li Yingying said she wanted to go home to rest. Granny Wang immediately got angry, rushed over, pointed at Li Yingying's nose, and scolded her, calling her lazy and good for nothing. The words were quite harsh. Wang Baozhen heard the noise and came over to stop the fight. Li Yingying, whether because she was really upset or just unwell, fainted directly. When they went to the health clinic, they found out she was over 2 months pregnant. Wang Baozhen, upon hearing this, glared at his mother several times. Granny Wang still wouldn't stay quiet and kept fussing behind them. After they went home, there was another argument and Wang Baozhen and his mother even got into a fight. Li Rulin looked surprised. Son hitting his mother. Deng Mingho hugged Li Rulin to his chest. That's normal. Wang Dania's wife was famous for being drunk and causing trouble when she was young. When she got drunk, she would make a fuss. Wang Baogan's father was also oppressed his whole life and couldn't lift his head. At first, he fought with Wang Dania's wife, who was Wang Baogan's older sister. After his sister got married, Wang Baozhen took her place. When he was about 14 or 15, he and his mother often fought. At first, Wang Baozhen was the one getting beaten, but later they had wins and losses. When Wang Baozhen grew up and Wang Dania was drunk and acting crazy, he would fight her. Now, Wang Dania usually gets beaten, so she's become more restrained and doesn't drink much anymore. So it's actually a good thing. Li Rulin listened and didn't know how to respond. Wang Dania had bullied her husband all his life, but she never expected her own children to turn the tables so harshly. It must have been because she was oppressed for so long that she finally fought back. Everyone in the village knew about this and seemed used to it, so such things must have happened often before. Li Rulin said, with her like that, drinking and then hitting her son and husband, do you think Wang Baozhen will turn out the same? Not sure. Recently, Wang Baozhen has been working harder to take care of Li Yingying. From what I see, he doesn't seem like the type to hit his wife. But Li Yingying isn't stupid. She's a bit delicate and coquettish. When she finds someone useful, she clings to them, acting cute and obedient. If she doesn't get what she wants, she'll change her attitude and become annoying everywhere. Her future depends on Wang Baozhen. She naturally has to cling tightly to him, and Wang Baozhen seems to go along with her. They're a good match. As long as Li Yingying doesn't provoke him directly, I think Wang Baozhen won't lift a finger against her. Li Rulin also thought Deng Mingho's analysis was quite accurate. She believed Li Yingying probably would never challenge Wang Baozhen. If only Li Yingying could have a boy. If she has a girl, there might be more trouble. Any news about Li Ruoju? How is she doing living at Zhao's house? After hearing Li Yingying's gossip, Li Rulin asked about Li Ruoju. She was very curious. She wondered how Li Ruoju, who had carefully planned her marriage, was doing after she married into Zhao's family. Deng Mingho, as Li Ruoju's brother-in-law, often hears about her even if he doesn't ask. Sometimes people bring up her matters unexpectedly. She's doing quite well. I heard she recently argued with her sister-in-law and had a fight with her younger sister-in-law. Now, no one in the Zhao family dares to bully the new daughter-in-law. Li Rulin smiled and said, trying to push Li Ruoju around is like trying to squeeze a soft persimmon. The Zhao family has really met their match. The outer shell of a persimmon is tough and prickly, and touching it with your hands would probably cut your fingers. Her sister-in-law also wanted to control Li Ruoju, so during dinner, she gave all the food Li Ruoju was supposed to eat to her own children. Li Ruoju now earns her own work points, and she also has some money, so why should she suffer? She stood up and took her sister-in-law's plate to eat. Her sister-in-law tried to snatch it back, and they started fighting. Li Ruoju fought very fiercely, probably having fought with her parents at home too. Her sister-in-law ended up with a bloody face. Li Rulin blinked twice, recalling the past, then shook her head. When she was still inexperienced, Li Ruju never fought with her parents or the original owner. But after we left, I really don't know what happened. After saying this, Li Rulin urged Deng Mingho to continue. And what about her younger sister-in-law? Deng Mingho hesitated and said, "It seems to be about money, borrowing money." Li Ruju wouldn't lend it, and her sister-in-law kept muttering unpleasant things. Then Li Ruju fought again. Li Rulin knew Li Ruju wasn't so easily defeated. After hearing these two pieces of gossip, Li Rulin finally felt sleepy and quickly fell asleep. Deng Mingho helped tuck her in and also went to sleep. The next day, Li Rulin got up around noon. She ate a little of the food Deng Mingho left for her and fed the 2 chickens in the coop. Then she went to Qin Wan's house. Seeing Qin Wan still looking sleepy and confused, she knew Qin Wan had just woken up. Both of them smiled. After yesterday's practice, they worked well together that day. They made 2 more skirts, and in the afternoon, they took out some fine fabric to make a few shirts. More than 10 days passed, and it was time for a break. Li Rulin and Qin Wan had finished 4 braji skirts, 4 fine fabric shirts, 4 pairs of black pants, and 2 dark blue jackets. Since it was a rest day, Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao went to the city to sell these clothes. Li Rulin and Qin Wan did not continue making clothes that day. Instead, they arranged to go to the mountain with Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua to pick mushrooms. They said it was for picking mushrooms, but really it was just to relax and chat. They found a cool spot, sat under a tree, and Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua went a little way off to look for mushrooms and wood ears. While they were talking, Qin Wan suddenly looked in one direction. Li Rulin followed his gaze and saw 2 very thin women also searching for mushrooms. These 2 women were extremely thin, with only skin covering their bones. The Victory Brigade had plenty of land and enough food, so no one would go hungry. Because they were so thin, they probably lived in the cattle shed. The older woman was about 50 years old, and the younger one was at least 30. When Qin Wan and Li Rulin saw them, the women quickly noticed them too. Their expressions changed to one of nervousness, and they turned to leave. Watching their hurried retreat, Li Rulin frowned. The original story didn't explain why Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun came to the countryside. As for those living in the cattle shed, there was little description in the story. The only thing Li Rulin knew was that Su Tao's grandfather and father still lived there. These 2, Su Tao's grandfather used to be a top official in the city, and his father also had a high position. But their family was betrayed, and both grandfather and father were sent here. When Su Tao's mother learned her husband was to be exiled, she divorced him and his father, even publishing a notice to cut ties. So Su Tao and his mother were not involved. Su Tao came to the countryside to take care of his grandfather and father. Later, he married Qin Wan, and with their care, Su Tao's grandfather and father eventually survived the darkest years and saw better days. There wasn't much description of the others in the cattle shed. Sometimes, Su Tao's grandfather and father would share items sent by others. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjuan's visit to the countryside was definitely purposeful, but it's unclear why they came. Li Rulin thought for a long time, then looked down and saw Qin Wan had already fallen asleep somewhere. Li Rulin wasn't tired and sat beside Qin Wan, watching Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua picking mushrooms. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua scream. After hesitating for a moment, Li Rulin decided to go over and check. "What is going on?" Li Rulin asked. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua turned around with happy faces, then waved vigorously at Li Rulin, inviting her to come over. When she got closer, Li Rulin saw that Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua had found a large patch of edible mushrooms, and she immediately understood what was happening. Li Rulin also crouched down and picked a few mushrooms. As she turned her head, she saw another large patch of mushrooms. She had just looked carefully at this area, and there were no mushrooms there before. Thinking of this, Li Rulin quickly looked back at Qin Wan and noticed that the faint energy around Qin Wan seemed to have grown stronger. So, after sleeping, her supernatural power has improved again? Li Rulin wasn't sure, but Qinwen had cultivated so many mushrooms that they would have enough to eat for several days. Qinwen was truly advancing in her abilities. The wood-type energy here was very strong, and since she was pregnant, her strength had also increased. She was now close to the peak of the second stage. She had just broken through this time, and luckily, when her power was advancing, no one with supernatural abilities could see her being wrapped in green energy. The surrounding area had grown many more mushrooms. The three of them, Li Rulin included, circled around Qinwen, each picking large baskets of mushrooms. Qinwen quickly completed her breakthrough, but after sitting up, she frowned and looked up the mountain. When Li Rulin saw Qinwen get up, she was about to take her home, but then she saw Qinwen looking seriously at the mountain. "What's wrong?" Li Rulin asked. Qinwen rubbed her eyes and said casually, "I don't know if I'm seeing things, but I think I saw a few people on that mountain. But they're so far away, maybe I was mistaken." Li Rulin smiled and said, "Maybe someone went into the mountain to hunt. Let's go, we've already picked enough mushrooms. Let's head back." Qinwen frowned again and looked in that direction before following. Qinwen's behavior was very strange, so it was definitely not just someone hunting in the mountain. She must have discovered something. Li Rulin squinted her eyes. Although she didn't know if this was related to the barn or not, she thought it was better to tell Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun about Qinwen's discovery. Maybe this matter was connected to their missions. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao still came back late at night. When they heard the noise, Li Rulin got up. "Did I wake you?" Deng Mingho watched Li Rulin sit up in bed, then decided to light the kerosene lamp. He took out the money from selling clothes. That old man is quite capable. He sold 4 skirts, each for 10 yuan. That's because the fabric wasn't very good. If the fabric had been better, he said he could sell them for 13 or 14 yuan. He also said your skirt designs are very nice and will sell well. Next time you finish making clothes, bring them to him. He can help sell one for only 50 cents. A shirt costs 4 yuan, pants 2 yuan, and 2 dark blue jackets also cost 4 yuan. Now, buying a full set of clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative costs about 6 yuan. So, the prices for shirts and pants are similar to those in the store. The fabric for dresses is a bit more expensive, but the designs are good, so people will buy them. It seems they can make more skirts to sell in the future. They sold over 70 yuan worth of clothes. The old man helping sell took 50 cents for each piece, earning 6 yuan in total. Most of the remaining money was used to buy fabric suitable for making skirts, including a piece of corduroy fabric, which cost 30 yuan. The remaining 40 yuan was split, with Lu Yunxiao giving 20 yuan to Deng Mingho as Li Rulin's wages for this period. After Li Rulin received the money, she told Deng Mingho about Qinwen's strange behavior today. "Based on my many years of reading novels, I feel something's not right. Tomorrow, when you go to work, tell Shun Yi Hongjun about this. The people in the barn might come from different backgrounds. If Shun Yi and Hongjun are really sent to protect them, then these people are talented individuals the country values highly. The country probably sent them to the countryside because they had no choice. Losing such talents would be a big loss for the future. We should help them if we can." Novels often describe things like enemy spies or assassinations. These people are probably sent to the countryside because they were reported. No matter what, these people are still alive and are very helpful to the country. We should do what we can to help. After telling Deng Mingho about this, he also realized something was wrong. "I understand. I'll tell Shinji and Hongjun tomorrow. I was planning to go hunting in the mountains, but until those unknown people are dealt with, we can't go up there anymore. You and Qinwen are not allowed to go either. You're pregnant now. What if you encounter danger? No more mountain trips." Li Rulin nodded and said, "I understand." The next day, Deng Mingho went to work. As Li Rulin just got up, she heard a knock at her door. When she opened it, she was surprised to see the team leader. "Uncle Wang, is something wrong? Do you need help?" Li Rulin asked, a bit surprised, and then invited the team leader inside to sit. The team leader waved his hand. "I won't come in. I need your help with something. Tomorrow, a few more educated youths are coming to the village. Since you and Qin educated youth aren't working tomorrow when they arrive, please help organize things." "Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Li Rulin replied, nodding. It wasn't a big deal, just helping to arrange accommodations for the new educated youths. The team leader responded with a nod, and then left. After finishing breakfast at home, Li Rulin went to Qinwan's house and told her about the new arrivals the next day. Qinwan said, right now the educated youth dorm has 3 beds for boys and 4 for girls. We don't know how many will come tomorrow. If there are too many, there might not be enough space. After Li Yingying and Li Ruoja got married, they moved out. The East Wing now only has Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua living there. Guo Xiaoya moved out from the old educated youth's place, so that spot now has 1 bed, making 4 beds in total. For the boys' side, after Li Baogua got married, he moved out, so there's 1 more bed available, making 3 beds. But since the beds are big, if more people come, they can squeeze in. After talking, they started making clothes. When they got tired, they stopped to rest. There was no rush, so they only made 2 dresses that day. In the evening, at dinner, Li Rulin told Deng Mingho about the new educated youths arriving the next day. Just let them come. If they're here to welcome the new arrivals, they might invite us to join the meal, Deng Mingho said. If you want to go, then go. If not, stay at home, and I'll cook something delicious for you, he added. The educated youths arrived around 2 p.m., 4 boys and 4 girls, a total of 8 new youths. After handing these 8 over to Li Rulin and Qinwan, the team leader left. Li Rulin smiled at them and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Li Rulin. I came here last year as an educated youth. Everyone introduced themselves too. Among the 4 girls, based on their clothes and style, 2 seemed from less well-off families, while the other 2 looked like wealthy young ladies. They wore dresses and small leather shoes, carrying 2 small suitcases. They didn't look like they had come from the countryside. It was more like they were tourists. My name is Xia Zhen, and this is my good friend Lin Changel. One of the wealthy young ladies spoke first, and then introduced the girl beside her. Upon hearing these 2 names, Li Rulin nodded quietly. In the original story, these 2 are better friends with Li Rulin and Deng Mingho, and they appear more often as minor characters. After meeting the male lead Su Tao, they developed feelings for him. However, at that time, Qinwan and Su Tao were very close, so these 2 had some conflicts with Qinwan and acted as minor villains. But now that Su Tao is married, these 2 wealthy young ladies probably won't foolishly rush after him again. The other 2 girls also introduced themselves. One is named Wu Baoni, and the other is Wang Qian. Hearing the name Wang Qian, Li Rulin looked at her more carefully. In the original story, Wu Baoni and Li Rulin are both minor characters. Wang Qian, however, is a tricky person. She loves to take small advantages, has a thick face, and has been making things difficult for Qinwan. She is also a high-level, green tea character, and Su Tao was almost deceived by her. Although the author described her a lot, Wang Qian's role was mainly to help the main character's feelings grow. Her ending was not good. She married a widower from the team and became the stepmother of 2 children. At this time, the other 4 male educated youths began to introduce themselves. Their names had appeared in the story before. As for the last man, Zhao Wei, Li Rulin had never heard of him before. It seems there might have been a small change in the story. But Li Rulin didn't pay much attention because she didn't know where the main plot was going anymore. The male lead married the villainous female character, and the female lead paired with the deep-loving second male character. So, it was not strange to see a new character who had never appeared before. Li Rulin and Qinwan explained the basic situation of the educated youth point to the 8 people and then arranged their accommodations. For the female educated youths, one needs to stay with the old educated youths. Only 5 people can sleep in this room. As for the male educated youths, one also needs to stay with the old educated youths. Then, you'll have to squeeze in 6 people sleeping on one kong, a traditional heated bed. When Xia Zhen and Lin Changel entered the room and saw the long kong, they frowned together upon learning that 5 more people would be sharing it. Why is it like this? Aren't there other houses in the village? We can rent a place. Xia Zhen and Lin Changel really dislike the environment here, and they have never slept with so many people before. Li Rulin and Qinwan exchanged glances. Qinwan said, There are some houses in the village, but for you two girls, renting a house outside might not be safe. You both seem quite wealthy. If you don't want to squeeze with others, you can build your own house. The 3 small cabins near the youth settlement are ours." Hearing this, Xia Zhen and Lin Changel immediately decided to build a house and move out together. The new youth settlers came through many hardships. Li Ruolin and the others had experienced this once before, so they understood. They didn't say much and left, letting them rest for a while. After work in the afternoon, Li Ruolin carried a jar of pickled fish, Qin Wan brought a plate of yam cake she made, and Gua Xiaoya, knowing the new youth settlers were coming, also came over with her pregnant belly, bringing 4 eggs. At the youth settlement, it was Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fenghua's turn to cook. Li Ruolin and the others handed everything they brought to them. Everyone who had finished work returned, and the new youth settlers sleeping inside the house were finally awakened by the noise, then gradually got up. Li Ruolin saw clearly that when Xia Zhen and Lin Changel saw Su Tao, their eyes lit up briefly. But when they saw Su Tao and Gua Xiaoya being close and noticed Gua Xiaoya's big belly, they immediately knew they were a couple. The good feelings Xia Zhen and Lin Changel had just developed were now gone. Li Ruolin secretly chuckled, but soon she couldn't smile anymore because Xia Zhen and Wang Qian looked again at Deng Mingho, who was squatting and washing his hands. Deng Mingho was already good-looking, with clear features, a sunny and cheerful personality. After working in the countryside for a year, he was tall and had a good figure, naturally attractive. When Deng Mingho arrived, he saw 2 female youth settlers introducing themselves to him. "Comrade, hello. My name is Xia Zhen. I'm a new youth settler. What's your name, comrade?" Wang Qian was a bit shy, but also introduced herself. Then both women stared intently at Deng Mingho. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun watched Deng Mingho look stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Deng Mingho quickly turned and glared at Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun, then said his name. He turned around and ran to Li Ruolin's side very quickly, as if chased by a dog. "Wife, are you tired today? Did my son bother you? If you're tired, we can go back and rest. You're pregnant, so you shouldn't work so hard." Deng Mingho hugged Li Ruolin and spoke loudly, then gently rubbed her still flat belly with concern. Li Ruolin playfully pushed his hand away and said, "I'm fine." Deng Mingho responded with a hum and, like a caring husband, followed Li Ruolin closely. Xia Zhen and Wang Qian realized they had made a mistake and blushed, stepping aside quietly. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun were still laughing, but soon their joy turned to sadness because Shun Yi turned around and saw Lin Changel standing nearby. Now it was Ji Hongjun and Deng Mingho who were secretly laughing at Shun Yi. Lu Kunming and Lu Yunxiao came together. As soon as Lu Yunxiao entered, he approached Qin Wan, and they whispered to each other. Li Ruolin discreetly glanced at the new young workers, checking if they showed any signs of movement. She saw that the 4 young women were very calm. Just as she was about to look away, Li Ruolin noticed Zhao Wei subtly observing Lu Yunxiao with a complicated expression in his eyes. After preparing the meal, the old and new young workers sat together, each introducing themselves. During the meal, Zhao Wei asked Lu Yunxiao casually, "Are you also an old worker? You don't seem like it. You look more like a soldier." Lu Yunxiao looked at Zhao Wei and nodded. "I am from the brigade, used to be in the army, but retired due to injury." Qin Wan also smiled at Zhao Wei. "I'm a young worker and he's my husband, so I brought him along to join the meal." Zhao Wei quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean it that way. I just really like soldiers. Since Lu is a soldier, I asked out of curiosity." Everyone laughed. Li Ruolin felt something was off. Zhao Wei was paying too much attention to Lu Yunxiao. Was it really because he liked soldiers? Thinking this, Li Ruolin discreetly looked at Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun. She saw that they exchanged glances privately, then continued eating and drinking. When she first saw Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun, she could still notice some soldier habits in them. Later, whether because they deliberately changed or because Deng Mingho influenced them, those habits quickly disappeared. Now, if strangers saw them, they wouldn't be able to tell they had once been soldiers. After finishing their meal at the workers' camp, Li Ruolin and the others were about to leave. Just as they stood up, Xia Zhen and Lin Changel called them back. "We both want to build a house and move out. Who should we ask about building it? Summer asked Li Ruolin and the others. Li Ruolin smiled and said, just go to the team leader. They helped us build our houses too. We've already built 3 houses, so everyone in the village is experienced. Go to the team leader. I'm sure he can help you arrange everything quickly, she added. Summer nodded and said, I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho then turned around and left the youth camp, returning to their own homes. The next day, the new young workers didn't need to go to work. Summer and Lin Changle, early in the morning, took a few male young workers and rode the village cart to the town. As for the other 2 young women, Wu Baoni and Wang Qian, they didn't go to the town. They first wandered around the youth camp, then saw Li Ruolin and Qin Wan come out of their homes, carrying baskets, seeming to want to go up the mountain. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to follow. Are you 2 going up the mountain? They asked. Qin Wan looked at them and shook her head. No, we're just going to the foot of the mountain to look for mushrooms, wood ears, and other things. The mountain is dangerous with wild boars and wolves. It's better if you don't go up. Hearing about wolves on the mountain, Wu Baoni and Wang Qian looked a bit scared and glanced up the mountain. We just arrived, and we don't know how to work tomorrow. Will it be tiring to work? The 2 asked as they followed Li Ruolin and the others down the mountain. The original story had long gone off track, but people's personalities don't change. Wu Baoni's personality, Li Ruolin didn't know, but Wang Qian was quite petty. She didn't want to say much to them, but she also didn't want to offend them. So Li Ruolin and Qin Wan told them some things they could. Since the 2 of us are pregnant, we haven't been working for a long time, so we don't know what kind of work is being done now. Probably weeding or something similar. It's hot in the fields, so you'd better buy a straw hat and bring a water bottle. The old young workers had told Li Ruolin and Qin Wan what they knew, and they told Wu Baoni and Wang Qian the same. The 4 of them wandered around the foot of the mountain but didn't find many mushrooms, so they returned. After returning, Wu Baoni was okay, but Wang Qian kept staring at Qin Wan and Li Ruolin's house, as if she wanted to go inside and look around. Li Ruolin didn't tolerate her. When Wang Qian tried to enter her house, Li Ruolin ignored her, slammed the door shut, and locked it from the inside. Wang Qian was momentarily stunned and turned to look at Qin Wan's house, only to find that the door was already closed. Wu Baoni didn't say anything and wanted to return to the youth commune, but Wang Qian was a bit reluctant. She didn't dare to knock on the door, so she just peeked inside through the crack. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao, as soon as the bell rang for the end of work, hurried home to take care of their wives. Because of this, many men mocked them, but they didn't care at all. Today, they returned home earlier than usual. From a distance, they saw Wang Qian sneaking around, leaning against the door, seemingly doing something. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao immediately exchanged glances. What's this woman trying to do? Lu Yunxiao saw Wang Qian peeking at Deng Mingho's house, and then heading toward their house. He immediately frowned and called out, "What are you trying to do?" Wang Qian was startled and turned around to see Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao, both tall and expressionless, staring at her. Nothing much. We just went mushroom picking at the foot of the mountain with Li Jiqing and Qin Jiqing. They just went home, and I just wanted to see what your house looks like, Wang Qian explained awkwardly with a smile. Seeing that the 2 men still looked at her with blank faces, Wang Qian felt nervous and quickly ran away. Deng Mingho watched her back and then turned to Lu Yunxiao, saying, "More and more people are coming to the youth commune, and it's becoming a mix of good and bad. We probably won't have a peaceful life anymore. My wife and your wife are both pregnant now, and I don't feel comfortable leaving them alone at home with these people around. Can you find 2 dogs to bring back? Having dogs at home can help guard the house and keep it safe." Lu Yunxiao also thought Deng Mingho's idea was good. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I have a comrade who really likes dogs. I heard he recently got a black shepherd. I'll ask him in a few days when I have time. If he has puppies, I'll bring back 2. Black shepherds are very good for guarding the house. As long as they are trained well, they won't bite or bark randomly." Deng Mingho nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this to you." Li Ruolin heard the noise and opened the door. Seeing only Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao outside, she immediately frowned and said, "You 2 better be careful with that Wang Qian. She's very fond of taking small advantages and has a thick face. Earlier, at the foot of the mountain, Wu Baoni helped Li Rulin and Qin Wan pick some mushrooms. Wang Qian saw this and immediately asked Li Rulin and Qin Wan to invite them to lunch today. Wu Baoni looked at Wang Qian with surprise, but Wang Qian was very thick-skinned and kept pestering Li Rulin and Qin Wan. Qin Wan immediately said, "We don't know you either.
We only met yesterday.
Our family only has one worker now. If you invite us to eat, we will have less to eat." Anyone who understands things should know that it's not right to go to others' homes asking for food without a reason. Are you unable to afford food? Wang Qian's face stiffened, but she finally forced a couple of smiles and said, "What are you talking about? I was just joking with you." Li Rulin picked some mushrooms from her basket and returned them to Wu Baoni. This joke isn't funny at all. Food is very precious these days. It's better not to say such things in the future. It's okay to joke with us, but if you say that at a neighbor's house, they might even chase you away. Because Wang Qian interrupted like that, the two of them lost interest in staying to pick mushrooms, so they packed up and left the mountain. Deng Mingho went home to fetch water, wash his hands and wash his face, then said, "Lu Yunxiao said he can bring that little dog over. We can raise one at home. Usually when I go to work, the puppy can guard the house and keep you company." Li Rulin also thought raising a dog was a good idea. She could wash him regularly, and even if she was pregnant, she should be able to take care of him. Deng Mingho rested for a while, then went back to work in the afternoon. After he left, Li Rulin locked the door and went back to the mountain with Qin Wan. This time, they didn't meet Wang Qian but encountered another new young worker. Li Rulin pointed to a figure at the foot of the mountain. "Xiao Wan, look at that person. Is he the new young worker Xiao Wei?" Li Rulin and Qin Wan came to another mountain this time, near the cattle shed. From the top of the mountain, they could see the cattle pens clearly. Qin Wan looked in the direction Li Rulin pointed and saw Xiao Wei. He was wandering near the cattle shed. Why is he here at the cattle shed? Could he know someone inside? Qin Wan asked curiously. Li Rulin quickly understood. Because Xiao Wei was very attentive to soldiers, he was wandering around the cattle shed, and he was a character never seen in the books before. Xiao Wei was very strange. Li Rulin thought he might not be a good person. Li Rulin pulled Qin Wan to walk further away. "Who knows? Let's just pretend we don't know anything. It's not our business anyway. Let's keep going forward so he doesn't see us." Qin Wan nodded, but she was still a bit worried about the cattle shed area. Once they were alone, the two picked a lot of mushrooms and gathered some firewood. Then they slowly headed home. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the entrance of the youth station was lively. There were a few wooden boxes at the door, which looked like they belonged to the new young workers who had just bought them. Xia Zhen and Lin Chengel saw Li Rulin and Qin Wan carrying baskets and came over smiling to say hello. "We just went to see the team leader. He agreed to let us build a house. We added a bit more money, and he promised we could finish building it within a month. The house will be on the other side of the youth station. Once it's done, Lin Chengel and I will move there," Xia Zhen said. Li Rulin nodded with a smile. After these two encounters, she understood Xia Zhen's temper. She was a somewhat delicate young lady from a wealthy family. Lin Chengel still hadn't shown her true nature. She was very reserved and kept a low profile, usually letting Xia Zhen take the lead. While the four of them were talking, Wang Qian came out sweaty and continued to carry boxes into the youth station. Li Rulin asked curiously, "Did Wang Qian buy all these things?" Xia Zhen smiled and said, "No, these are bought by me and Chengel. We just couldn't carry them anymore, so Wang Jiqing offered to help. To show our appreciation, we gave her some money for helping us carry the boxes." Li Rulin and Qin Wan exchanged glances, but said nothing. They each went home. Xia Zhen and Lin Chengel, who had money but didn't hide it well, were now being watched by Wang Qian. No one knew what the future held for them. But it didn't matter to them. They just wanted to live their own lives well. The new young workers started working the next day. Li Rulin and Qin Wan finally could close their door and continue making clothes. In just over a month, they made 20 dresses. Qin Wan added her own small designs to each one. They looked really nice. If only their bellies weren't growing so big, they could keep a few. Li Rulin really wanted to keep 2 for herself. They went to the city again, and this time, Li Ruolin and Qin Wan went along. Li Ruolin and Qin Wan are now 3 months pregnant. Qin Wan's belly is still not visible, but Li Ruolin can already see a slight bump. Since they're going to the city this time, Li Ruolin wants to visit the hospital for a checkup. Although ultrasounds are available now, they haven't become common everywhere. She is pregnant with twins, and since she didn't have children in her previous life, she wants to get a thorough checkup and see what the doctor says. Qin Wan probably thinks the same way as Li Ruolin. It seems that Qin Wan's special ability can't really see how well the baby is developing. Otherwise, she could just check directly herself. Because they need to see a doctor in the city, Deng Mingho and Liu Yunxiao took a day off from the team and also got a referral letter. With the referral letter, they can stay in the city overnight and return the next day. The 4 of them first took a carriage to the town, then bought bus tickets to go to the city. They left early in the morning, and by the time they arrived in the city, it was already past 10 o'clock. They checked into a guest house and then went to the hospital for a checkup. At this time, the gynecology department was not crowded because most people were either pregnant or had just given birth. Most women handled childbirth at home, so there was no need to queue. Li Ruolin and Qin Wan finished their checkups quickly, mostly just taking their pulses and doing simple examinations. The results showed that both Li Ruolin and Qin Wan were in very good health, and the baby's pulses were strong and healthy, looking quite good. It might have been a bit of psychological comfort. Hearing this, Li Ruolin felt relieved. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. After eating, you should rest at the guest house since you've been on the road for so long. We'll go out for a bit and then take you to the department store afterward, Deng Mingho said, holding Li Ruolin's hand. Qin Wan said, let's see if the money we brought back is enough to buy a radio. If it is, we'll buy one. Winter is coming, and it will be even harder to stay warm. Having a radio would be nice. While making clothes in winter, we could listen to stories or shows to pass the time. Buy it, Li Ruolin agreed. Right now, Qin Wan is the main earner, and Li Ruolin is just helping to save money, almost like picking up coins. So, she definitely wants to support Qin Wan's idea. If Qin Wan wants a radio, they will buy it. Anyway, Qin Wan can earn the money back later. After eating, Li Ruolin and Qin Wan returned to the guest house to rest. Pregnant women tend to get tired easily, so they both slept for over 3 hours. It was Deng Mingho's return that woke Li Ruolin up. You're back? How much did those dresses sell for? Li Ruolin's main concern was this. This was their last dressmaking for the year. Soon, October would arrive, and the weather would turn cold. Even if they made dresses, they probably wouldn't sell much. Each dress was 15 yuan, and they sold for a total of 300 yuan. The commission was 5 mao per dress, and we gave old son 10 yuan. Then we bought a few pieces of fabric suitable for winter clothes, which cost over 40 yuan. We have more than 240 yuan left, all kept with Liu Yunxiao. Now, let's go to the department store for a walk and buy a radio directly, Deng Mingho said, helping Li Ruolin to get ready. He also placed a bag on the table. Last time, someone helped us get some milk powder. We only managed to buy 5 bags. But the baby won't be born for a while yet, so I asked them to keep an eye out and see if we can buy a few more bags. Li Ruolin stored the 5 bags of milk powder in the space warehouse, where time is frozen. The milk powder wouldn't expire there. There's still 6 or 7 months before the baby is born. It's early, so we can take our time, Li Ruolin said as she tidied up her clothes and washed her hands and face. Let's go to the department store and look around. We should also buy some fabric suitable for making baby clothes. We need to prepare small clothes and blankets, Li Ruolin suggested. After packing up, the 2 left the room. Liu Yunxiao and Qin Wan had already come out, and the 4 of them took a bus toward the department store. Since everyone had fabric vouchers, as soon as they entered the department store, Li Ruolin and Qin Wan first looked at pure cotton fabrics suitable for children. Most fabrics at this time were dull colors like earth yellow, dark blue, brown, and beige. Bright colors were rare and red was expensive, so Li Ruolin and Qin Wan didn't choose anything too special, just some of these colors. They ordered a few pieces of fabric. Li Ruolin bought the most because she was carrying 2 babies, so she needed double everything. Naturally, she couldn't miss anything. After buying the fabric, Qin pulled Li Rulin to buy a radio. The red brand radio cost only 65 yuan. Li Rulin was surprised when she saw the price. She thought radios would be expensive, at least over 100 yuan, but it was only a little over 60 yuan. They bought tickets and paid the money. The two men were responsible for carrying the things. Li Rulin and Qin started to look around, since coming to the city was not easy, and they wanted to see if there was anything to buy. They kept shopping until the department store was about to close. The four of them carried large and small bags back to the guest house. They slept there for the night. The next morning, they returned to Xingli Brigade. When they arrived home, it was just after work hours. The local educated youth and fellow villagers saw the four carrying many bags and came over to see what they had bought. Li Rulin smiled and explained, "We just went to the city to see how the baby is doing. Turns out I'm actually pregnant with twins. So, we bought some fabric and other things, waiting to make clothes for the babies." When Annie Guohua and the others heard this, they immediately smiled and congratulated her. "I knew it. Your belly showed so quickly, I thought something was different. It's surprising that there are 2 babies. That's why you bought so many things. When you have time, bring the fabric to my house, and I'll help make little clothes and bedding for the children." Auntie Wang Er also said, "I'll go help you too." The other women can't do heavy work, but helping to make a few small clothes for the babies is fine. Deng Mingho had told her that after Li Rulin gave birth, her daughter would help take care of the baby. She would be paid 5 yuan a month and get a free meal at noon. 5 yuan was a good amount, especially since it included a meal. Her little daughter could at least eat a full meal. Usually at home, the girls weren't allowed to eat much. Although she felt sorry for her daughter, the workers couldn't work if they weren't fed well. There was nothing she could do about it. Now, Deng Mingho and Li Rulin were willing to let Wang Xiaoni help care for the baby, paying her and providing meals. This was already very good. Auntie Wang Er decided to save all the money her daughter earned until she got married, then give it to her as a dowry. Everyone listening to this understood that the large and small packages mostly contained fabric and similar items. They lost interest in looking further, and each went home. The educated youth naturally went one way, and no one else asked about the four's packages. Only Wang Qian kept staring at them, her eyelids fluttering as she watched. Xia Zhan and Lin Chengel clearly had not done heavy work before. These past few days they had been working hard and were exhausted every day. Now they were asking the old educated youth if there was any lighter work to do, as they simply couldn't handle the farm work anymore. Zhou Shengnen said, "There are also easy jobs, but the pay isn't high. It's just feeding pigs with pig feed, earning only 2 work points a day." Xia Zhan and Lin Chengel exchanged glances. 2 work points is 2 points. Anyway, we don't rely on work points to live. Tomorrow, let's go find the team leader and go directly to feed the pigs. "I can't work in the fields all day," said Xia Zhan. Lin Chengel nodded. Okay. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin returned home. Deng Mingho told Li Rulin to rest first, then started boiling water and cooking. They had a white flour pancake, and a few days ago, they killed an old hen in the space, eating half and saving half. Today, they stir-fried it with green peppers and potatoes. The Red Youth Station was just separated from Li Rulin's family by a wall. The smell of cooking inevitably drifted into the youth station. Before, Li Rulin and her family mostly ate plain broth and water, rarely cooking meat outside the space. But now Li Rulin and Qin were both pregnant. To strengthen their bodies, they often cooked meat dishes every few days, and everyone at the youth station knew this. However, the new youth who just arrived looked at their wild vegetable dumplings and plain porridge, then at the stir-fried greens without oil, and smelled the aroma of fried chicken from next door. Their mouths almost watered. Wang Qian swallowed hard. "That should be chicken, right? It smells so good. It seems Deng and Li are quite well off." Zhou Shengnen glanced at Wang Qian sideways. Li's family eats meat because Li is pregnant with twins and needs extra nourishment. They don't eat it often. Only this time, you smell it because they cooked. "How do you know Li's family is very rich?" Zheng Fanghua also said. "That's right. We old youth from the station live so close to Li's family, but we rarely smell them cooking meat. This is the first time." Do you think that just because pregnant women eat a few bites of their own chicken, they are rich? Wang Qian didn't expect Li Rulin, even though she wasn't here, would have someone to speak up for her. She awkwardly chuckled. I was just talking casually. Everyone ignored her and, smelling the delicious aroma from next door, felt that their wild vegetable dumplings tasted a bit better than usual. In the afternoon, Deng Mingho and Liu Yunxiao also went to work together. Deng Mingho and Shun Yiji Hongjun usually worked together. Then, unexpectedly, Deng Mingho mentioned Zhao Wei. The day before yesterday, my wife and Qin Wan went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. They went to the mountain near the cattle shed. At the foot of the mountain, they saw Zhao Wei wandering around near the cattle shed. They didn't know what he was doing. Both were afraid he might be involved with the people inside the shed, so they didn't look closely and quickly ran away. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun heard this, and both looked surprised. Shun Yi lowered his voice and asked, Is it true? Deng Mingho nodded. Yes, it's true. Ji Hongjun looked serious and calm, usually appearing simple and honest. Thank you. Deng Mingho said nothing and kept working. Ji Hongjun and Shun Yi exchanged glances again, then quietly looked at Zhao Wei in the distance. Just like the new arrivals from the countryside, Zhao Wei was busy with his work and looked a bit clumsy. Ji Hongjun moved closer to Deng Mingho and asked, The holiday is coming soon. Shin Yi and I plan to go into the mountain again. Do you and Liu Yunxiao want to come? Soon it will be time to harvest the crops. If they don't go now, they'll have to wait over a month, and by then, the weather will be colder. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun had secretly spent some money to help the people at the cattle shed, buying food and medicine, which cost a lot. Last year, they didn't prepare enough warm clothes for the people in the shed, and a few almost got sick. This time, they needed to earn more money quickly and buy enough warm clothes for them. Deng Mingho wanted to nod but hesitated because Qinwan had mentioned seeing someone on the mountain before. He was unsure. Qinwan said there are people in the deep mountains. If we go, will we run into them? Deng Mingho asked. Shun Yi shook his head. No, Deng Mingho immediately understood. He guessed Shun Yi had reported the mountain situation, so someone might have checked it out. All right, I'll ask Liu Yunxiao. If he wants to go, then the four of us will go together. The four of them gathered and continued working. Meanwhile, Li Rulin and Qinwan listened to the radio and cut fabric, preparing to make long coats to sell. To make coats, do we need cotton? Li Rulin asked Qinwan. Qinwan nodded and said, Of course, but don't worry. I have ways to get cotton. When the time comes, I can just buy it directly with money. You don't need to worry about that. Li Rulin knew that Qinwan could now produce many things quickly, just cotton. It only takes 2 minutes to turn cotton seeds into harvestable cotton. As long as there are cotton seeds, there is no need to worry about cotton. So Li Rulin pretended not to know and nodded in agreement. While they were cutting clothes, suddenly they heard loud arguing outside the door. The noise was so loud that it immediately caught their attention. They exchanged glances, both curious gossip lovers, and went to the yard to see what was causing the fight. After listening for a moment, both of them were surprised. The people arguing outside seemed to be Xia Zhen and Lin Chengel. I also want just one spot. I've never done heavy work at home, so why should I go to the fields here? I'm exhausted, Xia Zhen said loudly. Lin Chengel's voice was softer but firm. You usually take care of me, so can't you let me have a turn? I don't want to work in the fields either. Look at my hands, they're cut by the grass. Let me do the pig feeding work, okay? I really don't want to. Maybe the village chief can find something easier for me. Lin Chengel refused directly. Find it yourself if you want. Anyway, I'm definitely doing the pig feeding work. I won't give it to you, she added. Xia Zhen's voice grew louder. Why? Since I came to the countryside, I paid for building the house, bought the grain and cabinets. You eat my food and spend my money, and now you want to take away my easy work? And you say you're my good friend? Li Rulin and Qinwan exchanged glances. They had thought Xia Zhen and Lin Chengel were both wealthy young ladies, but it turned out only Xia Zhen was truly rich. Lin Chengel, on the other hand, depended on Xia Zhen for everything. I knew you looked down on me. It's just a little money I spent, and I'd even pay you back. I went to the countryside with you for you, and you won't even let me do this simple task. You, a young lady like you, deserve to have no friends. I don't want to play with you anymore, Lin Changle snorted coldly. Then they heard footsteps, probably running away. Xia Zhen watched Lin Changle's back and felt very sad. She squatted on the ground, tears in her eyes. Since childhood, she only had Lin Changle as her good friend. But she never expected Lin Changle to dislike her too. At that moment, Xia Zhen suddenly heard a long sigh. She turned her head and saw Lu Kunming leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching her. You're still crying? Can't you see that your good friend doesn't really care about you? She said. She only cares about your money. She noticed you have no other friends, so she approached you on purpose to threaten you. She wants you to treat her better, so she can get more money from you. Li Rulin and Qin Wan, hiding nearby, nodded repeatedly. Lu Kunming's words hit the mark. Lu Kunming was clearly manipulating Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen blinked a few times, tears falling one by one. Lu Kunming felt a bit helpless. He sighed again. If you realize sooner that she's not a good friend, you can get rid of her earlier. Losing a bad friend isn't a big deal. Why are you crying? Xia Zhen pouted. You don't understand at all. Since childhood, my classmates have said I'm a rich girl and refuse to play with me. My grandparents donated most of our family's money to the country, but they still wouldn't listen to my explanation. Since I was young, I only had one good friend, Lin Changle. I know she only hangs out with me for my money, but besides her, I have no other friends. Lu Kunming crossed his arms. Then do whatever you want. The money is yours, so give it to whoever you like. If you want to keep this kind of friend, go ahead and find her. It doesn't matter to me. He shook his head in frustration at the naive young lady and turned to go back inside. Yesterday, he twisted his ankle while getting up, so he rested all day today. He had just heard the argument and wanted to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, he saw quite a scene. As Lu Kunming turned to leave, Xia Zhen suddenly stood up. Wait, tell me. Are you willing to be my friend? Lu Kunming looked back at her in surprise, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. Xia Zhen's eyes immediately turned red again.
See?
Even you don't want to be my friend. No one else will either. This place is unfamiliar to me. Who else can I turn to? Lu Kunming replied, I don't want to be friends with a fool. If you can separate from Lin Changle and stop being so naive, I might consider being your friend. Xia Zhen acted like a little child, insisting on asking whether what Lu Kunming said was really true. But she was actually a child herself, just 18 years old this year. Lu Kunming reached out and helped Xia Zhen up, sighing helplessly. It's true that she really cares. Hurry up and get up. This is a youth station, not your school. Some people here are nice to you because of your money, but if you want to make genuine friends, you can find many friends. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua are both good girls. If you treat them well, they will be happy to be your friends. Zheng Hongmei and Li Juhua are older girls who usually take good care of others. Moreover, there are Li Rulin and Qin Wan, who are even better. You often like to ask them questions, right? Xia Zhen nodded, then asked, What about Lin Changle? Should I ignore her from now on? Lu Kunming looked disappointed and said, What else can you do? She won't even let you do easy work and you're still thinking about her? If she wants to do this work, let her. From now on, don't lend her money or buy grain for her. Once the house is built, don't let her live there. Just watch. Soon, the work of gathering pig grass will go back to you. If Lin Changle really had no money at home and relied on Xia Zhen to go to the countryside, she would definitely starve if Xia Zhen ignored her. She wanted an easy life? Fine, then see if she can support herself with just 2 work points a day. Xia Zhen truly listened to the advice and looked seriously at Lu Kunming. I'll follow your words. I will cut all ties with Lin Changle and never spend money on her again. Lu Kunming was stunned, looking at Xia Zhen's serious face, and suddenly felt very tired. This rich young lady was really naive. She believed everything others said without question. If she met someone with bad intentions, she might get scammed and even be tricked into giving money to others. Such a naive person, it seems she needs more care in the future. All right, if you encounter something you're unsure about, you can come ask me, Lu Kunming said. Xia Zhen immediately smiled and took out a few white rabbit candies from her pocket, handing them to Lu Kunming. Since we're good friends, I'll treat you to some candy. Lu Kunming was genuinely happy after being handed the candies. He overheard Li Rulin and Qin Wan exchanging glances in the corner. Qin Wan touched her chin and said, "Why do I feel like these two are up to something? A naive and sweet young lady, a calm and reserved intelligent youth, and a scheming, steady man." Li Rulin nodded in agreement. "You're right. Maybe these two really could become a couple." After saying that, Li Rulin began to think quietly. If Summer Zhen has always been like this, then in the story, she might have been used as a pawn by Lin Changle. Lin Changle is actually the one who truly likes Su Tao. So, making things difficult for Qin Wan and bullying her benefits Lin Changle. Summer Zhen is just a naive girl caught in the middle. Apart from Wang Qian, Lin Changle is also someone to watch out for. After hearing this, the two of them returned to the house to continue cutting fabric. They worked until it was time to finish work. Li Rulin helped tidy up and then went home. Just as Li Rulin was about to put rice in the pot, Deng Mingho returned. "Today, Shun Yi and the others told me they want to go hunting in the mountains in a few days. The harvest season is almost here, and we can probably only go once before the new year," Deng Mingho said while stir-frying. He wanted to ask Li Rulin for her opinion. Since she was pregnant, he was worried about her going into the mountains for a day or two. Li Rulin responded, "If you want to go, just go.
Don't worry about me.
I can sleep in the space if needed. Nothing will happen." Deng Mingho nodded. "All right." In the evening, they usually didn't eat much, just one dish, stir-fried mushrooms with greens. Along with cornmeal pancakes, they quickly started eating. But after a few bites, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho suddenly heard a quarrel from next door. Deng Mingho sighed. Still not tired enough to stop arguing, Li Rulin recognized the voices from next door and told Deng Mingho about the gossip she heard today. Probably Summer Zhen and Lin Changle are having a fight now. Lin Changle doesn't want to, so that's why they're arguing. While speaking, Li Rulin scooped a few more bites of food into her bowl and grabbed a corn pancake to go outside. Deng Mingho, speechless, followed with his own bowl. Just as they reached the entrance of the youth point, they heard voices behind them. When Li Rulin turned around, she saw Qin Wan also holding her bowl and approaching. Lu Yunxiao followed behind her, looking very annoyed. Li Rulin leaned in to see what Qin Wan was eating today. Turns out it was pickled cabbage. The sour smell made Li Rulin feel that her own dish was no longer tasty. Qin Wan noticed that Li Rulin was staring at her dish, so she shared half of her cabbage with Li Rulin. Li Rulin chuckled and also shared some mushrooms and green vegetables with Qin Wan. Then, both of them continued holding their bowls while listening to Lin Changle calling out alone. "I came here with you just to keep you company. How can you treat me like this?" Lin Changle's voice was sharp and high-pitched, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. "Your family should have someone go to the countryside. Your parents definitely wouldn't agree to let your brother go, so you weren't really here to accompany me. Besides, these snacks were bought with my money. If you want to eat, you should buy them yourself." "Why do you have to eat my stuff?" Xia Zhen said, waiting for Lin Changle to reply. "Xia Zhen, you can't treat me like this. I am your best friend. Since we were kids, no one played with you except me. I've always been there for you. How can you do this?" Lin Changle's face turned red with anger. Her family wasn't wealthy. Her father worked at a steel factory, and her mother was weak and did some handicrafts at home, earning only a little each month. When her family sent her to the countryside, they only gave her the settlement fee, with no additional support. If Xia Zhen, who had always helped her, stopped helping her now, she wouldn't be able to survive there. Xia Zhen glanced at Lu Kunming and then said, "Yes, since childhood, you've been by my side, but you know why. Think about it. How much money have I spent on you over the years? How many of my clothes and miscellaneous things have you taken? At first, I didn't mind so much, but you took my kindness for granted. That's why I don't want to be friends with you anymore." When Lin Jiqing arrived, she was dressed nicely and carried a leather suitcase. We thought she was from a wealthy family, but it turned out the only wealthy person was Xia Jiqing. Her clothes and suitcase probably belonged to Xia Jiqing's family, not hers, Lu Kunming suddenly said. Lu Kunming had always been a bit invisible at the Jiqing point. Besides talking about Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho, he usually kept quiet. Most of the time, he didn't speak much and was very silent. When he suddenly spoke, many people were surprised and looked at Lu Kunming. Lu Kunming blinked and noticed that the young workers were all looking at him. He said, "Today I am taking a break. I heard a good show in noon." Lin Jiqing and Xia Ziqing both wanted to do the work of cutting pig grass, but only one person could do it. Lin Jiqing spoke confidently. She said that Xia Ziqing had always been very accommodating to her, so this time she should also let her do the work. She shouldn't compete for this easy task. Long Li didn't know that Lu Kunming had overheard today's events. When he heard Lu Kunming speak, he immediately shouted sharply, "Shut up!" Zhou Shengnan burst out laughing. "Wow, where did such a confident person come from? You have no money, so you eat and drink with Xia Ziqing. And you still want to do the easiest work? Cutting pig grass only earns 2 points a day. In a year, you probably won't even get 100 jin of grain. Your plan is really clever. You want the easy work and want Xia Ziqing to support you. Did you save her life or something?" Zheng Fanghua usually didn't talk much like Lu Kunming, but when she did, her words hit the mark. "Friends don't do that. You're just looking for someone to take advantage of." Zheng Fanghua finished and looked at Xia Zhen. She hoped Xia Zhen would see her true nature from now on. Taking advantage like this, even strangers couldn't stand it. Tears immediately welled up in Long Li's eyes. She glared at Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fanghua, then looked at Xia Zhen with a sad face. "Zhinzhin, they're accusing me wrongly. I absolutely didn't mean it that way. We've grown up together, you know me best. Today I was just joking with you. If you really want to do the pig grass work, I'll give it to you. Let's stop fighting and make peace." Xia Zhen, who had been silent, looked at Long Li with pleading eyes but shook her head firmly. "No, I don't want to. I've seen your true face now. They're right, you don't want to be friends with me. You just see me as someone to take advantage of. You've already gained a lot from me. Let's cut ties from now on." After saying this, Xia Zhen returned to the east room. She had bought 2 large boxes, one for clothes and daily necessities, and the other to lock up the grain she bought. Her family was wealthy, but money didn't grow on trees. She was grown up now, and couldn't keep asking her family for money. The grain she kept for herself would last her more than half a year. Seeing Xia Zhen's resolute back, Lin Chengel suddenly felt anxious. Without Xia Zhen as the scapegoat, she knew her days would be much harder. Lin Chengel instinctively wanted to go after her, but Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua had finished eating and had already gone back inside. Seeing them, Lin Chengel stopped in her tracks. She could secretly comfort Xia Zhen, but she didn't want others to see. Thinking of this, Lin Chengel decided not to go back inside. While eating gossip at the table, Li Ruolin's appetite was surprisingly good. Since she found out she was pregnant, this was the most she had eaten. Deng Mingho kept watching Li Ruolin. When he saw her finish her food, he quickly offered more vegetables. "Do you want more?" "I still have some." Li Ruolin shook her head. "I'm a bit full. I can't eat anymore." Qinwan held her bowl and said as she walked back, "The days ahead will probably be interesting. Next time, I'll come over for gossip and food again. It tastes so good." Li Ruolin nodded in agreement. In just 6 or 7 days, the task of collecting pig grass finally fell to Lin Chengel. As for Xia Zhen, with Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua helping, she gradually got used to working in the fields. Although she only earned 5 work points a day, she was improving every day, so it was not bad. Li Ruolin and Qinwan stayed inside each day making clothes. When work was almost over, they hurried home. At lunchtime, sometimes they carried bowls to the youth camp, so they heard quite a bit about Lin Chengel from Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. In recent days, Lin Chengel kept coming to see Xia Zhen, trying to restore their old relationship. But Xia Zhen now had Lu Kunming nearby. With his help to explain things, Xia Zhen saw clearly what kind of person Lin Chengel was. Every time she came, no matter what she said, Xia Zhen's attitude was very firm. After a few visits, Lin Chengel also got angry. She left after making some harsh threats. Li Ruolin remembered the cruel tricks Xia Zhen used to bully Qinwan in the story. Now that she knew Xiaozhen was just a pawn for Lin Changle in the book, she realized those wicked methods were definitely Lin Changle's ideas. Now that Lin Changle and Xiaozhen had a falling out, those wicked tricks might be used against Xiaozhen instead. That Lin Changle doesn't seem like a good person. Since Xiaozhen has broken ties with her, she probably has a backup plan. Xiaozhen is not a bad person, but she is a bit naive. She usually helps when she can, so it's best not to let her be alone. Then they pulled out the carrots along with the soil. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua followed, and Lu Kunming naturally couldn't be left out. During this time, his little followers Xiaozhen also went along. What started as a 4-person activity eventually turned into a group trip, like a fall outing, with 10 people heading up the mountain together. Everyone was joking and laughing, finding it quite fun. They picked mushrooms or dug up some wild vegetables as they slowly walked up the mountain. At this time, the outer chestnuts on the mountain had ripened. Since they were already here, they decided to pick some to take home. Xiaozhen was visiting the mountain for the first time. She found everything quite interesting and kept asking questions. Among their group, Xiaozhen was the youngest. She was well-mannered and considerate, which made her very likable. Li Rulin liked her quite a bit, and Qin Wan, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua also answered her questions happily. Are these chestnuts? They look different from what I saw before. And why do they have thorns? How can I eat them with all these spikes? Xiaozhen looked in shock at the chestnuts with a hairy shell and hard spines on the tree top, feeling like her brain was about to overload. Seeing her like that, everyone started laughing. Lu Kunming picked up a stone and smashed a chestnut that had fallen to the ground. Does this look more familiar now? Lu Kunming gestured for Xiaozhen to look at the ground. Oh, so chestnuts have such a hard shell on the outside. Now I recognize them. Yes, these are definitely chestnuts. Everyone watched them for a while, then started working together. Some cracked the chestnuts and others, like Li Rulin, peeled off the shells. Soon, everyone had filled most of their baskets with chestnuts. The chestnuts were heavy. Their baskets already contained quite a few jin, a Chinese weight measure. They decided to stop collecting. Just then, Qin Wan pointed to a spot, saying it was yams. After finishing with the chestnuts, they went to dig for yams. Of course, the heavy work was done by Deng Mingho and others. Li Rulin and Qin Wan were just there to watch and be good luck charms, sitting aside and observing the busy group. Suddenly, Qin Wan frowned but didn't do much. She just called out to Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao hurried over. Are you thirsty? He asked, about to hand her a water bottle. Qin Wan took the bottle quietly and whispered, Someone is spying on us from the south. Just one person, probably Zhao Wei from the youth station. Lu Yunxiao remained calm and nodded. After Qin Wan took a sip of water, he took the bottle back, hung it around his neck, and turned to continue working. Li Rulin pretended not to hear that sentence and did not look around randomly. Instead, she moved closer to Qin Wan, smiling. She thought that Li Rulin was joking with Qin Wan, not overhearing their conversation. That Zhao Wei might be a spy. He's sneaking around, watching us, but I don't know why. Just one person coming up the mountain. Could he have accomplices up there? Li Rulin asked. Qin Wan frowned slightly. No wonder Lu Yunxiao said he wouldn't go hunting on the mountain anymore. After a while, Qin Wan yawned and rested her head on Li Rulin's shoulder. I'm a bit sleepy. Let me rest for a moment, Li Rulin responded softly, and Qin Wan closed her eyes. Almost immediately, Li Rulin sensed some energy coming from Qin Wan. It seemed she was using her wood element supernatural power to check if there were others on the nearby mountain. A third-level supernatural ability can probably scan the environment within 5 miles. A large patch of wild yam was being dug up by 8 people. After more than 2 hours, they had harvested all the yams in that area, about 60 to 70 pounds. Shun Yi went over and put all the chestnuts from Zheng Fanghua's basket into his own, then asked her to carry some yams. Zheng Fanghua watched Shun Yi's actions, standing there feeling a bit unsure. Li Rulin, as if discovering something new, stared at the two of them. Qin Wan had already opened her eyes. What's wrong? Haven't you noticed? Shun Yi has liked helping Zheng Fanghua for a while. I've seen it many times. Qinwan raised an eyebrow and said. Li Rulin looked disappointed, shaking her head sadly. No way. If you've noticed, why didn't you tell me? Qinwan chuckled and pointed in another direction. Li Rulin looked over and saw Ji Hongjun also helping Zhou Xingnan. But Zhou Xingnan waved her hand confidently. No need. I can carry these myself. Ji Hongjun didn't insist on helping Zhou Xingnan, but just nodded. All right, I'll carry some yams. If you're tired, just tell me. Ji Hongjun's gaze on Zhou Xingnan was a bit inappropriate, but Zhou Xingnan didn't seem to notice and acted as if they were just friends. Li Rulin smiled kindly. This is really funny. 10 people, 5 pairs, all quite evenly matched. Over with Lu Kunming and Xiaozhen, they were chattering away, not sure what they were talking about. Still, the atmosphere around them was becoming sweeter. Indeed, love is often about watching others' relationships, Li Rulin thought to herself. While she was thinking, suddenly a hand reached out and pinched her cheek. Li Rulin frowned and looked at Deng Mingho. What are you doing? Deng Mingho shivered slightly. You have a strange smile on your face. It makes my scalp tingle. What are you thinking about? Li Rulin rolled her eyes. You're the strange one. After coming down the mountain, Shan Yi and Ji Hongjun rode 2 bicycles to the town. They didn't know what they were doing there. They only returned in the evening. When they put the bicycles at Li Rulin and Qinwan's house, they specifically warned them not to go up the mountain recently. Deng Mingho nodded. Don't worry, we understand. Shan Yi then left and went back to the youth commune. After this break, it was almost time to harvest the corn. Every household started to get busy again, preparing for the autumn harvest. But before the harvest, another big event happened. That night, Li Rulin was sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard some noises from afar. Half asleep, she opened her eyes and saw Deng Mingho sitting up beside her. What's wrong? Is it thunder? Deng Mingho looked worried and shook his head. No, it's gunfire. He had previously handled a gun when rescuing Lu Yunxiao, so he was very familiar with the sound of gunfire. He was sure that the noises just now were definitely gunshots. Just as Deng Mingho finished speaking, there were 2 more gunshots nearby. Li Rulin was instantly alarmed and quickly sat up. So close? Could something have happened at the cattle shed? Deng Mingho shook his head. I don't know. A few days ago, Shan Yi and the others went to town. They probably contacted the troops. He explained that the gunfire might be to eliminate enemies or spies. Don't worry too much. If you feel something's wrong later, let's hide in the space. Deng Mingho held Li Rulin in his arms, comforting her while listening to the sounds outside. However, the outside remained quiet until dawn. Deng Mingho didn't hear any more gunfire. As soon as they woke up, they heard a commotion in the village, as if someone was beating a drum. Deng Mingho put on his clothes and went outside to see what was happening. He then heard several men shouting loudly, "The wild boar is coming down the mountain." Lu Yunxiao and the male youths from the youth station have all come out, including Shan Yi and Ji Hongjun. Everyone was surprised when they heard that a wild boar was coming down the mountain. Deng Mingho frowned and asked, why would a wild boar come down the mountain normally? Could it have been scared by the gunfire from yesterday? Although everyone couldn't figure it out, since the wild boar was already coming down, these men definitely wanted to go see it. Deng Mingho went back to get a machete and a bow and arrow, then told Li Rulin to lock the door. If anything was wrong, she should hide in the space immediately. Li Rulin agreed, touched her already protruding belly, and said she needed to take care of herself first. Over at the youth station, all the female youths were told to stay inside and not come out. The male youths, armed with tools, went to see where the wild boar was. Lu Yunxiao also carried 3 bows, giving the other 2 to Shan Yi and Ji Hongjun. The 3 of them, along with Deng Mingho, rushed toward the village. Last night, I think I heard gunfire. Could it be that the gunfire scared the wild boar down the mountain? Deng Mingho asked the 3 beside him. Lu Yunxiao shook his head. The boar's den isn't here. Hearing gunfire, it's unlikely they came down from the side. Maybe something else happened that we don't know about. Shen Yi guessed. Didn't Qinwan say there was a group of people on the mountain? We reported it to the organization, and they sent a team to search, but they found nothing. Those people might really be there, hiding far away. The wild boars could have been chased to this side by them. Plus, hearing the gunfire last night, they were probably scared and came down the mountain. Just as Deng Mingho was about to speak, he suddenly saw a large black wild boar run out of a house. Four people simultaneously drew their bows and shot arrows. Someone's arrow missed, but 3 arrows hit the boar hard. One in the eye, one in the belly, and one in the hind leg. The boar didn't die immediately. It let out a wild scream and then ran away, covered in blood. Help! Help! The 4 people wanted to chase after it, but suddenly they heard more shouts for help. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun immediately stopped and ran toward the people calling for help. The injured wild boar, already wounded, had a deep arrow in its hind leg. It wasn't long before Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao caught up with it. They drew their machetes and struck the boar several times with all their strength, finally killing it. Before they could catch their breath, they saw another boar run past them. They quickly chased after it. The wild boar didn't run far before encountering other men from the village. Confident because they had many people and machetes, they quickly killed the boar. One man's leg was broken when the boar hit him. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao didn't get involved. Deng said, "Go check the cattle shed. It's just wooden huts. If a wild boar runs inside, those people will be trapped and in danger." Lu knew that Shin Yi and Ji Hongjun had missions to complete. Even though he was no longer a soldier, he remembered his duty. The 2 hurried toward the cattle shed. Before they reached it, they heard the grunting sounds of the boar. They exchanged a quick look and sped up. Just before arriving, they heard gunshots. In front of the shed, they saw 2 large wild boars lying dead on the ground. It seemed the gunfire from last night was from the military team that was sent. They probably hadn't left yet. Suddenly, gunfire rang out in the village again, likely from the militia arriving. Li Ruolin and the others inside the house heard the chaos outside gradually calm down. After a while, Li Ruolin opened the door and stepped outside. Nearby, Qin Wan and Gua Xiaoya from the youth camp also came out. Everyone looked at each other. Li Ruolin said, "We heard some gunshots earlier. The militia probably arrived. Now everything is quiet, so the wild boars are likely dead." Xia Zhen's face turned pale. She tightly held Zhou Xingnan and Zheng Fenghua's clothes. "Why is it so dangerous here? There are still wild boars." As they talked, suddenly, cries came from the village. Everyone understood that someone might have been killed by the boar's hooves. After standing there for a while, Li Ruolin saw Deng Mingho and the others returning. Seeing that Deng was safe, she felt relieved. "Are you all okay?" she asked. Except for Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao, who looked relatively clean, the other male youth had bloodstains on them. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun had scratches on their hands and feet, probably from fighting the boar. Zheng Fenghua and Zhou Shengnan looked worried at the 2 men. "You're injured. Should we go to the clinic?" Qin Wan said, "I have some herbal medicine for wounds." "I'll go get it." Qin Wan and Lu Yunxiao went to fetch the medicine. Li Ruolin and Deng Mingho followed everyone into the youth camp. Shun Yi sighed. "When we arrived, Grandpa Wang was already protecting his grandson and was attacked by a wild boar. His grandson isn't doing well either. He's been taken to the hospital, and we don't know if he'll survive." Shin Yi and Ji Hongjun heard someone shouting for help and quickly went to assist. When they arrived, Grandpa Wang, who was over 70, was lying on the ground covered in blood. He was holding his little grandson tightly, while the wild boar was attacking both of them. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun each took action. One shot an arrow, and the other grabbed a machete, and charged at the boar. The boar, hurt and furious, tried to run away, but was stopped by Shin Yi. Both of them were slightly injured, but they managed to kill the boar. Lu Kunming also sighed. Mrs. Lin, who has trouble walking, was also trampled to death by the wild boar. Mrs. Lin had difficulty walking and needed a cane, so she was the slowest to run when the boar arrived. People wondered, how did the wild boar come down the mountain? This isn't a year of heavy snow or disasters. Usually, during heavy snow years, the snow blocks the mountains, and wild boars come down only when they can't find food. But now it's not winter yet, and the wild boar coming down seems strange. As they talked, Qin Wan and Lu Yunxiao arrived with medicine, giving some to Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, asking them to help Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun treat their wounds. Deng Mingho glanced around the crowd and suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked again and asked, "Where's Zhao Wei? Why isn't he here?" Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun immediately stood up. "Did he run away?" they asked. They had been so focused on the wild boar coming down the mountain that they forgot about Zhao Wei, who was an enemy agent. They were about to go out to find him. Just as they stepped outside, the squad leader approached, looking gloomy. Seeing Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun, his expression softened a little. Deng Mingho asked, "Uncle Wang, why are you here? Has everything been settled in the village?" The squad leader nodded. "Yes, everything is settled. During patrols, the militia found someone suspicious. Zhao Wei, also known as Zhao Jiqing, was secretly setting fire to the cattle shed. Luckily, the militia discovered it in time, or the people in the shed would have been burned alive." Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun exchanged glances and asked discreetly, "Where is Zhao Wei now?" The squad leader shook his head. "He was shot on the spot and died. In fact, it wasn't the militia who caught Zhao Wei but soldiers who had been guarding near the cattle shed. Last night, a group of enemies hiding deep in the mountains came down to set a fire and burn the people in the cattle shed. The gunshots were actually soldiers shooting at the enemies. As for the wild boar today, no one knows exactly what happened. Zhao Wei took the chance to set fire to the cattle shed but was killed by soldiers who had not left. The squad leader has learned some information and came specifically to tell Shen Yiha and Ji Hongjun. The squad thanks you all, especially Shen Jiqing and Ji Jiqing. If it weren't for you two, only Grandpa Wang would have died. Now their family has gone to see the children's doctor. When they return, they will definitely thank you properly." Shen Yiha and Ji Hongjun didn't say much, just saying it was a small favor. The squad leader continued, "A total of about a dozen wild boars came down the mountain, and you and the militia killed 10 of them. Tomorrow, they will be slaughtered and the meat divided. It's just in time for the harvest season. Everyone needs some meat to stay strong. Remember to go and collect your share tomorrow. You are great heroes, so we will give you a little extra." After saying this, the squad leader didn't stay long and turned to leave. After such a dangerous event, everyone felt tired. Seeing that Shen Yiha and Ji Hongjun were only slightly injured, they each went back to rest. Deng Mingho said, "After the harvest, many families in the village will probably be repairing their houses. Most people in the village have built small yards with wooden fences, but those are not safe against wild boars. It's better for us to build walls with earth, which is more secretive and safer." Li Rulin nodded. "Yes, if everyone builds a wall with earth, wild boars won't be able to rush into the yards so quickly." They talked for a while longer. Deng Mingho stood up and clapped his hands. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll go make it for you." Li Rulin shook her head. "You decide." "I'm not hungry at all." Just as they were talking, Li Rulin suddenly looked down at her belly with a curious expression. Deng Mingho was rolling up his sleeves. Seeing her stare at his stomach, he thought she wasn't feeling well. "What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting?" Deng Mingho quickly asked with concern. Li Rulin happily shook her head. "No, they're moving. Now it's October. Counting the days, Li Rulin has been pregnant for about 4 months, just the time when she can feel the baby's movements." Deng Mingho immediately placed his hand on Li Rulin's slightly protruding belly, but after a while, he felt nothing moving. He didn't mind and gently patted Li Rulin's stomach. "Hee, my son is moving. That's great. Stay calm. My husband will make you something delicious." The next day, Deng Mingho and the others each brought back 10 jin of wild boar meat. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin each had 5 jin. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun each had 10 jin. They were injured from saving someone, so sharing a bit more was understandable, and no one complained. As soon as they brought the meat back to the youth commune, Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear went to fetch it. "You two got so much meat. Let us keep it. The harvest is coming soon, and we'll be cooking and eating during this time." Others at the youth commune also had some meat, but only about 2 jin each. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear thought Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun would share their meat, so they hurried over to take it. They used to do the same before, but back then the amount of meat they received was similar to what everyone else had, so they didn't mind. Now Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun had 20 jin of wild boar meat. Asking them to share it all for everyone to eat seemed like they were being taken for fools. Shun-yi raised his hand to dodge their attempts to take the meat. This meat is ours. We're not going to give it up, and from now on, we won't be eating with you. We plan to move out and eat alone. Wang Mingzhu and Zhang Bear were stunned. The other young people at the youth commune also looked over. Lu Kunming, Zhou Shengnan, Zheng Fanghua, and Xiaojin still looked pretty normal, but the others, especially the older youth, looked somewhat uncomfortable. Li Juhong looked at Shun-yi and said, "You've all been eating together for so long. Why do you suddenly want to leave? If you feel like you're losing out, you can just take 2 jin of meat and the rest can stay with you." Ji Hongjun chuckled kindly. "You misunderstood. Xiaojin's house is already built, but she's living alone now and doesn't plan to move out. So Shun-yi and I paid to buy her house, and we're moving in tomorrow." They often went hunting in the mountains. Living with the others at the youth commune was too inconvenient. Plus, there were too many boys living there, and it was very crowded. Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun decided to move out and live separately. Summer Zhen's house has been finished for several days, but she hesitated and didn't move in. After all, she originally planned to move in with Lin Changle. Now she is alone. Although her new place is very close, she still doesn't dare to live alone. Coincidentally, Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun said they wanted to buy her house. Summer Zhen hesitated for a moment and then agreed. She now gets along well with Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua and has gradually adapted to sharing a large room, so she thought it was better not to move. That's how it is. Since you all want to move out, it's indeed not suitable to continue sharing with us, Li Juhong said, not saying anything more. The day after they finished dividing the meat, Shun-yi and Ji Hongjun moved to a newly built house on the other side of the Jiqing settlement. This house is exactly the same as Li Ruolin's family. Within a couple of days after moving, old Wang Deyi and Lin Denyang, who died under a wild boar's hoof, held their funeral. The other Jiqing also visited, bringing a few things, 3 eggs costing about 20 cents. Old Wang Deyi's grandson only broke 1 arm. After being taken to the hospital, the doctor fixed it, saying as long as he rests well, there will be no lasting effects. After their funerals, it was harvest time, and the Victory Brigade started to get busy. Li Ruolin and Qin Wan didn't want to stay at home all the time. They went to the fields to help pick corn stalks, which was not tiring sitting on the ground. Along with Li Ruolin and Qin Wan, their former partner Wang Xiaomei and Yang Dan also helped pick corn. "Are you both pregnant too?" Qin Wan looked at the 2 women and immediately sensed something was off. Wang Xiaomei and Yang Dan were young newlyweds. When Li Ruolin and the others first arrived, these 2 had just gotten married. "I'm about the same as you, almost 4 months now." "Yang Dan's is only a little over 2 months, Wang Xiaomei said. Li Ruolin quickly replied, "So, the babies will be born next year." "That's great. The kids will have someone to play with." Yang Dan raised an eyebrow, saying, "It's not just us who are pregnant. Li Yingying is too. She's over 3 months now." She used to be afraid to openly argue with her mother-in-law, but now that she's pregnant, plus Wang Baogan's favoritism, Li Yingying is getting pretty proud. Li Ruolin suddenly remembered she hadn't heard about Li Yingying and Li Ruoju for a long time. She was surprised to learn Li Yingying was pregnant too. It seems pregnancies are happening all at once. Adding with Xiaoya, there are now 6 pregnant women in the Victory Brigade. At that time, the 7 children were all the same age, so they had a relatively happy childhood. While others were busy, these pregnant women took it easy, and no one dared to bother them. When it was about time, they went home early to cook for their families. The autumn harvest passed peacefully, at least for these pregnant women. After the harvest, the Victory team had several days off. Deng Mingho and his friends finally had a chance to go into the mountains. If they didn't go now, they wouldn't be able to go once it snowed. The 4 of them carried bows, arrows, and machetes, sneaking into the mountains under the moonlight. They returned 3 days later, on a night. Deng Mingho was slightly injured, with a cut on his chin. It was unclear whether it was scratched by a branch or something else. How did you get hurt on your face? Li Rulin asked, surprised. Deng Mingho said, It's not serious. I've washed it with spiritual spring water and applied medicine. This time in the mountains, wild boars were probably all hunted, so they didn't encounter any. Instead, they went hunting for mountain goats. When they returned with a few goats, they unexpectedly met a wolf pack halfway back. The injury was from a wolf bite. So, the four of them made quite a bit of money this time. Each took 2 wolf pelts to sell, and they sold 1 mountain goat. They kept 1 for themselves to eat. After a few days, once the local chores are done, we'll go back into the mountains to gather more chestnuts and red dates. Then we'll go to the city to buy some things. After that, I won't go out again, Deng Mingho said. Li Rulin was expecting twins. Twins usually don't stay until full term, so she might have to give birth early. According to the original due date, Li Rulin and Qin were both due in March. But if Li Rulin has to give birth early, she needs to be careful before the Lunar New Year. Deng Mingho planned to prepare everything before the New Year. After the holiday, if Li Rulin felt unwell, he would take her to the hospital at any time. Little clothes and small quilts, made by Aunt Gua and the others, had already been prepared and stored in the space. Buy some pure cotton, absorbent cloth, nothing too fancy, to use as diapers for the children. Winter is the coldest, so we need to prepare more diapers, Deng Mingho said. He took out a small notebook, started writing and drawing, and recorded everything they needed, just to avoid forgetting. After harvesting the cabbages and other vegetables, the weather grew colder. Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao chose a clear, sunny day to go to the city with the wool coats that Qin and Li Rulin had made during this time. After selling some things, I bought many more and carried them home in big and small bags. The next day, it started snowing. Deng Mingho brought back 5 bags of milk powder and 4 bottles, which I used as cloth for diapers. I also asked the person helping to sell clothes to find some. Li Rulin and Qin spent half a day cutting everything into small pieces, making over 200 diapers. Although that seems like a lot, it might not be enough. Kids produce a lot of waste, and they need to be changed more than 10 times a day. Plus, Li Rulin is pregnant with twins. Qin took half of the diapers and gave the rest to Li Rulin. At this moment, Li Rulin's belly looked bigger than most 7-month pregnancies, but she was only about 5 months pregnant. Not yet 6. When it snowed, it got very cold. Li Rulin and Qin stopped making clothes and started knitting sweaters instead. In winter, everyone was bored. The 4 of us gathered together, 2 knitting sweaters and the other 2 working on improving their bows and arrows. Qin said, Your belly is getting bigger, and since you're having twins, you might give birth before the full term. You definitely need to go to the hospital. When the time comes, make sure to bring enough people. Hospitals are crowded, and if they mix up the babies, it would be terrible. Be very careful. Qin was worried, but she was also pregnant. Going to the hospital in the cold snow was unsafe for her, or she would have gone with us. What Qin said was exactly what Li Rulin was worried about. The hospital's rules weren't fully established yet, so mix-ups could easily happen. That's why she had been thinking about this before. Li Rulin smiled and said, Don't worry. Everything is arranged. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua will go with me. Qin nodded. When the time comes, the 3 of you will go, and Deng Mingho will take care of you. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua can each look after baby. That should work. While they were talking inside the warm house, suddenly they heard noise from the youth station. It was Lin Changle's voice. Since winter started, Lin Changle had been causing trouble from time to time. Li Rulin and Qin had become very calm about it. Can't you bear to let me starve to death? Tomorrow, when they distribute food, I won't even get 100 jin. Don't you care about me at all? I came to the countryside to be with you. How can you treat me like this? Jinjin, I beg you. Can you lend me some money? Or give me some food? I don't know how I'll get through the winter without it. These few sentences keep repeating. First moral pressure, then desperate begging. During this time, this has been the usual pattern. Li Rulin has heard so much that her ears are sore. Xiaojin shakes her head and still refuses. Over the past few months, she's been with Lu Kunming, Zhou Xingnan, and Zheng Fanghua. Xia Zhen is no longer the naive girl she once was. These three have taught her many things she didn't know before. Xia Zhen was so innocent because she had little contact with people and events. Now, with some correct guidance and her own intelligence, she understands many things. I already said from now on the bridge and the road are separate. I won't lend you food or money. On the other hand, you borrowed nearly a few hundred yuan from me before. When do you plan to pay me back? Lin Chengel shakes her head. The money you gave me before was voluntary. I didn't borrow it, and I don't have an IOU. Xia Zhen gives a sarcastic smile. See, you're still the same you, selfish and only thinking of yourself. The money you borrowed before won't be paid back, so now if I lend you money or food, you won't pay me back either. You never intended to borrow money or food. You just wanted it. You still want me to support you like before, to indulge you in everything. But I am not your mother, and you are not my child. I don't need to support you, this ungrateful person. Li Rulin leans closer to Qin Wan. Lu Kunming really knows how to teach. It's only been a few months, and he's already turned the naive young lady into someone more mature. That little mouth of hers is always talking, and she even sounds aggressive. Qin Wan nods in agreement. They really are a good match. Maybe that's the power of love. Xia Zhen, are you really going to push me to my limit? Lin Chengel shouts sharply. Whether I live or die, what does that have to do with me? I haven't tied your hands or sealed your mouth. You have hands and a mouth. Who can force you to die? Xia Zhen retorts. Not lending you food is not about forcing you to die. So many people refuse to lend you food. Are they all trying to kill you? Lin Chengel still wants to argue, but Zheng Hongmei suddenly speaks. Are you all tired of arguing every day? Lin Jiqing, if you really have no food, you can borrow from the brigade. Just repay it next year. As long as you ask, the brigade will definitely lend you some. But you only get 2 work points a day for feeding pigs, so don't expect to do that anymore. Next year, you need to work with us in the fields and earn more work points. If you are truly afraid of starving to death, you can go find the team leader now. Just sign a loan agreement, and you can get the food you borrowed when they distribute supplies tomorrow. When Zheng Hongmei said this, Lin Chengel immediately stopped talking. She really didn't want to borrow food from the team. If she borrowed food from the team, she would have to pay it back. But if she borrowed from Xia Zhen, she could avoid repayment. Xia Zhen said, "Isn't that good? You can borrow food from the team so you won't have to starve. Also, your constant visits and calls to me are really annoying. Next time, I won't come out when you call." Since Lin Chengel and Xia Zhen had a falling out, Lin Chengel kept bothering Xia Zhen every day, often arguing. To keep the youth camp peaceful, Lin Chengel swapped rooms with Wu Baoni and moved in with the older villagers. On a cold day, no one wanted to watch people argue outside. When Lin Chengel stopped speaking, everyone gradually went back inside. Xia Zhen also left, leaving Lin Chengel alone. Watching Xia Zhen's back, Lin Chengel's eyes turned fierce. She stood in the yard for a while longer before turning and leaving the youth camp. Inside the house, Qin Wan, who was teaching Li Rulin to knit, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Lin Chengel left. From the sound, she probably went to the village. Li Rulin frowned. Why would she go to the village for no reason? Suddenly, 2 names appeared in Li Rulin's mind. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dezhuang. They are known as lazy troublemakers in the village. In the story, Lin Chengel had contact with several troublemakers, mainly to deal with Qin Wan. Now that Qin Wan is gone and Xia Zhen has become Lin Chengel's enemy, she would likely use such methods against Xia Zhen. If Lin Chengel isn't going to borrow food, then something is definitely wrong. Tomorrow is the day to get supplies. Everyone will go out, and it will be chaotic. The more chaotic, the easier it is for something to go wrong. You two should find Lu Kunming and tell him about this. Tomorrow, Xia Zhen should be careful. Make sure nothing happens. Li Rulin immediately told Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao. Do you think Lin Chengel might do something desperate to Xia Zhen? Qin Wan also looked serious.
Li Rulin nudda.
You said she might do something desperate. Anything could happen. It's better to have them prepared. Deng Mingho and Li Rulin knew Lin Chengel's true character and believed she could do something crazy. Deng Mingho and Liu Yunxiao went together to the Educated Youth Station to find Lu Kunming. Li Ruolin noticed that as soon as they left, Qin Wan's movements slowed down, as if she was spreading her special ability and watching Lin Changle. Lin Changle headed straight into the village, likely to find Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang. These two usually steal chickens and do small tricks. They don't work and their families no longer care for them. When they return home, they aren't given food. So, they took over an empty house, fixed it up, and lived together. Without hesitation, Lin Changle knocked loudly on their door. Qin Wan saw this and looked very serious. It seemed Lin Changle really wanted to take strong action and ruin Xiazhen.
Oh,
You seem to be a new educated youth this year. Are you here to find your brother? Wang Matzi opened the door. Seeing Lin Changle outside, he immediately reached out to touch her face, acting shamelessly. Lin Changle quickly dodged and looked at him with disgust. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. I came here to give you both a chance to get rich. Wang Matzi wanted to get angry, but when he heard get rich, he stopped. Zhou Dazhuang also came out behind him. Zhou Dazhuang is tall and big, as his name suggests, but very lazy. He doesn't want to work, or he'd have a good chance to find a wife in the village. Get rich?
how?
Lin Changle looked around, saw no one, and whispered to them at the door. There's a girl in our youth station who is very wealthy. She's a rich girl from a capitalist family. She came to the countryside with at least 1,000 yuan. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Over 1,000 yuan was enough for them to eat and drink well for years. Wang Matzi, who was thin and small with pimples on his face, but quick-witted, immediately understood what Lin Changle meant. What do you want us to do? Wang Matzi asked. Lin Changle smiled. It's simple. Tomorrow there will be a grain distribution. I'll find a way to lure Xiazhen out alone. Then you two can do whatever you want. Just make sure to hold her handle, her weakness, and threaten her to give you the money. 200 yuan for me, and the remaining 800 yuan is yours. You can also threaten her to ask her family for money. Her family is very wealthy, probably with tens of thousands of dollars. As long as you can control her, she can get you any amount of money you want. Tens of thousands? Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang had never dreamed of such a large sum. Greed flashed in their eyes. Wang Matzi looked at Lin Changle from head to toe. What exactly is your grudge against Xia Jiqing? Lin Changle was very honest. She said, I was tricked by her. She promised that if I followed her to the countryside, I wouldn't suffer there. But once we arrived, everything changed. Now she ignores me, so I want to teach her a lesson. If you can find her weakness, she will give you any amount of money. When that happens, you can enjoy the benefits while I get a share. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang exchanged a look and decided to go ahead. As long as they control Xiazhen, they will have endless money and never go hungry or cold again. This is a great opportunity. We'll do it. What should we do tomorrow? Pick a place, and the two of us will go, Wang Matzi said. They thought their plan was perfect, but they didn't expect a mysterious force to interfere. Qin Wan overheard their conversation. Qin Wan took a deep breath, filled with disgust for Lin Changle. She thought this woman is truly vicious. Deng Mingho and Liu Yunxiao soon returned. Deng Mingho brushed the snow off himself. Lu Kunming said he knows. Tomorrow, he will stay close to Xiazhen. He also said he'll tell Xiazhen about this later so she can be careful. Lu Yunxiao said, by the way, we also met Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun. They said they want to invite us to dinner tomorrow. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun knew Zhao Wei, and the mountain area had enemies. These details were shared by Qin Wan and Deng Mingho. Although Li Ruolin and others pretended not to know, they secretly helped them a lot. They should remember this kindness. Even Lu Kunming was the same. When they went hunting, Lu Kunming often helped hide them at the youth camp. Tomorrow, when the grain was delivered, Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun planned to invite Li Ruolin and others to dinner as a thank you. Early the next morning, Deng Mingho and the others went out to collect grain. Because of the icy, slippery roads, Li Ruolin and Qin Wan stayed at home. Qin Wan stayed inside, her supernatural ability focused on Lin Changle and Xiazhen, ready to act at any moment. Last night, Xiaojun already knew that Lin Changle wanted to scheme against her. She had been paying close attention and definitely wouldn't be alone with her. She was either closely following Lu Kunming or sticking with Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. When going to collect grain and sign documents, Xiaojun stayed very close to the three of them. Several times, Lin Changle tried to approach her to talk, but Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua blocked her. After trying a few times, Lin Changle realized they were on guard and decided not to come over anymore. Deng Mingho earned over 2,000 work points in a year. Based on the number of people and work points, he could get a total of 600 jin of grain. After deducting grain and work points, Deng Mingho still had leftover work points, which could be exchanged for money. However, this year, each work point was only worth 7 cents. So, Deng Mingho received 600 jin of grain and 28 yuan. Shen Yiji, Hong Jun, and others were similar to Deng Mingho. Lu Yunxiao also received 600 jin of grain but no money because he worked 1 or 2 months less than Deng Mingho and the others. As for Li Rulin and Qin Wan, they only worked for 3 months. Their combined work points added up to less than 100 jin of grain. Regarding Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, these female educated youths each received 500 jin of grain plus between 10 and 20 yuan. Compared to them, Xiaojun, Wang Qian, and Wu Baoni each received only a little over 200 jin of grain. Xiaojun had the least, only exactly 200 jin. Wang Qian and Wu Baoni each had about 230 to 240 jin. The cart and oxen helped deliver grain to each household. The educated youths at the collection point didn't wait for the carts and oxen, but borrowed a wooden cart to carry the grain back together. Xiaojun kept close to Lu Kunming, but Wang Qian approached them and shyly stopped Xiaojun. Xiaojun, I have a stomach ache. Maybe I need to go to the bathroom. Do you have something I could borrow? Wang Qian whispered shyly to Xiaojun. Seeing Wang Qian tugging at her clothes and whispering, Xiaojun initially wanted to nod but then thought for a moment and shook her head. Sorry, I only have 2 of those and I've already used them. I can't lend you any more. You should ask someone else. After saying that, Xiaojun bypassed Wang Qian and continued walking back with Lu Kunming. Wang Qian suddenly grabbed Xiaojun's arm. I don't have that. Can I borrow some toilet paper? Summerjin frowned. I can lend you some toilet paper, but I need to get it back from the youth camp later. I don't have that much on me, so how can I give it to you? Wang Qian looked nervous and said, Can I wait here for you? Please bring the paper to me. I got my clothes dirty, and I'm afraid others will see. Summerjin realized something was wrong. Wang Qian kept stopping her, as if she didn't want her to leave. She looked down at Wang Qian's black pants. Anyway, they're just black pants. If they get dirty, no one will notice. Let's go back. Lu Kunming accidentally turned his head and saw Summerjin and Wang Qian struggling. He immediately frowned and walked over. What are you two talking about? It's so cold. Let's go back first, Lu Kunming said. Summerjin shook off Wang Qian's hand. Got it. It's nothing serious. Let's go. Wang Qian was pushed down suddenly and fell to the ground. She immediately held her leg and cried out in pain. Summerjin and Lu Kunming had to stop and look back at Wang Qian. Lu Kunming squinted and asked, What exactly do you want? Did Lin Changle give you some special benefit? Are you trying to get help with something? Wang Qian's face changed instantly, but she quickly hid it. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I just came to ask Summerjin for some private things. If she doesn't want to lend them, that's fine. Why did she push me down? Now my ankle is sprained, and Summerjin should pay for my medicine. Wang Qian kept pestering them. Meanwhile, the other youth camp members had already pushed their carts far away. It was snowing heavily, and only the 3 of them were on the road back to the youth camp. Lu Kunming looked down at Wang Qian and asked, Is your ankle really sprained? If it is, Summerjin can pay for your medicine, but not right now. Let's wait until we get back to the youth camp. After saying that, Lu Kunming signaled to Summerjin. The 2 of them quickly turned and left. Not long after, they heard footsteps behind them. It seemed Wang Qian couldn't stand the cold anymore, so she stopped pretending. Just as they thought that, Lu Kunming was suddenly hit hard on the back of the head with a piece of wood and fell to the ground. Brother Lu, are you okay? Summerjin was shocked and hurried to help him. At the same time, she turned around and saw Lin Changle holding a long wooden stick, her face twisted with anger. "You wicked woman, you just had to ruin my plans at this moment." Behind Lin Changle, Wang Qian's eyes widened and she covered her mouth. Earlier, Lin Changle had come to see her and promised to give her $2. As long as she can keep Xiaojun busy and make her stay alone, then these 2 yuan will be hers. No free rides for the lazy, so Wang Qian agreed, without hesitation. But she didn't expect Lin Changle to hit Lu Kunming on the head with a wooden stick. Such a big stick could easily have killed him. Thinking of this, Wang Qian stopped pretending and quickly got up from the ground, then ran away in a hurry. Xiaojun asked, "What are you doing? Do you know you could kill someone? Are you trying to become a murderer?" At this moment, Lin Changle finally felt scared, but she still looked fierce and said, "This is all your fault. If you had come out with me, none of this would happen. If he dies, it's your fault. You're just a troublemaker." Lin Changle believed all this was Xiaojun's fault. After saying this, she loudly shouted to the people behind the old, broken houses, "Come out quickly." Xiaojun realized something was wrong. She looked at Lu Kunming lying on the ground, clenched her teeth, and ran forward while shouting that someone was killing. Unfortunately, just as she shouted, Lin Changle quickly caught up and struck her on the back of the head with the wooden stick again.
It was a very strong blow.
Xiaojun's head immediately bled, but a flash of green light, unseen by others, quickly stopped the bleeding. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang hurriedly ran out from behind the house. Seeing Xiaojun lying there unconscious, they didn't hesitate. They lifted and carried her behind the broken house. At this moment, Lu Kunming, lying on the ground, felt a sharp pain in his head suddenly eased by a cool sensation. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Changle throw the stick aside and run away quickly. He crawled up from the ground and saw 2 more footprints heading toward the back of the broken house. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to run over, he suddenly heard 2 men scream painfully.
"Ah!"
"There's a ghost." Lu Kunming hurried to the back of the broken house and saw Xiaojun lying in the snow, her clothes slightly disheveled, with one button unbuttoned at the collar. Wang Matzi and Lu Dazhuang, both with blood on their foreheads, were lying against the wall. It seemed they had hit the wall in panic while fleeing. Lu Kunming quickly picked up Xiaojun and held her in his arms, then helped her fasten her collar button. Just as he finished, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Deng Mingho and Aunt Ho-Hot and a few others. Deng Mingho has already taken their family's grain home. On the way, he met Aunt Guohua, who asked Deng Mingho for help. So Deng Mingho came back to help Aunt Guohua and her family. Their house is not on this road. They have to take a different path. Just as Deng Mingho and the others turned the corner, he, being alert and observant, heard Xiaojun shout, "Someone's been hurt," but the voice disappeared quickly. Since it was distant, Deng Mingho thought he might have heard wrong. He waited for a while but didn't hear anything else. Just as he was about to continue helping push the cart, he heard a strange, ghostly sound. Without hesitation, Deng Mingho quickly ran over to see what was happening. Seeing the situation, Deng Mingho understood what had occurred. He looked at Xiaojun, who was still closing her eyes, and asked, "How is Xia Ziking? Is she okay?" Lu Kunming, looking worried, stretched out his hand. The blood on the back of Xiaojun's head had not yet dried. "It's serious. We need to find the squad leader. Both Xia Ziking and I were hit with sticks by Lin Ziking. Lin Ziking also ordered these 2 people to harm Xia Ziking. Xia Ziking is still unconscious and needs to be taken to the hospital. If the squad leader doesn't handle this, we'll report it to the police directly." Deng Mingho nodded and then looked at Aunt Guohua and the others. "Aunties, I'll go get the grain cart first. Please watch over Xia Ziking here. I'll find the squad leader and also go home to bring my bicycle." Xia Ziking looked serious. "She probably needs to go to the hospital." Wang Auntie said, "You go home and push your bicycle. I'll go find the squad leader for you. That way, it'll be quicker." Deng Mingho agreed, saying, "Tie up these 2 people. Later, we'll hand them over to the squad leader or take them directly to the police station." Just don't let them escape. Lu Kunming nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. After helping to bring the grain cart back, Deng Mingho hurried home to push his bicycle. Seeing his anxious and hurried manner, Li Ruolin guessed that something serious had happened. Is Xia Ziqing okay? Did anything big happen? Deng Mingho frowned. Long Li used to stick to hit Lu Kunming and Xia Zhen. Lu Kunming is fine. He's already awake. But Xia Zhen hasn't woken up yet, and she was bleeding from the back of her head. She probably needs to go to the hospital. We're going now. You tell Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun to go quickly and control Lin Changle. Do not let her run away. Li Ruolin put on her shoes and got off the bed. I understand. You go quickly. Unexpectedly, despite all precautions, they still couldn't prevent it. Lin Changle is really willing to do anything to achieve her goals. Is she not afraid to directly hurt Xiazhen? People like her shouldn't have become so malicious. She was always this way. Not wanting to delay, Deng Mingho pushed his cart and left. Li Ruolin then went to the neighboring youth station, where the young people were busy organizing their food. Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun were unloading their supplies and preparing to carry them to their room next door. Li Ruolin quickly stopped them and explained about Lin Changle. First, control her. The squad leader will probably arrive soon. Hearing this, Shen Yi and Ji Hongjun also looked serious. However, they couldn't enter the girls' dormitory, so Shen Yi called Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. Zhou Shengnan said, no wonder Wang Qian acted so strangely when she returned. It seems she saw Lin Changle commit violence herself. Right now, Lin Changle was lying inside the room, feeling confident that she could soon threaten Xiazhen. She was daydreaming. Ji Hongjun brought a bundle of ropes. We can't go in. You two go in and tie her up. Then wait for the squad leader to come and deal with her. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua took the ropes and went inside. Soon, they heard Lin Changle shouting, Are you crazy? What do you want to do? Let me go right now. Li Ruolin stayed outside to avoid getting hurt. Soon, the room became quiet. Then Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua pushed out Lin Changle, who was tied up like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Lin Changle's mouth was stuffed with a torn cloth, and she glared at Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua with resentment, mumbling incoherently. She kept struggling as if trying to get free, but after a few calls, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Li Ruolin heard footsteps and turned around to see Guohua supporting Xiazhen walking ahead, followed by several people, including the squad leader, Accountant Lu Kunming, and Deng Mingho. Deng Mingho parked his bicycle in the yard and then came over to hold Li Ruolin's waist. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Li Ruolin asked. Deng Mingho said, I just pushed the bicycle over there when Xiazhen woke up. She said her head didn't hurt as much anymore and insisted on coming back with the team leader. She wanted to see for herself what happened to Lin Changle. The team leader looked at Lin Changle with a serious face. Zhou Shengnan went forward and took the stuff out of Lin Changle's mouth. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang have already confessed. Lin Jiqing, you want to find them, trying to get them to bully Xia Jiqing, right? Lin Changle shook her head innocently. It wasn't me. I really don't know anything. I was just sleeping inside the room. They burst in and tied me up. I don't know anything, it wasn't me. Before she finished speaking, tears started to fall from her eyes, crying so sadly that she looked very pitiful. Seeing her like this, people who didn't know the real situation might think she was truly innocent.
She really knew how to act.
At this moment, Xiazhen was not feeling well. Her face was pale, and she had tears in her eyes. She looked at Lin Changle with disgust and said, Team leader, I told you she wouldn't admit it. Lin Changle attacked Lu Jiqing from behind with a stick. This wasn't just my observation. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiqing saw it too. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang also admitted it. Lin Changle went to find them. Even if Lin Changle doesn't admit it, that's okay. Once we report to the police, they will investigate everything clearly. Originally, Lin Changle was crying sadly, but suddenly she stopped and said to Xiazhen, I understand now. You must be deliberately accusing me. Just because we've been arguing lately? Do you have to falsely accuse me like this? Falsely accuse you? Nonsense. It was you who came to us yesterday and said she brought 1,000 yuan. If we could get a hold of her, we could take that money. It was all you told us. Otherwise, how would we know how much money Xia Jiqing has? Wang Matzi, who was tied up like a dumpling, cursed loudly. His forehead had a big cut, still bleeding. They were really scared just now. They had just moved Xia Zhen to the back of the broken house and hadn't even had time to take off her clothes. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang saw 2 or 3 thick roots suddenly crawling out from under the tree roots and slapped them across the hands. Strangely, roots were crawling out from under the tree. If it wasn't ghosts, what else could it be? Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang suddenly shouted, "There's a ghost," and turned around to run. They went the wrong way and directly crashed into the wall, causing Wang Matzi to hit his head and bleed badly, then fainted from the pain. Although Zhou Dazhuang was a well-known troublemaker, fearless of everything, he was afraid of ghosts. Now terrified, he didn't dare lie. "Yes, it's her who told us all this. She also said that as long as we hold Summer Jiqing's weakness, we could threaten her to ask her family for money. Then we would have endless money. We were just reckless and agreed." All of this was supported by her. Aunt Ho-Hot and second aunt immediately spat and said, "You little girl, you're not very old, but your heart is so cruel. You're also a young girl. If someone did this to you, wouldn't you feel upset? You're just too mean." Lin Changle knew she couldn't argue anymore. Her face changed, and she said angrily, "Cruel? Why do you say I'm cruel? Do you know who she is? She's a rich lady, a scholar. No one dares to mess with her. Only I and he are with her. After I knew she was going to the countryside, I came with her to a place just to look out for each other. But after she brought me here, she ignored me. Is it just because of the work of feeding pigs? You used to let me do so much. Why not let me do more now?" Originally, Xia Zhen was very obedient to Lin Changle, giving her whatever she wanted. But since going to the countryside, Xia Zhen stopped caring about her. The huge difference in treatment was something Lin Changle simply couldn't accept. During this time, she kept trying to apologize to Xia Zhen, but Xia Zhen ignored her completely. A scholar who looked down on her, someone who couldn't even lift her head in front of her. Why should she be so high and mighty? Ignoring her? He was just a toy in his hands, yet he wanted to break free from her control. Since he was so disobedient, she decided to destroy him. Xia Zhen turned to look at the team leader beside her and asked, "What do you think we should do now?" The team leader took a deep breath. Fortunately, the evaluation of the production team had already been completed, and the grain had been distributed. If something were to happen now, there was no need to worry too much. Lin Changle is already suspected of murder. "You should report to the police," said the team leader. Now, it no longer harmed the collective interests, and since Lin Changle's situation was hard to manage, he didn't want to interfere. So, he suggested calling the police. Xia Zhen then looked at Lu Kunming. Just as Xia Zhen woke up, she wanted to report to the police, but Lu Kunming stopped her. "The police definitely need to be informed, but we should ask the team leader first. As we are outsiders, we can't do such a big thing without telling the team leader," Lu Kunming said. At this time, Xia Zhen's headache was gone. She frowned and asked, "What if the team leader doesn't agree to report to the police?" Lu Kunming smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. In this situation, especially after such a serious incident, the team leader won't refuse." Although Xia Zhen was still a bit upset, she listened to Lu Kunming and first told the team leader about the matter. To her surprise, Lu Kunming's guess was right. The team leader agreed to report to the police. When Lin Changle heard they were going to report to the police, her previously proud expression immediately changed. She was about to beg for mercy, but Zhou Shengnan shoved that torn cloth back into her mouth. Li Ruolin, who was pregnant with twins and now further along, couldn't leave the house. Qin Wen hadn't come out yet, probably feeling unwell. Therefore, Deng Mingho and Lu Yunxiao couldn't accompany Lu Kunming and Xia Zhen to report the case. Shun Yi and Ji Hongjun exchanged glances. "I'll go with you," Ji Hongjun said. "These 3 people are kept in the youth workers' courtyard. We'll watch over them, and they definitely won't escape," Shun Yi said. Lu Kunming thanked him with a smile, then leaned close to Shun Yi and whispered a few words in his ear. Shun Yi nodded without saying anything. The three of them rode 2 bikes to town to report to the police. Once they left, Wang Qian, who had been hiding inside the house, sneaked out to take a look. Seeing the 3 people tied up like Zongzi in the yard, she was shocked and quickly ran back inside. Deng Mingho helped Li Rulin home first. Before they entered, Li Rulin turned a corner and went to Qinwan's house to check on her. Qinwan was lying on the bed, looking a bit unwell and asleep. Lu Yunxiao hushed the two. "She's tired today and just fell asleep," Lu Yunxiao said. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho nodded and didn't disturb her further, returning to their own home. It seems she's been protecting Lu Kunming and Xia Zhen, using a lot of her special abilities, which made her exhausted, Li Rulin said. Deng Mingho replied, "Her abilities are still powerful. She might just be tired because she's pregnant and not feeling well. She should be fine." Li Rulin nodded silently. After about 2 hours, Xia Zhen and Lu Kunming and their 3 companions returned, bringing 6 or 7 police officers dressed in uniform. Xia Zhen pointed to the 3 people tied up in the yard. "It's them. The woman found these 2 people to try to bully me, and they used sticks to hit me and Lu Jiqing on the back of the head. You all saw our injuries just now. Hurry and take them away." "Oh, and inside the house, there's also a girl named Wang Qian. She probably took money from Lin Changel and helped him trick me. I won't go with her. She's still lying on the ground pretending to have sprained her ankle to extort me." As soon as Xia Zhen finished speaking, Wang Qian ran out of the house, anxiously jumping. No, I really just wanted to borrow something. I didn't con you with her. I truly didn't know about this. Please don't arrest me. I didn't take her money. Lin Changel only promised to give money. The money hadn't even reached her hands yet. But the police didn't listen to Wang Qian's words and took everyone away. After the police left, Xia Zhen went back inside to lie down and fell asleep, clearly exhausted. By evening, as it just got dark, Shuni came to find Deng Mingho, asking him to come and cook. Qinwan was also awake now and came over to Li Rulin to ask what had happened later that day. Lu Yunxiao also went with Deng Mingho to help. Everyone has been taken away. Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang will probably be sent to the farm for a few years of hard labor for their crimes. As for Lin Changel, he probably isn't facing the death penalty yet. He will likely be sent to the Northwest Farm to reclaim wasteland. He'll probably stay there for over 10 years, Qinwan said. Actually, she had the ability to help Lu Kunming and Xia Zhen avoid Lin Changel's attack, but avoiding him forever wasn't a good solution. As long as Lin Changel was around, she was a threat. It was better to get injured a little and send him away directly, so she wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. That's why she didn't act herself, but let Lu Kunming and Xia Zhen take a solid hit, then used her special powers to help them recover a bit, preventing their injuries from being too serious. Li Rulin said, "Xia Zhen has now truly escaped from this troublemaker. But in the future, she will probably face some gossip." Although Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang didn't succeed, being taken away for their crimes made it clear what was happening. Plus, Wang Matzi, Zhou Dazhuang, and their families would likely spread rumors, and Xia Zhen would definitely be pointed at and talked about. Qinwan said, "Isn't Lu Kunming still around? Let's say Lu Kunming saved her. If they could get married, that would be even better. Even if there are some rumors, it wouldn't matter." Deng Mingho quickly finished cooking and came with Lu Yunxiao to call Li Rulin and Qinwan for dinner. When the 4 of them arrived at Shun Yi and Ji Hongjuan's house, Lu Kunming, Xia Zhen, Zhou Xingnian, and Zheng Fanghua were already waiting in the room. Xia Zhen saw Li Rulin and Qinwan and smiled slightly, but she still looked a bit downcast, sitting on a stool with her head hanging. "Are you okay? Does your head still hurt?" Li Rulin asked her. Xia Zhen shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I went to the town and the hospital to get some medicine. I just can't understand why she hates me so much." Qinwan comforted her. "That's her own problem. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to think too much." Xia Zhen nodded. "I understand." Shunyi clapped his hands. "All right, this is all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. We have such delicious food, so let's eat quickly." Everyone hurriedly picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Deng Mingho's cooking was still very good, and Lu Yunxiao also showed his skill. As soon as they started, they couldn't stop. Xiaozhen was also infected by the cheerful atmosphere and soon forgot her little sadness. She happily ate with everyone. Outside, it started to snow lightly. Inside the house, 10 people were lively and noisy, eating until late at night. After Li Rulin and the others returned home, they added a few pieces of wood under the Kong, heated bed, and then entered the space. Since winter began, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had mostly stayed inside the space. Pregnancy was very uncomfortable in the later stages. Li Rulin had to get up several times during the night to go to the bathroom. She also stayed in the space to sleep, worried that going outside too often at night in the cold might cause her to catch a cold. They harvested crops twice in the space and stored the grain. Later, they planted cotton and sugarcane. Now, the space's warehouse held over 2,000 jin, about 1,000 kilograms of cotton. Deng Mingho planned to go to the city in a few days to sell a few hundred jin of cotton and buy some New Year supplies. As for brown sugar, they had brewed quite a bit recently, so they could go out together when the time comes. After winter set in, the entire Xingli brigade became quiet. Before the new year, news about Lin Changle, Wang Matzi, and Zhou Dazhuang came back. Lin Changle was sent to the Northwest Farm to do hard labor for 8 years, while Wang Matzi and Zhou Dazhuang worked at a local quarry, digging stones for 4 years. Regarding Wang Qian, she was stubborn and claimed she only wanted to borrow something, but in the end, she was disciplined for a few days and then released. However, the team leader no longer wanted her there, so he wrote a letter to arrange her transfer to a rural area. The Victory Team is a relatively well-off place where food and drink are not a problem. As long as people work hard, they won't go hungry. Once Wang Qian leaves, she will likely be sent to a remote, poor village, where she will work tirelessly and probably not have enough to eat all year. With her departure, the 2 troublesome people are gone, and the youth station has become peaceful again. By the time the new year arrived, Li Rulin and Qin Wan were over 6 months pregnant. Li Rulin's belly was so big it looked full term. Since the weather outside was snowy and slippery, Li Rulin was very careful and didn't go out much. She mostly stayed inside the space, walking around a bit, hoping for a smooth delivery. Qin Wan would occasionally come over to chat or knit sweaters with Li Rulin. She looked at Li Rulin's big belly and asked, "Your belly is so big. Do you have stretch marks?" Usually, women expecting twins develop many stretch marks because the babies grow too large, causing the skin to stretch and tear. Li Rulin smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I have good skin elasticity. I haven't developed any stretch marks yet." Since her belly started growing, Li Rulin was worried about getting stretch marks, so she washed her belly every day with spiritual spring water. Perhaps the water really worked. So far, she hadn't developed any stretch marks, which made her very happy. Qin Wan nodded and said, "Your skin really is very good." Because her belly was so big, Li Rulin's life was very simple and peaceful. On the first day of the new year, Deng Mingho went to visit relatives himself. It was mainly just visits to the youth station, the team leader's house, and Guohua's family. When he went, he carried some small gifts like cakes and brown sugar. When he returned, he brought back many packages, including 2 bags given by Guohua, which she had made herself. The cotton and fabric were old but washed very clean and had been sun-dried for a long time, smelling warm and sunny. Aunt Wang Er and Aunt Suehua gave 4 sets of pure cotton clothes, all handmade by themselves. Seeing these things, Li Rulin was truly grateful to Aunt Guohua and the others. After the Lantern Festival, Deng Mingho hardly slept through the night. Whenever Li Rulin moved, he would wake up immediately. The child's clothes, small blanket, diapers, milk powder, bottles, and Li Rulin's spare clothes are all prepared. They are packed in a big bag that has been kept in the room. As the pregnancy progresses, it becomes more uncomfortable. Besides getting up at night, Li Rulin's legs sometimes cramp. Lying down to sleep makes her feel short of breath, so she has to sit up slightly to rest and feel better. Carrying twins is definitely more tiring than carrying one baby. Qin Wan doesn't have much reaction. She eats and sleeps all day and moves quickly. After more than 2 weeks of worry, Li Rulin's belly shows no signs of trouble, and she safely reaches 7 months. In mid-February, as Li Rulin approaches 8 months pregnant, there are still no signs of labor. Annie Ho-hot and others can't sit still and come to check on her now and then. People say 7 are lively, 8 are not. Even though it's an old saying passed down, no one really knows the reason. But you should be careful. Annie Ho-hot looks at Li Rulin's big belly with concern in her eyes. Li Rulin isn't too worried about this saying. Twins tend to be born early, but staying a few more days in the womb can help them develop better. Deng Mingho takes this to heart and worries every day. He's been anxious, eating and sleeping poorly, and has lost several pounds. Li Rulin comforts him. Relax, I feel fine now. Besides, Qinwan has been coming every day to check my pulse, and probably used her special abilities to look at the babies. She didn't say anything, which means the babies are fine. Don't worry too much. If you collapse now, who will take care of me and the baby? He keeps these words in his heart, and his anxiety eases. His spirits gradually improve. On the morning of February 23rd, Li Rulin wakes up feeling something unusual in her belly, as if it has dropped. She immediately realizes that this is the baby dropping into position, which usually means labor is near. These days, I feel like my belly has moved down. Maybe we should go to the hospital now and get admitted, Li Rulin says to Deng Mingho, holding her belly. After the baby drops into position, Li Rulin can clearly feel pain in her pubic area caused by the baby's head pressing down. Deng Mingho becomes nervous instantly. Are you uncomfortable? Li Rulin nods. It seems like labor is coming, but I don't feel much right now. All right, you wait at home for me. I will go hire Uncle Wang's carriage now. Before Deng Mingho finished speaking, he had already rushed out the door. Soon after, Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua arrived, each carrying a small bag, looking worried at Li Rulin. Are you feeling okay now? Are you really going to give birth? Li Rulin shook her head. No, I just have a slight feeling, so I think I should stay at the hospital. I'm having twins, and delivering at home by myself is unsafe. This eased their worries a bit. Zheng Fonghua patted her chest and said, You don't know, just now your husband came to see us, sweating all over. It really startled us. We thought you couldn't wait, and we're about to give birth right here. Li Rulin smiled shyly at them and then took out 2 braided red strings from her pocket, handing them to the 2 women. Hold these red strings. When the babies are born, tie them around their ankles. Even if they are born in the hospital, it's good to have a mark so you don't mix them up. Zhou Shengnan took the red strings and said, Don't worry. You've told us many times, and we remember. After the babies are born, check if they have any birthmarks or moles, then tie the red strings on both of their feet. Li Rulin smiled and thanked them. I'm also worried about mixing up the babies. When I give birth, Deng Mingho will be very nervous, so I can't rely on him. I can only count on you too. Just watch over the babies for me. When I come back from the hospital, I'll thank you properly. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua exchanged a look. All right, then treat us to some good food, especially meat dishes. Sure, I'll make sure you all eat well. As they were talking, Qinwan and Lu Yinxiao heard the noise and came over. Qinwan asked, Are you really going to give birth? Does your belly hurt now? Don't worry too much. The baby is fine, and the position is correct. You'll definitely deliver safely. Don't be nervous. By the way, you're having a son and a daughter. We're looking forward to your children coming back as a happy family. Li Rulin immediately smiled and touched her belly. Are they twins? That's great, having both a son and a daughter at once. No need to have more children later. I'm not nervous at all.
Don't worry about me.
You're already 8 months along, so it should be soon. Go rest now. Just as Li Rulin finished speaking, Deng Mingho hurriedly ran inside. The carriage is waiting outside. Wait for me a moment. I'll lay out the blanket for you. After speaking, she hugged 2 blankets and ran outside. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua also helped carry things onto the car. Li Rulin waved goodbye to Qinwan and then climbed onto the carriage to lie down. Although the weather was clear today, there was still a lot of snow on the ground, so it was naturally cold. However, Li Rulin was lying in her quilt, with a military coat over her outside, so she didn't feel cold at all. Uncle Wang was driving the carriage in front at a slow pace, so Li Rulin didn't feel any bumps and instead dozed off while rocking gently. When she woke up, They had already arrived at the hospital entrance. Deng Mingho first carried Li Rulin down from the carriage, then went to help pack their belongings, not forgetting to give Uncle Wang some instructions. My wife doesn't know exactly when she will give birth, so I'll trouble you, Uncle Wang, to come to town every 3 days. I'll pay you in advance. Uncle Wang happily took the money and drove the carriage back. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua helped carry the baby and Li Rulin's things. Deng Mingho supported Li Rulin all the way, and the 4 of them entered the hospital together. The obstetrician examined Li Rulin. The baby has indeed moved into position, but it's not time to give birth yet. Staying in the hospital now would be a waste of money. You should go back. Deng Mingho shook his head and refused. It's okay. We'll stay in the hospital. My wife is expecting twins. What if she gives birth at home? Just process the admission for us. Money isn't an issue. Hearing this, the doctor didn't say anything and arranged for Li Rulin to stay in the hospital. Perhaps because childbirth was rare at this time or most women gave birth at home, the entire ward had only Li Rulin as a pregnant woman. The other 6 or 7 beds were empty. Next to the hospital was a guest house. Deng Mingho took the referral letter and booked a room for Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. Rulin isn't in labor yet. I'll stay here to keep watch overnight. You 2 can stay at the guest house. When she's about to give birth in a couple of days, I'll need your help to watch the baby at night, Deng Mingho told Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua. We came to help take care of the baby, so there's no need for such formal talk, Zhou Shengnan said with a serious face. Deng Mingho smiled and then handed them 20 yuan and some ration tickets. I'll cover the meals. During this time, the 2 of us will handle our own food. Please also help take care of the meals for you too. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua confidently took the money, saying, We need to collect this. That night, Li Rulin's stomach showed no signs of activity, and she slept well all night. However, early the next morning, 2 families arrived in the otherwise empty hospital room. One family brought many bags filled with various items. As soon as they entered, they changed the bedding and sheets. They seemed to be wealthy and particular. Li Rulin, who was pregnant, also saw them. She guessed they were about her age and looked like a nice young girl. The other family looked fairly well off based on their clothes, but compared to the first family with many people, they seemed a bit lonely. There was only one man, who came to take care of his wife. Both of them looked unhappy, with serious faces. After Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua brought breakfast to them in the morning, they didn't stay long and left. Once both families settled in and it was noon, Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua came again to bring lunch for Li Rulin and the others. The food in the hospital cafeteria was quite good. The stir-fried cabbage and tofu was tasty. Li Rulin ate a few bites but soon felt too full and decided to get out of bed for a walk. Across from Li Rulin, a girl about her age looked at Li Rulin's big belly with wide eyes. Your belly is so big. Are you sure you're not having twins? Li Rulin smiled at her and nodded slightly. Zhou Shengnan went to wash some people's lunchboxes, while Zheng Fanghua stayed in the ward to watch over things. Deng Mingho helped Li Rulin go for a walk to help her digestion. They hadn't gone far when Li Rulin suddenly frowned and held her waist. Deng Mingho reached out to help her massage it. What's wrong? Is your back hurting? He asked. Li Rulin shook her head. Not exactly pain, just some backache. It should be fine. Moving around a bit will help. Deng Mingho supported Li Rulin as they walked back and forth for a while. Her backache did ease a lot. After walking for a long time and feeling tired, Li Rulin returned to the ward. In the ward, the pregnant woman opposite Li Rulin was now holding her belly and frowning. 2 women, about her age, sat beside her. One was likely her mother, and the other her mother-in-law. Her husband looked at her with concern. The other woman was lying alone on the bed. Her husband was nowhere to be seen. Li Rulin just lay back on the bed when the woman across from her started holding her belly and saying she was in pain. It looked like she was about to give birth. She kept calling out all day in the hospital room, but her cervix hadn't opened much. Listening to her for so long made Li Rulin feel dizzy. The woman's mother-in-law looked at Li Rulin and said surprised, You've been here all day and haven't even called out in pain. Maybe it's not time yet, Deng Mingho replied. Our place is far from the hospital, so when we felt it was time, we came straight here to stay, to avoid the back and forth. The woman's mother-in-law nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the woman's labor pains kept coming, but the quiet couple next to them suddenly started arguing.
Wife.
Are you about to give birth too? I'll go call the doctor. After saying that, he quickly ran out and soon brought the doctor back. Your cervix is already 5 centimeters dilated. Why haven't you called out in pain? If you wait a little longer, the baby might be born soon. She's ready to be moved to the delivery room. The delivery room quickly became chaotic again. Li Rulin was overwhelmed by the noise, so she tugged on Deng Mingho's clothes, and they left the ward. They found a quiet corner, where Li Rulin went into the space to sleep. Deng Mingho stayed outside the ward, watching what was happening inside. Li Rulin slept for about 5 hours in the space, and then came out feeling refreshed. The woman in the ward still hadn't gone into the delivery room. What's going on? Is she having trouble giving birth? Li Rulin asked Deng Mingho. He nodded. The doctor checked several times and said it's not time yet. Li Rulin responded, it's almost dawn. You should lie down in the next room. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua will probably come soon. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll call you. After staying up almost all night, Deng Mingho was indeed a bit tired. He wrapped himself in a military coat and lay on an empty bed to sleep. Li Rulin looked at Deng Mingho with envy. Not only could he sleep peacefully even with a woman calling out in pain, but he could sleep through the noise even if there were 7 or 8 women. Lying on the hospital bed again, Li Rulin felt a wave of acid reflux, which made her uncomfortable. She kept tossing and turning on the bed. Deng Mingho slept for over 2 hours. When Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua came to bring breakfast, he finally woke up. After eating, Li Rulin again felt severe waist pain. She asked Deng Mingho to press on her back, but the massage didn't help. She felt like her waist was sour from the bones, and the pain almost made her cry. No, something is wrong.
Call the doctor to check.
My back is aching and uncomfortable, Li Rulin said painfully. Zhou Shengnan immediately became nervous. I'll go call the doctor, she said, and quickly ran out. Zheng Fonghua brewed a cup of brown sugar water for Li Rulin. The doctor came to examine Li Rulin, pressing on her belly. At that moment, Li Rulin realized her stomach was tight like a balloon. This is labor. Family members, please step outside and pull the curtain. I need to check her, the doctor said, dismissing Deng Mingho. Then, the doctor examined Li Rulin again. Yes, she's about to give birth. The cervix is 1 finger open. If she can still bear it, she should walk around a bit, which helps with labor. Afterward, the doctor looked at the woman on the bed. It's been almost 2 days, and she's only 1 finger dilated. If she can't move, you should help her walk. Just lying in bed all the time isn't good, the woman's mother immediately said, but she says she can't stand because of the pain. Doctor, what should we do? If she can't walk, you can carry her. She needs to move more. Lying there all the time might cause complications, and if the water breaks and she can't deliver quickly, the baby could be in trouble, the doctor replied. After that, the doctor left the room quickly. Li Rulin endured the back pain, got out of bed, and finished the entire cup of brown sugar water before slowly walking. Deng Mingho and Zheng Fonghua supported her on either side. Just as they reached the door, the woman who was taken to the delivery room last night returned. She had given birth to a son. Li Rulin now felt her back pain worsening and her stomach tightening in waves, feeling very hard. After some time, Li Rulin, covered in sweat, stopped suddenly and felt a stream of water flow out. Since it was winter and she was wearing thick clothes, only she could feel it. Deng Mingho and the others hadn't noticed yet. Frowning, Li Rulin said, "It seems like the water broke. Hurry and call the doctor." Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fonghua were supporting Li Rulin. Deng Mingho helped her walk for a long while, then they rested. When they heard her water had broken, Deng Mingho quickly went to call the doctor. They helped her onto the bed, and the doctor examined her, saying her cervix was 6 fingers dilated and she could be moved to the delivery room. Li Rulin had only felt back pain before, but after the water broke, she experienced not only back pain but also sharp stomach pains, each one worse than the last. Knowing she needed to conserve her strength and not scream, Li Rulin kept humming softly. Deng Mingho saw Li Rulin's condition, his hands trembling and his legs weak. After Li Rulin entered the delivery room, he sat heavily on a stool. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua also looked worriedly toward the delivery room. The door was very quiet, with no sound at all. That made it easier to hear Li Rulin's labor pains. After the amniotic fluid broke, Li Rulin's cervix opened very quickly. She followed the doctor's instructions to push. Feeling dizzy, she suddenly felt pain below, and something slid out. Li Rulin immediately felt much lighter. Just as she wanted to lie down, the doctor urged her, "Don't push too hard, there's still one inside." The second baby was born quite quickly, in less than 2 minutes, successfully delivered. Li Rulin could finally relax for a moment. At 1:30 a.m. on March 26, 1972, Li Rulin and Deng Mingho's son and daughter were born. The first one out is the sister, and the second is the brother. You've had a pair of boy-girl twins. That's really lucky, the delivering doctor told Li Rulin. Li Rulin smiled slightly. It really was twins, and it seemed Qinwan's special ability was almost like an ultrasound. The doctor hastily wiped some blood off the babies and wrapped them in blankets, then, with a nurse, carried them out. Outside the delivery room, Deng Mingho and others had already heard the babies crying. They stood anxiously at the door, peeking inside. When the doctor came out, Deng Mingho immediately asked, "Doctor, how is my wife? Is she okay? Why hasn't she come out yet?" He looked inside the delivery room with concern. The doctor replied, "The mother is fine, but she still needs a little more help. She'll come out soon." "Congratulations. Your wife gave birth to a boy and a girl twins. The red blanket is the sister, and the floral blanket is the brother." Deng Mingho nodded hurriedly, then looked at the 2 rosy-skinned babies. Just then Li Rulin was brought out. Deng Mingho immediately shifted his focus from the babies to Li Rulin. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua didn't forget Li Rulin's instructions. They took out a red string, tied it around the baby's ankles, and then handed the babies over. "Are you okay, wife? How do you feel?" Deng Mingho looked at Li Rulin's pale face, feeling frantic and almost crying. Li Rulin said, "I'm a little hungry." Deng Mingho immediately responded, "Let's go back to the ward first, then I'll go buy you something to eat." After saying this, he followed the nurse pushing the bed and left, not caring about the 2 babies just born behind him. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua looked down at the babies in their arms, then returned to the ward together. In the ward, the girl on the other bed was still whimpering. Li Rulin looked at her family busying themselves and frowned. Li Rulin had just given birth and was feeling torn. Moving was painful. It was Deng Mingho who helped her onto the bed from the stretcher. Seeing the large amount of blood flowing from Li Rulin, Deng Mingho's heart tightened immediately. As soon as Li Rulin lay down, she felt 2 drops of water on her face. She looked up and saw Deng Mingho with red eyes, full of tears. "Why is there so much blood? Are you in pain?" Hearing this, Li Rulin's nose tingled. Of course she was in pain, she was numb from it during childbirth. "It doesn't hurt anymore," Deng Mingho replied softly, discreetly wiping his tears. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua, holding their babies, exchanged glances, feeling a bit envious. Deng Mingho truly cared for Li Rulin. After lying on the bed, he called out to the woman on the other bed several times, but his voice grew weaker, not as strong as during the day. Seeing her like this, Li Rulin felt it wasn't quite right. She told Deng Mingho, "Since I've already given birth, and it's now after 2 a.m., Uncle Wang should come in the morning. Let's not stay in the hospital anymore. Let's go back directly." Deng Mingho arranged for Uncle Wang to come every 3 days. Tomorrow morning would be the 3rd day, so it was better not to stay longer in the hospital. They could stay in the space at night, where it was comfortable and safe, good for both her and the babies. Staying here might cause trouble again, which was not good. In stories from that era, switching babies was quite common. Deng Mingho looked over there and nodded. "All right, when Uncle Wang comes tomorrow, we'll pack up and go home." Watching the couple talk so casually, Zhou Shengnan couldn't hold back. "Why don't you come see the babies first? You haven't seen either of them since they were born, and have you chosen names for the twins yet?" Deng Mingho finally remembered he was a father. He hurried to look at the babies. The twins weren't full-term. One weighed just over 4 jin. They lay in the swaddles, small and thin. Deng Mingho only dared to glance at them twice and didn't dare to hold them. Li Rulin smiled as she watched Deng Mingho look helpless, then said, "We already chose their names. Since they are twins, they will be called Deng Yiqing and Deng Yining." Zheng Fanghua repeated the names. Yiqing and Yining, those are nice names. Do they have any special meaning? Li Rulin just smiled at them. There was an old man who lived next door to our family before. He liked giving people names. I heard these two names then and thought they sounded nice, so I remembered them. Now that we have children, I want to use these names. I don't really understand their meanings, but they sound good. These names were chosen by Li Rulin in her past life for her future children, inspired by the Tao Te Ching. Heaven gains clarity from one, earth gains peace from one. But now, such books are banned, so she couldn't reveal the source. Zheng Fanghua and Zhou Shengnan didn't ask more. One held Yiqing, the other Yining. The more they looked, the more they thought the children looked adorable. Although these two kids still have red skin and their eyes aren't open yet, I think they look very cute, Zhou Shengnan said. Zheng Fanghua nodded in agreement. Yes. Should we feed them some milk now? Li Rulin replied. They probably aren't hungry yet since they haven't cried. Let's wait until they do. It seems that newborns don't feel hungry immediately after birth. They need some time. Right now, both children were still sleeping. They decided to wait until they woke up to feed them. Can you two help watch the kids and Rulin? I'll go find something to eat, Deng Mingho said, remembering that Li Rulin mentioned being hungry. They nodded, each holding a child, sitting next to Li Rulin. Li Rulin lay on the bed, turning her head to look at each child, feeling proud that she had given birth to two babies. Deng Mingho found a quiet place, lit a fire, and cooked a pot of warm sugar millet porridge. After it was ready, he packed it into a lunchbox and brought it to the hospital room. Li Rulin was really hungry but only drank about half of the porridge, unable to eat more. After drinking the warm millet porridge, she felt her stomach hurt less and fell asleep. The woman on the bed was still groaning and whimpering. Li Rulin, listening to her, fell into a deep sleep, clearly exhausted. When she woke up, she was greeted by the sound of children crying one after another. Both children were placed on an empty hospital bed next to Li Rulin. Deng Mingho, Zhou Shengnan, and Zheng Fanghua were busy helping the two children change their diapers. Li Rulin turned her head to look out the window. It was already daylight, and the family on the other side of the bed was gone. Their belongings were still there, probably taken to the delivery room. What's wrong? Have the children pooped? Li Rulin asked, unsure about the children's condition because the three adults were blocking her view. Deng Mingho looked back at Li Rulin. Yes, they've pooped. We're almost done changing them. While speaking, Zheng Fanghua had already changed Ningning's diaper and quickly wrapped her up in a blanket. We just fed them not long ago, and they slept for about half an hour. Then both of them started crying together. When I checked, I realized they had pooped. Li Rulin nodded in understanding. She then asked Zheng Fanghua to bring Ningning over, so she could hold her. The child's skin was still red, but her eyes were open now, with clear double eyelids, making her look quite big-eyed. Just then the doctor came to check on the ward. After glancing at the two children, he helped Li Rulin press her belly again. If you haven't started breastfeeding yet, let the children suckle more. This can help with milk production. It should come in within 2 or 3 days, the doctor said. After applying some medicine to Li Rulin, he left. Once the doctor left, Zhou Shengnan went to the cafeteria to get food. Deng Mingho and Zheng Fanghua stayed in the ward to watch over Li Rulin and the children. After breakfast, Deng Mingho began packing his things, preparing to leave when Uncle Wang arrived. They planned to go home together. Uncle Wang arrived around noon. Deng Mingho offered him 2 large meat buns, then asked him to park the carriage outside the hospital. Once everything was packed, they were ready to leave. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua wrapped the children in a small blanket and held them tightly as they got into the carriage. The carriage was already covered with a thick mat. Deng Mingho helped Li Rulin, who was dressed warmly and wearing a hat, into the carriage, wrapping her in a thick blanket. Just a few steps out of the ward, Li Rulin heard loud noises and shouting, as if someone was having a difficult childbirth. The girl was too delicate. She refused to walk when her belly hurt. Her family carried her around twice before she sat on the ground and refused to get up. She kept lying on the bed and shouting, clearly unable to give birth. In the 1970s, it was possible to perform cesarean surgeries, but that was towards the end of the decade. It was only 1972 now, and I don't know if the small hospital in this town could help with a C-section. If they couldn't, then the girl might be in serious danger. At this moment, Li Rulin felt that they had made the right decision to leave. If they had stayed in the hospital, they might have gotten caught up in some trouble. Wrapped up tightly, Li Rulin was safely back home without feeling the wind at all. At home, they hadn't lit the fire these past few days, so the house was still very cold. When Deng Mingho and the others returned, they quickly started the fire, and soon the house warmed up. Qin knew Li Rulin had come back and immediately took Lu Yunxiao to check on Li Rulin and the baby. Seeing Li Rulin, Qin was surprised. Before giving birth, Li Rulin's face looked very healthy, rosy, and bright. Now, just after giving birth, her face and lips looked pale, clearly exhausted from blood loss. You need to rest well and nourish yourself. You look so weak from blood deficiency, Qin said, then took out 2 ginseng roots from her pocket. They were small, about the thickness of a thumb. You shouldn't eat too much right now. Take it slow. Once you start feeling better, you can slice these ginseng roots and cook chicken soup with them. In some time, you'll be able to regain your strength. Women often feel terrible when their blood is low, so you must rest well, Qin advised with concern.
Li Rulin nudda.
You know medicine, so we'll listen to you. Zhou Shengnan and Zheng Fanghua stayed in the hospital watching over Li Rulin and the baby for a whole day and night without sleeping. Deng Mingho quickly told them to go rest. After they left, Qin climbed onto the Kong bed, looked at the baby, and then asked Li Rulin, "Does giving birth hurt?" Although Qin had been through a zombie apocalypse before, fighting zombies and suffering serious injuries, this was her first time giving birth. People say childbirth is as painful as breaking 10 ribs at once. Qin felt she had never experienced such intense pain. Li Rulin thought for a moment. At first, my stomach didn't hurt much, just backache and soreness. But after the amniotic fluid broke, it started to hurt. But at that time, I mostly just listened to the doctor and pushed hard. Maybe I was numb from the pain, so I didn't feel it anymore. Having gone through it myself, I shared quite a bit with Qin. Just as they were talking, Aunt Ho-Hot, Aunt Suehua, and Aunt Wang-Er arrived. Aunt Wang-Er also brought her daughter, Wang Xiaoni, along, saying she wanted Wang Xiaoni to start helping today. When the 3 aunts entered and saw Qin, they paused for a moment. Then Aunt Ho-Hot patted her thigh and said, "How could I forget such an important thing?" Seeing Li Rulin and Qin looking at her confused, Aunt Ho-Hot explained, "It's just a custom. Pregnant women who give birth in the same year shouldn't look at the babies during their confinement period. If they do, the baby might not want to come out even if full term." Li Rulin and Qin didn't really know about this custom, but since they had already seen the babies, they didn't worry about it anymore. The 3 aunts came to see the 2 children and each gave a small gift, 5 mao each, which was quite a lot. As the 3 aunts who were visiting, they talked a lot to Li Rulin and the couples about how to raise the children, including changing clothes and diapers, feeding milk, and other things like how to sit for the confinement period, and that they shouldn't take baths. Wang Xiaoni, who turned 14 after the new year, was also nearby, listening carefully. She was about to help watch the children for Li Rulin and needed to learn. Li Rulin and Deng Mingho had both met Wang Xiaoni and knew she was honest and hardworking. They were quite satisfied with her. They didn't stay long because Li Rulin and the children were getting sleepy, so everyone left. Today, Xiaoni will go back first. She can come again tomorrow to help, and we'll start paying her from tomorrow, Deng Mingho told Aunt Wang-Er privately. Okay, starting tomorrow then, Aunt Wang-Er nodded and took Wang Xiaoni away. After Qin and the others left, Deng Mingho locked the door and then, with Li Rulin and the 2 children, entered the space. The space was neither cold nor hot, always kept at 20 degrees, so they didn't need to wear many clothes inside. Li Rulin lay on the bed as Deng Mingho boiled a pot of hot water and helped wash the two children. Since they were born, the children hadn't been bathed yet, and they did smell a bit unpleasant. Be careful. Make sure not to get water on the navel, Li Rulin warned, still a bit worried. All the water used was from the spiritual spring, which should be good for the children's health. After washing, the children looked quite lively, neither crying nor fussing, just lying on the bed and looking around with wide eyes. Deng Mingho was covered in sweat. He hardly held the children, yet he was about to help wash such a soft, tiny baby. No one knew how nervous he had been just now. Now he was calm, lying on the bed with Li Rulin, watching the children together. Deng Mingho held Li Rulin's hand and said, "Having two more family members in this world makes me feel something I can't quite explain." He couldn't fully express what he was feeling when he saw the children, but he definitely liked them. These two were his children, born by Li Rulin. Li Rulin said, "Now we have both a son and a daughter, so don't think about having more children. Two are enough." She really didn't want to have more. It was too painful.
No more children, then. The 2 kids are enough.
Next, we just need to raise them well, and then we can travel everywhere, Deng Mingho said, hugging Li Rulin. Li Rulin snorted coldly, "I'm going traveling. You'll probably just carry your fishing rod and go fishing wherever you go." Deng Mingho smiled and said, "That's fine. I'll take you sightseeing too. I just want to relax a bit." They talked and gradually fell asleep, feeling drowsy. When they woke up again, it was because the children's crying woke them. Li Rulin turned her head and saw Deng Mingho helping the 2 children change their diapers. Afterward, he went to prepare milk. "Bring the children over." The doctor said that to produce milk, the kids need to suckle more, Li Rulin told Deng Mingho. Deng Mingho gently placed Qingqing beside Li Rulin. "The boy is strong, let him do it. I'll prepare milk for the girl." Indeed, he was strong. Soon, Li Rulin felt some pain and changed the diaper again. After eating for a while, Qingqing started crying loudly because she hadn't gotten any milk. She was quite temperamental. Once released, she bawled loudly. By then, Deng Mingho had already fed Ningning and was waiting with another bottle of milk. Seeing his son cry, he immediately fed him. Qingqing then focused on drinking milk, clearly very hungry. Li Rulin held Ningning close and lay down with her daughter, playing together. It's best not to hold the babies too much during the confinement period. Otherwise, after the month, they might need to be carried all the time, which would be uncomfortable. After feeding the children, it was already dark outside. Looking at the clock, it was past 8. "Do you want to eat something? How about pig's trotters?" "Pig's trotters soup helps with milk production," Deng Mingho asked Li Rulin. Li Rulin shook her head. "You can't eat greasy food for the first 7 days after giving birth. Just make some millet porridge and cook a few vegetables. If you want bread, that's fine." "Okay, I'll go make it. If the baby fusses, just call me," Deng Mingho said before leaving to cook. The baby in the postpartum period wasn't very fussy. Mostly it just ate and slept, sleeping while they talked. Li Rulin placed the 2 children in the middle of the bed, then got up to move around. She still felt some pain, but it wasn't so bad she couldn't walk. Walking around might help her recover faster. Deng Mingho was quick. Soon, he brought the food to the table.